the commoner-born Imperial General Officer rises through the ranks by crushing his incompetent noble superiors. By Kanon Kasaka, translated by ZKY Translates. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Interlude Arc, Chapter 96. Nightmare Devil. Helena Dolly stood in the darkness. A man was prostrating in front of her, yet her eyes wasn't fixed on him, but on the small silver coins she had received from the slave trader. "Please let me go, please, I'm begging you." 567, what is this all? But he's robust and healthy. She spat in anger, but the robed man remained silent, his face downturned. Meanwhile, the prostrating man continued begging with tears streaming down his face. "I didn't come to the imperial capital to end up like this. I just wanted to work at the guild to feed my wife and children." "What was that?" Helena abruptly stomped on the man's head and glared at him. "Were you trying to insult me? For still being unmarried? Hey, answer me." I didn't mean." Disgust colored Helena's voice as she pressed her heel into his head. "I never liked you from the moment you entered the guild. You're just a poor country bumpkin. What gave you the nerve to boast about your kids and wives and rub it on everyone's faces? I really, really hate you." Hey, we're not done here." "Hey, wait." As the slave trader attempted to leave, Helena seized his shoulder and forcefully turned him around, ripping off his hood. Revealed underneath was the frighteningly handsome face of a boy. Section. Helena, are you okay?" It was just a dream." In a certain house in the imperial capital, Helena woke up with a scream. Next to her, her husband Sandoval looked at her worriedly. "Looks like you had quite a terrible nightmare. Would you like some tea to calm down?" "Yes, thank you." The bedsheets were drenched with her sweat. It had been a really bad nightmare, but she couldn't seem to recall its details. Helena rose from bed and washed her face at the sink. Meanwhile, Sandoval boiled a pot of water, poured tea into a cup, and handed it to her. This is soothing, thank you." After taking a sip of the tea, Helena leaned over to give Sandoval a grateful kiss on the cheek, reveling in his warmth. Her life once felt so dull, but then he came and filled it with colors. Just 3 short years ago, she couldn't have imagined such happiness. Looking back, she realized she might have always been trying to fill a void in her heart. "What's wrong, Helena?" Just wondering if it's really okay for me to be this happy." Why not? You deserve every bit of it." Sandoval sat next to Helena, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "Sure, we both did a lot of bad things in the past, but we've changed our ways and are living honestly now. There's no need to dwell too much on the past." "Yeah, you're right." Helena rested her head on her husband's shoulder. It was as he said, the present was more important than the past. Living with honesty and respectability was what mattered most to her now. No one had the right to ruin it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Who could that be?" "It's still so early," muttered Sandoval. "I'll get it." "No, it's okay, I'll get it." "Nah, I will, or maybe you don't want me being seen without makeup." Helena winked playfully. "What, even without makeup, you'd turn heads." Thank you." Helena kissed Sandoval again. "Knock, knock, knock, there's the knock again." Yes, coming." Helena responded cheerfully and opened the door. She finally remembered it. It was this face. This young, frighteningly handsome face. It was the face from her nightmare. The face of the devil, the face of Hezen-Heim. "I'm home, foster mother." Chapter 97. Devil of Devils. Click, Helena instinctively closed the door. The devil was here. Desperately, she hoped, no, prayed that she was mistaken, that she was just hallucinating. She closed the door. The carefree voice of a little girl echoed. Hezen-Heim with a little girl? That seemed utterly implausible to Helena. She must have been hallucinating, after all, so she reassured herself over and over again. But then, well, it's morning and she hasn't got the chance to wear makeup. She's so fussy about appearance, you know. She won't even wear her glasses despite her poor eyesight. Although, personally, I think she should focus more on fixing her rotten personality. Ugh. Reality hit Helena hard. There was no mistaking it. The cold tone, the heartless evaluation, it all mirrored the devil from her nightmare. Hezen-Heim, the devil among devils. Uwerp. Nausea overwhelmed her, and she felt sick and cold, physical manifestation of her mental anguish. Trembling, Helena turned the doorknob once more, feeling as though she were opening the gates of purgatory. But not opening it wasn't an option. If she didn't, he would just destroy it. Welcome back. I'm back, foster mother. It's been half a year, hasn't it? As Hezen smiled radiantly, Helena forced a smile back, devoid of any happiness. Behind him, she spotted a little girl, appearing to be 6 years old. This girl is. Let me introduce you. This is Yan, and from today forward, she will be your daughter. Helena questioned if she had misheard. Yet, the man before her had made the ludicrous declaration with utter seriousness, so maybe she hadn't. Nothing was too far-fetched when it came to him. The same man who, on their first encounter, had slapped her, abducted her, confined her, threatened her into a marriage, and forced her to claim him to be her son. A biological one, no less. Currently, Helena was 33 and Hezen was 19. There was a glaringly small age gap between them for them to be a biological mother and son. So, a cover story was concocted, alleging she became pregnant with him at 13 due to a promiscuous lifestyle. Reflecting on the past, Helena came to a realization. I'm going to become a mother of 2. Come on, Yan, say hello. She seems really confused. Perhaps some explanation would help. That's unnecessary. Her son remained unlovable as always. In contrast, the girl behind him attempted to stick up for her, despite this being their first meeting. Why are you so cold to her? She's your foster mother, isn't she? Not legally. According to the family register, I'm her biological son, and we're related by blood. If I were adopted, suspicions might arise that I'm a spy from another country. But calling her mother makes me want to retch, so I call her foster mother. That last part could have been left unsaid. But since you two are supposed to be biologically related, it's only proper that you call her mother. She doesn't deserve it. This is hell, Helena thought. She is rotten to the core. She once worked as a receptionist at the guild's headquarters, but behind the scenes, she trafficked people for the slave guild. She could have lived normally, without having to worry about making ends meet. But no, she chose to live luxuriously, consequently committed such despicable acts, a true scumbag. Hezen introduced her in the worst possible light. That's enough. Miss Helena, I'm Yan Lin. I hope we can get along from now on. So cute. Bowing gently, the beautiful baby-faced girl offered Helena a bright smile. Amidst the shock caused by Hezen, Helena hadn't noticed before, but this girl, she was normal and so adorable. If it was this girl, Helena would be thrilled to have her as a daughter. You're so cute. Helena instinctively reached out to pat Yan's head, but Hezen immediately seized her arm and twisted it. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hey. Eep. Hezen's piercing gaze weighed heavily on Helena, as if crushing her heart. She couldn't get it. All she had done was try to pat the girl's head, so why was he reacting like this? But Hezen paid no mind to her confusion. He spat out his words. Don't even entertain the thought of selling Yan to the slave guild. Otherwise, you'll regret ever being alive. I wasn't planning to. I would never even consider it. Only those who have never committed evil deeds never consider them. But for someone like you, devoid of empathy, who knows? Please stop, don't you have any pity for her? Unable to hold back, Yan spoke up in defense of Helena. How many times do I have to drill it into you? People like her will never learn, so you have to make doubly sure they know their place. You should learn to be more vigilant. If you two ever clash, you won't stand a chance against her as she's physically stronger than you. I think you should learn to be more kind to those around you instead. I wasn't joking. Yan screamed in vexation, and Hezen turned his attention back to Helena. Anyway, how are things with Sandoval? He moved in, and we've been living together peacefully. For that, she had to thank this devil. They had married on their first meeting, without any love between them. But now it was different. Because Sandoval, he carried similar sins as hers. Under Hezen forceful control, they found solace in each other's pain. It didn't take long for them to connect. They chose to bear their burdens together and move forward. She could say it with confidence, that she truly and genuinely love him. Divorce him. Chapter 98. Priest. Helena felt bewildered, utterly unable to grasp what he had just said. Excuse me. Don't make me repeat myself. Divorce him. I have the paperwork ready. All that's left is your signature. I'm going to marry you to a nobleman, necessitating your divorce from Sandoval. Helena instinctively recoiled. but Hezen pushed the divorce papers toward her without regard for her feelings. She couldn't believe it. How could someone be so heartless? No, he couldn't be human. He was a demon wearing human skin, however. She couldn't defy him. Helena was bound to him as a slave, and Hezen was her master. This master-slave bond was absolute, unbreakable. But this was the one thing she simply couldn't bring herself to do. Wait, he didn't know about her love for her husband. He likely ordered her to divorce him so casually because he assumed their marriage lacked love. Surely he would understand if she explained her feelings for her husband. No one would dare to separate a loving couple. There were no such creatures as demons in reality. Helena repeatedly told herself before summoning the courage to speak. Perhaps I should have mentioned it earlier, but I love Sandoval. Your feelings or opinions are inconsequential. This is an order. Grin, Helena realized, oh, he is not human, he's a devil among devils. The black-haired girl wore a similarly shocked expression as Helena. How heartless. Well, can't help it. Don't give me that. Is there really no other way? Surely you can use her some other way. I don't know. I don't want to waste even a single second of my life on thinking about her. The girl named Yan looked at him with disbelief, jaws agape. It seemed like this girl followed Hezen against her will. Perhaps she had been kidnapped and forced to do his biddings just like her. A pang of sympathy welled up within Helena. Meanwhile, Sandoval came over. What's going on, heel? Hezen. It's been a while, Sandoval. Why, yeah, my son, it sure has been a while. I'm no longer your son. I've handed your divorce papers, foster mother. Hurry and sign them. Sandoval couldn't help but take a few steps back. Can't you reconsider it? Please, I beg of you. I love Helena. This is an order, and it is final. I won't listen to your opinions, not now, not ever. He retreated a few more steps. Once you've signed, start packing. There's something I want you to do. What? I need intelligence on the underworld in Bisky territory. So I want you to infiltrate one of their slave guilds, resuming your old job. But I swore I'd never return to that life. You'll simply be conducting an undercover operation. And it will help wiping them out, so you'll do the world good in the end. A heavy silence hung in the air. Eventually, Sandoval threw himself to the ground, begging with tears streaming down his face. I'm begging you. Please have mercy. Sandoval rubbed his head against the ground. I just want to live honestly now, with my beloved Helena. Please, please. Sandoval. Helena felt warmth flood her chest. She shared his sentiments completely. She couldn't bear to let go of the happiness they had found together. Before she knew it, she was prostrating beside him. I beg you as well, we will never engage in any wrongdoing again. We will lead honest lives and cause no harm to others. The silence lasted for several seconds. Hezen gave both of them an exasperated look and released a sigh. Once, a certain priest said, no matter the sin, if you confess and repent, forgiveness shall be granted. God pardons all who seek his mercy. Then. The moment Sandoval raised his head, Hezen stomped on it. Do I look like a priest to you? Saying that, he revealed a refreshing smile that sent shivers down the couple's spines. Sandoval Jeddah, former executive of the slave guild Gungar, responsible for the abduction and sale of over 100 children into slavery. Did those innocent children plead for mercy like you do now? You Helena Dolly, employed at the guild headquarters, deceiving unsuspecting applicants who weren't accepted into slavery. Did those innocent souls beg for your mercy like you do now? At that moment, the nightmare rushed back into her mind. In the nightmare, she had been the one Hezen's position, while the pleading man had been in her current position. The realization brought tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't misunderstand. I had no intention of rehabilitating you. No. Despair etched across Sandoval's face as Hezen locked eyes with him before casting into the abyss. I will wring out every ounce of your happiness. I will make you suffer as those whose happiness you've stolen. That is the price you have to pay. It's too late, Helena thought. Even if she regretted it now, she couldn't alter the past. She was fated to obey this man for eternity. So just give up. You have no right to lead an honest life or find happiness. With a gentle pat on both of their shoulders, Hezen flashed a radiant smile. Egg. Don't be disappointed. I'm not a devil. I'll let you live as long as you prove yourselves useful. You're free to pursue love and happiness, but don't expect to attain them. Sinners like you aren't worthy. Why us? Why indeed? It's a valid question. Hezen's tone was being unusually understanding. After some contemplation, he responded, "It's just bad luck, I guess. God extends his love to both the righteous and the sinful alike. You two simply happen to be unfortunate enough to cross paths with me. That's all there is to it." Saying that, the black-haired young man smiled, and that smile, it was so captivating, yet somehow twisted. Chapter 99. Happiness. Helene wept incessantly, but when Hezen threatened, "If you don't stop crying, I'll crush your throat," she promptly clamped her mouth shut and fought back her tears. Despite her jumbled emotions, fear remained predominant. Meanwhile, the girl named Yan looked at Hezen with a frown, not one of anger but pure skepticism. Her eyes beheld the innocence of a baby. "Why do you behave like this, master?" "Like what? You're capable of achieving anything you set your mind to, and you can obtain anything you desire. So why do you appear so rushed, so desperate?" Desperate? That's one way to describe it," Hezen replied with a self-deprecating smile. "It's always better to choose the option that avoids causing trouble for others. Why do you insist on doing the otherwise? It's wrong to make others unhappy to accomplish your goals." Her eyes were completely honest. Hezen stared back at her without averting his gaze. "Yan, happiness and unhappiness exist in balance. When someone becomes unhappy, someone else finds happiness. Therefore, it's preferable for the wicked to suffer. In fact, by taming both of them, we've reduced the number of people subjected to slavery, saving them from a fate of suffering. Do you deny this?" To that question, the black-haired girl shook her head without hesitation. "No, but does that bring you happiness? Personally, I find joy in the happiness of others. If possible, I'd prefer to tilt the scale towards happiness, rather than maintaining a balance between happiness and unhappiness." "Yan." "Yes. Gyuri. You're really brave to lecture me. Then why are you grinding your fist against my head? It hurts, please stop." "It's because I'm not praising you. Actually, regardless of your opinion, you can't stop me from doing things my way. Consider this a lesson that ideals spoken by the powerless hold no weight." After another bout of fist grinding against Yan's head, Hezen turned to Helene, offering a smile devoid of venom unlike before. "Well, foster mother, you understand I won't change my decision, right?" "Yes." "Good. If you truly wish to atone for your sins, you can always turn yourself in to the authorities. I won't stop you. But we both know you won't do it. If you do, you'll face a death sentence after all. That's the price of atonement. I won't allow you to find happiness without paying for the sins you've committed. And as for you, Yan, I won't allow your words to sway my decision." Hezen looked straight into Yan's eyes. The only way to inspire change in people is through actions, not just words. Anyone can spout ideals, but strength is required to embody them. "Bless, I already know that without your lecture, blockhead." Yan stuck out her tongue and retorted. Observing her antics, Hezen chuckled before turning his attention back to Helena. "Now then, foster mother, your role is to become the second wife of a nobleman. Rest assured, I've already arranged everything with the other party, so you needn't worry about that." In contrast, all Helena felt was anxiety and despair. However, she had learned from past experience that refusal wasn't an option. No matter how daunting the task, she had no choice but to accept. I'm just a commoner. I was recently promoted to lieutenant, which granted me the title of a lower noble. I also received some land, albeit small." Helena was stunned. She had been surprised when he passed the general officer's exam, but she never expected him to earn a promotion in less than 3 months. What a wickedly talented devil he was. The groom's name is Maslin Giska, a junshi, the second lowest rank of lower nobility. He is 69 years old. "Is something the matter?" "And nothing, I was just thinking, he's a little bit old." "Ahaha," Helena replied with a nervous laugh, but internally she thought, he's a freaking old geezer with 1 foot already in the grave, got him it. But Helena was in a completely subservient relationship with Hezen. She was forbidden to object or argue, no, trained not to object or argue. "Yes, he's indeed a little bit old." More like ancient, Helena retorted inwardly. His territory is adjacent to the one given to me. For someone of lower rank, he has accumulated significant assets. His eldest son died in battle, and he has no heirs. Based on my observations, his time left is limited. He likely has only about half a year remaining. So, am I to understand that you intend to take over House Giska's assets? If that's the case. If you don't want to fall into slavery, be sure take care of him as best as you can. It was the worst-case scenario. She got no choice but to marry the old geezer after all. What kind of person is he? He's kind and gentle, unlike you, so you don't need to worry about any domestic violence or the sorts. Yet you're arranging for her to become his second wife, to seize his territory. Yan bit again. I don't have the luxury of being picky with my methods. Again, why are you in such a rush? I'm not obligated to answer you. Yan looked at Hezen in amazement, mouth agape. A noble must effectively manage his territory. However, as a general, I can't devote excessive time to it. That's why it's crucial to maintain strong relations with neighboring territories. I'm relying on you, foster mother. Yes. She had no choice but to agree. This is merely me thinking aloud. I won't micromanage your every move. My sole condition is that you obey my directives. Then, can I keep seeing Sandoval? I don't care. However, if it seems detrimental to your mission, I'll have to intervene. Do your best, and ensure not to inconvenience me. Yes, ooh. Helena finally broke down, crying. Hezen glanced at her with disinterest before shifting his gaze away. Territory Management Arc, Chapter 100. Carriage. The next day, Hezen found himself swaying in a carriage, engrossed in a book as usual, until he sensed a warm gaze upon him. What? Nothing, Yan grinned, fixing her gaze on Hezen. What is it? If you've got something to say, say it. Well, I just didn't expect you've a kind side. What are you talking about? Hezen wore a doubtful look on his face. I mean, yesterday you let foster mother and Mr. Sandoval to continue seeing each other in the end. I think you're misunderstanding something. Shy, aren't you? I always thought you were heartless, but it seems you have a soft side too. Soon, dear. Are you stupid? I intended to give them both some freedom from the beginning. Controlling people with just force doesn't work. You have to offer them incentives, or their productivity will plummet. Remember this, it'll come in handy for you in the future. No, that's not right. That would mean you're really heartless after all. Yan looked at him in shock. Never mind that, it's about time you took a look outside. We need to understand the environment of the territory we will govern. Their horse-drawn carriage meandered leisurely down the main road, surrounded by endless wheat fields. The coachman's attire and the opulent decorations of the carriage made it evident to passing merchants and farmers that it belonged to a noble, prompting them to yield the way and offer respectful bows. This is it. It seems quite nice, Yan remarked, poking her head out of the window to enjoy the gentle breeze. No, it's not. What? Then why did you ask me to look? Because this is Katlia district, our would-be neighbor. We need to assess its terrain in case it decides to invade us. I got the nuance completely wrong. As Yan was shocked with her jaws agape, Hezen surveyed the landscape. His assigned territory was the Crod district of the Xerxen territory, just a few minutes away from their current location. Newly appointed lower nobles were often given control over districts, subdivisions of larger territories. High-ranking nobles governed these territories, effectively making the lower nobles their subordinate and subject to paying tribute. This often resulted in heavy taxation for the people living in these districts. As the carriage continued its journey, the scenery gradually changed. Hezen observed the now sweaty farmers, visibly struggling to even lift their hoes with his jet-black eyes. How terrible. Yes, Yan nodded in agreement, her heart heavy. Perhaps they had entered the Crod district. The once fertile farmlands now withered, the farmers appearing gaunt with empty eyes. The Xerxen territory, adjacent to the imperial capital, boasted plentiful flatlands and rivers, typically providing favorable conditions. However, the Crod district had ended up so ravaged that it earned the moniker of the Forsaken Land, solely due to the machination of good-for-nothing nobles. 18 years prior, an unknown epidemic had plagued the region. In a Senate meeting, these good-for-nothing nobles had made a shocking decision: To contain their losses, they relocated the afflicted to the Crod district. Consequently, a significant portion of the population dwindled, fields lay fallow, and farmers decreased in number. Since then, Novodyne Castle in the Crod district of the Xerxen territory had served as a dumping ground for demoted lower nobles, with the farmers subjected to serving one incompetent noble after another. The area was encased in decayed bricks, its protective walls against bandit attacks and other dangers left neglected. Perhaps even the bandits avoided it, deeming the district devoid of any value. How terrible, Hezen muttered in disgust once more. Yeah, Yan echoed, nodding her head. Despite her own reluctant elevation to nobility, due to being Hezen's family, seeing the dire state of the district stirred a surge of anger within her. Her mind raced with plans to alleviate the district's plight. Master, now that you are responsible for governing this district, you have to rescue these people from their plight. Let's begin by offering tax incentives for businesses in the castle town, lightening the burden on farmers, restoring the desolate farmlands, and it seems they can only cough up 3 small gold coins. I'll end up in the red. What? Chapter 101. First time. Yan couldn't believe her ears. What had Hezen just blurted out? She struggled to fully grasp his words. What did you say? Oh, it's nothing, just thinking out loud. It's definitely something. Please repeat it. How terrible. After that, oh, you don't need to make a fuss about it. It was just a rough estimate, really. Even then, 3 small gold coins might be an overestimate. That's not the issue. Even after seeing their dire circumstances, did you really still think about the tax revenue you could get from them? Haha, come on, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not praising you. Oh, looks like we've arrived. As Hezen completely ignored Yan's outcry, the carriage proceeded through the gate of the castle town, where no gatekeeper was present. As they neared Novodyne Castle, the scenery of the town unfolded before them. This is even worse than expected. Yes. Once again, Yang agreed. What lay before their eyes resembled more ruins than a town. The castle appearing in the distance seemed destitute and lifeless. There was no activity on the streets, and the buildings stood abandoned. Moreover, lining both sides of the main street were structures that seemed like they could crumble with a gust of wind. Without pedestrians, the cooing of pigeons echoed eerily. Was this truly a castle town? It seems its former splendor is nothing but a distant memory, Hezen muttered emotionlessly. According to his research, once in its prime, Novodyne Castle rivaled other castles, with a bustling town that never fell silent. Yet everything was now in ruins. A lord seemed pointless for this land. Regardless of who occupied the lord's seat, they would be the same to its people, useless. Perhaps they were more concerned with their daily struggles to survive. Master. Yes, renovating this place will require substantial funds. We must consider raising the tax rate. Raise it, not lower it. Haha, why would we lower it? I'm not joking. Are you really considering to raise taxes despite this dire state of affairs? Have you lost your mind? To improve profitability, one must explore all options. Again, that's not the issue. As they argued, villagers shuffled past, each wearing an exhausted expression, their steps faltering. See that? Yeah, I can't believe they're drinking in broad daylight. That's so not the case. Why you sure? Master, you haven't been making much senses. Is there something on your mind? Wow, you noticed. Actually, I have no experience in managing a territory. So he's admitting he is a complete novice. Yet Yan felt very sour she couldn't simply respond with, "Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to play the part of a ruler who would be better off non-existent." Why would I? Anyway, tax revenue is crucial. We can't accomplish anything without a balanced budget after paying tribute to the high-ranking nobles. But you swindled 10 large gold coins from Major Simmet, didn't you? With that much money, we can easily rebuild this land. I've already spent it. Hi. You've spent it. You mean all of it? Yup. What in the world did you spend such a large sum of money on? I've no obligation to disclose that to you. Ugh. You've got to be kidding me, Yan thought. Anyway, there's no point in dwelling on what we don't have, and I don't appreciate those who rely on other people's wealth. You've to deal with your own predicaments. I can't even understand what you're talking about anymore. Well, I understand my duties as a lord. I might not have much time to devote to managing the territory, but I'll give it my best. By the way, what are the duties of a lord? Collecting tax and maintaining security. What? Yan was shocked, mouth agape. Chapter 102. Guardsmen. Around the same time, a lone guard stood before the gates of Novodyne Castle, a few hundred meters away. Yawn, I could really use some more sleep, muttered the guard, Rog Uram yawning. He fixed his bed hair with his fingers and stretched his body. His gaze unintentionally landed on top of the gates, where the bricks were riddled with cracks, creating the impression it could collapse at any moment. If that happens, I'm as good as gone. Muttering grim thoughts to himself, he continued to stretch for a bit. He took his time as he had nothing else to do. With Novodyne Castle rarely seeing a visitor, he had plenty of spare time. Oh hey Rog. Though still a distance away, Cecil River, the stewardess, greeted him cheerfully, waving with enthusiasm. Her smile, reminiscent of a sunflower, and the sway of her golden ponytail exuded a charm that could captivate anyone. You're as loud as ever. Having low blood pressure, her voice seemed to echo loudly in his head. The weather's lovely today, isn't it? Hum. Huh. Rog released a deep sigh as he watched the ponytailed girl hum off-key. Knowing her for many years, he understood she wasn't trying to act cutesy, but she had a screw loose. Oh, right, there's a letter that came in yesterday. A letter, that's rare. What's it about? It's about a new lord arriving. I wonder what kind of good-for-nothing we'll get this time. This district, now a dumping ground for demoted nobles, had seen its fair share of good-for-nothing lords. An alcoholic noble who did nothing but drink all day. A sadistic noble who took pleasure in tormenting the townsfolk. A back-in-my-days noble who kept bragging about his past glories all day long. Occasionally, there were nobles who genuinely tried to improve the land, but they inevitably gave up in despair when they realized the futility of their efforts. Just the other day, one such noble, an escaping from reality noble, suddenly vanished without a trace. I'm sure the new lord will be a good person. Your optimism is enviable, so when is the arrival? Today. What, isn't that too sudden? I told you, I forgot to mention it. You shouldn't be so cheerful about admitting your mistake. It fell upon the guard to welcome the new lord, a duty that required him to wait at the town's gate a few kilometers away. While it was likely another good-for-nothing lord, that was no excuse to neglect his duty. At that time, he spotted a luxurious carriage adorned with ostentatious decorations approaching from the distance. It most likely carried the new lord. Damn, they're here already. Yale. This isn't the time for cheers, Rog retorted, but having accustomed to the girl's idiotic behavior, he decided to overlook it for now. He had two options: rush over and apologize for his negligence or act as if nothing were amiss. Since the custom itself was somewhat traditional, many nobles didn't particularly care about it. If he were lucky, he might just get away with it. Okay. After weighing his options, Rog settled on the second choice. And then, stepping down from the carriage was a young noble with sleek black hair, sharp eyes, and refined, handsome features, accompanied by a 6-year-old girl with equally striking beauty. The nobleman approached Rog directly, his gaze assessing him. Are you a guard? Why yes, my lord. Rog couldn't help but be taken aback. While it was normal for a lord to address his guards, previous lords typically disregarded him entirely. What exactly are you guarding? Pardon. You're a guard, aren't you? What is it that you're protecting? That's. Rog faltered, unable to formulate an answer. The castle had been without a lord and devoid of any assets worth protecting. He merely stood here every day because it was his duty. Next time, I hope you'll have a better response. If all you're doing is standing there, a scarecrow could suffice. I apologize, the guard hurriedly replied with a deep bow, but the nobleman, Hezen-Heim, walked past him without a second glance. And you are? I'm Cecil River, the stewardess, my lord. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, I'm Hezen-Heim, the newly appointed lord. It seems you've been taught proper manners, young lady, unlike our impolite guard. Hezen glanced back at Rog. Ugh. Hehe, I received praise. Cecile grinned, unabashedly displaying her happiness, while Rog frowned at his unfavorable evaluation. He found it unjust. If the idiot stewardess had promptly informed him about the letter, he could have at least give the new lord a proper welcome. Greetings are fundamental for a guard. Remember to greet all visitors next time. Yes, my lord, Rog replied, his shoulders narrowing further with each of the nobleman's remark. So, Cecile, what are your duties? My lord, as a stewardess, I handle cleaning and cooking. I see, you're a bit loud, but I expect diligent work from you. Yes, my lord. The nobleman, who had identified himself as Hezen, seeming wearied by the exchange, turned back to Rog. And you, what's your name? I'm Rog Yurem, my lord. I see. Rog, could you show me around the castle now? Of course, my lord. As Hezen turned away, Rog hurriedly positioned himself in front, leading the way through the castle gates. This new lord was enigmatic, markedly different from the nobles Rog had served over the past 5 years. Regardless, he would fulfill his duty and guide Hezen through the various parts of the castle. As they walked, the silence grew palpable, with neither of them exchanging a word. Hezen appeared lost in thought while beside him. Might you be the lord's daughter? Absolutely not. I see. The black-haired girl shot Rog a glare, as if he had uttered the most absurd statement. Mr. Rog, right? You should be careful. Oh, of what? Of him, he is abnormal through and through. Chapter 103. Ability. Rog couldn't believe his ears. The statement of the innocent-looking girl was audacious, to say the least. Glancing at Hezen, Rog noticed that the nobleman seemed oblivious to it, which eased his nerves. Young lady. You can call me Yan. Apologies, Miss Yan, but perhaps it would be wise to choose your words more carefully. Rog wasn't sure about the dynamic between them, but it was evident that Hezen held authority. However, Yan appeared unconcerned. I'm just stating the truth. But some truths are better left unsaid. It's okay, he doesn't care anyway. Yan spoke loudly, yet Hezen ignored her, his attention flitting around the castle as if he were trying to memorize every detail. Suddenly, Hezen stopped and turned towards Rog. I don't see many people. We have fewer than 5 employees here. After the previous lord disappeared, the other guards and employees left Novodyne Castle. The only ones remaining were locals. In that case, you were unnecessary here, weren't you? Pardon. The castle lacked a lord and scarcely any occupants. There was no need for you to keep standing at the gates, was there? Rog was at a loss for words at the logical argument. He wanted to argue that it was his duty as a guardsman, but undeniably, he merely stood there in front of the gates. Considering what I've observed, there seem to be no treasures, valuable paintings, or statues needing protection here, am I correct? Yes, my lord, you're right. Indeed, the castle's coffers were nearly empty, plundered by the previous lord before his disappearance. I already have a personal guard named Kakazu. Therefore, your presence seems redundant for now. Though unable to counter, Rog couldn't shake off the feeling of inadequacy as his worth was repeatedly questioned and labeled as incompetent and superfluous. Well, he had even been abandoned by the previous lord who had disappeared. Even if Hezen decided to fire him, he could only accept it. Does that mean I'm fired? No, I haven't assessed your capabilities yet. Kakazu will evaluate your abilities later. For now, follow my commands. Why, yes, my lord. Rog's spirits lifted at the prospect of redemption. He couldn't afford to lose his job. He was determined to prove himself. As the conversation progressed, they eventually reached a room. This is the lord's bedroom. The beautiful ponytailed girl swung open the door with ta-da. The room was spotless, from the bed to the floor and windows, a clear indication of daily meticulous upkeep. However, despite the cleanliness, it was evident that the room was somewhat worn out for a lord's quarters. The previous lords often berated Cecil for this, a sight that always pained Rog, even though she would forget it within a couple of hours. What do you think? Cecil asked, her smile radiant. Hezen strolled around the room, wearing an expression of satisfaction. Impeccably clean. Although the room's condition is a bit subpar, it's not your doing but rather a matter of budget. Well done. While Rog felt relieved that Cecil wasn't reprimanded, a twinge of irritation gnawed at him at yet another instance of her receiving praise. To him, who had been consistently labeled as incompetent, it felt like unjust favoritism. Rog, go gather all the residents in the plaza, commanded Hezen. All of them, my lord. Yes. The district may have had a modest population, but it still numbered 500 residents in total, and he had to gather them all by himself. Mr. Rog, let me assist you, offered Yan, her smile as comforting as an angel's. She's such a kind girl, Rog thought, feeling a wave of relief. Really? That would be. You needn't bother. He's perfectly capable of managing it on his own. It's not like he's capable of being useful in any other capacity, anyway. With tears welling in his eyes, Rog set out to gather the residents. Chapter 104. Rule. 5 hours later, Yan knocked on the door before entering the room. Master, everyone is already gathered in the square, she announced. Our guardsman is surprisingly efficient, remarked Hezen, reclining on the bed as he casually flipped through the pages of his book. Stacks of 100 books lay beside him. With standard reading speed of a page per second, the young magician began to deftly prepare himself while continuing to read his book. Yan, half in awe, continued. Apparently, he's familiar with everyone since he's a local, and they seem to like his gentle demeanor. I see, he does seem like a pushover. At least call him kind, why don't you? HMPH, fine, just ignore me, Yan pouted, but naturally Hezen paid her no mind. Section. Meanwhile, in the large plaza, Rog, oblivious to the conversation in the room, was diligently finishing preparations. He had never questioned why he became a guard, but the Lord's criticisms had stung, branding him as incompetent and lazy. Determined to shed those labels, he had done his best to gather all the district's residents as quickly as possible. Once they were assembled, questions, dissatisfaction, and complaints arose among them. What kind of person the new lord will be? Must be another good-for-nothing. Same as the previous ones, yeah. No matter who becomes the lord, everything will remain the same. All nobles are the same after all. He won't care about us commoners. I'd rather the lordship remain vacant. Why did the previous lord disappear anyway? Most shared the sentiment that the new lord would be a good-for-nothing. Nevertheless, Rog had completed his task. Exhausted, he sat in a corner of the plaza, contemplating that once the lord arrived and he could clock out, he would treat himself to some well-deserved drinks. Section. Exactly 5 minutes later, Hezen strode into the plaza. The crowd greeted him with discontent, their frustration evident as they had been abruptly summoned in the midst of their daily tasks. In those short 5 minutes, Rog, the diligent guard, had borne the brunt of their frustration, bombarded with complaints like, "Is this really the meeting spot? Are you sure about the timing?" Unable to offer much explanation, all he could do was apologize repeatedly. Anger and resentment simmered among the crowd. As the setting sun cast its warm glow behind Hezen, a tactic often employed by politicians to convey authority and magnificence, but its intended psychological impact was lost on the disgruntled assembly. Hezen could discern their frustration from the weight, skepticism toward him as their new lord, and anxiety over his youth. The subtle manipulations of light failed to register amidst the overwhelming atmosphere of unease. Well, can't blame them, Hezen let out a small sigh. Lords rarely address their subjects, except for the occasional narcissistic ones. To win favor with flowery words like, "A lord's duty is to serve his people. I shall strive for good governance to enrich your lives," and the like, only to reveal later that little changed under their rule. However, this was not the case with the black-haired nobleman. "I'm Hezen-Heim, your new lord," he declared. "Do any of you truly understand the laws of the empire?" And he asked. No one answered. "I thought as much, so let us not be bound by them," the black-haired nobleman declared without hesitation. What are you talking about?" Yan looked at him incredulously. "What? There's no point in expecting people unfamiliar with the intricate laws of the empire to adhere to them. It would be far simpler to direct them on what needs to be done. This would make life easier for them as well, don't you agree?" That may be true, but... The crowd began to buzz with curiosity and intrigue at this unconventional approach. Perhaps he was a lord they could actually reason with. Just as this sentiment began to settle among them, Hezen spoke once more. "Listen carefully. I want you to remember one rule only. In the Crod district of Xerxin territory, I am the ultimate authority. My words are law. My orders are absolute. I will be open to objections or arguments, but I will not tolerate defiance or insubordination. If I command you to die, you will die. Even if I instruct you to dance naked, steal, commit robbery, or murder, you will obey. You will live and die by my orders." Among the people, a collective thought emerged. The new lord is unhinged. Chapter 105. Tax. The statement was incredibly outrageous, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Only Yan, standing beside Hezen, managed to stammer, "Master, you must be joking." And to the people's non-response, "I'll take your silence to mean you've understood." "Well, it is a simple rule," Hezen muttered. Indeed, the rule seemed simple, but they didn't understand it, or rather, they couldn't. Amid the silence, an old man, appearing to represent the district, stepped forth. "And who might you be?" Hezen directed his question at the man. "This old man's name Darrell, your lordship. I oversee the organization of this district." "I see. So, am I correct in assuming that you simply want us to comply with your orders?" Despite his confusion, the old man attempted to inquire calmly. "That's right. Well, I will be having Yan here oversee the judicial, administrative, and legislative matters in the district, filling in any gaps as necessary, but that is indeed the general guideline." "Your lordship." As heavy silence reigned, a lone voice pierced the air. It belonged to a tall, slender girl with large glasses perched on her nose. Her eyes, slightly angled upwards, exuded intellect, while her meticulously arranged bangs hinted at a disciplined nature. "Ah, Sinon." Cecil, standing beside Hezen, waved enthusiastically at the girl. "Do you know her?" "Of course, her name is Sinon and she's incredibly smart. A true genius." Hezen regarded Sinon with interest, his gaze appraising. "What about the tax rate?" Sinon asked. "Ah, that's likely on everyone's mind. Yan, what's the standard tax rate?" "It's 10% higher than what's currently in effect here." "I see, in that case, we'll revert it to the standard rate." "Eh, what?" The atmosphere among the crowd shifted from confusion to anger. Hezen's earlier remarks hadn't incited such a reaction, but the prospect of a 10% increase in taxes directly impacting their livelihoods ignited their fury. Despite the rising tension, Hezen remained unruffled. "You need to gather up at least 3 small gold coins. I've gone through the detailed documents, and based on my calculations, you should be able to scrape together that amount. See, can't you reconsider, please? We're begging you." "No, can't do. 2 small gold coins are necessary for the tribute. The remaining one is essential for the district's operations." "You don't fucking kidding me. Crops won't grow in this land, that's why the taxes have been low." A farmer immediately erupted. His name was Bazad, Durrell's son. Unlike his father, he was large and muscular. "That's not entirely accurate. The decision to lower the tax rate was made solely by a nobleman named Halanda, the former lord. However, it didn't yield increased profits, leading to his disappearance. Everything was documented in his diary. Despite the tax reduction, you still didn't meet the full amount. You've sure had it easy," Hezen replied coldly, gazing down at Bazad. "Still, isn't the increase too high? I've mentioned it's the standard rate. If you doubt me, should I have Yan fetch the relevant documents as proof?" "Ugh. It's truly astounding how low people can stoop, blaming external factors while ignoring their own shortcomings. Do you want to know why the former lord lowered the tax rate? Because he saw you as pets." "Pets?" "Yeah, he believed that by providing for you, you'd become loyal to him. What a foolish man. Even pets require training, or they grow lazy." "See, cut your bullshit." The large man quivered with humiliation, glaring at Hezen as if he were about to strike. "Am I wrong? Ah, yes, people possess cunning. He should have realized that they are different from pets. You exploited his naivety, shamelessly betrayed his trust, and ultimately led to his downfall. Your actions drove him to make himself scarce." "Ugh, shut up. Either way, I don't accept it." It seems an ethical discussion is futile." "Well, suit yourself," Hezen said, conjuring a magic wand in each hand. "To those who share his sentiment, step forward. You will face 10 lashes as punishment, don't worry. I'm skilled in healing and I'll make sure you don't die," Hezen grinned fearlessly. Chapter 106. Cake. Everyone stood in disbelief, as the magician in front of them suddenly prepared for battle, holding a magic wand in each hand. Yan, observing from the sidelines, shot Hezen a shocked look with her jaw dropped, a typical reaction for her. "Master, are you insane?" "Oh right, I almost forgot," Hezen muttered. 8 magic wands manifested behind him, rotating in the air and casting a dazzling light. "How careless of me. One should never let their guard down, regardless of the opponent. Thank you for the reminder, Yan. WWA, what the hell are you doing? Yan exclaimed, her shock turning into fury. You're pointing your magic wands at unarmed civilians. Yan, remember this. A true powerhouse isn't strong only against other powerhouses, but also against the weaklings. Quit trying to act cool. Ignoring the girl's futile retort, the magician, or as the girl labeled him, the abnormal man, glared fearlessly at the onlookers. What are you waiting for? Come at me. EKN, now you're resorting to threaten non-resisting citizens with violence. Non-resisting? You simply lack the courage because I'm ready for battle. If I were unarmed, I imagine all 500 of you would attack me at once. Bazad, the young man, involuntarily took a few steps back. For your information, I once took on 30,000 people alone. Handling all 500 of you is a walk in the park for me. Don't think you can make me back down with your numbers. GH. What was this nobleman going on about? The burly young man couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. Bazad, calm down. In that moment, Durrell, beside him, put a hand on his shoulder, halting his agitation. Is your son a cowardly dog or something? He keeps barking but offers no bite. You might want to invest more in his training. Please accept my apologies on his behalf, your lordship. However, while it's true that the previous lord reduced the tax rate at his own discretion, it was only by 10%. Even then, we couldn't afford it. Just look at me, I'm skin and bones. The old man displayed his frail arms, appearing on the verge of tears. Darrell was a veteran negotiator. With his frail physique and poor countenance, he could easily elicit sympathy from anyone. A trick he often used to plead leniency from the previous lords, leading to concessions for the people of the district. Sympathy was a universal emotion, after all, albeit varying in intensity from person to person. Unfortunately, the individual before him hardly fit the human category. Lies, the black-haired lord fixed Darrell with a piercing gaze. I would never dare to lie to you, your lordship. Your body naturally doesn't build much muscle, does it? No matter how much you eat, you remain as thin as a skeleton. You exploited this trait to gain sympathy from the former lord, who was kind-hearted. But I'm familiar with human anatomy. You have some nerve trying the same ploy on me. Even so, if you suddenly increase the tax by 10%, we won't be able to afford it. In that case, how are all of you still alive and well? Let me guess, you're hiding some secret stash, aren't you? Wouldn't be surprised, given the tax deduction, plus you still didn't cough up the full amount. No, we would never stoop to that. We're barely scraping by, just the bare minimum of bread. Everything else has been handed over. Darrell continued his deceit. Hezen had hit the mark. Each year, he'd only paid 80% of the taxes, pocketing the rest. He knew the former lord's kind heart wouldn't scrutinize him, but he mustn't confess. He had to somehow lie his way through this situation. Then, why didn't you hand over those bread? Maybe then the former lord wouldn't have disappeared. But without those bread, we'd starve. Please, I implore you to overlook this small misstep. The old man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. But in a very nonchalant manner, Hezen replied, then why not eat cake instead? Chapter 107. Fear. The lord's unreasonable words reverberated through the air. The crowd erupted in furious echoes all at once. This is outrageous. Damn your taxes. Are you expecting us to die? Is this how a lord should behave? What's the use of a lord if his people are starving to death? Just disappear. Go back where you came from. Scum lord. Quite the ruckus. Grin. Hezen hurled his harpoon-shaped magic wand, causing it to streak through the air and carve out a 10-meter-wide hole in the plaza. What? That's Crimson Lotus, a magic wand designed for one devastating strike. It can only be used once a day, with inefficient magic power consumption, but it can easily obliterate a small area. Oh, our only place to relax. Darrell sank to his knees, overcome with tears. You're quite the performer. Trying to garner sympathy in the midst of all this. Why cry over a mere plaza? It's just a spot for idle drunkards who refuse to work. Besides, Yaksha brigands. Hezen plunged his other magic wand into the ground. Soon after, the departed began to rise from the earth, numbering in the hundreds. Instantly, screams of terror filled the air. Men, women, children, the elderly, all were gripped by fear. The walking dead encircled the plaza, trapping those attempting to flee. What are they? Asked Yan, visibly unnerved. They're creations of the magic wand I crafted using the 5th grade magic gem Queen Basia sent recently, loyal undead soldiers who will obey any command I give. As I've said, I can easily subdue ordinary folk who can't use magic. Why you're going too far? Too far? Preventing escape is the most fundamental aspect of managing territory. There's something fundamentally wrong with that mindset. You should strive for good governance to prevent your people from wanting to escape. That's what the previous lord attempted, yet his efforts were in vain. The weak aren't always virtuous, Yan. Sometimes they can be more devious and self-serving than the strong, and no one is better at feigning weakness than the weak. The jaws of the people dropped in disbelief. Only now did they realize that they were completely at the mercy of this abnormal lord. The misfortune of yesterday didn't seem that bad anymore. Let me warn you, you are not allowed to leave the district without my express permission. My undead soldiers have no fear of daylight. They will work 24/7 to prevent any escape, while my other servants will keep a constant watch over you. When the black magician raised his hand, tens of thousands of ravens gathered in the plaza, singing ominous chorus with their sinister cawing. Where did all these ravens come from? Yan stammered. Despite my frugality, I don't mind spending some money to keep secrets. I'm well aware that what I'm doing violates the Empire's laws. It would be inconvenient if someone were to file a lawsuit against me. This devil, Yan muttered, grasping her head. Meanwhile, Sinan, Rog, and Daril gazed up at Hezen, while others prayed, wept, or despaired. Cecil, however, seemed to have nodded off. What exactly do you want us to do? Sinan asked, raising a trembling hand. You're free to do as you please, as long as you pay the tax of 3 small gold coins. I have no desire to meddle in your lives, any more than necessary. So, regardless of the tax rate, it's 3 small gold coins. Yep, that's right. Understood, the hardworking beautiful girl replied, lowering her hand. Hezen chuckled with amusement. I admire your bravery. His words were met with silence. I assume there are no further questions. Well then, until next time. As the people found themselves immobilized by the weight of impending hardship, Hezen swiftly departed from the scene. Chapter 108. Despair. Hezen returned to his chamber in the castle, stretched out on the bed, and reopened the book he had put down earlier. Why, you're really relaxed. Entering without a knock was Yan. Her expression went past shock to resignation. What? I thought things ended fairly successfully. Did I do something wrong? To be frank, you did everything wrong. Can you be more specific so I can improve? What's with this unnecessary and abnormal desire to improve? Yan wondered. Well, everything about him was abnormal, but anyway, one thing that really crossed the line was that remark. Again, everything you did was wrong, but what was up with that? Then why not eat cake instead? That was uncalled for even by your standards, master. A ruler should never utter such words. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the #1 forbidden line in history. Hearing Yan's explanation, Hezen glanced at her before shaking his head. Indeed, that line is infamous as the heartless response of a queen to her starving people's plea for a tax deduction. However, it conceals a hidden meaning. Hidden meaning? I see you don't get it. Those words from the wise queen were meant to convey. Instead of complaining about the unchangeable, shift your perspective. So, when I said they should just eat cake if they lacked bread, I wanted them to change their mindset and showed me that they could overcome the adversities. Naturally, those with narrow minds wouldn't comprehend. Nonetheless, there ought to be some who grasp the true essence. Overcoming the current plight of the district requires more than just an average individual. It demands talent and courage. Do you really mean that? Please think before you answer. Absolutely. I see, that's a regrettable. The phrase, tragedy due to misunderstanding, reverberated in Yan's mind. Master, you're a genius, but sometimes you can be incredibly stupid. Me? Stupid. More like, you expect too much from others. Those who struggle to put food on the table each day hardly have the luxury to contemplate your words deeply. Yan wasn't aware of Hezen's background. However, she was certain he didn't come from a farming family. His lack of fear regarding starvation likely stemmed from never experiencing it as a child, so Yan reasoned. Well, it's not as though I hold expectations for all of them, only a select few. Like that girl named Shin. She's shown the determination to improve this place. Yan, try to get close to that girl. Keep me informed of her actions. Why, you mean you want to spy on her? Hey, I don't intend to hinder her. Just like with you, I want to facilitate both her successes and failures. Failure too. People don't truly grow without making mistakes. Only through countless failures and setbacks will they realize their full potential. D-Devil? Yan looked at Hezen with jaw agape, then sighed. But what's the plan now? Surely you don't believe you can squeeze out more taxes just by tightening the noose around their necks, right? Indeed. I merely did that to loosen the grip of control held by that Durrell fellow. Durrell, that old man. To Yan, he appeared merely as a frail, elderly figure. By denying all his pleas, Hezen had likely neutralized his influence, if not lessen it. This is a land that thrives in the absence of a lord. By uniting as one, they've kept the former lord from seizing control. Through my investigations, I've discovered that the unpaid taxes amount to a significant sum, likely hidden away somewhere. But that might be their only means of survival. That's where you're mistaken. That's merely resignation. It's why this land remains desolate. Everyone has relinquished hope for it, hence why it languishes. What? You're a strange person, Master. Well, your strangeness often goes unnoticed because of your abnormality. Wasn't it you who made them despair? No, despair has always been by their side, striking at random. I merely opened their eyes to its presence. The current state teeters on the brink of demise. The land is barren, the population stagnant, literacy scant. If they were to continue scraping by with tax exemption, they would soon go bankrupt. Only a dismal end awaited them. Thus, the transformation of a select few is crucial. The rest will quietly follow. In the depths of despair, the glimmer of hope shines brightest. Hezen chuckled, a daring smile gracing his lips. Chapter 109. Time. The next day, Yan ventured outside the castle, only to find herself met with a series of hostile glares from the townsfolk. It was evident they regarded her as the daughter the devil lord Hezen. Of course, they refrained from hurling stones, but the palpable animosity in their eyes was enough to sting Yan deeply. Excuse me, but I heard Miss Shin's house is around this area. Could you perhaps point me in the right direction? Tui. The response was a disdainful spat on the ground, followed by silence. Yan couldn't help but feel sad. She had never experienced such vehement hatred before. Everything was Hezen's fault, true. Nursing her grievances, Yan pressed on towards Shin's house, a dilapidated structure so dilapidated it seemed liable to collapse in a strong breeze. She wasn't sure if it deserved to be called house. Inside, children filled the cramped space, with Shin multitasking between babysitting and reading an advanced book. The reality surpassed the bleakness outlined in the investigation report. Even Yan's hometown had an orphanage, but there wasn't even one here. It was just a group of children without relatives living together. Without fields of their own, they could only scrape by through odd jobs for farmers or secretly foraging wild vegetables in neighboring districts. Yan had faced her own fair share of hardships, but she wasn't confident if she would still spend some time studying were she in Shin's place. Despite having no time to spare for herself, Shin persisted in her studies. As Yan gazed at Shin, imagining the enormity of her struggles, Shin noticed her. Ah, you are the Lord's daughter, aren't you? No, I'm not. My name is Yan Lin. Nice to meet you. Yan tried to reassure Shin with a bright smile, but Shin's expression remained guarded. What brings you here? She asked curtly. She didn't welcome my visit, all right, Yan inwardly winced. I wanted to help you and the people of this district. Help us? What's your angle? Angle? No, I genuinely want to help. I'm against the tax increase too. I heard from Cecil that you're smart, so I came to find you. Smart, huh? What good is being smart when I can't even provide for these children? Shin's frustration seeped through her clenched teeth. Yan stared at her for a while before sighing softly and offering a gentle smile. There's someone I'd like to introduce to you. Introduce to me. He should be here soon. As if on cue, a weary-looking man in his 30s, sporting a stubbled beard, entered. Mr. Nandal, you're late. Late? As soon as he heard those words, Nandal reached out and pinched Yan's cheeks firmly. Ow, 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 wha are yo doin'? That's my line. Do you have any idea what I've been through? With you and Second Lieutenant Hezen absent, my workload piled so much I nearly died from overworking. And now you have the audacity to tell me I'm late. Be boot, yo our alive arrogant yo. As the extremely mad merchant vented his frustrations, Shin and the children cowered in fear, but not Yan. She still refuted desperately, even as her cheeks were squeezed relentlessly. When Nandal finally calmed down, he asked as he eyed the group skeptically, "Are these the kids you want me to take in?" "Yes. You're short-staffed, aren't you? Can they handle basic calculations?" "They can't." "Can they read and write?" "They can't." "I'm heading back. Seems like I've wasted my time." "No, please wait." "Don't go." Nandal turned around and tried to leave, but Yan desperately stopped him. Nandal rubbed his temples in frustration. "Even though I'm short-staffed, these kids won't even be much help with manual labor. If they could at least read and write." "I'll teach them. I'll have them reading and writing within a month," Yan declared loudly. "Can you really pull it off?" "Of course. You can hold off on paying them until they're useful, but you must provide meals. If you agree to these terms, I'll make it happen." "Those terms are agreeable, but they'll need to help with chores in the meantime." "That works." "Ha, Second Lieutenant Hezen, must have got you doing absurd amount of work. Do you really have time to look after others?" "Well, I was taught that sometimes. You just have to roll up your sleeves and get it done," Yan replied with a smile. Shin very confused by the exchange at first, but she gradually grasped the situation. "You are giving these children jobs. Why? Didn't I tell you? I want to help improve this district, and I believe you are key. To achieve this, I need you to have time freed up from looking after the children, which means they must receive guaranteed meals and education to become self-sufficient." Yan aimed to grant Shin the same free time and liberation Hezen afforded her. By releasing Shin from the responsibility of caring for the children, her talents could be harnessed for the greater good. While Hezen and Yan might be able to pull it off, they both shared the opinion that Shin alone radiated both talent and passion necessary for truly revitalizing the district. "Now then, things are about to get busy. You've to prepare yourself." "Yes." Faced with Yan's smile, Shin replied softly, her gaze dropping as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 110. Dream. Yan guided Shin through the castle to its library, where a vast collection of books awaited. In addition to Hezen's original collection, he had acquired numerous new books, expanding the library far beyond that of even a high-ranking noble's. "Wow," Shin couldn't help but murmur, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "This place will be open to the public, so feel free to visit whenever you like." "It'll be open to the public. With all these books here." "It's one of Master's policies." One of Hezen's few redeeming qualities was that he wasn't stingy. He willingly shared everything he possessed with others. He was essentially devoid of material desires or possessiveness. "So what's the plan, Shin? I can help you if you want." "Well, if we want to pay the 3 small gold coin tax, we'll have to rely on crops." "That makes sense. This land lacks natural features like mountains or rivers, and commerce isn't thriving either. To be blunt, this land lacked everything. To make anything of it, growing crops was the only viable option. But this land isn't very fertile. The yield is much lower compared to other districts," Shin said. "Isn't it simply because the fields are depleted?" "That's one factor, but I'm not sure. Have the farmers tried using fertilizers and such?" "They have, but the crops still struggle to grow." "Has the soil been tested?" "I've compared it to other districts, but I couldn't discern any differences." So we have nowhere to start." "Haha, it must be laughable." Shin chuckled self-deprecatingly as Yan pondered. "What?" "I can't do anything. I'm struggling to even take care of myself, yet I want to help everyone. Isn't it laughable?" "That's not," Yan began, but was interrupted by Hezen's silent entrance. "Master, what are you doing here?" Yan shouted in surprise. "What do you mean, what am I doing here? This is my castle. I'm here to grab a book." "Your lordship," Shin bowed as a courtesy. "Oh, it's you. The girl who's going to get 3 small gold coins for me, right?" "KH. It's not just Shin. Everyone has to chip in, everyone." "Same difference. I don't care as long as I get the money." "Do your best," Hezen said, turning his attention back to his book search. "You're actually finding this amusing, aren't you?" Shin glared at Hezen, frustration evident on her face. "What do you mean?" "Why wouldn't you be? I'm just an orphan without any fields. I'm no leader like Mr. Darrell. Yet I acted tough when I can't do anything. Hazen stared at her for a while, then released a sigh. You're quite harsh on yourself, aren't you? Does it really matter whether you can or can't do anything? Oh, obviously. I once dreamed of creating a world without conflict. Of course, not for any grand ideals or noble causes like for the greater good. I just wanted it, that's all. Once, there was a child who dreamed of eradicating poverty from the world. His parents toiled endlessly on the farm, and he wanted to relieve their burdens. It seemed like an audacious dream to me. The child lacked wealth or knowledge, with seemingly nothing going for him, except for his jet-black eyes that shone brightly. What became of that child? He developed a fertilizer that accelerated crop growth significantly quicker than the normal one. Thanks to his invention, hunger on the continent decreased by 30%. That's incredible. Remember, attempts by the older generation to change the world often end up making it worse. It's the dreams of the young that pave the way to a prosperous future. At least I'm not drawn to those who merely complain about their circumstances. I'd rather send them home to wither away or work them to death. Master, that was one word. No, 100 words too many. Ignoring Yan's retort, Hazen left the library after finding the book he was looking for. Chapter 111. Investigation. After some research and discussion, Yan and Shin decided to visit Darrell. The old man appeared even more haggard and exhausted than he did the day before. What brings you here? We'd like to look into the wheat field, Yan explained. For what purpose? We aim to increase the overall yield to pay the 3 small gold coins tax. However, that would be impossible given the current state of the fields. We want to identify the underlying cause behind their poor fertility and productivity, Shin clarified. Feel free to do as you wish, Darrell responded before turning away and laying down on a nearby surface. It looked like he'd given up hope. The scent of alcohol wafted from him, too. As Yan and Shin headed towards the wheat field, they noticed Darrell's son, Bazad, busy plowing. It seemed like he was still motivated. What are you doing here? Bazad asked. We're here to inspect the wheat field, Yan answered. Inspect the field? What would little girls like you know about fields? Mr. Darrell gave us permission, Shin interjected. He did? Damn, what's he thinking? Well, maybe he's not thinking at all anymore. Do as you please, Bazad responded without care, returning to his work. After observing him, the girls then began to inspect the soil. Let's start by checking the soil's composition. Lack of nutrients may be why it struggles to sustain crops, Shin said, grabbing some soil. Ha, amateurs! The young man scoffed. Shin reddened in embarrassment and looked down, but Yan was unfazed. Rather, she asked with a curious look on her face. Do you know anyone who is not an amateur, then? We'd appreciate an introduction to someone knowledgeable. Are you looking down on me? I might not look like it, but I've been tilling this wheat field my whole life. But you don't know why the crops are failing either, right? The girl countered with a grin. As Bazad fell silent, Yan continued, we'd prefer someone with in-depth knowledge about soil. It could be someone from neighboring district, preferably with a proven track record. You could try Old Man Gamano, Bazad suggested. Is he an expert on soil? Yan inquired. He claims he can hear the soil's voice. His wheat field used to yield twice as much as others, Bazad explained. Used to. At Yan's question, Bazad wore an embarrassed look on his face. My old man stepped in. He feared higher taxes with such abundant yields. So, he convinced Old Man Gamano to ease up and match everyone else's yield. Ever since then, Old Man Gamano lost his drive and his field deteriorated. Well, I understand the reasoning, Yan remarked. The higher the yield, the heavier the taxes, and once taxes increased, they were unlikely to go down, hence why Darrell wanted to keep taxes low. But my master only requires 3 small gold coins in tax. If the yield improves, you get to keep the surplus, Yan explained. And you expect me to believe that? I bet if we manage to pay 3 small gold coins, he'll hike up the tax to 4 or more small gold coins next year. Lords always want more, Bazad retorted dismissively. Well, Yan had expected the lack of trust, but she didn't let it discourage her and asked, could you please tell us where to find Mr. Gamano? You really going to see him? He's been stubborn ever since, and his bad back puts him in a foul mood. Actually, that works out perfectly. We can assist Mr. Gamano with his wheat field while we are at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aren't you with the Lord? Bazad asked curiously. Well, you could say that, but why do you ask? Why are you so determined to fix the fields? We've all given up. Given up? You haven't even tried yet. Those who say I can't usually never try. If you just give it a try, ideas might come and someone could lend a hand. But if don't even try, that's the end. But if you don't even try, that's the end of it. I'd know because I used to not even have the luxury of doing nothing. My life hasn't exactly been smooth sailing, see. Bazad's eyes widened in surprise. Yan appeared to be around 6 years old, but her words seemed way beyond her years. You'll find his place about a 5-minute walk west from here, on the corner. He's not fond of outsiders, so he might just shut the door on you. Thank you. Well then, let's go, Shin. Why yes. As Yan bowed and began to walk away, a quiet voice murmured behind her. Good luck. Chapter 112. Carriage. Following the directions given by Bazad, the two paid a visit to the home of Gamano, an elderly man confined to his bed with a face etched with wrinkles, clearly showing signs of stubbornness. What's your business here? Well, Mr. Bazad mentioned that you're quite knowledgeable about farm soil. Get lost. Come on, don't be like that. We're coming in. Hey. Yan marched into the house. When dealing with stubborn folks, you had to be even more stubborn than them. This was her rule of thumb. The interior was modest, furnished with only the essentials. We seek your guidance to improve the yield everyone's fields. It's too late. I've warned Darrell countless times to take action before the soil became irreparable, but he never listened. I'm sure he had the everyone's best interests at heart. But his approach is no longer viable with Mast. I mean, the new lord in charge. Please, we desperately need your help. Yan bowed deeply. Get out, I have nothing to say to you. Then, we'll be borrowing your field. You aren't using it right. I heard it's been neglected since you hurt your back. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste. It's my field, don't you dare lay a finger on it. But if you can't pay the taxes, the Lord will confiscate it. I won't let anyone out. Gamano attempted to rise but winced in pain, clutching his back. Shin hurried over to support him. Are you all right, Mr. Gamano? KHU, stop that girl. He screamed through the pain, but Yan didn't care. She exited the house and surveyed the wheat field for a moment before wandering around and grabbing a hoe to start plowing. Yan was just plowing randomly, of course. She was an amateur when it came to farming. She was just waiting for old man Gamano to offer guidance. When an expert witnessed someone floundering in their field of specialization, they often felt compelled to intervene and offer guidance. Yan was banking on this tendency. She knew few could resist the urge. How is it like this? That little. Yan sensed the old man growing increasingly irritated and couldn't help but inwardly grin. He'd blow up soon enough. Clack, 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 him. At that moment, the sound of wheels approached, and Yan straightened up. She looked over to see a luxurious carriage heading her way. The carriage entered the wheat field and halted before Yan. Stepping out was Hezen. Master, what are you doing here? This is my land, I can go where I please. Anyway, I've been invited to a noble social gathering, and you are coming with me. Why, you mean now? But I'm in the middle of something very important. I'm not asking for your opinion. Utterly self-absorbed, incredibly egocentric, mood destroyer, Yan stared at Hezen with jaw agape. Fine, Kakazu. At Hezen's call, the towering figure descended from the carriage. Kakazu will take over for you. He'll have this field and the others around it tilled by nightfall. Also, Shin, isn't it? You're coming with us too. Me. Yan, what do you think is a fair wage for her? T2 small silver coins. That's not simply out of sympathy, I hope. Oh, of course. After assessing Shin for a moment, Hezen nodded and beckoned her to enter the carriage. All right, hop in. I'll hire you as Yan's assistant. Here, 2 small silver coins. With a flick of his hand, Hezen tossed the coins from his pocket, and Shin hastily caught them. Observing the scene with disdain, Gamano directed a contemptuous glance at Yan. I see, you're a noble. Trying to help the poor as a pastime, aren't you? And no, let me explain. You never really cared about the fields. Why, you've got it wrong. GRR, master, this is all your fault. Her plan ruined, Yan complained with tearful eyes. Hezen, having listened to the exchange in silence, bowed deeply to Gamano. I apologize. The worth of your time and Yan's cannot be compared. What did you just say? Am I wrong? With your age and ailing back, you can't even tend to the field. You won't even share your knowledge with others either. You've simply squandered your life nursing a grudge against some guy. Meanwhile, since Yan arrived, she's been tirelessly working for over 18 hours straight, without a single break, trying to help the community out of their plight. It's clear whose time is more valuable. KH. Hezen seized Gamano by his shirt and locked eyes with him. Let me be clear, I'm not as kind as Yan. I'll lend Kakazu to you. You'll instruct him thoroughly like your life depends on it. I expect to see tangible results, or else you can say goodbye to this world. Oik. Let's depart, time is of the essence. As the old man trembled with fear, Hezen released him and turned around, boarding the carriage with Yan and Shin. Chapter 113. Preparation. On the way, Yan collapsed on all fours to the floor, tears streaming down her face. It seemed she couldn't move on from the fact that her plan had been ruined. Please, stop being such a drama queen. Heartless, inhuman, good for nothing. Stupid, 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 stupid. I can't get why you're so mad at me. You needed that old man's help, and I made sure he provided it. You forced him. Yes, I did. Which renders it meaningless. How come? Your goal is achieved, isn't it? My goal is to bring joy to the people. Listen here, if I hadn't forced him, that old man would stay on the sidelines until he passed away in bitterness. By forcing him, he won't give his best. Hardly anyone works because they want to. They simply distract themselves from reality by deriving fulfillment from the work they are forced to do. Such is the kind of creature humans are. Please stop trying to corrupt me with your despair over humanity. I'm just stating facts. Oh, is that so? Sorry, I misunderstood. After all, I'm not as twisted as you. Anyway, take this. As usual, Hezen couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Yan and handed her a book. What is this? It's a book about noble etiquette. Manners, appearance, propriety, etc. You have to learn everything in 1 hour. Owen ho, grrr, stupid master. Yan screamed in frustration but still opened the book and crammed the contents into her head. Hezen shifted his attention to Shen, who had been staring dumbfounded at their interaction. Here, same goes for you. Time waits for no one. Why yes. As the girls hastily studied their books, the carriage abruptly halted, entering Nandal. Without so much as a greeting, Hezen began, "We're heading to a noble social gathering. Please arrange appropriate attire for these two immediately." Why you mean noble attire? Can't you handle it? I mean, I mainly cater to commoners. But I can introduce you to a nearby clothing store that serves nobility. That'll suffice. Just inform Gizar, the coachman, of the destination. Gizar, you mean the Thunder General. Former Thunder General, yes. Now he's just a coachman. I also have him handle various miscellaneous tasks. I could use a break. Gizar's complaint echoed from outside. The once Principality General now served as Hezen's covert operative. Just recently, he conducted a preliminary survey of the surrounding districts and their people. He hadn't been given a single break, so he occasionally grumbled, but he mostly kept quiet, knowing the defeated had no right to complain. Letting Gizar's complaint go in one ear and out the other, Hezen continued his conversation with Nandal. Why not open a store in this district? If you establish it in the castle town, I'll grant you tax exemption. Are you sure? I thought you needed to pay tribute to a higher-ranking noble. I appreciate your concern, but I'll deal with it. Currently, I aim to drive out the surrounding merchants. Is that wise? As a newly appointed low-ranking noble, stirring such disruption could bring trouble. Nothing I can't handle. That's simultaneously ominous and reassuring. I understand. Nandal managed a weary smile. One more thing, Hezen added. In addition to the kids Yan had you hire, I hope you can hire some young people who don't have a farm field. How did you know about that? The black-haired girl immediately interjected. Looking at her, Hezen let out a sigh and smiled. I didn't. I simply inferred through my understanding of your hypocritical behavior patterns. You're the worst, only the young people. Yes, I want to boost literacy among them so I can delegate some of my work. While it would be beneficial to have literate older people, I don't expect much from their ability or willingness to learn. Plus, younger ones are more visually appealing as clerks. Then, what about the elderly without fields? Aren't you going to give them jobs? I don't know. Their productivity is limited, so they're naturally a lower priority. Perhaps I'll reconsider when I have the time. Are you a devil? It's a matter of practicality and priorities. I'm not in the business of charity. My focus is on maximizing overall impact. That sounds like something a devil would say. You're not thinking logically. Younger people, at least, are proactive about improving their circumstances. It is naive to think you can help everyone, so you'd best stop. I know what's best for myself, thank you very much. This master disciple never fails to make others anxious. Nandal released a deep sigh. Chapter 114. Rand. The group arrived at the neighboring Katlia district, where they were directed to a surprisingly large store by Nandal. I see you have quite the network here too. I thought you only operated up in northern Garna. Well, a merchant's livelihood depends on their connections. Plus, the store owner hails from Garna as well. That explains it. As they entered, a middle-aged gentleman approached them. Welco, it's just Nandal. What do you mean, just me? Is that any way to greet an old friend? Especially when I'm bringing a valuable customer. The stubbled man glanced at Hezen beside him, who introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Hezen-Heim. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Please, call me Ramyawan, the middle-aged gentleman replied with a deep bow. Forgive me for cutting to the chase, but I need dresses for these girls suitable for a social gathering. Certainly. What is your budget? I'm not too familiar with social gatherings. Let's say around 1 large silver coin. With a smile, Ramyawan nodded and began assisting the girls in selecting their dresses, much to their bewilderment. As they were occupied, Hezen took the opportunity to peruse the store's offerings, more as market research than personal shopping. It seems luxury items can really drain the purse. I wonder if investing in them is worthwhile. Either way, they won't be fit for your dilapidated castle, Nandal remarked. I'll have it rebuilt within a month. Do you even have the manpower and materials for that? For manpower, the undead soldiers will suffice. And as for materials, can I rely on your help? All right. I was wondering what you'd have me do when you invited me over, but it seems you're going to work me to the bone again. It's hard to find a resourceful person like you. Of course, I'll utilize your skills. By the way, what about the magic gems? My men brought them, but I'm not sure if they'll meet your standards. There are quite a few poor quality ones in this batch. That's fine. I can use them to scout talents for wand making, which is my current priority. Hezen had already established a magic wand manufacturing workshop within his castle. While at the fortress, he had only his small chamber to work in, but this one was spacious enough for about a dozen people. You truly are bold to brazenly produce magic wands when it's prohibited by the Empire. Circulation of magic wands were strictly controlled by the Empire. Only members of the Wandmaker Guild were permitted to craft them, practically giving them monopoly in the industry. Naturally, Hezen's actions were completely illegal. It won't be an issue as long as it remains hidden from authorities. Furthermore, with more skilled wandmakers, it could revitalize the industry. There's also high demand on the black market. The biggest black market around here is the one in the Imperial capital, but there's a lot of competition there. Indeed, the market is already established, so breaking into it will be challenging. Although Hezen had no intention of losing in price competition, it was easy to imagine that in the end, he would be driven out by the sheer numbers of competitors. Not to mention, there was the potential interference from high-ranking nobles, which could put his main occupation as an imperial general at risk. Then, how about transforming your entire castle town into a black market? Nandal joked. That not a bad idea. I was just kidding, right? No, it's a very feasible suggestion. As Hezen began to contemplate with a solemn expression, Nandal felt a sense of foreboding and hastily objected. But this area is already overrun with criminals and drug dealers, isn't it? If you establish a black market in your castle town, won't they flock there? We can crack down on them. Or better yet, we can enslave them and utilize them as free labor. A slave ranch, perhaps, doesn't sound too shabby. Please don't suggest something that sends shivers down my spine, as if it's a good idea. Nandal sighed deeply, but Hezen paid no heed and continued. No, I've been thinking about what to do with the castle town, and turning it into a black market isn't a bad idea. It could also provide me with fresh slaves. I'm not comfortable with the idea of slavery. Why not? Instead of sentencing criminals to death, enslaving them could be a more productive use of their lives. It might even reduce the demand for women and children as slaves, making the empire a safer place. Why you're seriously frightening me, Nandal instinctively took a few steps back. Moreover, this approach could effectively utilize the elderly. Rather than physical labor, they could oversee the slaves' management. With contract magic ensuring obedience, there would be no worry of rebellion. Distributing meals to them, meals didn't require strength. Unlike animals, they didn't require much care. They just needed to be instructed and put to work. No initial costs involved in acquiring criminals. Their meals, feed, could be kept to a minimum. They didn't need to be paid, too. The elderly with fields could use them for cultivate new land, too. They could also do the complicated parts of renovating the castle that the undead soldiers couldn't handle. Slave ranch, the more Hezen thought about it, the more appealing the idea seemed to become. It could work. Thank you for the suggestion, Nandal. No, please don't thank me. I want no part in whatever you're concocting, Nandal screamed, on the verge of tears. Chapter 115. Invitation. A few hours later, the group arrived at the social gathering held in a castle in the Raglio district, hosted by Baronjo Bellina, a low-ranking noble. Several sumptuous meals were laid out, while a glittering chandelier illuminated the venue. The host, Baronjo himself, was entertaining the guests with dignity and grace. The main guest was Dudbehan Jariat, the local high-ranking noble, and the liege of the surrounding low-rank nobles, including Hezen. Dudbehan held the title of Ryubuku, the lowest among the 20 high-rank noble titles. Despite being the lowest among high-ranking nobles, his status far surpassed Hezen's, who held the lowest title among low-ranking nobles. Low-ranking nobles were obligated to host large-scale social gatherings regularly. This included Hezen, and so learning the scale, budget, and priorities of such events was one of his purposes in attending. As Hezen, Yan, and Shin entered the venue, the eyes of the assembled nobles turned toward them. Being newcomers to this regular event inevitably drew attention. While Hezen was accustomed to attention, Yan and Shin, less so, felt a bit awkward. They instinctively hid behind Hezen, feeling bewildered by the stares fixed on them. Essay Master, is it just me or is everyone staring at us? You're being too self-conscious, Yan. It's not everyone, just 49 out of 72 of them. That's practically everyone. If you don't assess the situation accurately, you won't survive on the battlefield. Isn't it uncouth to talk about battlefields at a social gathering? Wise men once said, always conduct yourself as if you were on a battlefield. It is no exaggeration to call this place as a battlefield. That's over-exaggeration. Refrain from screaming, it's uncouth. Yan glared at Hezen with her jaw agape, an inelegant expression indeed, but the surrounding people simply assumed she had been scolded and let it pass, given her young age. Hezen, too, ignored her and approached Baronjo the host. Thank you for inviting me today. Ah, you must be Lord Hezen-Heim. I should be the one to thank you for making it all the way here. This is my younger sister Yan. Oh, what a beautiful young lady. After exchanging pleasantries, they engaged in small talk. Meanwhile, Dudbehan, the high-ranking noble, glanced in their direction. Hezen politely concluded the conversation and made his way towards Dudbehan. The man was also an Imperial General. Despite being 5 years older than Hezen, he held the rank of second lieutenant, lower than Hezen, who had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant in just 3 short months since joining the Imperial Army. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Hezen-Heim, recently appointed as the Lord of Crod District. I'm Dudbehan Jariat. How are things looking at Crod District? Everything is going well. Does that mean I can expect the next tributes to be paid in full? Absolutely. Color me surprised. It seems someone who has achieved promotion, so unusually swift, is truly different from average men. Thank you for the compliment. Well then, I will excuse myself. With a sullen expression, Dudbehan headed towards another group of nobles. As he exchanged words with them, the group burst into laughter. After that, no one approached Hezen. Someone is unpopular. Never mind that, you have too much food on your plate, Yan. I'll finish all of it. Have it in smaller portions. Some people might get noisy if you don't demonstrate proper manners. Forget about me, what are you going to do? What do you mean? Those people over there are bad-mouthing you. Clearly, they don't accept you as one of them. Just let them be. I don't intend to get along with them, either. I just need to maintain a minimal polite interaction. Their pack leader, Dudbehan, seems worthless too. You say that, but considering he's your liege, some level of friendship is still necessary, isn't it? I've already got something planned for that. Why, you have? Just as Yan made a suspicious expression, the door to the venue opened, and a robust-looking old man and a beautiful young lady made their entrance. While everyone was transfixed by the unexpected guests, Dudbehan ran up to Berenjo, the host, drenched in sweat. Why you? I didn't hear about this. What are the head of House Donaire, Lord Volt, and his daughter, Lady Emma, doing here? House Donaire. Didn't you know? They're a great noble house, holding the 5th rank of Ninka. I heard they were free, so I invited them. Hezen chimed with a wide grin. Chapter 116. Invitation. Upon hearing Hezen saying, I invited them, Dudbehan was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. It was unheard of for someone of the lowest of the low noble, standing to extend an invitation to the head of a prestigious noble family, ranked among the top 5 in status. And to add to the shock, the prestigious noble wasn't his direct liege. Volt Donaire. He was a brave general with over 1,000 battlefields under his belt since his teenage years. Once counted among the Empire's 4 counts, he retired from active duty in his 30s to establish Thenor Academy, which swiftly ascended to become one of the Empire's most esteemed educational institutions within a decade. Despite having stepped down a rank after retiring from active duty, he still wielded considerable influence among high nobility. Naturally, his status was leagues above that of Dudbehan, who was standing at the bottom of the high-rank nobility ladder. As soon as Volt caught sight of Hezen, he eagerly made his way over. Hezen, it's been too long. I've heard about your successes from my daughter. Rising to the rank of lieutenant in such a short span up north, been quite the wild one, haven't you? Just fulfilling my duties diligently. Ha. Still as humble as ever, I see, Volt laughed heartily. Beside him, the lovely young woman sighed deeply and shot Hezen an exasperated glance. Honestly, you always spring things on me so suddenly. Emma, thanks for coming. I'm glad to see you. Jay, just so you're aware, I've been quite busy myself. The young woman, her beauty rivaled only by her elegant dress, blushed as she responded to Hezen's words. I see. Tell me some insider information you have, then. I know you just want to chat, but don't make it sound like you're conducting an interrogation. She answered in frustrated manner when suddenly noticed Yan. This girl is. Oh, this is Yan, my sister. You have a sister. Made her one just recently. I don't think you can just make a sister, Emma replied, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, Yan, having observed the nobles around her and following the teachings of her book, gracefully bowed in an aristocratic manner. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Yan-Heim. So adorable. You don't resemble Hezen at all, and I mean that in a good way, Emma murmured to the little girl, resisting the urge to scoop her up in a hug. I got her at a bargain. Don't treat such a cute little girl like a commodity. In the middle of their conversation, Dudbehan slid up beside them. He cleared his throat. Did he catch a cold? She may seem small, but you wouldn't believe how useful she is. Hezen remarked, ignoring Dudbehan. I feel sorry for you, Emma said, looking at Yan with pity. I feel sorry for myself too, Yan said. Gahahaha. She must be extraordinary for you to speak so highly of her. Now I want her to be my granddaughter, Volt commented. The 4 of them were engrossed in their conversation, treating Dudbehan like air. Ahum. Pardon me, Lord Dudbehan. Hezen, what is it? If you're feeling unwell, why not visit the infirmary? We wouldn't want your cold spreading to everyone. Hezen, come with me for a second. Understood. Dudbehan pulled Hezen away by his sleeve, leaving Emma and Volt behind. Why didn't you introduce me to them? Oh, you wanted me to introduce you. It's not that I wanted you to introduce me, but it's your duty as someone lower ranked than me. Duty? I'm not sure such a system exists between nobles of different ranks. It's the etiquette, etiquette. Learn it, embrace it, you incompetent. I see. I'm truly sorry, Hezen apologized without a shred of hesitation before coming back to Volt and Emma. Allow me to introduce you, this is Dudbehan Jariat. He is my direct liege. Upon Hezen's introduction, Dudbehan puffed out his chest and smiled broadly. Lord Volt, I've had the great honor of attending your banquet twice. I felt it would be impolite not to greet you. It's a pleasure to see you again. Who? Father, isn't that rude? Emma hurriedly tried to rectify the situation, but Volt still looked puzzled as he regarded Dudbehan. However, have we really met before? I'm confident I'd recognize someone I've met twice. I mean, with your esteemed status, Lord Volt, someone of my humble standing couldn't easily approach you. So indeed, this actually is our first face-to-face meeting. Huh? Wahahaha, why didn't you just say so? That means we're complete strangers. HNGH, why yes, that's correct. Dudbehan looked down, his face flushed with embarrassment. Please forgive him, my father doesn't mean any harm. He's just a bit lacking in tact, Emma apologized with a deep bow. Seeing her graceful gesture, Dudbehan smiled warmly. And no offense taken, Lady Emma, but I must say you are truly beautiful. I've heard rumors that you're one of the most beautiful among the talented women appointed as general officers this year. But I never imagined you'd be this breathtaking. Dudbabin, wasn't it? It's Dudbehan, my lord. At Volt's interjection, the bottom-rank high noble corrected him in a slightly displeased tone. You won't do, but Hezen would be more than welcome. Father. Dudbehan looked down, gritting his teeth as he observed Emma's flushed face. Chapter 117. Exhausting work. After the social gathering, Hezen and his companions returned home in a carriage. Master, why did you even bother going? Yan asked absent-mindedly. To examine the nobles. But it was a social gathering, so shouldn't you have socialized? I did, though. No, you only garnered hate. Especially from that high-rank noble, your liege. Yan didn't seem to be joking, but it only left Hezen confused. He had genuinely tried to be friendly. Well, no matter. He didn't seem significant anyway. Not to repeat myself, but in that case, why even bother attending at all? It was necessary to assess potential allies and enemies. Yan stared at Hezen with jaw agape, but what could he say? It was the truth. For potential allies, he would be sure to win them over. For potential enemies, well, why bother keeping up appearances? Might as well make them hate him further so it could be easier to kill them. For Hezen, eliminating the blurred lines between allies and enemies was socializing itself. Yan, in a liege-vassal relationship, having an incompetent liege is the last thing you want. So it's crucial to assess their competence, and if they fall short, swiftly replace them. Who do you think you are? Yan asked in disbelief. I am myself. Nothing more, nothing less. Naturally, with Yan's lack of self-defense ability, a certain amount of compromise and cooperation would be necessary. She resembled a toddler and couldn't use magic. Given that, her best approach was to avoid making enemies. However, Hezen possessed a certain degree of combat ability and some connections to leverage. It only made sense for him to utilize every card he held. But as a matter of fact, Hezen did consider making compromises. That was, if his liege were on the same level of House Denair. In that scenario, he would play the role of a dutiful vassal even if they didn't entirely align with his preferences. But Dudbehan, despite being a high noble, he was of the lowest rank and utterly incompetent. Hezen saw no reason to lower himself to him, but he might harass you. Well, that would be most convenient. It would give me openings to attack him. D-Devil. More importantly, Hezen shifted his focus to Shin. Shin, although you are a commoner, you will accompany Yan to many more social gatherings in the future. Bear in mind that you have to make up for what this inexperienced girl lacks. Why yes, your lordship, Shin nodded, despite still feeling that everything was unreal. Right then, we've got lots of work to do. Regarding the fields, I'll have my undead soldiers to plow them at night. Only I can command them, so I'll handle it myself. But you are the lord. It's all about the right person for the right job. Social status doesn't matter. From there, it will be your job to revitalize the fields, Shin. Learn everything you can from that old man named Gamano and share his knowledge with other farmers. What if he refuses to teach me? Just let me know. I have plenty of experience in making people cooperative. Grin, Hezen wore a wide grin. Shin looked at him with her jaw dropped, much like Yan, but eventually she mysteriously muttered to herself, I must make him cooperate myself or else, and nodded with a determined expression as if preparing for battle. I'll definitely persuade him to teach me. Please trust me with this. Good response. I'll be counting on you, Hezen nodded, then turned to Yan. Yan, you will meet up with Sandoval, who's infiltrated the slave guild. He should be done gathering the information I need. Rog and Kakazu will accompany you. I understand Mr. Kakazu, but Mr. Rog too. I want to see what he is capable of. Utilize both him and Kakazu to apprehend the guild leader and destroy the slave guild. Please stop asking the impossible. With Kakazu it's possible, trust me. You have to capture them alive, got it. W, what do you want to do with them? Well, I'll be establishing a slave ranch, and I'll need someone to oversee it. Yan gave him an incredulous look, but Hezen didn't care one bit. If possible, I also want to integrate the freed slaves into our district. As a lord, I can easily forge fake family register for them. Of course, you'll be in charge of that, but we can discuss it again later. My head's spinning. Just make sure to inquire if they desire it. If they wish to return to their hometowns instead, you can arrange it. Hypocritical acts like that are your specialty, right? Rude much. All right then, I'll need to pull an all-nighter, so I'll get some sleep while I can. You can wake me up if something urgent arises, but if it's not critical, just have Gizar handle it. I haven't slept for 48 hours, just so you know. Ignoring the scream of the coachman, Hezen drifted off to sleep within seconds. Chapter 118. Purpose. As the group reached the castle, darkness had already fallen. Hezen vanished into the shadows upon waking, while Yan and Shin made their way to the library. Improving harvests and destroying a slave guild, their responsibilities differed greatly, and so did the things they had to check. But Yan completed hers swiftly and happily skipped towards Shin. Shin, let me help you. Are you sure? Weren't you supposed to meet with that man, named Sandoval from the slave guild? I've arranged a meeting with him using a secret code, so I have some time to spare. I can lend you a hand in the meantime. Thank you. Yan smiled shyly at Shin's gratitude. Unused to receive to such appreciation, she felt a surge of happiness and gave it her best to help Shin. As they worked, the face of a certain hateful young man who never gave her even the tea of thank you surfaced in Yan's mind. Seriously, Master's got to have a screw loose in his head. You think so? I at least don't see anything glaringly wrong with his actions. Shin, don't let him fool you. Master is filled with flaws. What do you mean? Master is extremely quick at everything, for instance. Isn't that a positive trait? A positive trait. It's like trying to force a flower to bloom only in spring when it naturally blooms throughout the 4 seasons. Imagine if he treated us, mere humans, the same way. I'd die. Why, you're exaggerating, Shin said, but Yan shook her head. It's like Master forcefully turning the hands of the clock so that everything happens faster. You've seen it happened earlier today. When Yan was attempting to persuade Gamano, she likely would have succeeded given a few more hours. However, without waiting, Hezen secured Gamano's cooperation through threats. At the social gathering, Hezen turned Dudbehan, a high-ranking noble, into his enemy as well. If Hezen had done nothing, Dudbehan wouldn't have harbored so much animosity. However, by daring to invite a noble far superior to Dudbehan, Hezen accelerated the growth of Dudbehan's resentment. The same applied to field cultivation. By utilizing Kakazu and undead soldiers and pushing his magic and body to the limit, Hezen was attempting to accomplish more than 100 days' worth of work in a single day. It was as if an alternate time flow existed around Hezen's life, with the clock's hands spinning at dizzying speed. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Works being done faster is beneficial, isn't it? Shin responded. But Yan begged to differ. What do you think happens to flowers that grow quickly? Well, the sooner they bloom, the sooner we can enjoy them. And also, the sooner they will wilt. Master operates at an extraordinary pace. He lives a life 100 times faster than ordinary people. And with that speed, he is trying to change the world around him. Shin didn't seem to understand, but Yan couldn't blame her. Given a few months, she would likely understand whether she wanted to or not. It would become ingrained in her, etched into her mind. Of course, if Master gains more power, his influence will expand. So it's probable that he's simply racing towards that goal at the moment. But at this rate, those around him, us included, might not last even 10 years. You're being overly anxious, don't you think? Yan would never admit it to Shin, but she assumed that all their actions and conversations were being monitored. After all, anyone whom Hezen placed expectations in could potentially pose a threat to him. Yan had grown accustomed to it, but for Shin and others, it could instill fear of Hezen. Yan believed that Hezen's actions ultimately aimed for long-term results in the short term. 20 years from now, 10 years from now, or perhaps even sooner than that, Hezen would continue to accelerate time toward his ultimate goal, toward his final destination. Ooh, I'm starting to feel afraid. I need to become stronger so I don't get consumed by it all. Yan, you're not making any sense. Shin released a small sigh and delved back into her agricultural book. Chapter 119. Alcohol. The following day, Hezen returned to the castle as the sun rose. After tirelessly plowing all the wheat fields through the night with his undead soldiers, he found himself running low on magic power. I never thought I'd ever be borrowing that annoying guy's knowledge. Looking back, that guy used to delve into agricultural research in his spare time. Despite Hezen's lack of interest, Hezen perused the research results, thus knowing a thing or two about plowing. Tottering, Hezen collapsed into bed. A soft sensation enveloped his body, lulling him into slumber. Section: Alcohol. Alcohol. They say nothing beats alcohol after a hard day's work. I can't understand that sentiment. Alcohol dulls your mind. You'd best not make a habit of it once you grow older. But you turned to alcohol heavily after Mom passed away. It didn't look like you enjoyed it either. I guess alcohol is just like that. It makes happy people happier and sad people sadder. When you're old enough to drink, let's share a drink. Hi. Aren't you curious? What did the alcohol I drank back then taste like? I am curious. All right, it's a promise. Yeah, a promise. Section. A few minutes later, Hezen sprang out of bed and made his way to the library. There, he found Shin, who appeared to have been staying up all night. Why, your lordship, what brings you here? Alcohol, Hezen muttered, striding towards a bookshelf. What? We are going to brew alcohol. Why all of a sudden? To transform this entire district into a black market. Alcohol always attracts good-for-nothings, but procuring it in large quantities costs a fortune. That's why we'll make our own. Moreover, many local farmers cultivated wheat. There were numerous types of alcohol that could be crafted by fermenting malt. By bringing production and raw materials in-house, the profit would be unimaginable. Shin, I'll leave this task to you, Hezen said as he handed the girl some books of his choice. I'll reach out to Nandal. If you require help, don't hesitate to ask him. But I don't know the first thing about alcohol, and I'm still underage. I won't entertain your excuses. Just get it done, Hezen commanded with an imperious smile. I'll soon depart for the imperial capital to fulfill my duties as a general. I expect a prototype to be ready and sent to me within 3 months. But how am I supposed to? Figure it out yourself. Once again, Hezen offered an imperious smile. How much could the girl achieve if given a goal? This doubled as a test for Shin's capabilities. To Hezen, following instructions was important, but what mattered more was one's ability to forge ahead without explicit guidance. Hezen had limited time to manage his domain. However, as he rose in ranks, he would gain more and more domains. As such, having more people who could think for themselves would be a very great help. Since Yan had vouched for her, Shin must have some degree of talents. However, it was imperative to test her limits. Yan, being naive, wouldn't bear to do that. But alcohol, it drives people mad. Shin muttered with an unconvinced expression. Given the prevalence of alcoholism among the locals, her negative impression was understandable. But it didn't matter. I've made it clear from the start, my orders are absolute. Even if I tell you to commit a crime, you have no right to veto it. And you're wrong. Alcohol, it makes happy people happier, and sad people sadder. That's what alcohol does. Hezen turned his back to Shin and muttered so. Civil Official Arc, Chapter 120, Civil Official. The Sky Palace, nestled in the heart of the imperial capital, stood as a sprawling edifice of opulence. It housed not only the imperial family, but also high-ranking nobles, serving as the epicenter of governmental power, a hotbed of corruption. Among its numerous magnificent rooms, Hezen found himself led to one situated farthest away from the throne room, where the emperor conducted his affairs. With a gentle knock on the door, he stepped inside. There, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly lounged on a sofa, his back comfortably nestled against its cushions. "Excuse me, I'm Hezen-Heim, recently reappointed as Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer of the Doctrim Territory." "Ah, the rising star who promoted to lieutenant in just a few months," Consul Noriomo Balner murmured, his fingers delicately caressing his neatly trimmed beard. He held the highest authority in the imperial domain of Doctrim Territory. In the Empire, there existed two types of domains: aristocratic domains and imperial domains. The latter were directly governed by the imperial administration and typically held strategic significance, often situated in regions fraught with conflict or near borders with neighboring countries. Hezen's new assignment lay in an enclave somewhat removed from active battle zones, primarily tasked with providing logistical support to the fronts. As it wasn't a frontline position, the consul held the highest authority. He often shuttled between the Sky Palace and the Doctrim Territory solely for social engagements with the capital's elite nobility. That was the path to promotion, after all. Having been reappointed as Domestic Affairs Officer, Hezen was assigned to the Doctrim Territory. The title of Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer equated to that of Lieutenant, a position of middle management, one might say. You may have had an opportunity for swift advancement due to Colonel Jilva's significant offensive in the North Garna district, but in logistics support, things are different. Our roles often don't get a spotlight. Yes, sir. Well, just keep up the hard work and broaden your connections. Do that, and you'll eventually find a way back to the Central. I'll keep that in mind, sir. By the way, did you bring a gift? I didn't, sir. Zai. After a moment of silence, Noriomo slowly rose, casting a displeased glare at Hezen. You didn't? No, I didn't see the necessity, sir. I see. You're the sort who's overly confident in their abilities and underestimates the value of teamwork and collaboration. People like you don't sit well with me. Is that so? You may be backed an influential person, but don't forget, I am the one who evaluates you. Understood, sir. Right now, my opinion of you is less than favorable. I see. This discussion concludes here. Leave. Excuse me. Hezen bowed and left the room. Of course, Kakazu, his bodyguard, was waiting outside, but there was another person beside him, a beautiful young woman employed at the Central, who had listened in on Hezen's conversation with his superior. She wore a look of disbelief. She was, of course, Emma Denaire. How do you look so calm? She was a bright young member of the Sky Palace Ministry of Agriculture. She, Hezen, and Kakazu had all studied together at the same academy. This time she accompanied Hezen out of concern, knowing how unstable he could be, and unsurprisingly, he proved her concern was well-founded. However, the black-haired young man simply tilted his head innocently. What? Don't give me that look. The consul is the one in charge of the domain you're assigned to, right? Right. In military hierarchy, a consul held the rank equivalent to a colonel, placing him 4 ranks above Hezen, a lieutenant. Even Emma, a high-ranking noble, had to treat him with respect. Yes, though unlike those on the front line, my new superior was rather hard to understand. Things worked out, thankfully. Worked out, it didn't sound like it at all. It sounded more like he hated you like a pest, rather. Really? Why you didn't notice? Unbelievable. Emma had a look of disbelief on her face. She was very familiar with Hezen's exceptional abilities. He possessed an uncanny knack for deciphering people's emotions, sensitive to the nuances of the heart. Yet, for some reason, he seemed incapable of discerning between favor and disdain. Well, he might be upset that I didn't bring any gifts. I suppose I could offer him some samples of the alcohol produced in my domain. I don't think you get what he was implying. The consul was clearly soliciting a bribe. While illegal, such practices were rampant and difficult to curb due to loopholes in the current laws. In fact, exchanging bribes between nobles was considered commonplace. It was unusual for someone not to offer one, like Hezen. Of course, Hezen wasn't oblivious enough to not be aware of that, but still, he shook his head. It's best to eliminate any evaluation criteria other than one's own abilities as much as possible. I have no desire to be judged based on anything other than my own merit. That's why I see no need for bribes. It might make it hard for you to get promoted. Are you sure? I hate to say it, But the Doctrim territory, responsible for logistics support, isn't exactly a place with high prospects for advancement. In the Sky Palace, proximity to the throne room indicated importance, yet despite his excellence, Hezen was once again stationed far from even the palace. It was clearly a form of harassment, given his humble origins and swift rise in the ranks. I wouldn't mind resorting to bribes if my sole aim was promotion, but it's not. Plain and simple. As stubborn as ever, Emma sighed, recognizing her friend hadn't changed a bit. Hey, don't worry, just watch. I'll come back before you know it. Somehow, I'm starting to feel sorry for Consul Noriomo. At her words, Hezen laughed heartily. Chapter 121. Arrival. Hezen's journey from the imperial capital to the Doctrim territory took about 15 days on horseback. Situated in the southern region, exact opposite of North Garna, where he had been assigned to previously, Doctrim had a tropical climate. The Benaha Desert separated Doctrim from the front line at Lyeld. The harsh desert environment forced supply routes from Doctrim to Lyeld to take a detour. As Hezen rode through the area, his expression grew grimmer with each passing sight. How terrible! The town was in even worse condition than his own domain. Wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, with the land dried up. The people's skin was dark brown, tanned by the sun, and their lips were chapped. Men and women lay helplessly under the scorching heat, too exhausted to move. Dead land. That was Hezen's judgment. The land had lost so much vitality that it seemed beyond recovery. The fields were completely dried up, with no crops growing. As he made his way through the town, beggar children followed him like zombies. Slowing down his horse to halt, Hezen shared his food and water with them. When he neared the castle, however, the scenery changed drastically. The castle was grand, surrounded by opulent estates likely owned by local nobles as well as wealthy merchants, their sponsors. The interior of the castle was luxurious, almost like a different world from the wasteland outside. Entering the room he was guided to, Hezen came face to face with a sharp-eyed man sitting at a desk, reviewing documents. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Hezen-Heim, reporting for work." "Likewise, I'm Biganol Ghana, acting consul of Doctrim," the man responded, his eyes still on the document. "You may be an excellent military officer, but a civil official requires a completely different set of skills." "Yes, sir. I have high hopes for you." "It is an honor." Bowing, Hezen left the room. Apparently, the acting consul didn't talk much, unlike the consul. From there, as was customary, Hezen went around greeting his new colleagues. On his first day as a military officer, he had been thrown into a unit of rogues to make him give up, but fortunately there was no such hassle this time, and they seemed to count him in as part of the workforce. His new subordinate was Gilmund Wanoa, a domestic affairs secretary, with the military rank of second lieutenant. Despite being 5 years older than Hezen, Gilmund acknowledged Hezen's rank and assisted him as required, behaving like a proper secretary. Gilmund read the schedule he'd prepared for Hezen beforehand out loud. "Next, you need greet the acting consul's secretary Eucost, the chief domestic affairs officer Mordodo, the senior domestic affairs officer Gildor, and the senior domestic affairs advisor Badadada. And then, there's more. There is a lot more." Hezen couldn't help but be taken aback. "That's troublesome." I don't want to waste so much time to non-work-related matters like greetings. Can I skip it?" "You can, but I'd advise against it. A superior's approval is needed for every document, and there are no superiors who will pass a document for someone they've never met." "Seriously, shouldn't there be no problem as long as the documents are in order?" Hezen asked in disbelief. "You don't understand," Gilman sighed. "It's the customs. Here, you won't last for long if you're disliked by your superiors and people from other departments. You have to make sure to introduce yourself to all of them, and after work, you have to invite them to a feast." A feast? Hezen felt lightheaded. As someone who had never worked as a civil official, he was trying to follow customs despite his unfamiliarity, but he couldn't stand the idea of wasting his precious time. Hezen immediately halted in his tracks. "I'm done with this." "Hi. I'm going to work. Show me to my desk." Are you sure? If the customs were reasonable, I'd follow them, but I'm not going to waste my time with such unreasonable customs. But if you don't follow them, They won't approve documents from you, and you won't be able to get your work done. Isn't the very idea that you can't work unless you follow certain customs wrong in itself? Well, your choice. Don't complain that I didn't warn you. Gilmond answered casually. You're a good secretary. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? You said yourself that you can't work if your superiors don't like you. But you didn't even try to flatter me, you just told me the facts. I can trust someone like you. I just don't want to work in vain. That's a good attitude. Now let's get to real work, Hezen replied, flashing a smile. Chapter 122. Proposal. In the castle, each intermediate domestic affairs officer was given their own room. Their main duties included coordinating several junior domestic affairs officers and handling issues in doctrine, planning, examining, and proposing their countermeasures. To get a proposal implemented, it needed the approval of the Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer, Vice Chief Domestic Affairs Advisor, Vice Chief Domestic Affairs Officer, Acting Consul Advisor, and Acting Executive Officer. As soon as Hezen entered the room, everyone stood up. Unlike his first day as a military officer, his new subordinates welcomed him quite warmly. I'm Hezen-Heim. I look forward to working with all of you. After a brief introduction, Hezen took his seat. He had 4 subordinates: Gilmond, an intermediate domestic affairs secretary, and Bitarn, Daslow, and Cordoba, all junior domestic affairs officers. Having memorized their faces and names, Hezen got to work. While he was drafting a document, the 3 junior domestic affairs officers looked at him oddly. Is something the matter? Hezen asked. Not at all. You are drafting a document? One of them asked. Don't worry, I won't neglect my responsibilities as your superior. I'll make sure to review your documents. I just don't like sitting idle while my subordinates are working. I see. Gilmond, Hezen called to the secretary. It's done. Can you check it? What's done? We need to provide relief support to the people first. And for that, I've drawn 3 plans. But he had only been at his desk for less than 5 minutes. This speed was astonishing, or rather, abnormal. Gilmond began to review the document. 3 minutes later. Have a look at this one too. This is a Lyle-bound transportation route optimization plan. I am sorry, but I'm not done checking the first one. The contents of these proposals are interconnected. Keep that in mind as you go through them. You understood. Gilmond nodded, looking frightened for some reason. Why, though? Not like he was trying to intimidate him. Hezen tilted his head in confusion. Just so there's no misunderstanding, I'm showing you these proposals because I want your objective opinion, that's all. 10 minutes later, when Hezen had finished drafting 2 more proposals, Gilmond spoke up apologetically. I think these are excellent proposals, sir. They're concise, innovative, and logical without any typos. They even include realistic plans. I have nothing to add or criticize. If I were your superior, I would definitely approve them. Really? Then let's send them for approval. I don't think that's a good idea. Is there a problem? Most likely, Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata won't approve them. I see. Hezen nodded, took the documents, and got up from his seat. Sir, where are you going? To Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata's office. What? Not to repeat myself, but I think chances are he won't approve them. That's what you think, but he's the one making the decision. Even if he doesn't approve them, I need to know the reasons, and it'll be more efficient to ask him directly. Plus, I can greet him while I'm at it. And no, you mustn't. It's rude to combine greetings with discussing work. Is that so? Being a civil official is really troublesome. It's less about being a civil official and more about social etiquette. Well, social etiquette was not Hezen's strong point. He had lived his life without being bound by it. However, it seemed he needed to consider it while serving the Empire. All right, I'll do it after I greet him. How long should I wait? Well, at least a day. Guess I won't wait after all. Hezen made the decision in 0.001 seconds. No, please, you should wait. I won't. I might reconsider if it's just 10 minutes. We're not talking about a smoke break here. Does that mean no? Then, I guess I won't greet him after all. Why not? If my proposals won't get approved either way, why bother? It's a hassle. I'm not going to waste a whole day just for greetings. That kind of social etiquette serves no purpose. Even so, you should follow it. Hey, you're an Imperial General, aren't you? I wouldn't be here otherwise. Why do you ask? What if those who establish social etiquette are bound by pointless social etiquette? That's just how social etiquette works. I'm not trying to deny the importance of social etiquette, but it's better to avoid pandering to every aspect of it for the sake of career advancement. If we don't follow social etiquette, we won't get promoted. You won't be able to be free. Gilmond banged on the desk violently, but Hezen remained unflinching. He didn't get mad. He didn't try to intimidate. He just stared into the other man's eyes and said, "Do you think there has never been anyone who thinks the same way as you?" That's. People who resign themselves to pointless social etiquette get used to it. And when they advance to higher ranks, they find those who don't practice it annoying. Then, with a back in my days, they'll start spouting a bunch of nonsense. Remember, if you think something is pointless, don't do it. Even if it will make your path to advancement more difficult. At least, don't do it while you are my subordinate. Whatever happens, don't blame me. My actions are my responsibility. And as your superior, your actions are my responsibility as well. Right then, we've wasted enough time. Lead me to Senior Domestic Affairs Badadada's office. This way, please. With a resigned sigh, Gilmond led the way for Hezen. Chapter 123. Meal. A few minutes later, Hezen, guided by Gilmond, arrived at Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Badadada's office. After a knock, he entered and found a short, fat man resting his chin on one hand. "Excuse me, I'm Hezen-Heim, recently reassigned as an intermediate domestic affairs officer. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, I've heard about you. Pleased to meet you too." Badadada's wide face lit up with a smile. "Right, I apologize for diving straight into business, but I have 2 proposals here. I'd appreciate it if you could review them." "Proposals? No. Before we get to that, I'd like to know a bit more about you. How about we chat first?" "All right, however, can it wait until after work?" At Hezen's response, Badadada revealed a greasy smile. "Muhe, of course, as long as you take me to an establishment." "An establishment? Oh, you mean you'd like to chat while eating? Understood." Hezen replied, resigned. Getting to know his direct superior was part of his duty as an imperial officer, and sharing a meal was the best way to do that. Normally, Hezen finished his meals in less than 10 minutes, but he figured he'd better plan for this one to last about 20 minutes. "But, I've been to every establishment around here," Badadada whispered in a pleasant mood. "If possible, I'd like to have a taste of another region." "All right. I happen to be expecting some fresh produce from North Garna this afternoon. I'll have them prepared for you." "From North Garna, and fresh?" "Yes, sir." "You mean they're young?" "Why young? I suppose you could say that." "Oh, right, you were transferred from North Garna. Northerners, huh? Good, I can't wait." "All right." Hezen was relieved seeing his superior so enthusiastic. He wasn't picky about food himself, but Nandal had insisted on sending various ingredients. "However, since we can't possibly bring and eat them at an establishment, I'll need to find another location." "Don't worry, I have a villa nearby. You can bring everyone there." "Everyone." Understood. Hezen assumed that by everyone, Badadada meant he could bring others to deliver the dishes. He had noticed that Badadada's choice of words seemed a little odd, but maybe the man just didn't pay much attention to details. "I can taste them however I like, right?" "Of course, I can even prepare extras as a gift if you'd like." "Gift, that's wonderful, amazing, great." Hezen had no idea why, but Badadada seemed very pleased. He made a note to prepare larger portions and share the leftover ingredients with his superior. Badadada suddenly seemed hesitant. "But, are you sure? If it's too difficult to prepare everything on such short notice, we can just go to one of the establishments nearby this time." "It's not a problem. Besides, it might be inappropriate for government officials to be seen hanging around in an establishment. Please don't worry, just leave everything to me." I heard you're quite capable, but what confidence? You won't compromise on the quality, of course. I'll prepare them to your preferences if you tell me." Seriously, oops. Badadada wiped the dripping saliva with his sleeve. Gross, Hezen inwardly thought. "So, what's your favorite dishes?" "Dishes?" "Yes, and my subordinate is watching, so I'd appreciate if you keep it concise," Hezen whispered. Honestly, he didn't really want to discuss food while at work and in front of his subordinate. However, his superior seemed to be quite a gourmet, and Hezen needed his approval, and they'd be eating after work. Given the circumstances, he hoped his subordinate would let him off this once. Ah, I see. Well, you're new, so I understand the desire to keep up appearances in front of a subordinate. I love plump but tender meat dishes. Oh, I think you'd love balbo chicken. No, Jill guessed chicken's thighs. Yes, thighs. Plump thighs are my favorite. I'll prepare them. Relieved, Hezen patted his chest. Actually, he wasn't very fond of the topic because he didn't know much about culinary. He regretted not telling Yan to come a few days earlier. Any other requests? Rump was what I'd like to say, but the chest will be better. The juicy one. I see Miglu cows then. They are famous for producing high-quality milk and having incredibly soft meat. Oh, Miglu cows. Are they truly that soft? You sure know your stuff. Thank you. Hezen wasn't sure why, but he received praise. He had only repeated what he had read in a book, but it seemed to be a good reference material. He was relieved. So, about my proposals. I'll approve them as soon as possible. That would be a great help. Hezen sighed in relief. He really wanted these proposals approved quickly, so he was glad his superior was understanding. So, when can you take a look at them? I have a lot on my plate, so I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, or later. It depends on what you will prepare for me. I will do my best. So the quickest is tomorrow. Hezen suppressed a sigh. He'd prefer his proposals to be reviewed immediately, but it was natural for the documents submitted earlier to be reviewed before his. Either way, his direct superior seemed quite picky about food, so Hezen was determined to prepare the best food he could, even though he wasn't very good at cooking. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Gyufufu, I have high expectations of you. Hezen bowed and left the room. Chapter 124. Women. After work, Hezen waited for Batadata at his villa, having already prepared a variety of dishes. Yuhe, sorry I'm lat, huh? Batadata, rushing over with a nasty grin, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? Hezen asked. They're not here yet. They who? I'm the only one here. Did you invite other people? What? Batadata's face darkened, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Where are the women? There aren't any. Why not? Because no one summoned them. Why didn't you summon them? Because you didn't tell me to. I did tell you. Northgarna beauties, beauties with plump thighs, beauties with huge soft chests like Miglu cows. Ring any bells? Zai. Hezen fell silent, his jaw dropping unknowingly. In no way, did you not understand what I said? You mean? They're slang, slang slang, how could you not know that? You incompetent bastard. Zai. What are you gonna do now, huh? Because of you, I passed up on an opportunity to entertain my superiors. You've wasted my time. How are you going to make up for it, huh? Batadata contemptuously patted Hezen on the head. Could you tell me what you want? Women. WMEN. Women, 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 women's, 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 women, 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 women. Women, 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 women's, 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 women, 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 women. WCN. Bring me women right now. Understood. Then get going, bastard. Done screaming, Batadata started grabbing the food Hezen had prepared and stuffing it into his mouth. Hezen immediately turned around and left. 10 minutes later, he came back out of breath. I apologize for making you wait. Oh, that's quick. The women better be good. Of course, sir. I've brought only the best. You hath good. Let them in. Yes. Hezen proceeded to usher the women he had brought inside the mansion, but Batadata was at a loss for words. The women who came in were all wearing tattered clothes and were emaciated. There were 30 of them. His villa immediately seemed cramped with their entrance. Are they to your liking? Why you? What is the meaning of this? Well, when I told them I would give them free food, they immediately followed me. They are all locals who are starving. Hezen turned to the women. Come on, everyone, don't be shy, eat to your heart's content. He yelled, and the women rushed to the food, competing to be the first. Watching this unfolding, Batadata grabbed Hezen by the collar and furiously screamed, Am I joke to you? Do you have to ask? The moment those words escaped his lips, Hezen grabbed Batadata by the chin and slammed him against the wall. Gah. Yes, you are a joke. Because fat pigs like you are rampant in the government, these women haven't had anything to eat. Hey gee. Can't move, can you? I don't mean to brag, but I'm quite skilled, you see. I can pull off small tricks like this, even without a magic wand. Eep. Badadada tried to get up, but not a single part of his body, except his mouth, could move as if they were numb. No matter how hard he struggled, no matter how hard he floundered, his body wouldn't move. Honestly, I didn't expect that I would have to erase someone on my first day in office. Erase? Yeah, it'd be a hassle, you know. If I had to get your approval every single time I made a proposal, I mean. Hezen grinned. Congratulations, you will be the first sample of my slave ranch. Why, you think you will get away with? You said you had passed up on the opportunity to entertain your superiors. I'm guessing you didn't tell anyone the reason, right? Well, one or two subordinates know about our little clandestine meeting, but I can just wipe their memories. Please spare me, I have a family. So what? You play with women every night, I'm sure. They'll likely celebrate it if you're gone. Badadada couldn't argue. By the way, how are you going to compensate me? Hazen's gaze turned cold, sharp. What? Badadada's heart shivered. Because of you, I will have to use one of my trump cards. Making someone disappear, especially a noble, isn't easy, you know. Please no I. If I do it too often, someone is bound to get suspicious. I've decided to use it only one more time. Such a precious trump card, and I have to waste it on a fat pig like you. How are you going to make up for it? Badadada was, to say the least, terrified. Sweat, tears, saliva, and almost every other liquid produced by the human body were leaking out of him. Never mind. I shouldn't let my anger affect the others present. For now, once the women have had their fill, I'll explain the situation to them and let them vent some of their pent-up anger on you. And no, I'm begging you, please spare me. Ignoring Badadada's pleas, Hezen headed towards the women who were devouring the food. Chapter 125. Training. Hezen gave a sidelong glance at Badadada, his face covered in fear, and wondered if he had lost some weight. Then he turned to the women who were now fully satiated. All right, let me explain what you're going to do. I'm Kiana. Kiana. Okay, you will be the leader of the group. Leader. You all are thieves who raided this villa. You stole every valuable and kidnapped this man. That's the story we're going with. I am sorry, I'm afraid I don't follow. You will be living as thieves from now on. Thieves. What exactly are we going to do? Simple, steal and kill, that's it, Hezen answered bluntly. Worried, but if you refuse, only death awaits you. We will do it. Right, everyone? Kiana asked the women behind her, who all nodded timidly. Don't worry, a skilled man named Gizar will train you from the basics. You bastard, are you seriously encouraging them to commit crimes as a domestic affairs officer? Badadada interjected, his body trembling. Hezen looked displeased. Quit acting like you're some righteous person, you scum pig. This land is already doomed. What are they supposed to do to survive? The only answer is to steal from the wealthy, from people like you. Domestic affairs officials should solve problems through policies. Oh, so you have some pride as a domestic affairs official. I slightly misjudged you. Hezen turned to Badadada, staring at him for a moment. All right, if you promise to pass policies that will help these women, I'll reconsider your fate. I promise. Will you let me go? I'll consider it. Please take your time. I've made up my mind. I'm not letting you go. I dislike your vague choice of words. The moment I release you, I bet you'll go back out on your words with some excuse, calling it a slang, aren't you? I will pass policies that will benefit them. I promise, I swear. Really? Why yes, I swear to God. Seconds passed as Hezen stared at Badadada's serious gaze, and then he heaved a sigh. All right, I'll consider it. The wide-faced man released a deep, relieved sigh, feeling he had narrowly escaped death. Okay, get this scum pig out of here, Hezen ordered the women. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Oh, you didn't get it. With a refreshing smile adorning his face, Hezen continued. It's a slang term. I'll consider it means I'll think about it, but no, I won't change my mind. There's no way I'd understand that kind of slang. Right. I can't possibly understand the slang used by a vulgar, lustful scum pig like you, either. GH. Hezen grabbed Badadada by the neck and lifted him into the air. Domestic affairs officials should solve problems through policies, wasn't it? Coming from an incompetent official like you, that almost made me laugh. Policies are just a means to an end. To revitalize this domain, a huge amount of money is required. And I'm going to make you and your ilk vomit up the money you've hoarded. Policies are just a tool, but not a suitable one in this case. I can't be breathe cough cough. As Batadata was gasping for air, Hezen released him, dropping him to the floor. Suppressing their fear, Kiana and the rest of the women forced themselves to pick Batadata up. Gah, let go, release me. Just throw him in the corner. I'm going to look for evidence of his corruption. There's nothing like that. Lies. It must be here somewhere, right? No, you won't find anything. In that case, I'll just fabricate it then. Why you'll stoop so low? That's illegal. Obviously. But against a villain like you, no means is wrong. Batadata screamed like a madman. Don't worry. I'll also kindly leave some trace of your special tendencies in this villa you love so much. Once your family find out, they will surely want to change their family register. Bah, do you think they'll believe that? Oh, they will. After all, you look the part. Why was he smiling so refreshingly while saying such a cruel thing? Hezen seemed stranger to Batadata with each passing moment. But if you do that, my family will be impacted too. They'll be thrown into the streets. Well, it's your fault. They'll curse you and blame everything on you. But it's your fault. Maybe if I left a trace of my involvement behind, but I won't be so careless. Just prepare yourself to get cursed by your family. Batadata didn't even know what was happening anymore. He started crying and moaning as if he was having a nightmare. Ignoring him, Hezen smiled at the frightened women. Well now, we've got a lot to do. Grab all the valuables you can find. After that, you'll be training to get used to beat a person. You get to take revenge too while you're at it, taking 2 birds with 1 stone. Look forward to it. Chapter 126. Instructions. The next day, Yan and Rog arrived at a mansion. Inside, they found Hezen, Gizar, and a young woman in tattered clothes they didn't recognize. Yan bowed to the young woman. Nice to meet you. My name is Yan. I'm Kiana. Were you also forced to follow Master? And no. He saved me. The woman who had introduced herself as Kiana replied with a rather desperate tone. She didn't seem to be lying, but it was clear she was terrified of him. Yan was sure her master had done something terrible again. Hezen spoke up. Yan, has the slave guild been destroyed? It has, yes. But it was really, really tough, you know? Yan puffed out her cheeks. She could only use Kakuzu and Rog and had to capture all the guild members alive. She'd barely managed to complete the impossible mission. How was Rog? Why you're asking in front of him? He was very strong. I was honestly surprised. Gizar, spar with him. I want to see his abilities firsthand. I haven't slept or rest for 72 hours. I haven't slept or rested for 72 hours. The former general complained, sounding like he was about to cry, but everyone in the room ignored him, even though some sympathized. They had gotten used to Hezen's unreasonable demands. They worked when he needed them to and rested otherwise. Such was his absolute authority over them. Rog also had big dark circles under his eyes, but without complaint, he assumed a combat stance. In an instant, Gizar's expression changed, his rant stopped. Well, would you look at that? With a flash, Gizar swung the sword by his side. Rog silently took a step back, avoiding the slash by a hair's breadth. That's amazing, Hezen muttered in surprise despite himself. No wonder, the slash had been executed by a battle-hardened warrior. By all accounts, a guardsman from a random poor district shouldn't have been able to evade it. Rog scratched his head in embarrassment. Really? I'm not going to ask how you got so strong, but it seems you should be able to substitute me. Rog, I hereby appoint you as acting lord. Don't make me repeat myself next time. You are now the acting lord. Please wait, I can't do it. There's no way, it's impossible. I'm not asking whether you're up to the task, and neither am I asking for your agreement. It's an order, and you'll do it. Rog stared agape as the devilish lord smiled refreshingly. This is truly a joyous surprise. I was planning to have Kakuzu do it, but now I've gained a new useful pawn. I want you to protect the district. Dudbehan, a high-rank noble, should be harassing it soon. Yan interjected, saying, because Master provoked him. But Hezen ignored her and continued, If he invades, you can invade back. But make sure to conquer his domain. I'll handle the aftermath. I won't invade, Rog answered decisively. Also, have Shin assist you handling domestic affairs, or rather, leave it all to her. If she has any requests, grant them without exception. Sounds like I'm the subordinate. It's a division of roles. The acting lord handles military affairs, while the domestic affairs official manages everything else. Neither role is superior to the other, but in an emergency, you have full authority. Why, yes, my lord, Rog nodded stiffly. You can spend the district's budget as you see fit. If it's not enough, have Shin send a letter detailing the required expenses and how they will be used. All right. Yan, you stay here. No, I'm not asking for your opinion. That's not my opinion, it's my will. In the first place, Shin is my secretary, and I should be there with her. What's mine is mine. Since you're mine, what's yours is mine as well. Yan's jaw dropped. What about the training of the captured slave guild leader? Mr. Sandoval is handling it, but don't feel sorry for them. They were supposed to be executed. I know. Yan clenched her little fists. Ignoring it, Hezen turned to Rog. There's some stuff I need you to bring back with you. It's in that room. Understood. Also, how is Cecil, the stewardess, doing? She's doing fine, if a bit too energetic. In that case, let her run a soup kitchen. Have the castle's budget cover its expenses. Her, are you sure? What, are you worried? Yes, very. I see. Hezen suddenly burst into laughter. It sounded more genuine and purer than Yan had ever heard. What's so funny, she couldn't help but ask. Sorry, she has the talent to brighten up the world around her. That's something we'll never have, Hezen responded before turning to Rog. If she can't cook, have her serve the food. You think too highly of her. She's just an idiot. Rog had an incredulous look on his face. It's a matter of personality, not abilities. I'm surprised. I thought your lordship only focused on abilities. People don't work just for wages. They also don't work just to feed their families. Since it's almost been a month since I took the lordship, let's throw in some treats as well. A delicious meal and a bright smile, that alone is enough to motivate people to do their best. I don't think I understand your lordship anymore. You don't need to. That's all you have to know. Well, be on your way now. All right. Rog hurriedly entered the room Hezen had pointed out and found a person. The person's face was horribly unrecognizable. Bang. Without thinking, he slammed the door shut and turned back. Without a trace of his earlier innocent smile, like a completely different person, Hezen said, "We will raise him on the slave ranch. Give him to Sandoval." Chapter 127. Work. The next day, Hezen, followed by Yan, went to the castle and entered his office. He found Gilmond, the domestic affairs secretary, hard at work with deep dark circles under his eyes. As soon as Gilmond noticed Hezen, he quickly stood up and bowed. Good morning, sir. Did you not go home and stay up all night? Why, yes. It's embarrassing to admit, but I haven't finished checking your proposals yet. Other than the ones I submitted to Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata yesterday, they aren't urgent. While I prefer work to be done quickly, staying up all night will reduce your efficiency. Please avoid doing that in the future. I'm truly sorry. There's no need to apologize. I appreciate your dedication. Why, you're too kind, Gilmond responded happily. Hezen then placed his hand on the head of the black-haired girl who had been watching their exchange. Let me introduce you. This is Yan, my private secretary. This young girl? Gilmond was surprised. It wasn't unusual for a domestic affairs officer to have a private secretary, but she seemed too young. Ignoring his doubtful gaze, the black-haired girl smiled innocently. My name is Yan. Nice to meet you. Gilmond, I know you're very capable, but this child is special. Never compare yourself to her, said Hezen. Yes, I understand. The competent domestic affairs secretary smiled wryly. He was keen. Having witnessed Hezen's abnormal abilities on the first day, he figured that Yan wasn't quite normal either. Good, now you should go home. You've worked through an entire day and night. You deserve a day off. However, Gilmond was confused. For domestic affairs officials, hard work was the norm. Overtime was common, and a day off outside of national holidays was almost a myth. Sensing Gilmond's anxiety, Hezen continued, Work when you need to work. That's my principle. So when I say you don't need to work, you don't. Of course, there may be times when I need you to pull all-nighters, so be prepared. Yes, I understand, if you'll excuse me. Gilman left the room with a relieved expression. As Hezen took a deep breath and sat down, Yan stared at him blankly. What? You're always kind to your subordinates, except me. Me kind? What nonsense are you talking about? I just sent him home because he needed rest, that's all. Then, could you please give me some time off too? Yan grinned and held out her palms, but Hezen brushed them away. I said, work when you need to work. And you need to work on your studies and experience. For the next few years, you won't need any leisure time other than for sleep. Waza, no, I don't wanna, I can't do it. You'll be fine. You have a high stress tolerance. No. You're on your growth period. The reasons you've given aren't convincing, just so you know. No, I don't wanna. Shut up. You'll do as I say. You devil. At Hezen's firm response, Yan could only look at him in shock. 1 hour before work, Hezen's subordinates began arriving at the office. Upon seeing him already there, they realized they were later than their boss and approached him with "I'm screwed" expression. Hezen, however, cut off their attempts to apologize. Wait until everyone's here. When the bell rang to signify the start of work, Hezen addressed his subordinates. I'll only explain this once, so listen closely. You don't need to arrive earlier than me. In fact, don't come more than 20 minutes before work starts. What do you mean? One asked. Simple, I evaluate people based on their ability and achievements. Coming in earlier than your superior just to show off your motivation is a negative in my book. If you must come early, limit it to 20 minutes and provide details of what you're doing during that time. If I find it unnecessary, there will be a penalty. Everyone has their own standards for evaluations. Some superiors might want their subordinates to come earlier than them, and doing so could increase your chances of promotion under their watch. But as long as I'm your superior, you only need to do what's necessary for your work. Keep that in mind. Yes, sir, they replied. As Yan stood by, she could see the respect blossoming in the subordinates' eyes for their superior. Chapter 128. Work. A few hours passed. Besides drafting proposals, they had a lot of work to do. Hezen reviewed the document his subordinates had brought while writing his own proposal. All right. Everything looks good. Moments later, Hezen attempted to stamp the approval section of the 60-page document. His subordinate Bitarn's eyes widened involuntarily in surprise. Have you read it? Yes, it's not bad. I agree it's a good idea to reduce the castle's annual expenses. However, next time, try to broaden your perspective and consider more substantial measures to cut the territory's annual expenses. You understood, sir. Despite his words, Bitarn's face showed clear confusion. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? No, sir, but I'm just wondering if I made some typos. I noticed about 5. I'll fix them and give the document back to you later so you can check them. I don't have to rewrite it. The contents are what matter. This is within my authority, and I say there's no need to rewrite it. Correcting it is enough. We shouldn't waste parchment. I see. Once again, Bitarn looked surprised, as did Hezen's other subordinates. Perhaps his approach was different from their previous superiors. Well, they'll get used to it, Hezen thought as he got up from his seat without worrying about it. I'll go check on the progress of the proposals I submitted yesterday. Meanwhile, could you review these? Hezen handed over about 200 pages of documents. What are these? Proposal plans, I made about 30. 30. Bitarn, your document was well organized, but try to make it shorter and more concise next time. This will help you create them faster and reduce the amount of parchment used. Anyway, these proposals aren't urgent, so you can take your time and report back at the end of the day. At the end of the day? Yes, but if you have other work to do, prioritize that. With that, Hezen left the room, taking Yan with him. When they arrived at Batadata's room, the man's secretaries, both official and private, were buzzing around. Is Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata available? I need to ask if he has read my proposals from yesterday. Well, he hasn't shown up to work, and no one has seen him. That's a problem. Have you reported it to higher-ups? Not yet. Better do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we can't get our work done. That's all you have to say. Isn't it a subordinate's job to worry about his superior? I don't see what you mean. We, Imperial Generals, work for the Empire. Worrying about our superiors doesn't contribute to the Empire. And even if it did, it's your job as his secretaries, not mine. Well then, I'll leave you to it. Hezen spoke brazenly and made his way back to his room. Yan, walking beside him, kept a neutral expression, but inwardly she thought, wow, I had no idea people could be so brazen. When no one was around, she muttered quietly, I'm impressed you could stay that cool. Of course, I didn't leave any evidence, so why wouldn't I? Still, wouldn't it be really bad if someone were to find out? Well, I'll just hush them up forever. You're really scary, you know. Yan muttered, maintaining her poker face. Never mind that. Have you finished figuring out the supply routes? Mostly. It was a lot of work, I tell you. Oh really? That's fast. Well, I kind of took a shortcut by asking around. How reliable is the information? Pretty reliable, I'd say. I got consistent accounts from multiple departments. I also cross-checked the details with relevant documents. I see. Hezen was astonished. The results were beyond what he had expected. He had thought it would take the girl a few more days. After all, even with Kekuzu protecting her, a 6-year-old shouldn't be able to just wander around a government office and chat up the officers. Her research methods should be limited. He had assumed that the girl would gather information by searching through documents, eavesdropping on rumors, or something of the sorts. But the fact that she straight up asked around showed how incredible her communication skills were. It went without saying that he was forcing her to do the impossible to hasten her growth, but this girl easily surpassed that. Her research methods should be limited. He had assumed she would gather information by searching through documents, eavesdropping on rumors, or something of the sort. The fact that she directly asked around showed her incredible communication skills. He was pushing her to do the impossible to hasten her growth, but this girl easily surpassed his expectations. Why are you staring at me? It gives me chills. It's nothing so. There are 12 of them, all taking detours to the front line. That's a lot. Maybe they don't want to take risks. Either way, they pass through other domains. Yan handed a simple map to Hezen. Is there no way to transport the supplies by crossing straight through the desert? That would be reckless, there's no oasis. Just make one, that's the job of the domestic affairs. Huh, I knew you'd say that. Policies with large budgets naturally required approval from various superiors, who would likely see it as unnecessary given the existence of the already established routes. Even if we were to build an oasis, we would have to transport water from somewhere else. That would require another huge sum of money. No, there is another way. What is it? In response to Yan's question, Hezen looked out the window. Rain. That's not something you often see in a desert, though. I'm a magician, I can make it rain. No, that's impossible. There's no magic that can control the weather. Did you look it up? Well, after seeing the conditions of the people here, of course I did. The black-haired girl muttered, biting her lip. Due to the dry land, the domain had become a dead land. The girl must have felt sympathy and wanted to do something to help. Anyway, immediate measures are required. Yan, continue your investigation. At Hezen's words, Yan nodded with a determined expression. Chapter 129. Interrogation. Night that day. Things started to get really rowdy. With no information on the whereabouts of the senior domestic affairs advisor Batadata, his subordinates were in chaos. Particularly affected were his secretaries, 2 official and 3 private. None of them seemed capable of handling the situation. Mosger Vans, the chief of the private secretaries, was sweating nervously. Normally, a senior domestic affairs advisor's secretary was an Imperial General holding the same rank as an intermediate domestic affairs officer. Even if Batadata remained missing, they would simply be reassigned to another department. However, things were different for private secretaries. Since they were personally employed by Batadata, if he didn't return, they would automatically lose their jobs. Usually, the position of private secretary was held by someone who was the second son of a nobleman or younger and unable to become an imperial general. Mosger was no exception. He had been introduced to Batadata through his father's connections and had been working diligently for the advisor for a long time. His status and position were inexorably linked to those of Batadata. If he had to find employment with another noble, his position would inevitably drop from a close aide to an errand boy. As he waited in Batadata's office, hoping for good news, another secretary burst in, out of breath. "Did you find him?" Mosger leapt to his feet and asked. Between gasps, the secretary replied, "His villa has been ransacked. Some people have probably raided it." Raided? Mosger felt lightheaded. Given that information, the chances were slim that Batadata was still alive. Even if he was, he had likely been taken hostage. Where's the list of people he met with yesterday? I'll get it right away. Mosger flipped through the list frantically. He couldn't see anyone suspicious. It was all familiar names whose faces he had grown tired of seeing. Wait, Hezen-Heim, the man who came earlier. Why can't I find his name here? If I'm not mistaken, Simzel should have been there when they met. Simzel, where did you put his name? One of the secretaries asked. Yes, it should be here, huh? The secretary named Simzel scratched his head. What's wrong? The record isn't here. What, were you slacking off? No, I wasn't, look here. I wrote his name, but the details of the meeting aren't here. Then just tell me what they were talking about. It was just yesterday, you should remember it. I can't remember it. Ha, are you a freaking idiot? Mosger suddenly yelled. Batadata often snuck off to banquets during work, so it wasn't uncommon for details of his schedule to be missing. However, it was a rule among the secretaries to memorize and share them in case of an emergency. That's the only thing from yesterday I can't remember. Simzel wasn't an idiot. While he wasn't the most intelligent, his memory wasn't bad. He could remember events that happened within the past month. Could something has happened during that time? It's too unnatural, Mosger muttered. It had only been a day since the man named Hezen took office. Such a strange incident had never occurred before his arrival. But despite his flaws, Batadata wasn't so insensitive that someone would want to make him disappear on their first meeting. Maybe Simzel was drugged, another secretary suggested. But the details of the meetings after that are here, so he should have been awake and conscious. However, it is clear that man is the most suspicious right now. Mosger responded quietly. Canadal, go summon Hezen-Heim. I'm going to interrogate him. G got it. While giving instructions, Mosger tried to recall his encounter with Hezen earlier. Come to think of it, that man had been surprisingly calm despite his superior being missing. Indeed, he had been calm, too calm. If he was an assassin-type magician, it wasn't too far-fetched to think he could have erased Simzel's memories and the records. I will make sure to expose your true colors, Mosger muttered. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious the man became. Mosger slammed his fist on his desk, his fury surging. Chapter 130. Interrogation. A few minutes later, after a knock, Hezen entered the room. Mosger had noticed this earlier as well. Hezen looked imposing, like the main character in a play. I heard you called for me. Yes, please take a seat. Mosger's doubt turned into certainty. Abnormal criminals often had this kind of presence. He had encountered many such people in his previous job as a junior administrative official in a district. You seem unusually calm. Do you think so? Your direct superior is missing. And it happened the same day you arrived. That's true. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? No, I don't. Oh, why not? I was posted in North Garna until recently. There, death was an everyday occurrence. A colleague of mine died on the very day I arrived. Mosger couldn't offer a rebuttal. Civil officials were mostly weak. In logistics support, there was a tendency to respect those fighting on the front lines, while frontline officers often looked down on those in logistics. Mosger himself had never been on the front lines, so he could only manage a wry smile. This is the meeting record from the day Sir Batadata went missing. Regaining some composure, he handed over the record. Hezen flicked through it expressionlessly until he reached his own page. There's barely anything written here. Indeed, only your record where the details are missing. Doesn't that strike as unnatural? It does. Why do you think that is? The record keeper was probably being negligent. I saw him asleep when I was leaving and woke him up. Did he not tell you? Hezen answered boldly, brazenly, casually. Do you really think will work as an excuse? It's not an excuse, but a fact. That's the reason why the details are missing. Could there be another reason? Yes, for instance, you were discussing something that had to be kept off the record. Mosger couldn't help but slam the desk in frustration. What a blatant liar. The fact that the young man even thought such a frivolous excuse would convince him made him furious. Without changing his expression, Hezen asked, "Are you sure about that?" What are you trying to say? Secretaries are obligated to record every single detail of a meeting, even private ones. If you insist that this record is missing details because they were meant to be off the record, a full-scale investigation will be launched, you know. That's. Hezen grinned. He was asleep on duty, that's why the details are missing. I remember it clearly. That's a lie. Why don't you tell me why they're missing then? The guy didn't say why, right? He pretended to forget it, didn't he? It's the secretary's fault for not writing down the meeting details. Stop blaming it on me. There's a possibility of manipulation through magic. There is. Do you have evidence? At this moment, sweat broke out on Mosger's forehead. He had entered this interrogation far too unprepared. You have no evidence? That's shocking. I didn't know private secretaries were so incompetent. Did you try to accuse me with only circumstantial evidence? That's not. Still, Secretary Mosger. You are in luck. I in luck. Mosger was confused. The missing record was a result of your subordinates' negligence. But you don't have to worry, because I remember every detail. We can just fill it in now. Hezen smoothly wrote something on a parchment and handed it to Mosger. Are you insane? Mosger screamed, trembling. The contents of the parchment were extremely convenient for Hezen. According to it, he had submitted 2 proposals that earned Badadada's high praise and instant approval. Of course, Mosger knew Badadada well. He was not the kind of man who would offer praise or give immediate approval to his subordinates' proposals. The fact that Hezen had written exactly this was extremely suspect. The young man was blatantly trying to disguise what had truly happened yesterday. Chapter 131. Bargaining. Mosger was puzzled. It was as if the young man was practically shouting, "I'm the culprit." A normal person would try to escape if pursued. Someone with a guilty conscience couldn't completely fake ignorance. People who gave nothing away during an interrogation only appeared in stage plays. Are you messing with me? This is such an obvious lie. Well, we actually discussed a lot of things, but that's the main points. So you're saying that Sir Badadada praised and gave his stamp of approvals to the proposals from a subordinate he had never seen before. While I haven't seen these proposals myself, that seems impossible to me. Mosger snorted. Hezen might not know how toxic Badadada was, but he did. The man had never, ever approved the documents submitted by his subordinates at once. Misspelling, letter size, writing style. He always found faults, even in the tiniest mistakes, then scolded his subordinates for hours. Well, that was unless they entertained him and put him in a good mood. But Hezen only tilted his head in confusion. Is that so? But from what I've seen in this meeting record, most of the submitted documents were approved right away. Those have been rewritten hundreds of times from scratch. Only perfectly written documents were kept in the records. That was how things worked around here. Hezen, who had only worked for a day, didn't know this. But I don't blame your ignorance. Impulsive youths tend to jump to conclusions, right? But as a civil official, you should learn more. Mosger mocked Hezen as if to get back at him for earlier. I see. It seems Secretary Mosger is misunderstanding these meeting records. What are you talking about? Records are called records because they contain facts. If their contents are based on the secretary's subjective opinion, they aren't records but garbage. It's the custom here. I see. In that case, let's do it that way. What do you mean? Simple, you can just judge my testimony based on your own subjective opinion. Very well, Mosger nodded confidently. He was certain that the young man was the culprit. Regardless of what he said, Mosger would deny it all. No matter how skilled or persuasive he was, Mosger would make him regret his overconfidence. Oh, that reminds me. We discussed another interesting topic as well. Trying to make another excuse. Fine, let's hear it. Hezen grinned and began speaking. It's about how to manage subordinates. He seemed to lack confidence in himself, which caused him to be in constant fear of betrayal. That was true. In fact, Badadada had instructed Mosger to keep an eye on Lazar, another secretary, and report any of his weaknesses out of some baseless suspicion. However, if the subordinate entrusted with the monitoring task were to betray him, he would be defenseless. That's why he gave the same task to all of his subordinates. What are you talking about? You don't get it. Let's say he instructed subordinate A to monitor subordinate B. He also instructed subordinate B to monitor subordinate C, subordinate C to monitor subordinate D, and so on. This way, his subordinates all monitor each other, preventing any chance of betrayal. At that moment, Mosker's heart jumped. He instantly imagined himself as subordinate A and Lazar, the one he monitored, as subordinate B. Who, then, was monitoring him? He received regular reports from his subordinates. How ironic. Spending most of his work hours worrying if his subordinates would stab him in the back. Did you torture that out of him? Mosker asked, trembling. Batadata would never reveal such matters lightly, unless he was forced to, but Hezen slowly shook his head. I told you, we talked about it yesterday, in his office. There's no way Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata would talk about such things to someone he was meeting for the first time. Mosker slammed his hand on the desk violently. Baby talking. Elay, you should refrain from it. Asking mature ladies to breastfeed you while talking like a baby is a bit too much. How? Instantly, Mosker's face grew so hot that it felt like it was going to catch fire. Looking back, Batadata had been very persistent in instructing him to find Lazar's weaknesses. He'd had no choice but to follow Batadata's orders. If the other secretaries had also received the same instructions, it meant they had all been spying on each other. Before long, sweat was flowing down Mosker's back like a waterfall. Well, far be it from me to criticize others' sexual preferences, I think. As long as they don't break the law, people can do whatever they want, yes, as long as they don't break the law. It's a misunderstanding. Everything was Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata's orders. Mosker couldn't help but make excuses. He had committed many immoral and illegal deeds. He had dirtied his hands more times than he could count. Looking at the nervous Mosker, Hezen asked with a smile on his face, "Do you think he'll come back?" Personally, I think the possibility is extremely low. However, he must have secretly kept some sensitive documents, probably in a place where no one can find even after extensive search. Where? These documents should be personally written by him and could be very important that he wouldn't even let his secretaries write them for him. Where are they? I don't know, but if you luak hard enough, I'm sure you can find them. Once a full-scale investigation begins, they'll definitely look for these documents. After all, as a general rule, when a murder or kidnapping occurs, the victim's writings often become important evidence, because they can't interview the victim themselves. All right, let's get back to this meeting record, Hezen murmured with a grin. Chapter 132. Small talk. Sweat was pouring from Mosker's entire body. I'm screwed, kept echoing in his head, getting louder the more he tried to block it out. Are you trying to threaten me? Of course not, I just want us to reach a friendly agreement. I am warning you, I won't give in to threats. He had seen people like the young man before. If he showed any weakness, the young man would get cocky and raise his demands sky high. He had to stay strong. I do have one piece of advice for you. Would you like to hear it? Hezen asked. Advice, don't mess with me. If I get caught, I'll take you down with me and... Miss Rakazaruo. Baby play or whatnot, everyone has their own preferences. But even in paid services, there are boundaries. How deplorable you must be for an experienced lady in the industry to deny servicing you again because you creep her out. Ugh. You even went so far as to ask the lady to put a diaper on you. Never mind the lady, I felt nauseated hearing it. You should understand that everyone has different limits. While you might get pleasure from asking the lady to put a diaper on you, to her and others, including me, it's very, very disgusting. Ugh. At that moment, memories of the past flashed through Mosker's mind. Section, did you pee-pee? Oh Mosker, you're so naughty. Nah, me little babu. Yes, little babu. Don't do that again, okay. Babu bad. You've reflected, good boy. Mama. Pee-pee clean. Alright, I guess I have to. Diaper. D-diaper, no, we don't have one. What, for real? How could you not have any diapers? We're just a regular establishment. We don't provide such a, peculiar service. But that's basic. It's basic, BASIC. I apologize. I'll try to send someone to buy one, but there may not be any that fit Sir Mosker. Little Babu. There may not be any that fit little Babu. There should be many for regular babies, however. Babu is a baby too. Eek. Hey, do you really not have one? My deepest apologies. You were quite drunk when you said you wanted to be treated like this, so I thought you were just joking. Enough excuses. Little Babu doesn't want to hear excuses. I am truly sorry. If you don't have one, just make one. I'll pay as much money as you want. Just produce it in-house. Isn't that natural in a service industry? Yes. Would. Section, his cheeks felt like they were on fire. Had the young man overheard this exchange, or had the woman told him? He felt like his entire body was burning with shame. Moreover, Hezen was clearly looking at him with contempt. As a domestic affairs officer, fact-checking is a must for me. I went there to investigate and interviewed some other employees, and, well, everything seemed to be true. Quite a few other ladies admit you've requested the same service from them as well. So what? I won't give in to threats. It doesn't break the law, and it's none of your business. His social life might be at risk, but he had never violated any law. There were no laws in the Empire that would get you arrested just because you made someone uncomfortable. Mosker kept chanting this over and over again in his head. He mustn't show any weakness. If he did, everything would be over. Looking at him, Hezen sighed and blurted out, Mosker Venice, 38 from Kanarok District. So what? Nothing. But I figured you should know that I've heard about your career history from Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Badadada as well. Lies. What was his intention? Mosker didn't believe that Badadada would divulge his secretary's information to someone else for no reason. Hezen had likely pried it out from him. However, ignoring the man's wariness, Hezen, with a grin on his face, continued listing Mosker's personal information. You have a lover, Siser Kanats, 27, though the divorce settlement of your previous marriage is still ongoing. You have 2 children from your ex-wife, Rockero and Virginia, both females, 16 and 13 respectively. Must be difficult, isn't it, raising children in these sensitive times? How? I've never told anyone that much. Well, our line of work simply dictates fact-checking. Devil. Mosker realized that he was face-to-face with a devil. However, it seems you really dote on your daughters. They apparently respect you as well. Stop. Let me give you another piece of advice. As a domestic affairs official, you should be careful with how you speak, especially when you're asking for a favor. The young man revealed a devilish smile. Ah, yes, Miss Rockero has a fiancé, doesn't she? From House Tyrese, a high-ranking noble family, yes, how enviable. The fiancé's name is Mr. Raglus, correct? A dashing man, it seems. They are mutually in love, too. Ah, how enviable. Please stop. One last piece of advice. I think it's too high. What is? Your head. Holding your head high isn't against the law, sure, but this world is harsh. And it's as cold as winter rain toward those with unusual sexual tendencies. Please. What? I can't hear you. Can you repeat that? Please stop. I'm begging you. I'll do anything you ask, anything. So please stop. Mosker rubbed his head on the ground, begging. Looking down at him, Hezen grinned. Ah, you hate it that much, but we were just making small talk. All right then. Let's get back to our original topic, the meeting record Secretary Mosker. Oh, sorry, I mean Little Babu. Chapter 133. 30 minutes later, Mosker had written down Hezen's outrageous fictional story word for word. Well, is everything in order now? Yes. Good thing I have a good memory. Otherwise, your subordinate's mistake would have looked like a cover-up attempt. It is a cover-up attempt. You're obviously the culprit. Despite his thoughts, Mosker remained silent, deeply afraid of the young man before him. I have a question. What is it? Regarding your proposals, are you sure Sir Badadada approved them? Yes, he did. There's no mistake. What if he didn't approve them? As the fearful Mosker's question hung in the air, the door opened, and a 6-year-old came in. Oh, little Babu, you're here. Who are you calling Babu? I've got a perfectly fine name, Yan, thank you. The girl shot a cold gaze at Hezen. It's a new pet name I've come up with for you. How does it sound? Except for the letter A, it doesn't have any letters from my real name. It's kind of creepy. Can you please stop? I see it creeps you out. Master, don't tell me you. No, I don't like it either. It'd be very embarrassing, if anything. It's apparently a baby's nickname. Then don't call me that again. Why did you do it anyway? Listening to the conversation, Mosger somehow managed to stay expressionless, blending into the background. By the way, what do you think about wearing a diaper? Where did that come from? Well, babies need diapers, so they should wear them. No, I mean if an adult wore one. Well, as people age, they tend to lose control of that part. It's not that popular yet, but there is a demand for adult-sized diapers, right? Yan answered with a serious expression. What if a healthy adult man wears one for sexual preference? That's disgusting. Such a young girl was denying all of Mosger's hobbies. However, ignoring his feelings, Hezen continued his conversation with Yan. You're being harsh. There exists a number of sexual minorities. Don't you think we should respect them? That may be true, but if they want respect, they should respect the opinions of the majority as well. We can't help finding something disgusting, well, disgusting. They shouldn't be upset when we express our honest feelings, at least not when we do it privately. I see. Oh, sorry, we were in the middle of a discussion, weren't we? Secretary Mosger. You were asking whether Sir Badadada stamped my proposals, right? He did. Leap. I saw it with my own eyes when he stamped them. There's no mistake. KH. Mosger was absolutely sure of it. The proposals were still in Badadada's room, unstamped. Hezen was trying to force him to stamp them. Mosger didn't want to do it, but he couldn't refuse. The girl named Yan's reactions were too cold, but he couldn't help but see his daughters in her. When he imagined his beloved daughters looking at him like he was a dirty piece of scum, he couldn't bear it. I understand. Oh, one more thing. There's something I want to reconfirm. Reconfirm what? What was it this time? I take it you are taking full responsibility for writing the meeting record based on your subjective opinion of my recount, right? This man, he wanted to keep his hands clean until the end, even though he was unmistakably the culprit. What audacity! However, Mosger no longer had the energy to argue. Instead, he realized he had to falsify the meeting records and perfect the cover-up. I understand. That would be it for today. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem. By the way, who is this girl? She's my private secretary, said Hezen. He then put his hand on the black-haired girl's head and revealed a smile. Yan, let me introduce you. This is Mosger, my new second private secretary. Say hi to him. Chapter 134. Hiring. Mosger was taken aback by the sudden statement. At first, he thought he might have misheard, but Hezen's words, my new second private secretary, were unmistakable. If it were a hallucination, something must be seriously wrong with his mind, so he seriously doubted it. Mosger nervously said Hezen. I'm currently the secretary of Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Badadada. Of course, I meant after you've resigned. Resigned? I am not planning on doing that. You are the chief secretary, so you're responsible for the disappearance of Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Badadada, you know? You should resign and save your dignity before you're fired. It must be fate. You wouldn't want to be unemployed with a family to support. There's no need to worry. I have some connections that could get me a new job. No way he would work for such a crazy man. Badadada wasn't a great boss, but he'd choose him over Hezen any day. But, as if crushing his hopes, Hezen revealed a devilish smile and gave Mosger a piercing look. Job hunting these days isn't easy. Even with connections, it'll be tough, I'd imagine. I, wouldn't want to trouble you, and I trust my connections. But your reputation greatly affects your employment chances, doesn't it? Rumors can spring up out of nowhere. The young man was clearly threatening him. If Mosger refused to work for him, Hezen would air his dirty laundry. He would ruin Mosger's life, both socially and professionally. What a terrifying devil. Of course, imperial law prohibits forced labor except for slaves, so you don't have to worry about it. Morally, I don't condone it either. So, what do you say? Please let me think about it. Information was pouring in like a waterfall. Mosger wasn't in the right state of mind to make a decision. He wanted to calm down and think about it, even if just for a moment. However, Hezen tilted his head in confusion. You want to think about it? Why, yes. It's a very important matter, so I would like some time to consider it. I see. Well then, let's pretend this conversation never happened. W8 Something the matter? I said I don't condone forced labor. I just don't like indecisive people, that's all. Mosker wore a confused expression, but inwardly he was cheering. Maybe he had misunderstood the young man, he hadn't been threatening him. Maybe Hezen had simply valued him and had been genuinely trying to recruit him. I'm truly sorry. I'm grateful for your offer, but… Just as he was joyfully trying to apologize, Hezen's piercing gaze shot through Mosker again. But it's really unfortunate. Missing out on this opportunity means you'll have a hard time finding another job. It may even leave some impacts on your family. Eep. Well, looks like it isn't fated. Let's go, Yan. With that, Hezen got up from his seat and began to leave. Please wait. Yes. I'll do it. I'll work for you. Mosker struggled to get the words out. The decision was so painful it made him nauseous and brought him to the verge of tears. He hated it so much, but he kept telling himself he had no other choice. However, the devil in human form shook his head with a smile. Didn't I mention it? I don't like indecisive people. I judge people based on whether they have or don't have useful value. And right now, I don't see you having any value. It was the first time Mosker hearing someone telling him that he had no value straight to his face. The young man was crazy. Without a doubt, he was a born psychopath. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of valuable people out there. You can forget about our discussion. Good luck with your job hunting. W8, please wait a second. Mosker put his head on the ground again. If he missed this moment, he would be ruined. Desperation took over his heart. Please, let me work as your secretary, I'm begging you. Hezen watched him in silence for a while, then, with a look that said, "It can't be helped." He put a hand on Mosker's shoulder. "Your enthusiasm moved me. You win, I'll hire you." Chapter 135. Conduct. Afterward, Hezen and Mosker formed a contract magic. Alongside strict confidentiality clauses, the employment agreement brimmed with highly enforceable provisions. Phew, now we can speak freely. Why, yes. Mosker wondered if there had ever been any point during their conversations where Hezen hadn't been speaking freely. I must say, I'm truly pleased. I have high expectations for you. Hezen gave Mosker's shoulder a reassuring pat. To Mosker's surprise, there were hardly any issues with the salary or conditions. In fact, they were much better than what he had with Batadata, leaving him with mixed feelings. Do you really mean that? Absolutely. I don't hire unless someone is truly valuable. It was tough finding the right fit until you came along. I see. Mosker appeared quite pleased. Despite the young man's underlying psychopathy, he was undeniably competent. Being esteemed highly by Hezen didn't feel too bad. By the way, what specifically about me appeals to you? He yearned for more praise. He craved to hear more. Well, to put it plainly, I suppose it's your perverse nature. That part, Mosker thought. I meant more in terms of my abilities. Oh, in that aspect, you're about average, maybe a bit below. You're not exceptional, but you're within an acceptable range. So, his value boiled down to just his perverse tendencies. The fact that you're not completely clean made things convenient. Contract magic is complex. A contract can't be formed without mutual consent. Ugh. Consent, he called such a malicious coercion consent. You disagree? Well, with comprehension skills barely average, if not worse, I suppose it can't be helped. KH. As if make up for his incredibly rude muttering, Hezen began speaking nonchalantly. For instance, imagine I coerce you into a contract at knife point. In that scenario, the contract would only hold when the knife is at your throat. Essentially, forcing someone into a contract against their will is challenging. But it feels like you used a similar, or even worse, coercion against me. If that's how you perceive it, then you're correct. Today onwards, until the end of your days, you forfeit all rights and must heed my every command. That's psychological coercion. There were no physical threats, and you agreed to it willingly. That's why your Slav, private secretary contract could successfully be established. Why, you were about to say slavery contract, weren't you? I wasn't. Slavery is still a contentious issue in the empire. Half the population opposes it, while the other half supports it. I'm neither, so I have no intention of acquiring private slaves. But essentially, I'm now your slave, right? Trembling, Mosker asked, struggling to contain his frustration. I'm telling you, it's a misunderstanding. The terms aren't unfavorable, are they? There are even restrictions on the employer, in this case me. How could that be a slavery contract? That's true, but don't you worry. I only need your perverse tendencies. No, why do you keep bringing that up? This is why I prefer not to deal with someone of average or below average comprehension. What a terribly twisted employer. Mosger clenched his teeth in frustration. I may be knowledgeable in nearly every field, but the sexual service industry is one I've deliberately avoided. It's not an area I understand or wish to explore. That's why someone like you, with your perverse inclinations, is so valuable to me. I can't believe I just said that. Of course, I know and believe that we should respect sexual minorities. But despite my open-mindedness, I've kept myself distant from that realm. It's simply beyond my comprehension. I couldn't bring myself to step into it regardless of how much I struggled. Mosger thought, what am I supposed to make of this? I can't make heads or tails of anything he's saying. Even as a grown man, you find arousal in pretending to be a baby and being diapered by a woman. When I first read that in the report, I was utterly stunned by your perversion. It left me bewildered, struggling to grasp your mindset. However, now that I understand there's a certain interest in such things, I must cast a wider net. They say it takes one to know one, and a pervert can certainly recognize another pervert. Hezen's expression was deadly serious. From now on, your primary job will be to gather information in night establishments. Expand your network among like-minded individuals. Embrace and evolve your perversions. As long as it's within budget, you can indulge in any sexual fetishes you want, no matter how perverse it is. There was no doubt about it. Hezen undeniably saw Mosger as an utter degenerate. Mosger did enjoy night establishments, and a job that involved frequenting them was appealing, but the high expectations made him uneasy. I understand, but I'm not that deep into it yet. What? Baby play is actually a very shallow level. I'm not sure if I can meet your expectations. I knew it, my eyes weren't wrong, Hezen said. Chapter 136. Suggestions. When Hezen returned to his office, he found Yan there with her arms crossed, clearly upset. So, satisfied? She asked. Yes, your performance wasn't half bad. It seemed quite natural, he replied. No kidding, I was mostly genuine. Have some pity for your disciple, and don't make me see that man again, please. Honestly, she had been too disgusted to even look at that pervert's face. She had played along because of Hezen's cue, but it had scarred her heart. But Hezen just tilted his head in confusion. Pity? But I've hired him as a second private secretary to lessen your burden. Don't you have a conscience? I'm not joking. Yan insisted vehemently. Her stepfather was a former slave guild higher-up. Her foster mother used to be a slave broker. And now, there was a second secretary with a special fetish. Yan's environment was growing less and less suitable for a child. Was this a new form of harassment or something? Can't you fire him and hire someone more decent? If they have the talent, Hezen answered simply while taking out a book from a shelf. Yes. When you gather people with diverse values, you get more diverse perspectives. In that sense, Mosger is very valuable. It's about having the right person for the right job. You're smart, but you can't regularly visit night establishments. That's where he comes in. But we have Mr. Gizar, right? He'd been the one to investigate Mosger, too. He loved drinking and nightlife, so he had gladly taken on the task, but of course, he had been disgusted by Mosger's fetish. But he's talented in other areas. There are tasks better suited for him. For this, a specialist like Mosger is necessary. I'll first send him to gain experience at establishments that cater to those with special inclinations. Why, you're joking, right? Oh, I'm very serious. Yan, do you know what nobles fear the most? Scandal. That's right. And since people in power have so much free time, there are quite a few who seek out relatively obscure and excessive sexual acts. So you're going to snare then blackmail them. That's dirty. All is fair in life. We living beings have no fundamentally binding rules that restrict our actions. We are essentially free to do what we want. I won't make excuses if someone does the same thing to me. What horrible values. In the first place, Generals should always conduct themselves as if they are on the battlefield. They should be held responsible for all their actions. That's just the way things are. What a twisted sense of ethics, muttered Yan. She shifted gears, knowing Hezen's mind couldn't be changed. Either way, from their time together, she knew he would never harm a good person. Above all, Yan dearly wanted to help the people of Doctrim who desperately needed assistance. So, did the proposals get approved yet? By the end of today, they should have received Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata's stamp of approval, and then will be on their way to Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Gildor. When is he going to approve them then? We've passed the point of caring about the means, be they illegal or dirty. I will turn a blind eye just this once. Given the dire situation, the people of Doctrim needed aid as soon as possible. The disparity between the rich and the poor was too large. Yan could barely suppress the urge to start a soup kitchen immediately. He probably won't approve the proposals. Why did you even rush things then? 2 reasons. To make sure if they will be approved or not approved, and to create proof if they are not approved. Yan couldn't even begin to guess Hezen's real goal, but she was sure of one thing: it was unethical. Yan, have you come up with any suggestions to help the people? I have a few, but none of them are feasible without a certain amount of budget. So you just need some budget? Why yes, but we don't have any. Then let's borrow money from Nandal. Why you mean, in your individual capacity? Naturally. Yan's mouth dropped open in surprise. What's wrong? Master, you are very strange. You whipped your domain so it reforms itself, but here you are, going so far as to borrow money to help the people of Doctrim territory, a domain you're just assigned to. This place needs help, and you give help not to those who are drowning, but to those who are drowning and struggling to save themselves. I'll contact Mr. Nandal right away. I've already sent someone to fetch him. He'll arrive in a few days. How much should I borrow? As much as he can afford. Until then, I'll give you all the savings I've brought. Spend them as you need. All your savings. Then, how are you going to buy food? I'll make do with a minimum amount of water. Our priority is the starving citizens. I should be able to get by without eating for 10 days, though I can't say the same about Kakazu. Just make sure to leave some for Mosger's operational costs. Why you're going to let him live it up at night establishments when you don't even have food to eat? It's a matter of priorities. I'm not going to use a means to an end for my indulgence. Well, my money is all yours. Use it well. Okay, master. Thank you very much. I can't see why you need to thank me. With that, Hezen turned away. Chapter 137. Normalization. That evening, Hezen looked around and saw that all of his subordinates were still working. He just warned them against coming to work early the other day, yet it seemed overtime was also the norm here. Hezen had investigated the work system and found it appalling. These low-ranking civil officials often did 200 hours of overtime per month, working Saturdays, Sundays, and even holidays, often until midnight. They were constantly exhausted. Hezen sighed and asked one of his subordinates, "Are you going to work overtime?" "Why, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I still have a lot of work to do." "Let me see. Here." Hezen took the documents and flipped through them. As he suspected, they didn't seem too important. The man was probably worried about delaying others' work if he finished late. Separating the documents, Hezen said, "You can finish these tomorrow. Just complete these ones for today and go home." "You understood. Overworking is bad for your health. But the work never ends. Does the same goes for the rest of you?" Hezen asked the room. Everyone nodded reluctantly. After thinking for a moment, Hezen suggested, "How about I divide you into 2 shifts? What do you mean?" "The first shift would be from 6 in the morning to 8 in the evening, and the second shift from 8 in the evening to 6 in the morning. You can only do a maximum of 3 hours of overtime. This way, work will never be interrupted." But wouldn't that cause delays?" They didn't seem convinced. However, the working hours would essentially stay the same, so it shouldn't impact operational efficiency too much. "The easiest way to change how you think about work is to change how you do it," Hezen continued. "I want you to understand that work is finite. You just can't see the ceiling at the moment. That's why you just keep working blindly. Am I wrong?" No one responded. "I'm not trying to deny your sense of responsibility. Generals have a significant influence on the empire, after all. But there is no reward beyond self-sacrifice. If your work isn't balanced with your happiness, you'll eventually break down. It's fine to be enthusiastic. However, a sense of responsibility often fades over time, replaced by disappointment. This leads to carelessness, laziness, and corruption. In 5 or 10 years, most people lost their initial motivation, except for a few who persevered and got promoted. They made efforts and got rewarded. Meanwhile, those who strayed from path to success looked back on their sacrifices with regret, leading to grief and depression. To fill the void in their hearts, they twisted their work environments, leading to organizational corruption. Aren't you worried about work stopping in this office? That's precisely why you should work in 2 shifts. This way, work won't stop. Anything you can't handle, I'll do it, and eventually, I'll get more hires. But that's up to the human resource department. They'll approve it. The effectiveness of work is a product of efficiency and time management. And the effectiveness of work for generals has a profound impact on the empire. Considering that, we need more personnel. Thank you for going so much for us. For you. Don't be mistaken. Hezen looked at the subordinate who had thanked him. Remember, long overtime hours are nothing more than self-satisfaction. The more important the work, the more crucial it is for managers to hire enough staff to maintain work efficiency. That's my responsibility. Of course, sometimes we might get a heavy workload that needs to be finished on a tight deadline. But the more urgent the work, the more important it is to get it done. While it would reduce work efficiency, I would likely need to have you do overtime consecutively for a few days on these occasions. Why, yes. Another subordinate timidly raised his hand. What is it? Basically, we have separate duties and responsibilities. With your approach, I am not confident I can handle others' work. Then learn how to handle it. It'll expand the work scope you are capable of and increase your value. The subordinate still seemed worried. What's needed here is communication between coworkers. Some believe this means sharing each other's private lives at a drinking party, but that's completely useless for work. It might be useful if your work, culture, etc. were completely different. But if you were working on the same job, it was usually enough to just discuss work. There was no need to share private lives. Study well. Even in specialized fields of work, if you take it step by step, you'll be able to master it. If you don't understand something, just ask your coworker or me. Understood, the subordinate replied, and the others nodded. Seeing that most of his subordinates were young and obedient, Hezen believed they would produce decent results. Hezen then sorted the work of the rest of his subordinates. All right, I'm heading home. Don't take work home with you, and don't work overtime for more than 3 hours. Focus on efficiency. Otherwise, I'm going to give you a bad evaluation. With that, Hezen left the office. Chapter 138. Chain. Upon returning to his room, Hezen found no one there. Yan isn't back yet, Kakazu said from outside the door. I see, Hezen muttered unconcernedly before laying down on his bed. She's probably going to pull an all-nighter. If that's what she wants to do, let her be. At the answer, Kakazu looked a little dissatisfied. Even though you're kind to me and your subordinates. Kind me? What are you talking about? Yan is still a kid. Stop being so harsh on her. Be it a kid or an adult, they have to do what I need them to do when they work under me. Still, you don't let your subordinates work overtime, but you're okay with her staying up all night. She can take the place of others, but no one can take her place. But she's only 13, and she's as small as a toddler. You're pushing her too hard, both mentally and physically. Kakazu seemed to care a lot about Yan, maybe even seeing her as a daughter. This isn't just a homework for her. She genuinely wants to help the people in this domain. Isn't that worse? Not all of them can be helped. Many will die right in front of her eyes. I don't know if she can bear that. She isn't that weak. But she's still too young. And she's very sensitive. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second people die in places we don't see. Everyone knows that, but we just turn a blind eye. Not everyone can think that logically. Don't worry, Yan can, Hezen declared bluntly. Her mental strength was undeniable, and he needed her to become even stronger, much stronger. Even so, Kakazu's worried voice echoed, she can't surpass you. You think so? I believe she has the qualifications. Hezen, are you trying to raise her as your successor? No way, I don't have time for that. Remember, Yan can't replace you, no matter how talented she is. At Kakazu's words, a certain man's face surfaced in Hezen's mind. There was a guy who convinced me he was better than me. No way. In concentration, thinking, imagination, or magical power, he was better than me in all aspects. What happened to him? He broke. Silence followed until Hezen finally said, "Don't worry, I don't plan on letting anyone replace me. Trust me." Okay. Oh, by the way, there's a letter from Mr. Nandel. I left it on the desk. That's quick, I thought it would take a few more days. Hezen took the letter and read it. What does it say? He's going to lend as much funds as he can, and he'll probably arrive in 2 days. Talk about generous. It came attached with the terms of repayment. And he mentioned that I can take my time repaying him. The merchant sure was bold. The sum he was lending would probably put his own business at risk. Hezen couldn't help but feel warmed by the trust placed in him. The sum was 3 times what he had expected. His initial estimate would have been enough for 10 days' worth of food, but this should cover a month's supply. Hezen immediately wrote a letter expressing his gratitude and promising to increase the repayment amount. Once done, he opened the door and handed the letter to Kakazu. Send this letter. Then you can go lend Yan a hand. Got it. Oh, and if Yan tries to skip meals, make sure she eats. By force if necessary. Since I said I would skip meals, she might try to follow suit. But she's in her growth period and needs nourishment. And don't you get any strange ideas either. You need energy to do your job, which is protecting us. Why don't you eat too then? It's a matter of priority. While I want to save as much food as possible, you and Yan are higher on my list of priorities. All right. Before you go, wasn't the government high-ranking slave supposed to arrive today? Are they here yet? I've had them wait in another room. Okay, I'll go see them. Hezen immediately sprang out of bed and left the room. Intermediate domestic affairs officials and higher were assigned a government slave. Hezen's promotion had been abrupt, so they hadn't been able to prepare one for him on short notice, but it seemed the slave had finally arrived. Hezen was currently severely lacking in manpower, so he hoped the slave was capable, or at least teachable. He quickly arrived at the designated room and opened the door. Mospiza. It has been a while, sir. Chain. With that, Hezen slammed the door shut. Chapter 139. With the door still closed, Hezen stood still, his face lowered, which was very unusual for him. Mospiza. He had been Hezen's superior during his time in the army. However, the man was severely lacking in intelligence, had a sinister personality, lacked ethics and discipline, and was an incompetent magician. So, Hezen had tricked him into becoming a slave, but never expected to see him again as his government-assigned slave. Although he reflexively said, "Change," it was just an attempt to escape reality, very uncharacteristic of him, and he knew it. Hezen had no authority to replace his government-assigned slave. While senior officials had the right to select their slaves, intermediate officials had no choice, even if they got a bad one. They could only wait for reshuffling and hope for better luck next time. Hezen sighed in resignation. He opened the door again and said to Mospiza, who had become thinner and uglier, "Follow me." Why, yes. The two walked quietly down the hallway. I was really surprised. I didn't expect Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen to be my master. After leaving the army, my life turned upside down. I've been abused by nobles every day. I end up reflecting on the past a lot. Please don't get the wrong idea. I don't blame you at all, Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. I know I'm just paying for everything I've done. Mospiza. Why, yes. Can you shut up? Your stories are worthless. And stop trying to show off your remorse. Saying the obvious is a waste of time. Mospiza looked humiliated and shut his mouth. Hezen sighed again while looking at him. I shouldn't have made you a high-ranking slave. I'm regretting it. Hezen had made Mospiza a high-ranking slave to utilize one of his few strengths, his magical power. He'd hoped the man could serve as a magic doctor or the likes for commoners, contributing to society. Yet Hezen's good intentions had backfired. Should have killed you. Don't mind me, just talking to myself. You're lying. You were saying you should have killed me, weren't you? I wasn't, and stop talking. Government slaves were government property. It was obviously prohibited to dispose of them without permission. There were no clear regulations about acts of violence against them, but nobles who supported human rights tended to make noise if one was harmed. Since Hezen hadn't yet decided which noble faction to join, it wouldn't be good for him to be labeled as a slave abuser. But still, Hezen took another look at Mospiz's face. The man was already in his 40s. He had no special talents and lacked administrative skills. He was incompetent and could only order his subordinates around. It was a pipe dream to rehabilitate him as a worthy slave. Hezen had no influence in the Ministry of Human Resources. It was a place where the highest-ranking nobles competed for power, with strict barriers and restrictions making it impossible to even obtain information, let alone rewrite it. He hadn't been too concerned about his situation, thinking he could work something out, but this man had shaken his confidence. Ha! Hezen sighed deeply for the third time. Please don't be so disappointed. Mospiza, on the other hand, performed a deep bow. Sir Hezen, please believe me, I've turned over a new leaf. I shall do a fine job as your slave. Can you stop talking to me? I'll tell you when I need you to talk. Chapter 140. Intermission, 1 month ago. The story flashed back to a month ago. With a cold gaze, a high-ranking noble looked down at the frightened slave kneeling before him. You're beyond pathetic, Mospiza, the man muttered in disgust. EPD, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Please don't hit me, it hurts, please. Mospiza had become subservient after daily abuse by the nobles. Low-ranking nobles, especially, reveled in oppressing high-ranking nobles who had been reduced to slaves. Several months of constant abuse had shattered Mospiza's self-esteem. Your family is pressuring me, even though they've disowned you. They want you disposed of as soon as possible. Eep. The man studied the slave closely. Do you want me to let you live? Why, yes, please, I'm begging you. The man couldn't help but narrow his eyes at how unsightly Mospiza had become. As fellow high-ranking nobles, they had met several times in the past, and he had been pompous and arrogant. Then, become Hezen-Heim's slave and spy on him for me. That's. What's wrong? He's the one who took everything from you. Don't you want revenge? With a piercing gaze, the man stared at Mospiza. I do, but slaves can't disobey their masters. Don't worry, I'll ease your restrictions. Is that possible? I've already made a deal with someone from the public safety. Even Hezen-Heim won't suspect a thing. Contract magic for slaves was strictly controlled by the Empire. Hezen's extraordinary accomplishments had caught the attention of some powerful people. The Empire appreciates talent, but being too talented can be dangerous. That man is a threat. Within a few months of being assigned, Hezen had been promoted to lieutenant. Despite being a commoner with no connections, his name was sung like that of a hero by the lower-ranking officers in North Garna. His superiors, however, frowned and remained silent at the mention of him. Such contrasting responses indicated he might be a dangerous element. Mospiza gulped. What should I do? Don't do anything. That man is exceptionally sharp. One suspicious move, and he will see through you in an instant. Just serve him as you should, as a government slave. Also, I won't completely lift the penalty you receive if you break the slave contract's restrictions. It would help Mospiza faked a pained reaction if he went against Hezen's order, avoiding suspicion. After all, it was difficult to tell between genuine and faked pain because people's pain tolerance varied. I'll send someone to contact you regularly. Their magic wand can extract memories. I've never heard of such a magic wand. The magic wand wasn't officially registered, a secret known only to the powerful few. One couldn't guard against what they didn't know. That applied to Hezen as well, regardless of his talent. Of course, during the extraction process, you will experience extreme pain, you may even wish to die. Because this is an act of betrayal to your master, Hezen. I understand. Mospiza nodded without hesitation. Showing him the hell I've gone through is my sole remaining wish. I'm willing to give up my life to achieve it. The words sounded both firm and dignified. Hess, I knew you would say that. Allow me to promise you one thing to further motivate you. If you successfully get your hands on Hezen's weakness, I shall restore you from slave to nobleman. Really? Mospiza's voice became brighter. Of course, I won't break my word. But will he accept me? As a cautious man, he will naturally have suspicions. But there is no evidence that he has connections in the Ministry of Human Resources. Even if he remains suspicious of you, he can't do anything. Even if it takes months or years, you only need to catch one moment, one word, or one action that could be incriminating. I've yet to meet someone who never reveals even a single moment of vulnerability in their life. Hezen should be no exception, the man smiled confidently. I'll absolutely grasp his weakness and send him down to hell. Absolutely, absolutely. Mospiza muttered through gritted teeth, repeatedly, as if trying to convince himself. Chapter 141. Cleaning. The next day, Hezen woke up and came out of his bedroom to see Mospiza welcome him with a wide smile. Good morning, sir. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Please tell me anything you need. Could you squat in the corner, face the wall, cover your ears, and don't say anything? This piece of shit, Mospiza was inwardly furious, but he had to obey his twisted master. He endured the humiliation that came over him and crouched down in the corner of the room as told. Anything else? As your obedient slave, you can order me to do anything. Since you insist, could you stop breathing as well? Do you want me to die? Is that a no? Oh, of course, I don't want to die, I still want to live. I see, well, I can't force you. Muttering regretfully, Hezen left the room. Once his footsteps faded, Mospiza cracked the door open and scanned the hallway. After making sure no one was around, he spat, that asshole. After that, he filled a bucket with water, soaked a rag, and started cleaning the room. Does that bastard not even clean? Damn it. Your room reflects the state of your mind. His mind has to be messed up. That's why he's so twisted. Even as he complained, he cleaned the room diligently. He wiped the floor repeatedly until it was squeaky clean and shiny. 4 hours later, he finished mopping the floor. His thighs were pumped, his arms stiff, but the room was spotless. Kekek, look at this shine. Now that bastard will reconsider his opinion of me. His goal was to butter up to Hezen and earn his trust. The closer he got to him, the higher his chances of his hearing his verbal slip. To that end, he had to show how useful a slave he was. Another 2 hours later, Hezen returned. When he opened the door, Mospiza once again welcomed him with a wide smile. Hezen appeared stunned. According to plan, Mospiza inwardly grinned. Did you clean the room? Why, yes. With the water in that bucket. Hezen looked at the dirty black water nearby. Yes, but that's the third bucket. Of course, he mentioned this on purpose to highlight how dirty the room had been and how hard he had worked. How did you get here again? Well, it was a struggle. Since I'm a slave, I couldn't use a horse to get here and had to walk all the way under the scorching heat. Really now? All of a sudden, Hezen grabbed Mospiza by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Gah! Should I gouge out those rotten eyes? WWIE. Did you not see all those people lying powerlessly on the streets with no water to drink? Here water is rationed to prevent it from being sold illegally. Even I am using water as minimally as possible, and you used 3 whole buckets for cleaning? Hezen asked, tightening his grip. See can't breathe, can't bria, the. Drink it. D-Doctor Inc., WH@. What else? The water in that bucket. With that, Hezen slammed Mospiza onto the floor. Cough, cough, A, are you serious? Do you need to ask? We can't waste it, can we? I don't have the luxury, duty, need, or will to prepare another water for you. B, but the water is so murky, I might die if I drink it. All the better. Ika, please, no. There are many outside who will drink anything as long as it's water. Officials are not supposed to let their slaves die, but I'll handle the backlash. I'm so sorry, spare me. Listen closely. The next time you do something stupid, I'll tie your hands and feet with a rope and leave you in the corner of the room. You'd best remember that. With that, Hezen left the room again. Chapter 142. Question. Hezen released a deep sigh. He walked down the hallway. He couldn't understand why Mozger couldn't follow such a simple instruction as don't do anything. He never imagined the man would waste the water he used sparingly. Hezen hadn't originally planned to impose so many restrictions on him, but it had become clear it would be problematic if the man was pointlessly motivated too. Hezen almost couldn't believe that he had misjudged Mospiza so badly. It was clear the man hadn't grown wiser with age, but had instead become more incompetent. 20 minutes before work time. When Hezen entered the office, his subordinates Bitarn and Daslo were already working. They immediately stood up and bowed to him. "Good morning, sir." "Morning, when did you arrive?" Just now." "Right. Why, yeah. Are you sure?" "Oh, of course. Lying to your superior will affect your evaluation. Let me ask again, are you sure?" "There." The two could only look at each other. "It looks like you don't take my words seriously. While I can't give you the details, I have ways to expose your lies." "I'm sorry, I've been here for 2 hours," Bitarn bowed and answered. "What have you been doing? Is it urgent?" No. It's just, my work has been piling up so." Bitarn slumped his shoulders, and Hezen sighed in his heart. Although to a lesser degree than Mospiza, it seemed his subordinates in the office also couldn't follow his instructions. However, he didn't show his disappointment as it would only lower their morale. Maintaining a calm expression, he asked, "Daslo, how about you?" "I've been here for about an hour." "You should prepare yourselves." Hezen looked into the eyes of the two and said, "Prepare ourselves, F for punishment." "No, I already mentioned that you will be divided into 2 shifts starting next week, remember? You'll have no choice but to go home then. This is an efficiency-oriented system, and those used to working long hours will find it difficult to adapt." Working long hours is easier in the sense that you don't have to think about how to work efficiently. You can compensate to some extent with brute force. Remember, you have to break away from old ways of thinking. I don't appreciate subordinates who don't follow my instructions, well, unless they produce outstanding results. Understood. The two sat down apologetically, and Hezen let out another sigh inwardly. Naturally, subordinates varied. There were useful ones and useless ones. These two fell into the latter category, which likely made them worry about being cut off. But this was how meritocracy worked. Appreciating the more capable meant cutting off the less capable. Hezen prepared for the possibility that the two might decide to resign in the near future. After work, Hezen headed straight back to his quarters. He dreaded the fact that Mospiza would be waiting for him, but he could do nothing about it. Such was the fate of a civil official. The government slave's room was adjacent to the intermediate domestic affairs officer's quarters, connected by a door. Slaves had to attend to their masters when they were present and shouldn't shut themselves in their own rooms. This was strictly stipulated by law. This was both a right and a duty, so Hezen knew that if he didn't get used to it, he would mess up down the line and risk his position. So he forced himself to spend time with Mospiza in the same room. When he opened the door, the unrepentant slave greeted him with a wide smile. "Welcome back." Despite being told many times not to talk to him, the slave never corrected his behavior. Should he throw him away in the desert, after all? As Hezen seriously considered this, he suddenly noticed the bucket and saw that the dark, dirty water inside had decreased a little. Surprised. "You didn't expect me to actually drink it, did you? But I am your humble slave, Mospiza. Your word is my absolute command. Like this." With a proud look, the slave used a cup to draw water from the bucket and drank it. Cough, I'm the kind of person who takes punishment seriously. Yuji, since you told me to drink this dirty water, I drink it. This is a proof of my determination as your slave, Bleeyerg. Why didn't you filter it? Chapter 143. Hatred. Mospiza didn't understand what Hezen had said. What do you mean by filter it? Why you don't know? Hezen looked amazed. I know. I know what the word means. Mospiza reflexively lied, thinking it would reflect badly on him otherwise. Why didn't you filter the water then? Well, I didn't see the need to. Mospiza said hesitantly as he tried to scour through his memory. Filter. He felt like he had learned about it a long time ago, but maybe because he was getting old, he couldn't seem to recall it. What do you mean you didn't see the need to? It's going to hurt your stomach. Wasn't that my punishment? No, I did tell you to drink the water from that bucket, but I didn't mean it as a punishment. I told you to drink it because I didn't want it to go to waste. But you did seem the part, Mospiza thought. The way Hezen had said it, he had clearly meant it as a punishment. The government slave desperately suppressed the urge to complain. Taking a step back, who do you will have to treat you if you have an upset stomach? I will never give such a counterproductive order. Wasn't it to train me or something like that? Why should I train you when I'm not giving you any tasks? It pains me, human resource is precious. I'd love to make effective use of any worker available. Having someone do nothing but silently sit in the corner is not productive, but I've no other choice. All of your actions produce negative results. That's so mean, Mospiza thought to himself. I've repeated it many times, but I expect as much from you as a flea. If I find a task suitable for you, I'll have you do it, but there's none at the moment, so don't do anything. Just wait. Understood. Also, you should have gotten this into your head after I said this much, but make sure you filter that water before drinking it. Why, yes, sir. Filter, what's that supposed to mean? Mospiza thought to himself. Now show me your stomach. Eep, are you going to take out my organs? What are you talking about? I'm going to treat you before your stomach hurts. Hezen placed his hand on Mospiza's stomach for a few seconds. With that, the discomfort that had been rising in Mospiza's stomach disappeared. Wow. I don't care if you die, but I don't want people to suspect my involvement. Be very careful from now on. Mospiza hated it, but he had to heed the warning. One last thing, don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. He was given an order that seemed to completely violated human dignity. He felt extremely humiliated by the fact that he had to earn the bastard's trust. But in that case, I'll tell you if I have any order for you. Don't do anything voluntarily. Simple enough, right? Understood. Did you really? Why, yes, I really understood. Tell me what you understood, then. I shouldn't get in your way. No, that's wrong. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Got it? Yes, sir. Try to repeat. Word to word. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Good. Now stand in the corner and repeat it 100 times. Understood. With a trembling voice, Mospiza started reciting the sentence repeatedly from the corner of the room. Every time he did, a certain feeling grew stronger in him. I'm gonna kill him. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. His voice louder after every repetition, his hatred permeating through every inch of his being. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Don't do anything other than breathe, defecate, eat, and drink. Don't. I'm gonna kill him. 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 Chapter 144. Complaint. That night, Secretary Gilmond visited Hezen's quarters. Sir Hezen, there's trouble. A complaint has been filed against you. By whom? The Finance Department. Private Secretary Yan is currently providing mass relief aid to the people, right? And, well, apparently the Finance Department sees it as a reckless act. What is that all? Take me to them. But. Don't worry, I'll handle it and take full responsibility. I understand. They both left the room and walked down the hallway. As they did, Gilmond glanced worriedly at Hezen. Sir Hezen. I believe what you're doing is right. However, what's right isn't always approved, especially here. I know, Hezen replied bluntly. They soon arrived at the Finance Department, which was responsible for managing the income and expenditure of Doctrim territory. Excuse me, is Intermediate Financial Officer Goswell available? When Gilman knocked, a come-in responded. Upon opening the door, they found a large, fat man sitting on the couch. Hezen approached and bowed. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Hezen, an Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer. Oh, thanks for coming all the way here. Have a seat. At the man's prompt, Hezen sat down on the couch. I heard you had a complaint against me. Well, I wouldn't call it a complaint, per se. The fat man revealed a greasy smile. However, the Finance Department handles ration distribution to the people. And your grandstanding is overstepping into our jurisdiction. I'm distributing rations from my personal assets. That is to say, it's a donation from me as an individual, not as a domestic affairs officer. I don't believe that's illegal. That's not the damn point. Goswell slammed the table between them, but Hezen remained unfazed. Your hypocritical act is creating problems for us. Consider your surrounding circumstances before you act. I didn't want to waste my money if I didn't have to either. What? Did you mean to say it was the finance department's fault, you bastard? Is that how it sounded to you? Yeah, that's how it sounded to me. All right, good. I was afraid you wouldn't get it. Did seriously mean that? That's right. You're saying it's the finance department's fault. Yes. There was a moment of silence, and Goswell's face turned red. You do know the complaint came directly from Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, don't you? I see. Well then, if you'll excuse me, Hezen said as he stood up, leaving Goswell stunned. What are you doing? I'm going to meet with Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. No, wait, he's a Vice Chief Financial Officer. You can't meet him just because you want to. I don't follow. As far as I understand, as long as his schedule is open, even an intermediate domestic affairs officer should be able to meet him. While the rules say that, we have customs to follow. You'd go against the customs if go visit a vice chief level officer without prior notice. Worse, you had to jump over 4 ranks. If that's the case, I'll just give him a letter. What are you going to write in it? Nothing much, just asking the reason for his complaint. I'll ask him on your behalf, Intermediate Financial Officer Goswell said with bloodshot eyes. If that's possible, might as well let me talk to him myself. How many times do I have to say it? Stop being selfish. You can't just suddenly meet someone at vice chief level. We have customs here. Then, I will apply for a meeting through Chief Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. Let's go, Gilmond. Why yes, sir. Hezen turned around and tried to leave the room. W8. Why you're Senior Domestic Affairs, Aide Batadata's subordinate, aren't you? Yes, but he went missing the other day. There are only 2 ranks between me and the Senior Domestic Affairs Officer. And I hear he often holds meetings with lower-ranked officers, so he should be willing to meet me. Are you on good terms with Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo? No, I've never even met him. Huh? And you think Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo would go to the trouble of arranging a meeting for you? Dream on, Goswell snorted. That's my problem. You should just pray that Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud did indeed complain. With that parting remark, Hezen left the room. Chapter 145. Ayla. Hezen asked Gilmond, his secretary, as they walked down the hallway. Is Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo's schedule open? It should be right now. Good, let's pay him a visit right away. Lead the way. Why yes. 5 minutes later, they arrived at Mordodo's office. Hezen knocked without hesitation and entered upon receiving permission. Inside, there was a gentle-looking man accompanied by a beautiful woman. The man was sitting at the desk, looking over some documents but stopped and smiled at Hezen's entrance. Hezen performed a deep bow. I'm Hezen-Heim, recently assigned as Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Oh, so it's you. A pleasure to meet you too. I'm Mordodo. Sir, allow me to get straight to the point. I would like to meet Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. That's rather abrupt. Why do you want to meet with him? I've heard that he has complaints regarding my charity. Mordodo was silent for a while before speaking again. I personally don't believe there's any need to make a fuss about personal charities, but the same might not be the case for the finance department. That's precisely why I would like to provide an explanation. All right, let's be on our way then. As Mordodo rose from his seat, the female secretary hurriedly intervened. Please wait a moment, sir. The Vice Chief Financial Officer is currently in a meeting. You won't be able to see him right now. In that case, could you give him a note? Ask him to spare me some time. Sigh again, you won't change your mind even if I ask, will you? I always appreciate your understanding, Secretary Clario. Very well. Clario heaved a deep sigh and left the room. I'm grateful for your help, Hezen bowed. Make sure you have a good explanation prepared. Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud is one to listen to reason. But it's the finance department's fault that the people are starving. He and I were both transferred here just 6 months ago, and we both want to cure this domain of its plight. I see. Besides, the 2 proposals you submitted will require the cooperation of the finance department to be passed. It makes sense. At the very least, it's best not to make enemies of superiors in other departments. I have no intention of making enemies of anyone, but I'm of the mind that you shouldn't hold back from speaking your mind for fear of making enemies. For a moment, Mordodo looked into Hezen's eyes and let out a deep sigh. All right, I guess I can act as your shield. Hi. It's the job of an incapable middle manager to connect ignorant upper management with talented subordinates. Hezen fell silent, even though he had been talking without hesitation. Looking into Mordodo's eyes, he eventually said, "It's honestly surprising." "Yeah, I didn't even give you a greeting." "Oh, I told those at the rank of vice chief, and above that you contracted a highly contagious disease. None of them wants to get infected, so they shouldn't make problems for you. Pretty clever, wouldn't you say? Why go so far for a stranger? I've heard from Secretary Clario that you're very talented, but have some personality problems. I don't want your work to be hindered by some customs. You are the first superior I think I can admire since I came here." At Hezen's words, Mordodo raised his hand, looking fed up. "Stop. Keep your flattery to aid Batadata. Have you heard that he went missing?" "Yeah, obviously. Don't you care about it?" "Nope, not the slightest bit. In fact, it's good that he's gone. Work has become faster. Are you on good terms with Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud?" "I'm on good terms with basically all superiors in other departments. The weak like me tends to group together. After all, our words need to hold some weight to win the majority." "Does he strike you as a person who would complain about someone's charity?" "Well, I guess so. I mean, I have one or two complaints about it too." "You do?" When Hezen made a surprised look, Mordodo gave a troubled smile. "You don't understand. It seems suspicious. No one can throw away their wealth, a huge amount of wealth at that, for others without a reason. No one, including me, has ever done such a thing. Presented with such a situation, anyone would think you're up to something." "Do you think I'm wrong?" "No. I admire you even more. But this is only our first meeting. 3 minutes is enough to understand a person's personality. Am I that simple? You recognize your own weaknesses." As silence filled the room, Secretary Clario returned. "I'll give 90 points for your flattery." Mordodo smiled wryly and left the room with Hezen. Chapter 146. Excuse. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the room where Vice Chief Financial Ganasud was having a meeting. In front of it stood Intermediate Financial Officer Goswell, looking irritated. "Why are you?" Just as he stuttered, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud came out of the room with the meeting over. He was an old man with a graying hair, with an ever-present frown on his face. Goswell became flustered and tried to talk to him. "Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, could I speak with for you a moment?" "Later. I have an appointment with Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo." "Akb, but it's urgent." "Then why didn't you send a note, or something like he did?" I was afraid it would be rude." "HMPH. If you could still care about courtesy, it shouldn't be that urgent. We'll talk later." Goswell paled, flustered. Mordodo smiled gently at him. "Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, if you don't mind, I would like Financial Officer Goswell to join our discussion as well. The matter is related to the finance department." "HMPH, fine, let's hear it." "This is Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. He will explain." "I see, so it's you," the frowning old man muttered, looking grumpy. Mordodo asked with an interested expression on his face, "You know him?" "I heard about him the other day." The old man looked at Hezen. "You were the one who gave charity to the people, weren't you?" "Yes." "Did it catch your interest?" "HMPH, I have no opinion to say regarding personal charity." "Is that so? But Financial Officer Goswell informed that you had a complaint about it." Hezen looked at the pale man. Ganasud turned to the man, his frown deepening. "Explain yourself." I don't know. This is my first time hearing that." "Then why did you file a complaint?" Hezen asked. I don't remember filing any complaints." "Gilman." "Here is the written complaint, sir," Gilman said, handing over a piece of parchment. Ganasud read it with a disinterested expression on his face. "HMPH, it does have the stamp of the finance department. Financial Officer Goswell, what is the meaning of this?" I don't know. I have nothing to do with it." "Oh, I get it. It's forged. Or someone else wrote it." "Yes, that has to be the case," Goswell shouted, his face becoming paler. "Gilman, can you have its authenticity checked?" Hezen asked. "Right away, sir." "Why no, wait." "Financial Officer Goswell." Hezen approached the flustered Goswell. "The answer will become clear eventually, but are you sure you didn't write the complaint? Please make it clear, in front of Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. AOS, someone else could possibly have written it by copying my handwriting. Did you verbally complain to Gilmond? I didn't. That's a lie, Gilmond shouted without any hesitation, but Goswell shouted back louder. Shut up, you secretary. I said I didn't, and that means I did not. You've got no proof that says otherwise. When Gilmond looked down in frustration, Hezen asked quietly, in that case, Financial Officer Goswell, does that mean you never verbally complained to Gilmond? Obviously. I learned there was a complaint only now. Goswell pushed his argument forcefully. Staring at him, Hezen asked indifferently, you can recognize your handwriting at a glance, can't you? What are you trying to say? You mentioned that you learned about the complaint just now, and the possibility that someone imitated your handwriting to write the complaint. Do you have a basis to suspect that it is your handwriting? And no, I said that because you kept spouting nonsense. There is no basis, no nothing, Goswell yelled angrily. Hezen thought for a moment before saying, you have secretaries, right? Are they here with you? And no, why do you ask? I'd like to ask them a few questions to corroborate the details. Goswell's tone suddenly became quieter. But it's strange that not even one of your secretaries accompanying you. Why is that? They're busy with other duties. Why do I have to answer to you? When Goswell screamed at Hezen with a flushed face, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud stepped in before him. Would you mind answering to me then? Oh, of course not. Goswell's voice gradually became less confident and quieter. Financial Officer Goswell, where are you secretaries? Somewhere in the castle, I think. I'm surprised. You don't even know what your secretaries are doing. Looking at Goswell, who was so pale one would suspect him as a ghost, Hezen ordered his secretary, Gilmond, immediately find Financial Officer Goswell's secretaries. All right. If memory serves me right, he should have 3 secretaries. I'll head to Financial Officer Goswell's office. Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, would you please give me the permission to do a search there? I'll allow it. Thank you. Hezen bowed deeply and walked confidently down the hallway. Chapter 147. Search. It. Goswell tried pathetically to stop Hezen, but Hezen shook him off and headed toward the man's office. When he arrived, he tried to turn the knob, but it wouldn't budge. Soon, Gilmond arrived with Goswell's secretary, out of breath. Hezen's other subordinates, Bitarn and Daslow, were following behind. I could only find one of the secretaries, and I figured we could use some extra hands, so I asked Bitarn and Daslow to come along. Good thinking. You two find Financial Officer Goswell's other secretaries and bring them here. Gilmond, you stay, we'll search the room. You understood. Bitarn and Daslow quickly took off. Hezen then turned his gaze to Goswell's anxious secretary. So, Mr. Secretary, do you have the office key? Why, yes. Don't you dare open the door. I am Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. I order you to open the door. Why, yes, sir. His authority overridden. Goswell squealed incomprehensibly. Once the door opened, Hezen didn't immediately enter, his feet fixed in place. What's wrong? Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, please show Financial Officer Goswell into the room. Ordering your superior now. Goswell, get inside. Why, yes, sir. Goswell was dragged by the ear and forced into the room. There he paused for a few moments. Hezen suddenly pointed to a certain spot. Gilmond, search over there. How did you? Goswell looked at Hezen with jaw agape. There's no need to waste time. We'll start the search from the most suspect places. Gilmond will search the spot Financial Officer Goswell immediately focused on upon entering, while I'll search the second. Sir Ganasud, Sir Mordodo, please monitor us in case we do anything suspicious. You are thorough. That in itself is suspicious. Very well. If you do anything even remotely suspicious, I'll immediately cancel the search. Ganasud looked even more sour, while Mordodo watched amusedly, seemingly trying to contain his laughter. A few minutes later, Gilmond shouted in joy. Found it. It's been rewritten several times, but it was among the stacks of parchments to be disposed. Looking unamused, Ganasud murmured, Financial Officer Goswell, you are utterly contemptible. You've got some nerve to try using the authority of your superior to threaten someone from another department. For his good deed, to boot, are you listening to me? Stop. Goswell didn't listen to Ganasud's words. Pale-faced, he muttered toward a certain someone. Hezen, that certain someone, was calmly sorting and arranging documents at rapid speed, not reacting to Gilman's voice. Finally unable to endure it, Goswell grabbed Hezen's shoulder. Stop, 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 stop. You don't need to continue searching there, do you? Your secretary found the evidence. I admit it, I was wrong. I said I was wrong, I'll take it back. I'll take back the complaint immediately. I'll pay you. How much do you want? Name your price. Without listening to his plea, Hezen continued to rapidly sort through the documents and place them on the desk one after another. Please, 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 please. Goswell was so out of his mind, leaving both Ganasud and Mordodo taken aback. However, Hezen still didn't listen and continued to sort through the documents indifferently. I'm begging you, stop someone. Someone please stop him, please. HMPH Hezen-Heim, what are you doing? At Ganasud's question, Hezen handed over the documents he had just finished sorting with a smile. How stop it? Ignoring Goswell, who looked like he was about to burst into tears, Ganasud's frown grew even deeper as he read the documents. Hezen-Heim, is this what I think it is? Yes. This is evidence of a slavery business. Chapter 148. Responsibility. Ganasud asked Hezen while carefully comparing the documents, how did you know? His actions were inconsistent with his personality. HMPH too vague. Explain it step by step so anyone can understand, the old man ordered, frowning. First, he used your name, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. This shows that he is a typical coward who lacks confidence. So I initially thought you had actually complained. HMPH, yet you remained undaunted, even only as an intermediate domestic officer. This would have been an interesting play to watch if I wasn't involved, Ganasud grumbled in a displeased manner. Ignoring the comment, Hezen continued, but as it turned out, you didn't complain, which creates a contradiction. A coward filing a complaint against an officer of the same rank on his own accord. It doesn't sound likely to be driven by personal sentiment. You acted so decisively just from that. You mustn't be right in the head. Again, ignoring the comment, Hezen continued to explain. Then, what could the motive be? This doubt led me to suspect that I was putting his interests at risk. And those interests are the slavery business, Ganasud spat in disgust. Hezen nodded. To enslave people, you have to push them to the brink. Depriving them of food is one of the most effective methods. For someone in the financial department, that's easy. HMPH, you sound knowledgeable, as if you have experience. You jest. I simply learned in the process of purging several slave guilds. Hezen responded with a refreshing smile to Ganasud's sarcasm. Turning, Hezen looked down coldly at Goswell. And these guilds have plenty of scumbags like him as middleman. Eek. But I doubt he acted alone. The evidence of his fraud was easy to find, but it took time to uncover his involvement in the slave trade. HMPH, I wouldn't say a few minutes was that long. And you think I'm a suspect? No, if you, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud, were his accomplice, he wouldn't have dared to use your name. There's no mention of you in the evidence either. But there is mention of Senior Financial Officer Gimar, right? Hijara. Hezen grabbed Goswell by the hair and pulled his face close, staring him in the eye. Hearing those words, Ganasud groaned, HMPH Gimar. It seems that I truly was a fool. I assume you've had suspicions about him, but you couldn't act. Even though he's your subordinate, or rather, because he is, you couldn't accuse him without solid evidence. Summon Senior Financial Officer Gimar here. Why yes. Ganasud ordered his secretary and turned to Mordodo. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, you have a troublesome subordinate. Indeed. If this becomes public, it will be seen as interference by the Domestic Affairs Department in the Financial Department. I can already see the higher-ups panicking, Mordodo smiled wryly. HMPH, I suppose I've grown dull with age. At least I got to see something interesting at the end, Ganasud said with a humorless smile. The end. HMPH, Hezen-Heim, I won't let you look down on me. A superior is responsible for their subordinates' actions. I will step down. You don't need to, just cut them off. Hezen responded flatly. What? Ganasud's expression clearly changed. His eyes burned with intense anger, but Hezen's face remained calm. Is there anything wrong with what I said? You weren't involved, so why should you resign? Ridiculous. Are you saying I bear no responsibility for my subordinates' crimes? How can I call myself a superior, then? Let me ask you, in what world does a superior actually bear the responsibility of their subordinates? What are you talking about? The responsibility of a subordinate is the responsibility of the superior. Then, is the superior's responsibility the responsibility of their superior? Is yours the responsibility of the chief financial officer? Is his the responsibility of the acting lord? Is his the responsibility of the lord? Is the lord's responsibility the responsibility of the emperor? Enough, watch your tongue. I apologize. Hezen bowed deeply. However, I don't think I'm wrong. The responsibility of a subordinate is the responsibility of the superior. Things aren't so idealistic. Superiors push all the responsibilities onto their subordinates and cut them off like a lizard's tail all the time, Hezen said, looking straight into Ganasud's eyes. That's sophistry. No, it's the reality. In the end, your intent to take responsibility as a superior only seem as nothing but a self-satisfying act. Responsibility for an individual's actions can only be taken by that individual. This scum squeezed taxes out of the people like wringing out a dry rag and sell them as slaves of his own accord. That's his responsibility, not yours. Hika. Hezen kicked Goswell's butt roughly. Are you suggesting that I evade responsibility? Yes, such responsibility worth nothing more than dirt. Bearing it will not make you look cool or manly. If there's any responsibility you should bear, it's not to the scum, but to the people. Use all your authority and position as a vice chief to make amends for their suffering. That's the only responsibility that's worth it for you to bear. Or will you let yourself be dragged down by this scum and resign? Again, Hezen kicked Goswell's butt roughly. A brief silence followed. Eventually, Ganasud, looking displeased, simply said, I'll think about it. Chapter 149. Cleaning up. Sometime later, Senior Financial Officer Gimar arrived. He seemed to have been informed of the situation and was making excuses to Ganasud, his face as pale as a ghost. HMPH, enough with your excuses. Corruption is a major crime. You may mourn and regret your actions in your room while waiting for your punishment. Sir, no, please wait. Ganasud left the room. Gimar desperately begged the vice chief, but his feet wouldn't stop. Goswell could only watch, frozen. He pinched his cheek from time to time, and when he realized it wasn't a dream, he just stood there in a daze. Hezen placed the main evidence on the desk and said to Gilmond, I'll leave the rest to you. Thoroughly interrogate the secretaries and this scum. You guys probably can't go home tonight, sorry about that. It's fine, sir, follow me, criminal. The secretary cheerfully replied and grabbed Goswell's ear and dragged him out. Watching it, Hezen let out a deep breath. Shall we leave? All right. Hezen left the room with Mordodo. As they walked down the hallway, he thanked the latter again. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to talk to Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud. I wouldn't have even been able to meet him without your help. Yeah. Is something the matter? Hezen asked at the vague answer, and Mordodo stared intently into his pitch-black eyes. Nothing, I was just wondering how you think this matter should be handled. I'll leave it to you superiors to handle it however you see fit. Silence ensued. Eventually, Mordodo burst into laughter. Ha, I can't. What's wrong, sir? I can't tell what you're thinking, so I'll just give it to you straight. I think this should be settled internally. Please do. Aren't you against it? I'm not. You are wise. You suspect that I'm going to stab you in the back, right? Yeah, you will, right? Mordodo paused and answered with a serious look on his face. Hezen halted as well, looked the former in the eye, and nodded. Yes. But not now. I want to know you more before making up my mind, Hezen smiled wryly. Both had been probing each other. Hezen had hoped to draw out Mordodo's thoughts, but the latter had straight up revealed his cards and demanded an answer. He had a mild-mannered face, but apparently he was quite a shrewd superior. I agree with your decision. If I were in your position, I wouldn't publicize it either, Hezen said. Don't you condone corruption? I do, Hezen answered flatly. He'd wanted to probe the latter further, but that would drag out the conversation. Mordodo sighed in exasperation. You're really realistic. You think so? I thought you were a man with a high sense of integrity. It is a luxury for people to seek fairness in politics. Such a thing isn't worth a single grain of wheat to the starving. But I can see where they come from. They hate it when people in power line their pockets. They feel it unfair that they can't do the same. That's a pessimistic outlook on people. That's just how the masses, no, humans are. If you try to reach your goal in the shortest possible time, you will inevitably commit corruption, to a larger or smaller extent. It is foolish to turn a blind eye to this fact while pretending to be a saint. Honestly, I can't stand to these kinds of people. But you just exposed corruption. It is just a means to an end. If it'll help me achieve my goal, I won't hesitate to get my hands dirty. Mordodo gulped. He needed to be prepared if he wanted to delve deeper into the young man's mind, because it involved life-threatening danger. In worst-case scenario, Hezen could take his life and eliminate him. So, what is your goal? Of course, it's the prosperity of the empire. Hezen answered with a refreshing smile. I've never heard a more blatant lie, but I'll believe you. As long as our values and interests aligned. I hope they will forever be. But let me give you a piece of advice. What might it be? You're not cute at all as a subordinate. Try to be cuter, will you? Well, looking at the troubled expression on Hezen's face, Mordodo suddenly smiled. You're still around, what, 20? That's true, yes. Hezen couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had never taken his appearance into account. His set of values were indeed starkly different than a regular young man who had just become a general, which reflected in his speech and behavior. Mordodo held his head and sighed. Guess it's an impossible request for you. When I was your age, I was full of ideals and struggled to create a fair and just society. I have a secretary who is like that. Hezen replied with a sudden smile. Mordodo started. When you exposed the corruption, both Vice Chief Ganasud and I gave up on you. We figured you were just another righteous young man with grand ambitions. You even gave away all your personal property for the people. We thought you would denounce the higher-ups and escalate it into a major incident. But then you opposed Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud's resignation. That's when our image of you as a righteous and honest young man crumbled, and you became a bit of a mystery. I see, Hezen said. So that was why Mordodo had suddenly acted weird and tried to probe him. Everything I did is for my goal, and I personally see no contradiction, but it seems others see it differently. I'm really glad our values are similar. Now let me share you our decisions. Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud will remain, despite his chagrin. We will dismiss Intermediate Financial Officer Goswell and use this incident as a leverage over Senior Financial Officer Gimar. Of course, we will report this to the other vice chiefs and above so that we can gain control over the finance department. With this, no parties should complain. That's amazing. As expected of you, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. You're really not cute, Mordodo released a deep sigh. Chapter 150. Subordinate. Night fell, and the interrogation of Goswell and his secretaries was largely completed. Since they had all the evidence, they didn't have much to interrogate, and based on this information, a secret investigation into the slave guild was commenced. All right, today's work is over. Good work, especially the overtime group. At Hezen, his subordinates sprung up, clearly more excited than usual. They seemed to still be feeling the afterglow of exposing the corruption case in the finance department as it was unprecedented. Oh, before you guys leave, I just want to warn you not to let a word of this case to anyone. We don't know how the higher-ups will handle things. Does that mean that there is a potential that it will be swept under the rug? Bitarn asked. Immediately, a disturbing atmosphere spread among Hezen's subordinates. Some of them looked blatantly uncomfortable. However, Hezen shook his head with a calm expression. I don't know, it's their decision. I'm against it. All corruption should be exposed. In that case, why don't you appeal directly to Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo? Aye, Bitarn gritted his teeth. He could rile people up, but he didn't have the guts to stand on the front himself. That was Hezen's analyzation of his subordinate, though he didn't say it out loud, as it would lower morale. I will accept the higher-ups' instruction. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo is an excellent man. I'm sure he will make the best decision for everyone. But isn't that inappropriate? Bitarn, as I said, go to Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo if you're not satisfied. No one's going to stop you from complaining directly. Bitarn remained silent sulkily. Hezen felt a mix of exasperation at the childlike behavior and a surprising lack of true annoyance. Instead, he was reminded of his own younger self, bringing a touch of nostalgia. Are you okay with it, Sir Hezen? Yeah, I've no problem with it. Do you really want to get promoted that much? I do. Hezen answered Bitarn's question without hesitation. I want to go higher, because there are things I want to accomplish. What are they? I can't tell you, but just know that this is the kind of person I am. Do you really want to be a great person? I do. No, I will be. His unwavering words left his subordinates wide-eyed. Then Hezen turned to them and asked, Now, let me ask you, do you have something you want to accomplish? Of course we do. I see, I won't ask what it is, but let me give you one piece of advice. If you have something you want to accomplish, pursue it relentlessly. Straightforwardly, recklessly, and earnestly. Sometimes people get sidetracked by petty pride, self-preservation, ego, and morals. This case is no different. Is pressing this case what you want to accomplish? What you want to accomplish varies depending on your values. If you want to live an honest and upright life, that's fine. I won't stop you. Not overlooking any evil, I won't deny that way of living. But if that's the case, you should also have the courage to stand up against it yourself. Hezen stared into Bitarn's eyes, and the latter averted his gaze. The other subordinates also looked away. The only one who met his gaze directly was his secretary, Gilmond. I will follow you, Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. I see. No matter what happens in the future, even if your opinions clashed against the higher-ups, I will follow you. I don't approve of blind loyalty. I don't appreciate it, and I won't reciprocate your trust. That's fine, this is my will. I see, then suit yourself. Hezen sighed as if feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 151. Return. That day, Yan hurried back to Hezen's quarters. She hadn't slept for 3 days, and her body was shaky. Despite having more work to do and insisting on continuing, her bodyguard, Kakazu, had forcibly brought her back. When she opened the door, she found a thin, nervous-looking man sitting huddled in a corner. Hello. Wait, Mospiza, what are you doing here? I've been assigned as Sir Hezen's government slave. Yan barely restrained herself from blurting out, what a letdown. She had hoped for a more useful slave, but she couldn't say that out loud. She sighed deeply when she noticed Mospiza scooping water from a bucket to drink. Why are you drinking such murky water? It's my drinking water. Why? Sir Hezen ordered it. He wasn't pleased with how much water I used for cleaning. I see. That would indeed make him angry. Hezen himself was barely eating or drinking. But here came Mospiza, a former general, using a lot of water for cleaning despite knowing the dire condition of the people. Yan couldn't help but doubt his brains. The man likely felt no remorse either, as his victim-like demeanor suggested. But you weren't told to drink it as is, right? You can filter it. Yan started making a simple filter. She inverted a small glass bottle, stuffed it with cloth, added small stones to fill the gaps, topped it with sand, and carefully covered it with more cloth. All right, it's done. Pour the water through this and it will be cleaner. You can add charcoal to remove more impurities, and if it still smells, repeat the process a few times. Thank you. Mospiza bowed deeply. Watching him, Yan thought how much he had changed. As a lieutenant, he had been insufferably arrogant. By the way, where's Master? Oh, he hasn't returned yet. Where did he go? I don't know. I see. There's no way Master would have told him. Now that I think about it, Yan thought. Just then, Hezen returned, looking sleep-deprived and thinner than usual. Seeing him like that, Yan couldn't bring herself to criticize how he treated Mospiza. Master, welcome home. Oh, you're back. How did it go? For now, we've done what we could. We bought food from nearby domains and distributed it. In a few days, Mr. Nandal will send a large shipment of food too. Kakazu's accompaniment had been a great help. When a huge crowd had gathered for the food, he had quelled them by smashing the ground with his fist. I see. What about water? We've been collecting it from various places, but a lot of it is dirty. We've made filters for the people to use. For now, they're drinking water that Mr. Gizar has been collecting from nearby. But that won't be enough. They'll have to manage for a month with that. After that, We'll get water from Mr. Nandel. The northern regions have plenty of snow. He'll transport the water from Garna. Got it. But even then, we can only keep this up for 3 months, Yan murmured weakly. And after that? I don't know, I'm out of ideas. You're lying. You have one, don't you? Hezen's question made Yan gnash her teeth. Hezen was always decisive. He would do whatever it took once he made a decision. But she wasn't Hezen. Well, at least make the preparations for it. You should always have at least 3 options in any situations. Consider this plan of yours a last resort. Is okay. Now I'll get some sleep. You should too, oh Mospiza, that's a decent filter you have there. Hezen looked at the filter with interest. What are you talking about? I made it for him. He was drinking dirty water. Wait, Mospiza, didn't you say you knew how to filter water? I'm sorry. Mospiza reddened in shame and fell silent. Hezen sighed deeply. There's no need to apologize, but your prideful nature will be your downfall. But, enough, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Good night. Leaving the trembling Mospiza behind, Hezen led Yan into the bedroom. Chapter 152. Fairy Tale. The next day, Yan woke up early and jumped out of bed. She had probably slept for about 3 hours, but she felt quite refreshed. Get another 3 hours of sleep, Hezen said, eyes closed from the bed next to hers. Oh, were you awake? Yan asked, surprised. I wake up when I sense movement, old habits. That's scary. Yan looked shocked, wondering what kind of life Hezen must have lived. No, wait. Master, did you spend a lot of time on the battlefield? I don't talk about my past. Stingy. Go back to sleep. I can't, I'm wide awake. I don't care. I say sleep, you sleep. Why, you heartless demon? It would be problematic if you collapsed, for both me and the people. That was unfair. Feeling strangely happy, Yan crawled into Hezen's bed. The sheets were warm from his body heat. Despite often calling him a demon, Yan's actions diminished the persuasiveness of her word. Can you tell me a story? Yan pleaded to Hezen's back. A story. Like a fairy tale you tell kids to help them sleep. No, I won't sleep unless you do. Huh? Hezen heaved a deep sigh and muttered to himself. If I tell you a story, will you sleep? Yes, I promise. With that, Hezen turned to face Yan. His eyes were deep and clear. All right, I'll tell you the story of a magician. A magician? That sounds interesting. Once upon a time, there was a famous magician searching for a worthy successor. He didn't have any children. He had a daughter, but he wanted someone who could surpass himself. She didn't have what it took. The wizard traveled for many years until he reached a village. A simple village with lots of wheat fields. There, he found a young boy. That boy is the worthy successor, right? Please let me finish the story, Hezen said, a bit annoyed. Sorry. Thinking back, Yan realized she had never had a normal conversation with Hezen like this. It made her feel happy and awkward at the same time. Did he notice the boy's talent right away? No. At first, the boy seemed very ordinary. His family was just like any other, and he had magical power but was a commoner like you, with a bit of a cheeky attitude. Must be real cheeky for Master to mention it, Yan thought. But after staying at their home for 3 days, the magician noticed something strange. The boy's parents' behavior was too repetitive, like they were following a script. As it turned out, the boy had been using magic to animate his long-dead parents without anyone in the village realizing it. That's incredible. And sad. The boy was undoubtedly a genius. The magician was so impressed that he abandoned all his other apprentices to raise him. Was he as strict as you? I don't even compare. That sounds deadly. That was Yan's honest and genuine impression. In time, the magician came to love the boy like his own son, hoping he would have a happy future with his daughter. Did the boy and magician's daughter love each other? Yes. Over 10 years later, the magician's daughter fell ill with an incurable disease, even beyond the magician's abilities. The boy, in love with the daughter, desperately sought a cure. He wanted to save her no matter the cost, and eventually created a potion. Was it the cure? Yes, but it was too potent. It turned the drinker immortal. In the end, the daughter didn't use it and passed away, leaving the boy a sole immortal as the only one who had tested it. Even after 100, 200 years, the boy never aged. He could only watch as those he loved died, walking alone through desolate lands. eventually becoming a monster feared by all. Then, the magician thought he must kill the boy. Didn't he want to save him? A silence followed. Hezen finally spoke softly. Maybe he actually wanted to give the boy hope so he could live on without falling into despair. But who knows, the magician's heart was a mystery, even to himself. And what happened to the magician and the boy in the end? Master that boy, did he? Now get some sleep. You have to wake up early tomorrow, right? Hezen gently patted Yan's head and turned his back to her again. Chapter 153. Saintess. When Yan woke up again, her mind was remarkably clear. She got up to find Hezen already awake, preparing breakfast. If you're up, get the plates ready, Hezen said. Okay. Yan quickly took out 3 plates, but Hezen only served scrambled eggs on 2 of them, for Yan and Mospiza. You should eat too, Yan said to Hezen. I don't need to eat. Then I won't eat either. You will eat, that's an order. Stubborn as ever, Yan sighed and gave up, stabbing a fork into her eggs. At that moment, a nervous-looking man hurried over, his face souring, looking at what was on the table. What's wrong, Mospiza? Eat up, Yan said. Is this all there is? If you don't want it, I'll eat it. And no, I'll eat it. Mospiza quickly began eating. It was common for wealthy nobles to provide high-quality food to their slaves. But to complain about food after having nearly been forced to drink water as filthy as ditch water before, he sure had guts. Hezen seemed unconcerned. Yan was impressed that he could hold back from killing the man, but she couldn't help but suspect that he might be up to something again. Trying to shake off her suspicions, she gulped down some water and turned to Hezen. About last night's story. What story? You know, the fairy tale you told me. When Yan tried to recall the details, her mind felt hazy. What are you talking about? Maybe you dreamed it, Hezen murmured, reading a book. Yan's confidence wavered. She prided herself on her memory, so the idea of forgetting something was unsettling. Ignoring Yan's dilemma, Hezen closed his book and stood up. All right, I'm heading out for an inspection. Come with me. But I haven't finished eating yet. Then stop whining and finish it. Ugh. Forceful as ever, Yan thought. They finished preparing and headed outside within 30 minutes. The scorching sun was relentless, but there were fewer collapsed bodies, few dead. Those who could be helped are in temporary shelters, but some couldn't be helped, Yan explained. It can't be helped, we're not gods, let's go. They continued walking until they reached an area crowded with tents. The people there knelt upon seeing Yan, as if she were a god. Hezen watched calmly and then turned to Yan. Call for the leader. Okay. Yan asked one of the kneeling people, who nodded and ran off. A few minutes later, an elderly man came running back. Thank you for coming, Saintess. Please stop calling me that, Yan said, her face turning red with embarrassment. But you saved us without asking for anything in return, the elder insisted. It wasn't me who saved you, it was this man who. Yan, that's enough, Hezen interrupted. He likely judged that it was better to let them deify her. He then addressed the elder. We can provide aid for now, but our money isn't limitless. What are your plans going forward? Saintess, who is this man? He's a servant, Hezen interjected. A servant. What are you? Isn't that right, Lady Yan? Yan was exasperated, thinking this was going too far. A servant of the Saintess. Then you are like us. Not exactly. I'm the first servant, so I'm ranked the highest. I see. My apologies, the elder knelt and bowed. So, what are your plans? We don't have any. We're still barely managing to survive day by day, so. Well, no matter. Our Saintess already has a plan prepared for us, right? Hezen gave Yan a wicked smile. Is that true, Saintess? Yes, Yan answered reluctantly, her face soured. Chapter 154. Faith. Yan and Hezen visited dozens of other villages, where Yan was also revered. The villagers found something mystical about their savior being such a young child. Hezen watched Yan with admiration. This turned out better than I expected. Even if I had done the same thing as you, it wouldn't have worked like this. I'm just as surprised. I did take some inspiration from the local myths, but I never thought it would go this far. So you acted intentionally. I didn't think they'd listen to a child. But there's a local myth about a young saintess named Mimia who's about my height. I'm even more impressed. Hezen hadn't thought of that. He didn't deny the existence of gods, but lacked deep faith. Using local beliefs as a tool was effective, as he himself had proven before, but it hadn't crossed his mind in that short time. Yan, however, came up with the brilliant plan. I was skeptical at first, but once the word spread, it took off quickly. Mr. Kekazu's massive physique probably made us seem less human and helped. When people see you as a divine figure, they'll obey without question. Most are loyal to the gods they worship. I don't want to go that far. Maybe we should start a cult. No way. Yan protested firmly. A cult has its perks. Followers do anything for you, and you get tax exemptions. If you win over those in power, you can do whatever you want. That's blasphemy. As they argued, Hezen suddenly staggered. Are you okay? Maybe you need to eat something. No, I'm fine. I can go 10 days without food. If you keep this up, you'll die. This is a perfect opportunity. I won't eat until I'm on the brink of death. What? Yang asked in disbelief. I need to test how long I can maintain my performance and self-control without food. I can't say I get what you're saying. Was he that abnormal, or just a pervert? Yan didn't know the right word to describe Hezen. It's simple. Humans are said to die within a week without water. But once, on the battlefield, I survived for 10 days on rainwater. I need to check if my endurance has diminished. Is that necessary? Yes. Knowing my limits means I can push myself without hesitation. If I don't, I'll either fear needlessly or die recklessly. You're abnormal, pervert. Ignoring Yan's muttered comment, Hezen continued. Anyway, we've visited enough places. Let's head back to the castle and resume our work. Will the proposals get through? They have to, otherwise it'd be a problem. Thankfully, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo approved them on the spot. Next, it had to go through the Vice Chief Domestic Affairs Advisor, Vice Chief Domestic Affairs Officer, Chief Domestic Affairs Advisor, and the Acting Lord. The lengthy process was a clear bureaucratic flaw. I've never met him. What's Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo like? He's very capable and shrewd. If you say so, it must be true. I'm going to introduce you to him now. I want to check the progress too. Follow me. Hezen started walking, and Yan hurried to keep up, surprised she could catch up quickly. Despite everything, he slowed his pace to match hers. Why are you staring at me? Kindness doesn't get noticed unless you show it sometimes, you know. Kindness? Oh, you mean your act of indulging others because you want to be indulged too. How did you twist it that way? Yan couldn't help but look at Hezen with jaw agape. Chapter 155. Stagnation. Hezen and Yan went straight back to the castle and met up with Gilmond, the secretary. Schedule a meeting with Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. Understood. As Hezen worked in his office, Gilmond soon returned. He will see you right away. That was quick, all right. Hezen immediately stood up, taking Yan with him to Mordodo's office. Excuse us. You're here and this is Yan. I hired her as my personal secretary. I see. So this is Saint Mimia. You sure heard quickly. Thanks to my capable subordinates. Isn't that right, Secretary Crulio? I wouldn't know. Crulio, slightly embarrassed, looked away. Hezen noted Mordodo's skill in dealing with women. So different from a certain someone, the black-haired girl muttered under her breath and with a full smile bowed to Mordodo. My name is Yan. Nice to meet you. To you too. Hold on, I think I have something for you. Mordodo suddenly stood up and rummaged through his desk, eventually finding something and bringing it over with a delighted expression. Here you go. Some sweets. Thank you very much. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, Yan isn't just a child. While she's a bit childish in some ways, her capabilities are exceptional. Please don't treat her like a child. Childish? That's uncalled for. It's the truth. Truth or not, there are some things you just don't say. The Senior Domestic Affairs Officer watched their exchange in stunned silence. Noticing that, Hezen ruffled Yan's hair. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, she might be cheeky, but she's competent. Please don't spoil her. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, this teacher of mine is a truly unlovable subordinate. He's not a good person at all, has a two-faced nature, and is the worst subordinate one could have. But he can do the job, so please bear with him. As long as the work gets done, that's all that matters. See, that's why people dislike you. I don't care about being liked or disliked as long as the work is done. But the people around you care a lot. As usual, Yan swung her fists around, and Hezen held her head to keep her in check. Suddenly, Mordodo burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I see you have a very balanced mentor-student relationship. I'm impressed, Yan, that you can stand up to Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen like this. My apologies for the scene, Hezen apologized. No need. Honestly, I was beginning to doubt if you were even human. This is somewhat reassuring. Now, about the matter at hand. Have the two proposals been approved? Mordodo's expression turned serious. Well, about that. There's been something strange. What do you mean? The proposals were approved smoothly up to Chief Domestic Affairs Officer Daggle. The Finance Department couldn't object after the recent incident. The documents should have reached Acting Lord Biganal after that, but there's nothing since then. Acting Lord Biganal is known for quick decisions. Whether he approves a proposal or not, he usually responds the same day. Given the magnitude of these proposals, I expected some reaction, but alas. What kind of person is he? He's a very capable man, no issues with corruption either, thorough and precise. Although our views don't always align. Mordodo chose his words carefully. What are his views? He prioritizes the Empire's interests above all. That doesn't seem too different from us. It's a matter of approach. Mordodo answered with difficulty. I understand. If there's no word after a week, please arrange a meeting with Acting Lord Biganal. Sigh, I've only met him a few times myself, but if it's necessary, Mordodo sighed and nodded. Chapter 156. Report. We hick. A week later, Mosker stumbled back to his room late at night. After visiting over 12 establishments in 3 days, he was completely drunk. The special investigation into Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata had ended after 3 days, and Mosker, the former chief private secretary, had been acquitted. At Batadata's residence, a lot of evidence of wrongdoing had been found. Mosker's maneuvering had ensured the testimonies of other secretaries matched. Batadata's bad reputation had also played a part. The conclusion was clear. It was an attack by underworld figures involved in his corruption. Naturally, the private secretaries had been fired the same day. However, the next day, Hezen hired Mosker as his private secretary. The reason was plausible. I want to understand the work Batadata was doing, so no one questioned it. Hezen had also made sure to find new jobs for the other secretaries. It was hard to imagine how he had such connections, but apparently, Colonel Jilva of the North Garna district had been instrumental in this. Mosker had been given a huge sum of money on his first day on the job, which he had promptly spent. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen is the best. Mosker, completely drunk, dove onto his bed. Initially, he had felt humiliated and angry, but being able to drink, eat, and have fun like this made him feel on top of the world. Oops, can't forget the receipts. Hezen had told him to submit his receipts 3 days ago. With Hezen being so busy and hard to meet, except late at night, he needed to settle accounts immediately to avoid missing the payment, which would cost him his daughter's school fees. He wanted to settle it as soon as possible. Stumbling out of bed, Mosker grabbed a bottle of wine he'd brought as a gift and staggered to Hezen's room. Excuse M.W., what happened to you? You look so thin. When the door opened, he was startled to see Hezen, gaunt and emaciated, looking like he was on the brink of death. Despite having no real concern for Hezen and even wishing he were dead, Mosker couldn't help but blurt that out. He instantly sobered up. Ah, Mosker, it's you. I've been fasting. For religious reasons. No. To understand the plight of the people here. Starving in daily life really brings a different feeling, a fresh perspective, unlike on the battlefield. You look well. Mosker had gained 5 kilos over 3 days and nights of partying. He had spent lavishly stuffing cash into his pants, chugging expensive wine, and indulging in various pleasures. Drinking on someone else's dime tasted so sweet. Mosker instinctively hid the wine behind his back. So any results? I am sorry. Actually, I haven't achieved much yet. Trust is crucial in night establishments, and it takes time and money. Sweating profusely, Mosker stammered out excuses. He had indeed followed Hezen's orders and frequented night establishments. He shouldn't have felt scared, but given Hezen's current state, he couldn't help but feel like he might be killed any moment. Well, we're still at the stage of spending money. Results don't come overnight. Keep frequenting those night establishments. G got it. Mosker breathed a sigh of relief as Hezen spoke calmly. However, remember that in the medium to long term, you must produce results. If there are no results, there will be penalties. Work hard. P penalties. Mosker's face turned pale. Master, it's been over 10 days. Please, eat something, or you'll really die. It's fine, I have something to do tomorrow night. Yan, the girl by Hezen's side, tried to support him as he swayed, but failed, causing him to bump into the desk, knocking over a jar of preserved food. The jar shattered, spilling its contents on the floor. Ha. Hezen stared at the spilled food and chuckled. Why are you laughing? I understand now. If you go long enough without food, you'll do anything to get it. Even kneel down and lick food off the floor, no matter what sins you've committed. Tears streamed down Yan's cheeks. Please eat, no one else could endure this. Do you even need to do this? I must tomorrow night on the full moon. I'll leave then. Where are you going in this condition? Yan cried, her face a mess. Hezen, looking dazed, turned his gaze to Mosker. Sorry, let's review the receipts and your activities. This is so awkward, thought Mosker. Chapter 157. Blessing. The next night, Hezen rode through the desert on horseback with Kakuzu and Yan. Several horses had been stationed along the route beforehand to switch out when one tired, allowing them to reach the middle of the desert in just one night instead of the usual 5-day journey. There, they found the helped people gathered. Following Hezen's instructions, Yan had summoned everyone to this location. Judging by the crowd, it seemed almost everyone had come. Seeing Yan, they all knelt before her. Among them, the leader stood and approached. Oh, Saintess, thank you for coming to this barren land. I'm surprised. I didn't expect everyone to be able to come. The journey must have been extremely harsh, even though they had provided ample food and water. She had expected only around 100 people to make it. Hey! At the leader's signal, hundreds of people appeared on the horizon riding camel-like creatures. These emaciated creatures were proud and confident desert nomads. They are called Reda. Only we, the desert people, know of these magical creatures. Their humps store fat for energy, and they barely sweat, helping them retain heat. There's hundreds of them. They can go days without water. Their hooves are adapted for the desert, moving twice as fast as horses. The journey here, which required 5 horse swaps, can be done by one of these. They are also strong enough to pull makeshift sleds carrying children and the elderly. Why didn't you eat them when you're starving? Yan asked, voicing an obvious question. Some of them had even died from starvation. They are our pride and everything we have. Eating them would mean losing our hope as desert people. And all we can do is offer these to you, Saintess. Please accept them. Yan found herself at a loss for words. You gave us a blessing when we had nothing. You revived our pride as desert people. We discussed what we could do in return, and no one opposed this decision. Half of you will have to live in this desert from now on. Live in this desert. The people's faces turned pale at Yan's words. It was understandable. This barren land was nothing but an endless wasteland without even an oasis. Staying here meant certain death. Very soon, rain will fall on this land for many days. Collect that water, grow plants, and create an oasis here. Rain, but that's impossible. Yan smiled and moved to a spot where they couldn't see her. There, she found Hezen, who was barely conscious. Master, I followed the script exactly, but can you really make it rain? Of course, she had never seen such magic, nor heard of anyone who could make it rain. Yes, this magic can only be used if you truly desire it. Hezen began drawing a giant, intricate magic circle in the soil. Once the child of God, Arist, brought rain to dry lands. He muttered, barely conscious, seemingly not speaking to anyone in particular. Was he hallucinating or delirious? Regardless, he was in a dangerous state. For 1,000 years, no one else managed to replicate the feat except one. That one brought bountiful rain, receiving cheers from thousands. But eventually, they poisoned the land, consuming the souls of tens of thousands in madness. Hezen finished the magic circle and closed his eyes. In an instant, Yan felt a surge of exhilaration from her body, as if the entire area was brimming with magical power and her body responding to it. Hezen held no wand, but each word he uttered seemed to carry immense power. Curse the heavens, hate the earth, gaze upon the sky, and celebrate the blessing. tears of the chaos god Ilkaus. Soon, rain clouds began to form up in the sky. It was an impossible phenomenon. Rain clouds forming in this arid, moistureless place. Yan trembled as she watched Hezen, who was still emanating an overwhelming presence. Eventually, droplets began to fall on Yan's cheeks. "Rain, it's raining, it's raining." The people shouted in excitement. In response, everyone started dancing in joy. Watching them, Hezen sat down on the ground, lifted his face, and savored the blessing. "Yan, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat." Chapter 158. Why? It was raining. Amid the storm of chaos and despair, there lay a girl who wouldn't wake and a white-haired man dancing a waltz. The sight Hezen beheld was beyond madness. It filled his heart with various emotions: the regret of having created this monster, the helplessness of being unable to free this monster, and the burden that one day he would have to face this monster himself. Section. When he regained consciousness, he was inside a carriage. It seemed he had lost consciousness. Hezen moved his fingers and toes to check his bodily functions. Opening his slightly blurry eyes, he saw a black-haired girl sitting there with a tear-streaked face. "Hicks, hicks, hicks. Yan, why are you crying?" "Hicks, hicks. You hate me, don't you?" "Yes, I hate you. You're cold, mean, and have the worst personality." "Zai. And now, you're even making me worry. Can I cry when someone close to me collapses?" "Stupid, stupid, stupid. You're so stupid, master." Zai. Hezen quietly tapped Yan's forehead. The girl fainted and collapsed, leaning against Hezen's reclining body. "Yan, what's wrong?" "Don't worry." She reached her physical and mental limits. Her emotions were all over the place, so I put her to sleep for a bit. He answered Kakazu, who was outside the carriage. Hezen then directed his fingers to the ground, skillfully drawing a pattern. Dark light imbued the ground, forming a magical circle in the black glow. The magician's hand stopped, and black lightning coursed through the circle. "With this darkness, I summon thee, the demon Berzelius." "Pop, Sympho, honey, why you've got it wrong. This child is not A small, 5-year-old looking boy appeared, with tiny black wings on his back and a small hint of fangs. He held a single black rose. "Long time no see, Berzelius." "Ika Hezen-Heim." The little demon's face contorted visibly. "Sorry, did I interrupt something?" "No, not at all. In fact, you saved me at a very critical moment. Your timing was divine, really divine." Despite being a demon, Berzelius kept repeating, "Divine, divine." "That's good to hear. Now, as usual, seal Yan's memories." "Why, yes. Of course. Just as a reminder, if you tamper with anything, I'll cut your body into pieces, bind you, and imprison you forever so you can never return to your world. Understand?" Zai. Grin. "Oh, well, I would never do such a thing. Especially not to someone who made Lokiel his pet." The little demon nodded frantically. "I don't trust what demons say, so no need to respond. Just consider this me talking to myself." "Why, yes." Berzelius hastily placed his hand on Yan's head. This demon had almost no combat ability, but could read people's minds and freely manipulate their memories. Although altering complex memories would come with significant consequences for the subject, temporarily blocking them was easy. Seal the chain of events leading up to the rain, only for 5 years. Give the key to the man outside the carriage. "Why, yes." Berzelius followed the instructions. He didn't need detailed orders because he could read Hezen's thoughts. "Are you sealing her memory again?" Kakazu asked from beyond the carriage. "Yan doesn't need this knowledge at the moment. It would only hinder her study of using magic with a wand. Zai. But when she matures, this might give her a hint for further advancement." "Why are you telling me this?" Kakazu's honest question reached Hezen's ears. "Yan might walk a different path from me. In that case, there's a possibility we'll end up opposing each other." Zai. "Kakazu, I show no mercy to those who oppose me. Yan and you are no exceptions. If you ever point a blade at me, I'll crush you without mercy." "Got it." After a long silence, Hezen spoke again. "And if that happens, if Yan stands against me and you side with her, I won't hold back, but I won't blame you for your choice." Zai. Outside the carriage, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Chapter 159. Meeting. The next morning, Hezen went to the castle as usual and got to work. Many people were worried about his recent drastic weight loss, but he brushed off their concerns, saying, "No need to worry." Among those particularly worried was his secretary, Gilmond, who approached him. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, it's almost time for your meeting with Acting Lord Biganol. Are you sure you're feeling okay? To be honest, Hezen wanted his subordinates to leave him alone since there was nothing they could do for him. But he forced a smile, understanding their concern. Yes, I've had enough water and food. Don't I look better than yesterday? I should be getting better gradually. Sorry for worrying you. And no, that's part of my duty as your secretary, Gilman said enthusiastically. Well then, let's go. Do we need to bring Secretary Yan? I've been working her hard recently, so I've given her some time off. I see. So I'm relying on you. Why yes, Gilman energetically responded and marched ahead. Hezen found flexible subordinates easier to manage, making Gilman's absolute loyalty somewhat cumbersome. If they were to be used as pawns like the desert people, that unwavering loyalty would be perfect. But as a secretary, some flexibility was necessary. As a result, Yan was better suited for the role, but she was still young, physically weak, and lacked knowledge and education, needing to learn a lot. Thus, appointing Yan as the sole secretary was not appropriate. Hezen kept in mind that he needed another competent secretary. As they walked down the corridor, Hezen saw his superior, Mordodo, pacing nervously in front of his office. You seem restless, Hezen commented. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, not everyone is bold as you, at least I'm not. We're meeting the acting lord, 3 ranks above us, skipping over the vice advisor, and chief. I can't calm down if I stay still. That was a typical reaction. Hezen had often spoken to even a colonel-ranked officer in the North Garna military without flinching, and even later subordinated him. Of course, he had the backing of Captain Lorenzo, one of the faction leaders, and the military's meritocracy helped. Some said civil officials required stricter etiquette and hierarchy than military officers. But he also knew his superior wasn't one to be rattled by such things. Hezen deeply bowed to Mordodo. I'm sorry for making you act like this just to make me feel at ease. I'll be careful not to be rude during the meeting, so please don't worry. That's what makes you so hard to like. Mordodo sighed heavily and walked alongside Hezen. Hezen began. I'm impressed you arranged a meeting in just over a week. You asked for it, didn't you? It was tough. How did you manage it? I had Secretary Beraldo, his close aide, arrange a drinking session. It's easier to break the ice over drinks. I'm surprised. I didn't know you had such connections. Of course, Hezen couldn't have done such a thing. He felt a sudden respect for his superior's wide network. It's not your style, so you don't need to learn it, but people are connected through ties. These ties can be complex, involving interdepartmental power dynamics, hierarchies, and noble titles. They can seem troublesome, but are also very useful. Indeed, Hezen agreed, acknowledging that he had lived free from such ties. He admired his superior's capacity to accept him despite his opposite way of life. One more thing. Yes. You said you'd be careful not to be rude. Yes. Don't hold back for my sake. Say what needs to be said. Hezen's eyes widened in surprise. Is that okay? I can't always create such opportunities for you. If you don't speak your mind, this meeting is pointless. I won't say I'll handle all the aftermath smoothly, but we'll get through it together. Understood, I won't hold back then. Just keep it within reason, Mordodo added quietly. Chapter 160. Intention. After a knock, they entered the office. Inside, a man with sharp eyes was reading through some documents. It was Biganol, the acting lord. This was Hezen's second face-to-face meeting with him. He seemed a bit nervous. Once Biganol finished reading, he set the documents down and turned his sharp gaze towards Hezen and Co. Oh, Mordodo. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed our last meeting. The pleasure was mine. Mordodo flashed a friendly smile. Biganol smiled too, but it seemed somewhat forced. So, this is the man I mentioned earlier, Hezen-Heim, Mordodo introduced. So you're Hezen, Biganol eyed Hezen critically. I hear you're quite an exceptional man. Thank you. I heard you implemented extensive welfare measures right after your appointment. Yes. Hezen, try to be a bit more personable. My apologies, Sir Biganol. He's very capable but a bit lacking in charm. Mordodo said to lighten the mood. Sigh, it must be tough for you. Anyway, I don't have much time. Let's get to the point. Yes, I'd like to hear about the progress on the proposals I submitted. Ah yes, the proposals, I read them. Establishing the shortest route to the war zone through the desert. Very logical and ambitious. Thank you. And the tax relief and aid for the citizens. It's an extension of the welfare measures you've already implemented. Your dedication to the people is commendable. Thank you. However, Biganol turned his chair around, showing his back. However, this would severely strain the finances of the Doctrim territory. This is a major political matter, so we need to seek guidance from the Lord in the Sky Palace. I see. That made sense. The proposals required a significant amount time and funds. Hezen braced himself for a potential 2-week wait. Just wait a bit longer. How long do you think it will take to get a response? At least 6 months. That's too long. It's necessary. What do you mean? Hezen looked puzzled. It's a troublesome issue. Even with his back turned, Hezen could tell what kind of expression Biganol had. His earlier statements were just formalities. Now he was getting to his true feelings. Some people don't look others in the eye when revealing their true thoughts. Biganol was one of them. These people were once known as the Desert Folk, rebels against the Empire. If they rise again, we won't have enough troops to defend Doctrim. So, you deliberately imposed heavy taxes on them. Biganol nodded. For the Empire's sake. Our role is to ensure safe transport to the front line. There's no need to risk crossing the desert. We won't feed the rebellious populace. So the proposals. We'll review them, but they'll likely be rejected. I'll steer it that way. Have a broader perspective, Hezen. These people must be kept neither alive nor dead. Abandon your foolish ideals. In a few months, things will revert to the way they are now. The people will starve and suffer again, eventually losing their dignity, selling their families into slavery. Only those who submit to us will survive, marry, and form new families. By then, this place will flourish. Biganol spun his chair around again and smiled, but his eyes weren't smiling. He was observing Hezen, trying to determine if he was a friend or foe. One must understand the larger currents of the world to achieve great things. This should be a good lesson for you. I see, acting Lord Biganol is quite wise. Glad you understand, Hezen. Everyone makes a mistake or two when they're young. Don't be discouraged and keep submitting proposals. But you lack vision. Ahem. Chapter 161. Vax. Biganol couldn't help but ask again. He must have misheard. There was no way anyone would say that in this situation. It went against the script. Sorry, what did you just say? I said you lack vision. Who does? You, acting Lord Biganol. He didn't mishear. He didn't. Biganol's smile grew wider, but it was a fake smile meant to hide his growing anger. Are you perhaps confused? Do you really know who you're speaking to right now? I've said it several times, but are you not listening? Or do you not understand? Or maybe you just can't accept it. Biganol's smile grew even more strained. I get it, you're an utter fool. Is that so? Let's hear it then. Your grand theory on why I lack vision. It's not anything grand, but to start with, the tax rates are unbalanced. You can't use the most from the people this way. You talk about neither keeping them alive nor letting them die, but your vision is so narrow that you can't see the reality. As a result, all you do is use the whip. People won't move efficiently with just the whip. Intentionally weakening the people may make short-term control easier. But considering the Empire's territorial expansion policy, tax revenue needs to steadily increase. But from what I've confirmed, the tax revenues in Doctrim have been decreasing every year, haven't they? I've already told you, everything has its role. This place is merely a relay point for the front line. You should abandon such a small-minded view, focusing only on fulfilling your basic duties. That's the kind of thinking a petty official would have. Biganol's smile stiffened even more. So, you're saying your proposal will increase tax revenue? Of course. First, by shortening the route to the desert, we can reduce the cost of supplying the front line to 1/10 of what it is now. This alone will significantly cut Doctrim's expenses. Such delusions. Trying to cross that desert is madness. Many have attempted it before and all have failed. Haven't you heard of learning from the past? Learning from the past and being bound by it are entirely different things. What you should have done is not compromise out of fear of failure, but build on the accumulation of past failures and use the wisdom of our predecessors. Why did our brave predecessors fail? Because they couldn't establish a proper route. To traverse the desert, we need some infrastructure, which means we need people living there. Where there's a road, people live. That applies only to developed cities. In a developing desert area, where people live, a road is built. If people can live in the desert, the empire's territory will expand. Logistics efficiency will improve, and trade will flourish. We won't need to pay passage fees to the country of Ranus anymore. Doctrine will no longer be an isolated outpost, and the frontline logistics will be secured. Hence, aid to the people is necessary. You have been killing the very labor force that could have thrived and taken away their opportunities. And you only did the minimum work your small mind could handle. But you're smart in a sense. If you don't fail, you don't lose points. You've slowly climbed up the ranks by cautiously accumulating small successes. But to me, that's a mediocre, cowardly, and despicable way to live. Such outrageous insolence, such audacity. Finally, Biganol dropped his fake smile and turned beet red with anger. You are prepared to face the consequences for such slanders, aren't you? Facts aren't slanders. Hezen stated this with a straightforward gaze. Haha. Interesting. I have the authority to fire you right now. You know that, right? Biganol's eyes were bloodshot with rage, but Hezen seemed completely unfazed. You won't. This is an unofficial meeting. If you fire me right after, what will you say when asked for a reason? You can't possibly say, because he insulted me, can you? It would reveal how petty you are. You are extremely concerned with how others perceive you. That's why you've been keeping up that creepy smile all this time, right? Hezen gave a refreshing smile, unlike Biganol's. I've changed my mind. I'll keep you around forever. Make any proposals you want, but I will reject them all. You'll spend your entire life here without achieving anything. 2 months. What? In 2 months, you'll be bowing your head and apologizing to me. Are you insane? That will never happen. You just can't see it with your lacking vision. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hezen left the room without bowing. Walking leisurely, he thanked Mordodo next to him. Thank you, sir. Because of you, I could speak my mind freely. Please tell me this is just a dream. Chapter 162. Scheme. Mordodo felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. He had his reservations towards the acting lord, and he knew that Hezen had a blunt personality. So naturally, he'd intended to take on the role of mediator, ready to shield Hezen as much as possible and even bow down if necessary. But things ultimately ended up beyond saving. Ugh. Mordodo's eyes welled up with tears. He wanted to break down and cry. His career and hard-earned trust were crumbling, and he might even lose his job, leaving his family destitute. His daughter was 6 years old. Every time he came home, she'd run to him joyfully shouting, "Daddy!" It was the happiest feeling in the world. But now he might be fired, unable to send her to school. The thought of such a future kept flashing through his mind, and the tears he had wiped away began to well up again. Without thinking, Mordodo grabbed Hezen by the collar. What the hell was that? You've done more than just anger the acting lord. You've made him utterly despise you. Haha. This is no laughing matter. This madman. Mordodo realized he had completely misjudged the man in front of him. I once said you were the kind of guy who'd stab his superiors in the back without hesitation. Yes, I was surprised by how accurately you saw through me. I didn't see through anything. It's not just a stab in the back. You'll stab them repeatedly. And then, when they collapse, you'll mount them and pummel their faces. That's what you just did, you sick psycho. That's an interesting way to put it. Don't agree with me. Mordodo clutched his head in frustration. He had completely underestimated Hezen. He thought he was a man who understood the chain of command to some extent. Most officers were driven by ambition. He assumed Hezen was the same and wouldn't defy his superiors recklessly. But he hadn't expected him to be so reckless. Hezen, oblivious to his superior's turmoil, smiled calmly, the most inappropriate response for the situation, and bowed politely. I'm sorry. I had no intention of holding back, given the opportunity you created. This cheeky little. Were you acting all along? Yes. Ahiha. Mordodo's heart wouldn't stop racing. He'd been outmaneuvered. Hezen had anticipated being underestimated and had taken full advantage of it. Still, you handled yourself brilliantly, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. What else was I supposed to do? He answered bitterly. He had no choice but to become invisible to blend into the background. He couldn't defend Hezen or even intervene. If he did, he might become the next target. His only option was to remain a shadow, pretending he wasn't there. I truly respect you as my superior. My actions were driven by a desire to have you on my side. Please forgive me. Did you deliberately make sure I was present? Yes. Ahiha. Beyond anger, Mordodo felt a chill. Hezen had ensuring Mordodo wouldn't betray him by making him an accomplice, aligning their goals through shared circumstances. It was a classic con artist's tactic. Mordodo pressed his fingers to his temple, struggling to keep up with reality. Do you really think you can gain my trust by conning me like this? It's not trust that we need. It's a relationship where we can cooperate because our goals align, whether we like each other or not. And what if I refuse out of spite? Don't worry, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. I trust in your judgment abilities. Ugh. It was trust that made Mordodo want to vomit. Hezen wasn't even bothering to hide his true nature anymore. With Hezen's limitless knowledge, insight, and extraordinary actions, Mordodo should have suspected this sooner. No, Hezen's words had lulled Mordodo into a false sense of security. Mordodo had always guarded himself against empty flatteries, yet he had still been deceived. So, I have no choice but to side with you now. Rest assured, I never engage in battles I have no chance of winning. I'd prefer if you at least said you don't engage in battles you have no chance of losing. With a deep sigh, Mordodo trudged down the hallway. Chapter 163. Daily Routine. About 2 weeks had passed since then. Hezen continued his duties as a domestic affairs officer as usual. He reviewed, edited, and approved his subordinates' documents while also preparing his own. All these efforts were aimed at improving the revenue of the Doctrim territory. However, none of his proposals were approved. With a disappointed look, Secretary G. Ilmond placed the rejected documents on Hezen's desk. This is ridiculous. How could they outright reject such brilliant proposals without a second thought? Keep all of them archived. Hezen skimmed through the rejected documents once more before handing them back to Gilmond. Aren't you frustrated, getting your proposals rejected for such absurd reasons? Whenever a proposal was rejected, the person making the decision had to provide a reason. For the first week, the acting lord himself had written these reasons. But they were just nitpicks like not realistic or not a priority in the budget, with typical, unconvincing reasons. In the second week, the Chief Domestic Affairs Officer, Dagger, started rejecting the proposals. Perhaps he had decided to do it himself because the acting lord had become irritable just by seeing Hezen's documents. Yet Hezen remained unperturbed. If that's the decision from the superiors, I will accept it. Amid this, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo summoned Hezen. Hezen immediately left his office and walked down the hallway. He sighed deeply, feeling the annoying gaze from behind. If they wanted to tail him, they could at least try to be discreet, he thought. Entering the room, Hezen saw Mordodo sitting at his desk, letting out a deep sigh. This was a common sight lately. Perhaps he was exhausted. You called for me. I didn't want to, but isn't your approach a bit too direct? What do you mean? Your proposals. They're all excellent, but many exceed the scope of a domestic affairs officer's duties. If you submit them through other departments without your name, they might get approved. I appreciate your concern. However, I've already submitted all the major proposals I wanted to. Sigh, I doubt you were expecting the higher-ups to act just because your proposals were excellent. What are you up to? Mordodo looked at Hezen with a probing expression. I can't say, but I'll continue to make proposals. Well, I'm also planning to head out and tackle smaller issues on site. Are you trying to make the acting lord impatient and make a blunder? He's not that incompetent. I'm aware of his cunning and meticulous nature. After all, I'm being watched around the clock. A few tales followed him 24/7. Gilmond reported that even his subordinates' movements were being monitored. Mordodo rubbed his temples upon hearing this. Same here. That person is thorough. He monitors my secretaries and other subordinates rigorously. If it were blatant harassment, we could deal with it, but he's not that careless. Don't worry, his vision is narrow. He can only monitor what he can see. How did things come to this? The duties of domestic affairs officers are indeed quite troublesome. Back when I was a soldier, All I had to do was relentlessly crush the enemies in front of me. That doesn't sound like a joke, which is scary. Mordodo gave a wry, awkward smile. In any case, I will just continue making proposals. Besides, sometimes it's necessary to wait and see how things unfold without doing anything. That doesn't sound like you at all, and I don't quite believe it but got it. So, I will have to continue reviewing the rejected proposals. Please do, Hezen bowed with a beaming smile. Chapter 164. Scheme. 2 more weeks passed. During this time, Biganul diligently went about his work. Since he hadn't received any proposals from Hezen, he began scrutinizing proposals from other departments that seemed to have Hezen's influence and promptly rejected any suspicious ones. One day, Biganul turned to his secretary, Pragazel, and asked, "Anything new? Any movement?" "No, sir. No suspicious activity whatsoever." "I see." As expected, he's cunning, Biganul thought. Hezen didn't easily show an opening. Even an independent investigation into Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata's disappearance found no trace of his involvement. Should we set him up? Don't be foolish, he's trying to bait us. If we just stick to our routine, he won't be able to do anything. By setting a 2-month period, Hezen seemed to have a surefire plan. But Biganul was convinced Hezen just wanted him to make a hasty move and give him something to exploit. "Call Chief Domestic Affairs Officer Dagger." "Yes, sir." The secretary quickly fetched the elderly, overweight man. Though much older, Dagger obeyed orders faithfully, something Biganul thought all officials should do. "Ha, you called for me." "Yes, I was wondering why there haven't been any proposals from Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen lately." "Oh, that, they were all trivial, so I rejected them myself." Biganul couldn't help but grin. He hadn't mentioned the humiliation he recently suffered to Dagger, but just hinting that something was up made the old man act exactly as he wanted. That's too bad. He's young, so he should keep trying despite his failures. I'm not sure. Vice Chief Mayunal just recently criticized him. Oh, why? He suddenly changed his subordinates' work schedules without consulting other departments, as is customary. His actions are becoming more and more reckless. Haha, I see. Biganul laughed heartily. Hearing bad things happening to Hezen was his new favorite pastime, and it helped soothe his wounded pride. He wanted to torment and crush him. If Hezen ended up taking his own life, he'd pin some random crime on him and drag his family, no, his entire kin, down to hell. He wouldn't kill him outright. He'd keep tormenting him until he begged for death. Biganul genuinely hoped Hezen wouldn't break too easily. Sensing his intent, Dagger continued fervently. He even conducted large-scale aid efforts without informing us. He writes and submits proposals himself instead of letting his subordinates do it. That's quite presumptuous. Indeed, the role of intermediate-level officers is mainly to manage subordinates. He might be competent, but he's hindering his team's growth. How ambitious can he get? Haha, quite a problematic one he is. But isn't your critique a bit too harsh? No, sir. In fact, I believe a demotion would be beneficial. What do you think? Haha, I see. Biganul smiled pleasantly. Dagger truly understood him. Desperate to regain favor, Dagger would continue acting against Hezen's interests without Biganul having to dirty his hands. Never becoming the direct perpetrator, this was Biganul's risk management strategy. We must also appoint a replacement for Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Batadata. Given Hezen's ambition, he might have been eyeing that position. Oh, so, we should announce the appointment of the new Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor and Hezen's demotion to Junior Domestic Affairs Officer at the same time. Hehehehe, that seems quite cruel. For a man as prideful as Hezen, this would be a severe blow, especially since he might have been aiming for rapid promotion. But the nail that stuck out got hammered down. It's for his own growth. Indeed, for his growth. Such convenient words brought a smile to Biganul's face. I plan to appoint strict individuals as the new Senior Domestic Affairs Officer and the Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer replacing Hezen. Who is it? Senior Domestic Affairs, Advisor Gimuna, and Intermediate Domestic Affairs, Officer Balero. Oh, I hear they are quite strict. Turning his back, Biganul allowed himself a genuine, sinister smile. Yes, Hezen is talented, so he needs an especially strict guidance. Haha, indeed, this is for his growth. I'm counting on you. Yes, sir, leave it to me, Dagger responded enthusiastically. Chapter 165, Introduction. The next morning, Chief Domestic Affairs Officer Dagger summoned all the domestic affairs officers to the main hall. Naturally, Biganul was observing from the back. I'd like to introduce you all to our new Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor, Gimona. Mr. Gimona, if you could, Dagger announced. Yes, the reply came from a middle-aged man with striking double eyelids. He had a somewhat androgynous face, but a faint beard around his chin, likely a sign of a thick beard that grows back quickly even after shaving. I'm Gimona, and I've been appointed as the new Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor. I'll do my best not to hold anyone back, so I look forward to working with you all. He bowed deeply, his voice smooth and deliberate. Dagger cleared his throat and continued, Next, I have a demotion to announce. Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. Yes, you are hereby demoted to Junior Domestic Affairs Officer. The room buzzed with sudden murmurs, particularly from Secretary Gilmond and the other subordinates, who looked shocked. However, Hezen's expression remained unchanged. Understood. Do you have any objections? No, I do not. With a decisive tone, Hezen's response caused Gilmond, who had been visibly displeased, to restrain his frustration. You, whether out of surprise or an act for Biganul, Dagger pressed on, had you just did your job as you were supposed to, it wouldn't have come to this. I'm truly disappointed, Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. I had high hopes for you. Yes, you have a strong sense of pride and ambition. But as a civil official, you need to approach your job with neutrality beyond such emotions. Yes. Is yes all you can say? No. Are you sulking? Listen carefully to what I'm saying. This is for your growth. Yes. Without showing any anger or sorrow, Hezen continued to respond calmly, which made Biganul's dissatisfaction apparent. Dagger, looking a bit flustered, cleared his throat several times. It seems my words don't reach you at all. Well, take some time to cool off and diligently perform your administrative duties. Yes. Now, let me introduce your replacement, Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. Yes. The response came from a burly man, not looking much like a civil official, but more like a soldier, standing tall and speaking with a clear, energetic voice. I'm Balero, the new Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer. I won't be as lenient as that man. I intend to train you all strictly, so be prepared. Balero declared boldly, casting a glance at Hezen. One of Hezen's former subordinates, Bitarn, whispered something to someone next to him, prompting an immediate reaction from Balero. Hey, you there, come here. Me? Yes. Hurry up. Bitarn quickly approached Balero, only to be met with a punch to the face. Blood splattered, and the loud thud echoed through the hall. Chatting during a meeting is prohibited. That's common sense. I apologize, but you didn't have to hit me. Silence, Balero yelled and landed another punch. I'm your superior. I won't tolerate any objections. Eek. Did you hear me? Why, yes. Good, Balero smiled brightly. As you can see, I will provide strict guidance. But this is, in a way, the whip of love. I want you to grow, so although it pains me, I'll harden my heart to guide you. That's my style. That's it. In the now silent hall, Biganul's dry laugh echoed. That concludes the announcements. Everyone, return to your work. Junior Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, clear out your belongings from the Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer's quarters by the end of the day. Yes, Hezen, with the same calm expression, responded and promptly left the room. Chapter 166. Whip. Hezen returned to his quarters and started packing. Watching him, Mospiza hesitantly asked, Master, what are you doing? I've been demoted to a Junior Domestic Affairs Officer, so I'm moving out. For a moment, Mospiza's face lit up with joy, but he quickly regained his composure and tried to hide it. That's, unfortunate. It doesn't look like you're too upset about it. Kakazu, I've packed my things, so move them out for me. Also, take all the books. Okay. Hezen finished packing in less than 5 minutes and immediately bid farewell to his room, heading to the office. In the seat of the Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer sat Balero, lounging with a smug expression. Wow, you're quick. Done already. Yes. Then get to work. Yes. Hezen promptly sat down at the junior administrative officer's desk and began working calmly. Bolero, bored, watched him and, seeing no signs of rebellion, muttered, "Coward," and started approving documents. 5 minutes later, Bolero suddenly stood up and stormed over to his subordinate, Bitarn, grabbing him by the collar. "Hey. Why yes. What's with this document? It's about." "That's not what I'm asking." "Gah." Bolero yelled as he punched Bitarn. "How can't you understand? Here, right here. It's bent." Bolero punched Bitarn again, causing a red-stained tooth to fall to the ground. With tears in his eyes, Bitarn deeply bowed. I'm sorry. Listen up. Disorganized documents reflect a disorganized mind. Only by paying attention to these details can you do good work." "Yes," Bitarn, holding his cheek, managed to squeeze out a trembling reply. Dissatisfied, Bolero kneed him in the stomach. Cough, cough. "You don't get it. That's why you civil officers are useless. I'm a former soldier. So believe me when I say that this is also a battlefield. And on the battlefield, you can't be negligent. Is that clear?" "Why yes, sir." "Good." Bolero suddenly switched to a cheerful smile and patted Bitarn on the shoulder. "It hurts me too, you know, when I hit you, when I kick you. It hurts me more than it hurts you, but that's just how the whip of love is." "Yes, sir." "Well then, it's only the first day, so you might not be used to my methods, but hang in there. People grow by persevering." While Bolero's face shone with enthusiasm, Bitarn returned a forced, strained smile. "Yes, sir." "Great, so, where's the welcome party going to be?" Welcome party. Don't tell me you didn't prepare it." Bolero's grip on Bitarn's shoulder tightened. "No, we prepared it." "Good, so where is it?" We're still looking for a good place." "I see. All right, Bitarn, you focus on that today." "Yes." "Don't misunderstand. It might not seem like work, but we're friends, family, and battle comrades. We need to understand and share each other's situations. This is an important work. Hosting others is also a significant task." "Yes, sir." Bitarn looked at Hezen for help, but he was completely ignored as Hezen continued his work. Unaware of the SOS, Bolero slapped Bitarn's back. "Cough, cough. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Tonight, let's talk about what work really is." "Yes." "Hey, why aren't you responding?" Shifting his gaze from Bitarn, Bolero glared at one of his subordinates' desk. There sat a black-haired young man, working calmly. It was Hezen-Heim. "If you were talking to me, yes, sir." What's with that disrespectful attitude?" Bolero stormed over and punched Hezen in the cheek. Blood spattered and droplets hit the ground. Hezen's cheek swelled slightly, but he neither touched it nor showed pain, staring straight back at Bolero. "What's with that defiant look?" Thud. "Gah. Hi." Bolero flew back, crashing into the wall. His nose bone was crushed and blood dripped to the ground. Staring at his own blood, he froze for a few seconds. What happened? "I hit him and was about to hit him again, and then." With an innocently confused look, Bolero's thought process was cut off as Hezen grabbed his earlobe and yanked it down. Hezen swept his leg and tripped him, causing Bolero to fall to the ground on his back. Hezen then mounted him. What are you doing?" "I'm honored. I didn't expect you to engage in hand-to-hand combat with me. You must be very confident." "I'm not very skilled at this, so I look forward to your guidance." "NOW8. Why you Before he could finish speaking, bam 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 bam. Punch after punch rained down on Bolero. From all directions, his face was pummeled, swelling rapidly. 5 minutes later. Twitch, twitch, twitch. Even after Bolero lost consciousness, Hezen's fists didn't stop. Only when Bolero's body started twitching, indicating that he was on the brink, did Hezen finally stop. Everyone present was stunned. Secretary Gilmond, finally catching up with the situation, pleaded with a pale face. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, what are you doing? Just giving him some whipping of love is all. Chapter 167. Interrogation. 10 minutes later, Bolero woke up with a start. GGHHH. A sharp, lingering pain from earlier coursed through his body, confirming that it hadn't been just a nightmare. He tried to move quickly, but his hands and feet were restrained, pinned against the wall. Ah, you're awake. Turning towards the voice, Balero saw Hezen standing there. He tried to move again, but it was futile. Despite the simple restraints, he couldn't muster any strength. You bastard. What do you think you're doing? My apologies. I thought you'd be stronger, considering you were supposed to be teaching me martial arts. But it seems I was mistaken. I may have acted too hastily. Hezen spoke with a tone that seemed to say, "Oops, my bad." He gave a shallow bow. Don't give me that nonsense. Are you out of your mind? I jumped into conclusions. I sincerely apologize. Stop messing around. Stop messing around. It seems you won't forgive me, will you? Of course not. I'll have you not only fired but also thrown into a cell. I swear it. I'll make sure of it. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I have no choice but to interrogate you. Why? Crack, Gaia. Hezen bent Balero's index finger back 150 degrees, snapping it. HNGH haha. I'm quite skilled at interrogation, you know. It comes with being a domestic affairs officer. Snap, ayeg. He continued with another finger. Ha ha, be bullshit. You call this an interrogation. Huh? Enduring the pain through deep breathing, Balero gritted his teeth and forced a defiant smile, determined not to show any weakness to the lunatic. Oh, really? Ha, you're not just insane, you're an idiot too. You don't even know what interrogation means. Balero mocked Hezen, who paused as if in thought. That's strange to me. Interrogation means confining, pressuring, and torturing someone until they lose their mind and comply with your demands. Interrogation. It was supposed to mean the act of questioning or investigating through verbal questioning. That was what Balero knew, and it was what the dictionary said. This is on a whole different level, Balero thought, his mouth half open in disbelief. Well, definitions can vary from person to person. I'll just continue with what I think is right. Crack, crack, crack. With a bright smile, Hezen broke 3 more of Balero's fingers at once. GGHHH, HNN. Balero struggled to stay conscious, enduring the pain through deep breathing. If only he could get word of this to someone, the tables could be turned. He glanced around and noticed his subordinates standing behind Hezen, their faces twisted in fear. Hey, what are you doing? Help me. Stop this lunatic. No one moved. It's pointless, we just had a meeting. I asked them what to do if you wouldn't forgive my mistake. Bitarn and Gilmond suggested we should just kill you, but dealing with the alibi and aftermath would be a hassle, wouldn't it? So, as a last resort, we decided to interrogate you first and see if we could make you cooperate. So first we'll interrogate Tame. If that doesn't work, we'll kill you. You bastards. Eep. The moment Balero glared at his subordinates with a deadly look in his eyes. Hezen's index and middle fingers shot toward his eyeballs. Ayeg. You shouldn't scare your subordinates like that. Look, they're terrified now. Ugh, my eyes. Come on, calm down. I'll fix them, see. Hezen immediately cast a healing magic on Balero's eyes, restoring his vision instantly. But the excruciating pain remained seared into his brain. Ha. The pain had grown so intense that no amount of controlled breathing could help, and Balero's expression was now one of utter despair. Watching that expression, Hezen smiled serenely. See, all better now, so don't worry, I can do this as many times as needed. Hezen's smile was so beautiful, it looked almost twisted. Chapter 168. Tips. Amidst the excruciating pain, Balero thought, this has to be a dream. I've been pushing myself too hard lately, so I must be having a nightmare. It's not a dream. AARGH. Almost as if he could read his mind, Hezen spoke his thoughts out loud while twisting a knife deeper into his abdomen. Leaving the knife in reduces blood loss. I've got about 300 more, so let's see how long you can last. Eek, this is too cruel. What have I done to deserve this? Sure, maybe I was a little harsh in my methods, but it was all done out of love. Before he could finish, Hezen grabbed a stack of documents from the desk and began to read them over. Balero Hensel, due to repeated power harassment, you've destroyed 64 subordinates. 3 of them were driven to suicide. Honestly, I'm somewhat impressed you managed to do so much. Where did you get that information? Come on now, this is basic stuff for a civil officer. Naturally, I keep tabs on those who could be useful. The black-haired young man flashed a charming smile. It's not my fault, they were just too weak. That's just your opinion, right? I've already done my research, so there's no need to make excuses to me. It's not going to change anything. With that, Hezen rolled up the stack of papers and shoved it into Balero's mouth. Gu ngh blarg. As a civil officer, I never skip fact-checking. I've compiled everything here, so enjoy it thoroughly. Ugh gurgle warg. Smiling brightly, Hezen watched Balero struggle to breathe, choking and writhing. Whoops. Just as Balero was about to pass out from lack of oxygen, Hezen yanked the papers from his mouth and turned to face his former subordinates, who stood frozen in shock. As a bit of knowledge sharing among colleagues, here's something you might not have the chance to learn otherwise. Interrogation tip 1, cut off their air supply unless you're experienced, because they'll die. Now let's go through the basics. HRG UG. Hezen clenched his fist and drove it deep into Balero's solar plexus. When you strike, it's best to aim for the cheeks or the abdomen. I've had special training, so my fists won't get hurt, but for the rest of you, I'd recommend targeting the stomach, especially the solar plexus. It's quite effective. Yug, why are you doing this to me? It's a whip of love. Hezen smiled brightly as he delivered another punch to Balero's cheek. Ugwa. As long as it's out of love, it's okay to hit others, right? No, that's not Yug. Before he could finish, Hezen delivered another punch, cutting off his words. See, people often treat their pets or favorite things with love, right? Well, as close to 0 as it is, I suppose I have a little bit of that for you too. Guy, you're calling me a dog. A dog? That's a pretty high opinion of yourself. You're more like a mite or a mitochondrion, at best. Hezen continued to deliver punches, not stopping his relentless assault. Goo goo. No, even that's an insult to those microorganisms. They at least play an essential role in the ecosystem. Goo, why you bastard, why you'll pay for this, don't think you'll get away with this. Don't get me wrong. I believe people like you are necessary, vermin that contribute nothing to society, dragging others down, bullying and forcing them into despair, sometimes even to the point of death. Are you calling me a villain? You're evil one here, no, you're pure evil. We're not having the same conversation, are we? Evil. That's quite the grand term. It's better not to use such big words that are beyond your intelligence. HRG. Hezen drove his knee into Balero's solar plexus. You're just scum. There are always a few irredeemable pieces of scum in this world. Those who commit one evil deed after another, their souls rotting away beyond hope of redemption. But you know what? I appreciate that. I have a conscience, so I find it harder to take from decent people. Ikagoo. But complete scum, the kind that deserves to be exploited and stripped of everything, body, blood, bones, I find that kind of scum invaluable. I believe in the necessity of scum, and I'm a firm believer in absolute scum. Smiling brightly, Eep. He was a lunatic. A complete and utter lunatic, Balero thought as he trembled. Please, I was wrong, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Seeing him grovel, Hezen let out a small sigh. Do you forgive me now? Interrogation tip 2, scum will lie to your face, so never trust them. With that, Hezen plunged a second knife into Balero's knee. Jaira. Interrogation tip 3, after breaking them, continue to instill a fear so intense it changes their very personality. Don't listen to their objections, just keep breaking them down. Please forgive me, I'll do whatever you say. Balero, this is my method of interrogation. It's a bit unconventional, but I'm confident in its effectiveness. Sob, I'm sorry, I'll do anything you ask. Stop lying. Bam. Stop lying. Bam, stop lying. Bam. Bitarn, I'd like to wrap this up before the welcome party. Can you let me know what time it starts? Chapter 169. Welcome Party. At 7 p.m. that day, the welcome party was held without any issues. The budget was set at 2 small copper coins per person. Following Hezen's suggestion, though it wasn't mandatory, the gathering was held at a small, cozy venue. However, they did have a private room. Once all the dishes had been served, Bitarn, the organizer, nervously raised his cup with trembling hands. WL then, see cheers. Cheers, this is good, Bitarn. You picked a nice place. Thank you, sir. No need for formalities. After all, I'm not your superior anymore. Now, how about feeding our guest of honor, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero? He seems to be hungry, growling like that. Ugh. Hezen glanced at the large man lying next to him with his mouth open. After repeated interrogations, Hezen had paralyzed him with magic. All the external injuries had been erased, and they told the staff he was simply too drunk. Come on, hurry up. The food will get cold. Why, yes. With trembling hands, Bitarn scooped out a piece of steaming fish with a spoon, blew on it to cool it down, and gently fed it to Balero. Since his mouth was already open, Balero struggled to swallow the food with a gulp. But watching this, Hezen let out a small sigh. Feeding him like that won't satisfy Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. Look, he doesn't look satisfied. With that, Hezen grabbed the steaming fish whole and shoved it forcefully into Balero's mouth. Instead of just making him swallow it, the fish's head went right down his throat. Oowug. See, he looks much more satisfied. The Domestic Affairs Officer, Balero sure knows how to eat with gusto, doesn't he? GGHH. Balero choked and teared up as he struggled with the sensation of the fish sliding down his throat. Well then, now that your stomach is somewhat filled, shall we move on to the conversation? With that, Hezen cast a healing magic that he had used hundreds of times before, and also released Balero's paralyzed mouth. However, the burning pain from his throat remained. Cough, cough, blearg. How disgusting, such a waste of good food, be sure to finish it later. Hezen moved the bloodied fish Balero had vomited onto another plate, for the man to enjoy later. Ugh, my throat. It's a healing magic that leaves only the pain. Convenient, right? It uses more magic power than normal, but for you, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero, I made a special exception. Balero didn't at all welcome this special treatment, and he tried desperately to endure the nearly maddening pain. Cough, cough, why? Did you think it would be over if you just endured until the welcome party? Hick sob, but you said it would be over. Oh, that I was lying. How could you? People can endure a lot if they believe there's a deadline. So, I dangled a finish line in front of you on purpose. Why would you do that? It is simple. I want you to do exactly as I say. I'll do whatever you ask. I've said that over and over. Despite Balero begging with tears streaming down his face, Hezen shook his head with a smile. I don't want you to just obey temporarily. I want you to obey me forever until the day you die. You haven't fully grasped that yet. You haven't experienced it deep in your bones. Hick, I can't take it anymore. Completely ignoring Balero's tearful pleas, Hezen poured wine into his cup. Do you remember a young man named Damaniel Gogi? Eek. He was a promising new recruit from a commoner background who passed a rigorous exam and was full of hope when he was assigned to here in Doctrim. You held a welcome party for him too, and as his superior, you forced him to drink an excessive amount of alcohol until he died. That was. They say he was an excellent student, full of motivation. According to his peers, he used to say with sparkling eyes, I'll become the hope of the commoners. I'm sorry, I regret it. So, do you remember him? Oh, of course. At the time, I wasn't thinking straight. When was it? That. If you remember, I'll consider forgiving you, since it shows you're truly remorseful of your actions. I wrote it in one of the documents I submitted. If you read them carefully, you'd know. It's a very easy question for a superior officer. But before he could read anything, Hezen had started torturing him. Still, Balero knew better than to protest against the unreasonable, brutal, and inhuman black-haired young man. Who knew what kind of retaliation that would bring? Balero's mind raced like never before, sifting through his memories until he finally recalled a certain incident. Winter, 5 years ago. Wrong, that was Zidek Muse. He survived, though in a coma, and resigned the next day. You must have mixed them up. Ex. But I'm honestly astonished. You can't even keep track of the subordinates you've killed. I'm so glad you came here, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. I don't have to be reserved with you. Please, enjoy this to the fullest. Before his mind could question, do you even know the meaning of reserved? The neck of the wine bottle was forced into Balero's mouth. Of course, Hezen also pinched his nose shut. Here's your bill. Oh, looks like our time is out. Well, Since Domestic Affairs Officer Balero doesn't seem satisfied yet, how about we continue with a second round? Chapter 170. The next day. Early the next morning, after surviving 5 party, Balero staggered back to his room and collapsed onto his bed. The mere thought of what had happened made his skin crawl. Torture upon torture. Each time, his body was healed, only to be tortured again. Healed, tortured, healed, tortured. It felt like it would never end. All his willpower, resolve, and pride had been utterly shattered. Just then, a nervous, gaunt, middle-aged man stood before him. Master, I am your slave, Mospiza. It's an honor to meet you. I heard you managed to wrest the position of Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer from Hezen-Heim. At the mere mention of that name, Balero's heart thudded. It was really satisfying to hear that bastard get what he deserved. Truly, master, you are worthy of resp. Shut up. What? Shut you up. Hey. Suddenly, Balero sprang up and charged at Mospiza, pinning him down and punching him repeatedly, over and over again. It hurts, please sint og. Shut up, fuck, fuuak. With each curse, Mospiza's face swelled further. Please stop. Shut up, fuck, Hezen-Heim. That's quite enough. The moment Balero heard that voice, his entire body froze. A voice that shouldn't be here was here. And then, the next moment, standing in the open doorway was the man he had seen far too much of the previous day. Balero's body seized up, refusing to move. Hezen, sir, why are you here? Well, I heard your complaints. I figured you still haven't learned. And no. How was that possible? No, there was no way, impossible. Hezen had walked off in the opposite direction earlier, he'd seen it, he was sure he'd watched him leave. How, just how? As if reading his thoughts, Hezen knelt down and looked down at the stunned Balero. I'm always watching you. Whether you're asleep, awake, eating, or even using the bathroom, my eyes are always on you. It couldn't be true. It had to be impossible. But when Balero looked into Hezen's eyes, he couldn't dismiss it as a lie. Those eyes, deep as the darkest abyss, malevolent, mad, and terrifying. It's not strange, really. If any information were to leak, all the work I've done to train a convenient superior would be for nothing. Then, I'd have to deal with the one who leaked the information and the one it was leaked to. Compared to that, 24/7 surveillance is a small price to pay. He was already doing it. Balero immediately dropped to his knees and bowed his head to Hezen. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm truly sorry, I beg you. I never intended to go against you. I swear, please believe me. That's not what you're supposed to say, is it? And not that. Yes, forget the words you usually make others say. Hezen said this while grabbing Balero's hair as he continued to grovel on the ground, repeatedly grinding his forehead against the floor. Eek. The memories of yesterday flooded back, and as Hezen's black, crazed eyes bore into him, Balero felt his hair start to fall out. It's not I'm sorry, it's thank you, isn't it? Thank you. When you hit them, when you kicked them, you always made your subordinates say, thank you for your guidance, didn't you? Eek. Come on, thank me. If not for my mercy, I would have executed a piece of scum like you. Eek. No way. He didn't want to thank this bastard. The moment Balero thought that, another shock hit his cheek. Even though Hezen hadn't moved, something hard struck him, and his cheek swelled up. You should be grateful to be kept alive, you piece of scum. Just as he said that, Balero felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if a knife had been plunged into him. He frantically tried to hold the wound, but there was no blood, only the unmistakable sensation of pain spreading through his body. It hurts. Be grateful for the freedom you're allowed. Arg. It's hot. The next thing Balero felt was the searing pain of boiling water pouring over his entire body, and he writhed on the floor in agony. Stop! Don't hit me anymore, don't stab me, don't pour that on me, please stop. Stop. That's not what you're supposed to say, is it? Thank you for your guidance. The moment Balero screamed those words, Hezen's fists stopped. He patted Balero's head gently, causing more of his hair to fall out in clumps. Yes, good boy. If you live your life with gratitude toward me every day, you won't have to feel this pain. Why yes, thank you. Thank you for letting me live. Thank you for granting me freedom. As he repeatedly pressed his forehead to the ground, Balero realized something. The man before him was a demon. No matter where or when, he was always watching. There was no escaping him. I'm glad you understand, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. I don't know how long we'll be working together, but let's get along. Why yes, it's an honor, thank you. He'd been forgiven. Finally, he'd been forgiven. Balero felt relief from the bottom of his heart. But just then, Sir Hezen, you saved me, thank you. Mospiza, lying bloodied on the floor, murmured weakly as he looked at Hezen, but without even glancing at him. Oh, I almost forgot. From now on, I want you to live righteously, but I won't stop you from dealing with scum. Sir Hezen, if scum like you wants to harm other scum, I won't stop you. After all, you're rotten to the core, so that desire will keep building up, won't it? Why yes, I'm rotten to the core. Everything you say is true, Sir Hezen. Exactly. However, since you lack judgment, I'll decide who's scum for you. Don't use violence on anyone else, okay? But Sir Hezen. Yes, as scum lacking judgment, I'll follow your orders, Sir Hezen. Good, oh, just be gentle with him. That scum is frail and might die quickly. Understood. He's frail, so I'll beat him gently. Good. He wasn't hit. If he followed orders, he wouldn't be hit. He wouldn't be stabbed. All he had to do was obey. Balero's face brightened. Well then, see you in a few hours. With those parting words, Hezen briskly left the room. Chapter 171. Work. As the workday began, Bitarn headed to the office as usual. In the hallway, he ran into his colleague, Daslo. They worked the early morning shift, so they were among the first to arrive. Morning. Oh hey, morning. Zai. They walked in silence for a while. Hey, about Sir Ha. Stop. Don't say that name. Daslo shook his head with a fearful expression. Sorry. I didn't see or hear anything. All I know is that we had a little too much fun at the welcome party yesterday and ended up having 5 after parties. That's all, nothing else happened. Why yeah, right. Bitarn nodded, trembling slightly. He didn't deny feeling a bit of satisfaction at first when the guy got what he deserved, but that feeling only lasted about 5 minutes. After that, all he felt was fear toward the monster known as Hezen-Heim. The way he dished out all kinds of torture without hesitation, it was like he was a completely different person from the ideal superior officer they once knew. One thing was clear, Hezen was not someone to cross. When Bitarn opened the door to the office, he found Balero busy cleaning the room. When Balero noticed them, he greeted them warmly with a bright smile. Good morning, Domestic Affairs Officer Bitarn. Gee, good morning. I sincerely apologize for yesterday. Balero bowed deeply, a stark contrast to his haughty behavior the day before. Whoosh. At that moment, Balero's whole hair fell off, revealing a badly shaped, bald head. Oh no. What happened to your hair? Bitarn hesitated to ask, but Balero seemed so casual about fixing his wig that Bitarn decided it was safe to inquire. Oh, I've been dealing with some severe hair loss. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen gifted me this out of concern. Even to a scum like me, he showed such kindness. I am deeply grateful to him. His personality seemed to have completely changed. Just then, Hezen entered the office. Hello, Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, GG good morning. To you too, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. Balero was overwhelmed by terror. He bowed at a 135-degree angle. Probably this was as far as he could go, and his head trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh! Your wig fell off. I am sorry. It's fine. Here. With a smile, Hezen placed the wig back on Balero's head. Oh my, how kind of you, to forgive a scum like me for such a blunder. The large man squirmed, twisting his hips violently. It was incredibly disturbing. All right, let's get to work. Why yes, right away. Balero was the first to jump into action, eagerly reading through the documents. He even did some revisions on the ones Bitarn had submitted earlier before placing them on Hezen's desk. Domestic Affairs Officer Balero, those are the documents I submitted, right? Yes, I know. But since I'm a scum with lack of judgment, I want to make sure Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen reviews everything first. What was going on here? Didn't this mean Hezen was basically the one in charge? Bitarn. Why yes. Bitarn quickly responded to his name. Why are you so scared? I'm not here to harm you. We're colleagues, relax a little. That's too hard, Bittern thought. I've made a few corrections. Your approach wasn't bad, but I've added some suggestions on how you could improve it. Take a look. Thank you. No need to be so formal. Let's keep things casual. That's way too hard, Bittern thought. Domestic Affairs Officer Balero. Why yes. Balero jumped up from his seat, standing stiffly. The force of the movement caused his wig to fall off, and his head began to tremble uncontrollably. May I step out for a bit? I want to check on the people. Oh, of course. Thank you for your hard work. Balero bowed deeply, nearly 180 degrees, and his wig fell off his head again as it continued to tremble uncontrollably. If you have any troubles, please ask Secretary Gilmond. He's competent, so you can rely on him. Yes, Secretary Gilmond, I'm just a scum, but please take care of me. Why yes. Gilman nodded, clearly confused. When Hezen was gone, the remaining staff watched Balero carefully. He didn't seem any different. They all relaxed and got back to work, but suddenly, Balero started acting up. Oh shit, I forgot. He started trembling uncontrollably, and then started throwing himself to the ground repeatedly, as if being beat. Then, Args, thank you. Thank you for punishing a scum like me. He bowed repeatedly to the ceiling, almost as if to some unseen being. Domestic Affairs Officer Balero, who are you talking to? Who else? Of course, I'm talking to Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. Chapter 172. Supplies. Around that time, Yan was still busy distributing aid to the people. Although she wasn't yet used to being treated like a divine figure, she carried out her duties with a smile, accepting it as her role. After nearly a month of hard work, the famine issue had been resolved, but she couldn't shake the frustration of knowing that it was only temporary and that nothing had been truly solved at its root. As she walked along, sighing, a black-haired young man with a hood walked up beside her. It was Hezen-Heim. Master, what are you doing here? I managed to lose the tail following me. How are things progressing? We are running low on food supplies. Thanks to the water they'd stored at the oasis, they were able to allocate some funds to food, but even so, they only had about 10 days worth left. Sorry, I'm out of funds. I can't help you with that. Can't you just cut some of Secretary Mosger's expenses? She'd heard that in the past 2 weeks, he had been spending money like water. No can do, he's a bait. Those expenses are necessary for him to lure in the kind of people I need. But he hasn't produced any results. I'm thinking long-term with him, but you have a point. I'll put some pressure on him to get short-term results too. How will you do that? I'll threaten to tell his mother that he's been indulging in baby play. If he doesn't want awkward conversations every time he visits home, he'll drink until his liver gives out and deliver some results. Your personality is the worst. Of course, revealing this to everyone involved with Mosger would ruin his life. But if it was just his mother, she wouldn't leak it to anyone, and Mosger would definitely feel the pressure, but not enough to drive him to despair. It was an exquisitely calculated, but cruel threat. But if he still doesn't produce any results, you'll have one less blackmail option. I'll count it as a success so long as he produces results, no matter how small. Besides, mothers are strong. His might not mind as much as you'd think, so it's just a threat for now. So cunning. By the way, how's that other matter? I'm working on it, but the surveillance is tight, so I can't move openly. Use Gizar. Have some pity for him. How much are you going to work him? The former general of the Principality of Diord was being worked to the bone. Unlike Yan, his skills covered a wide range: protection, intelligence, extermination, and more. She genuinely feared he might die from overwork soon. We're short on manpower right now. Once we have enough, I'll give him a break. But things are taking longer than I expected. Hezen muttered as he glanced at the angle of the sun. Just then, their expected guest arrived with a large caravan of wagons. It was the merchant Nandel. Apologies. I was delayed because there was more cargo than I anticipated. More cargo? I heard you delivered our order just the other day. Hezen asked. Care to take a look? Nandel gave a signal, and his subordinate opened up the wagons. Inside, they were packed with dried meat. Yan couldn't help but be stunned. It's a gift from Her Majesty Basia, the Blue Queen. She says it's a present for her friends in the south. We're grateful. She asks that, in return, you share some southern alcohol with her next time. I'll send them. She'd probably like to drink with you. Well, Hazen couldn't help but smile wryly. And there's more, this one I brought personally. With that, Nandal opened a large bag. Inside, it was packed with small silver coins. 5,000 small silver coins. When I mentioned that former Lieutenant Hezen was looking to raise funds, plenty of people immediately pitched in. Said they felt indebted to you. Yan, how long will this last us? Before he even finished speaking, the black-haired girl was already calculating. A few seconds later, she beamed. Wow. With this much, we can last for 2 months. Upon hearing that, Hezen turned and bowed deeply to Nandal. Nandal, this is the best gift we could have received. Thank you. Did I meet your expectations? Yes. You truly are a remarkable merchant. I'd like to procure a month's worth of food immediately. Unfortunately, we've already sold all our stock. I'll introduce you to some neighboring merchants. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Don't worry about it. It's a great benefit for us to gain favor with them as well. Though Nandal said this, in reality, he was letting go of a business opportunity. Both Yan and Hezen were determined to repay him appropriately. But now we have a surplus of food. We're in a good position. Was it just luck that Mr. Nandal's procurement worked out, or was it part of your plan? 80% luck. But plans often need to be adjusted on the fly. The more detailed the plan, the more fragile and slow it becomes. What matters is speed. Remember that. I will. Seeing Yan nod, Hezen turned and walked away. Chapter 173. Records. Hezen returned to the castle and entered the office of his superior, Mordodo. There, he found a middle-aged man with striking double eyelids standing beside him. The man had a somewhat androgynous face, but a faint beard around his jawline. It seemed that, despite shaving, his beard grew back quickly. Ah, Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, perfect timing. This is Senior Domestic Affairs, Advisor Gimona. Gimona, pleased to meet you. The middle-aged man with the double eyelids bowed deeply, his voice slow and deliberate. Hezen, likewise pleased to meet you. That was unfortunate, wasn't it? You were promoted in record time, only to be demoted just as quickly. Yes, but you seem to be capable. With some effort, you'll have another chance. Thank you. In response to Hezen's calm reply, Gimona gazed at him intently, his eyes almost unsettling. Gimona, shall we wrap this up? I have an appointment with Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen after this. Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, I don't mean to offend, but it might be best to refrain from discussing matters with a junior-ranking officer. It could set a bad example. Oh, don't be so rigid. As you mentioned, Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen is quite competent. Even so, it's unwise to bypass ranks in discussions. It could lead to confusion and disorder, not to mention that Domestic Affairs Officer Ballero might not take kindly to it. You're so strict. That's just how organizations function. Gimona's words made Mordodo scratch his head in frustration. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, you should be more mindful too. You're no longer an intermediate officer, you're just a junior one now. I wasn't aware there was a rule against junior officers speaking with senior officers. You should consider why an organization exists. There's no need to bypass ranks. Whatever you need to discuss should be taken to Ballero, who will relay it to me. I'll then decide whether to bring it to Mordodo. In other words, he wanted everything to go through him. Or are you engaged in some shady business you wouldn't want to discuss with Ballero or me? No, if those are the orders, I'll comply. Glad to hear that. The man with double eyelids flashed a wide smile. So, should I call Domestic Affairs Officer Ballero now? With you here as well, Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimona, we could save time by discussing this together. Impose your own convenience, not a good habit. He's a busy man, unlike you. As a former intermediate officer, you should understand that. I didn't really feel that much of a difference between the ranks in terms of workload. That's why you were demoted. Gimona sneered, looking down at Hezen with a mocking gaze. I see. You probably didn't even bother to thoroughly review a single document, did you? Anyone can take shortcuts, but that won't fly in domestic affairs. Here, it's crucial to meticulously check every piece of paperwork. I'll keep that in mind. Ah, what a letdown. Here I was expecting a higher level of competence. Gimona's voice dripped with sarcasm as he sighed. Well, I'm not too rigid. If Ballero is available, fine. If not, just drop it. Understood. Thinking the man was already pretty rigid, Hezen turned and left the room. 3 minutes later, Hezen returned with Balero. Noticing Balero's unusually tense posture, Gimuna's gaze shifted back to Hezen. Did you, by any chance, tell him that either Mordodo or I had summoned him? It's the lowest of the low to rely on someone else's authority. Domestic Affairs Officer, Hezen would never do such a thing. I came because he asked me to, nothing more. Balero firmly denied Gimuna's accusation. If that's the case, fine. My apologies, Balero, for calling you out of the blue despite your busy schedule. No, not at all. It's no problem. Perhaps unsatisfied with the response, Gimuna clicked his tongue. Pardon me, can we get to the main topic now? Hezen asked. If this is something trivial, I won't be pleased. Not that I'm expecting much from you anyway. Here it is. Hezen calmly laid out the documents on the desk. These are records of embezzlement by Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimuna. Chapter 174. Destruction of Evidence. There was a sudden, eerie silence. Gimuna stared at Hezen, not understanding the meaning of his words for a few seconds, and then shifted his gaze to the documents he had placed on the desk. Huh. What was written there were places, people, and sums that he recognized. What? Embezzlement? By who? Himself? Wait, what? Waduahiladfshk. The next moment, as he uttered those incomprehensible words, Gimuna thrust his face so close to the documents that it seemed his eyes might touch the papers, moving his head as if crawling over them. What are these? What the hell are these? Did you not hear me? Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimuna, these are records of your embezzlement. This is ridiculous. I know nothing about these. They're fabricated. You don't have to make excuses. You can claim that in court if you want. Hezen smiled brightly. Well, with this much evidence, it's almost certain you'll be found guilty. I'd recommend admitting your guilt and trying to negotiate for a reduced sentence. Wait, what a? Sweat began to pour down Gimuna's back and forehead. He looked at the documents again. The times, places, and people were all accurately and precisely detailed. In other words, it was all true. These are all fabricated. There's no need to worry. I've verified the testimonies. I'm a domestic affairs officer, after all. Why you're lying? If that's what you think, then go ahead. But it seems like there are quite a few people who hold a grudge against you. Embezzlement in the Empire was a severe crime, especially for civil officers who handled enormous sums of money. If caught, they were immediately dismissed. Additionally, they were promptly imprisoned, and if they were nobility, their land, assets, and titles were all confiscated. Tell me, who's trying to set me up? I am absolutely innocent. So that's your claim, noted. You can't tell me, can you? Because no such person exists. That's how it must be. Why would I tell you? If I did, you'd cover it up, wouldn't you? I would never do something so underhanded. Well then, it doesn't matter, does it? Whether I say it or not, the outcome won't change. We'll settle this in court. Well, from this, you can probably tell there's a traitor quite close to you, don't you think? Indeed, only a close aide, like a secretary or someone directly involved in the embezzlement, could have provided such detailed information. However, since those involved had no incentive to confess, the prime suspect would be the secretaries. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, something urgent has come up, so I'll take my leave. Gimuna quickly turned around and made his way back to his officer. He needed to find that snitch of a secretary and silence them immediately. Now then, Senior Domestic Affairs Mordodo, this is the formal accusation. What the hell do you think you're doing, moving ahead without my permission? Gimuna spun around and stormed toward Hezen. Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimuna, didn't you say you had something urgent to attend to? I'm sorry, but this is also urgent, so I'd like to continue the discussion. No, absolutely not. First, you need to prove to me that your documents are flawless and accurate. Then, I will pass it along to Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimuna, that argument is beyond unreasonable. Mordodo couldn't hold back and interjected. This is a matter of principle for me as a civil officer. A junior officer can't just make a report to a senior official without authorization. It's unheard of. Gimuna shouted, desperately trying to justify his point. He had to get himself out of this situation, no matter what. These documents are not worth considering. With that, he tore the documents to shreds and stuffed them into his mouth. If the evidence was destroyed, the situation would be in his favor. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo's impression of him might become the worst, but he had the support of the acting lord. As long as there was even one point that couldn't be proven, he would use his connections to cover it all up. Arg. The sheer amount of paper made him gag multiple times, but he managed to swallow it all down. The unpleasant sensation in her stomach was irrelevant. Now, as long as his abdomen wasn't cut open. Did it taste good, those duplicate records? I figured you'd try to destroy them, so I copied them myself so you wouldn't doubt the handwriting. The original is safely stored, so it doesn't really matter, but paper is hard to digest, so I wouldn't recommend eating it. Where are they? Gimina grabbed Hezen by the collar and screamed hysterically. At that moment, Balero suddenly grabbed Gimina by the neck and slammed him against the wall. Gah! Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, are you all right? Yes, thank you, you saved me. It's my honor, sir. As the large man smiled with satisfaction, Gimina, gasping for breath, forced out his words. Be Balero, what the hell are you doing? Why you? Do you realize who you're being rude to? Gaza. Balero repeatedly smashed Gimina's head against the wall. Chapter 175. Persuasion. Over and over and again, Balero slammed Gimina into the wall. When Gimina's forehead finally split open and the wall was stained red with blood, Hezen gave a command. That's enough. Balero immediately stopped mid-slam, freezing in place like a puppet. He didn't move an inch. Color me surprised. Are you controlling him with magic? Mordodo asked. No, Domestic Affairs Officer Balero is doing all of this on his own free will. Right. Yes, I'm beating this fool who dared defy Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen of my own volition, Balero replied. Mordodo sighed heavily, as if realizing something. Gimina, bloodied and staggering, tried to move closer. Why you bastard, I won't forgive you. You won't forgive me. Are you sure? I'll never, ever forgive Yao Wu. Gimina shrieked, his voice rising to a high-pitched screech. All right, I guess you want us to go all the way then. Hezen's sharp gaze pierced through Gimina. I know exactly who's pulling the strings behind your embezzlement. What do you think will happen if I expose this? Gimina's face turned pale in an instant. If I speak out, what do you think they will do? Stop. I won't. If forgiveness is off the table, might as well see this through to the end. Stop, please stop, Gimina muttered, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. I get it. If it goes public, he'll likely eliminate everyone involved who might lead the trace back to him. He's that influential. If you stop now, I'll let you off the hook. I might even overlook this little outburst of yours. If you cross him, you'll regret it too. You're willing to forgive me. I'll consider it. I don't like vague answers. You'll just go back on your word, won't you? Fine, I'll forgive you, Gimina muttered grudgingly. I see. So then, I'm telling you, it's best not to push this any further. Go fetch the documents already. Well, even if you forgive me, I don't forgive you. Doubly, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. Whether or not you forgive me doesn't change what I'm going to do. Then why did you say earlier? I was just messing with you. Hezen smiled brightly, while Mordodo spoke gravely. I think we can still make a deal with him. As expected of Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. You have such a broad perspective. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, I think there must have been some misunderstanding between us. Let's discuss this privately But Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimina, you said you prefer open discussions, so let's post an invitation for everyone on the bulletin board in the hallway. And no, just between us. Let's keep it between us. Gimina clung desperately to Hezen's clothes. I was thinking the same thing earlier, but that's what you insisted, Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimina. As a civil officer, you must hold responsibility for your own words. Hezen maintained a devilish smile. And an H? Gimina, now pale as a sheet, quickly turned and clung to Mordodo's leg instead. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, please show mercy. I'll do anything. Lick. Gimina began licking Mordodo's shoes. Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, I think we should discuss this further between ourselves, especially about who is pulling the strings. Mordodo moved his foot away from Gimina's tongue. Understood. Really? Gimuna's face lit up in bliss, as if he'd ascended to heaven. Oh, but... Hezen turned to the large man who had been frozen in place. Domestic Affairs Officer Balero, you don't forgive him, do you? No, I don't. Well, you heard him, so I'm sorry, but we can't comply. WI, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo already made his decision, so why? Didn't you say it yourself? A junior officer should first consult with an intermediate officer. Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Balero has made his decision, and I'm just following it. Be Balero, what's gotten into you? Snap out of it, hey. Hey. Balero, who had been standing still like a puppet, didn't respond to Gimuna's desperate cries. Hey, say something, anything. Gimuna grabbed Balero's collar and shook him, but Balero didn't budge. Watching this unfold, Hezen sighed deeply. Ah, how noisy. Domestic Affairs Officer Balero, could you quiet him down? Why yes, you. How dare you speak without Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen's permission? Jaya. Balero immediately grabbed Gimuna by the collar, pinned him down, and began pounding his fists into his face, over and over again. Several minutes later, as Gimuna's body twitched with the last spasms of life, Hezen turned to Mordodo with a smile. Now that it's quiet, shall we continue where we left off? Chapter 176. Analysis. Mordodo, the senior officer, surveyed his surroundings. He was struggling to keep up with everything, trying to make sense of the situation. Before he knew it, though, his office looked like a murder scene. Crap. The word slipped out. Mordodo shot a sharp glare at Hezen as he took in the chaos. Why, you really did it now. Thank you. I am not complimenting you. His voice grew rough, despite himself. He thought he'd gained enough experience after surviving his share of tough situations, but he never imagined he'd be caught up in something like this by a kid barely in his 20s. Still, they were already on the same ship now. Even though he'd been forced aboard, to survive, he had no choice but to hang on. So, what's the plan from here? As you suggested, we should let him go. Of course, in return, he'll have to act as we see fit. Didn't you say you wouldn't follow my instructions? That was a ruse to corner Gimuna. If we claim you managed to convince me, he'll fall in line without a fuss. Was there a point in going that far? Mordodo, looking completely exasperated, glanced over at the barely alive, battered face of Gimuna. It's like the north wind and the sun. Break them down, crush their pride to dust, and then offer a hand. Most people will gladly follow after that. That seemed more like a hurricane than a north wind. Haha, you might be right. I'm not joking. Half bewildered by Hezen's confidence, Mordodo skimmed through the documents. I still can't believe you managed to expose the embezzlement in such a short time. Some of the information was restricted even to a government official of his rank. Only someone deeply familiar with this domain and in a higher position could pull off something like this. My outstanding secretary did most of the work. Gilmond. No. That girl Yan then. Yes. Incredible, so it wasn't you. She was the one who traced the flow of funds, trying to save the people. She asked around other departments, flagged suspicious areas, and once she had a lead, I took over to investigate the culprits and find witnesses. The idea that a child could have done this left Mordodo in disbelief, though the fact that Hezen had trained her made it more understandable. But still, I didn't imagine this place has such a weak information security. Hezen shook his head at Mordodo's comment. I probably wouldn't be able to do it either. That girl has a unique knack for getting close to people. That's terrifying. Are you planning to make her the next Hezen-Heim? No, I have my own role and she has hers. Besides, Hezen smiled faintly, as if remembering something. Besides, isn't it more interesting when you don't know how a kid will grow? A brief silence hung between them. Then, who exactly are you? Mordodo's expression turned serious as he asked. What do you mean? You're not normal in any way. At the very least, the things you do don't match your age. At first, I thought you were just a genius, but it's not just intelligence. You make decisions that require extensive experience. And sometimes, you show a level of emotional maturity that can only come from years of living. Talking to you reminds me of my old teacher, long since dead. But at the same time, you act in ways that only someone young could. The intensity, the deep burning passion. That ruthless, lightning-fast decision-making. You're a paradox. You feel both young and old, and honestly I don't know how to deal with you." At that moment, Hazen looked Mordodo in the eyes and quietly muttered, "Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, I suggest you stop digging into me. You'll only regret it." "I believe it." After a long silence, the black-haired young man gave a small smile. "I understand your concern, but I am merely one of the Empire's officers who wishes for this nation's prosperity. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm simply removing useless, parasitic elements clinging to the great tree. I understand, I agree with that. I just hope we never find ourselves on opposite sides." "I hope the same." My stomach hurts." Mordodo held his stomach. "I've taken in someone utterly outrageous as my subordinate," he thought. Chapter 177. Report. Another week passed. During this time, Biganul, the acting lord, called upon the chief domestic affairs officer, Dagger, every day. There wasn't much of importance, but he demanded detailed reports even on the smallest matters. And then, "So, how's Hezen-Heim doing?" When the work updates were over, he always wrapped up with that phrase. Watching the downfall of that wretched man was the greatest entertainment for him. "Well, what can I say? According to the reports, it seems he's really struggling." Dagger explained the situation with exaggerated gestures. First, Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Balero had taken every opportunity to discipline him with punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Gimona meticulously reviewed every document, dragging him through more than half a day's worth of nitpicking and long-winded lecture. To top it off, he was being disrespected and ostracized by his former subordinates, pushing him to his limits both mentally and physically. That was how the report went. Biganul, unable to contain his glee, turned his back to hide his grin. "Cuckoo, I see. Well, he's a promising rookie, so we'll have to make sure we train him properly." "Yeah. Although, compared to what we went through, it's a bit disappointing that he's buckling under this much." "You're right." Biganul nodded in agreement. Thinking back, the hardships they had faced in their youth were far worse. Sleepless nights were too many to count. Many broke under the pressure, both physically and mentally, but the orders of their superiors were absolute. They wouldn't dare even step on the shadow of a higher-ranked officer. Such was the era they had survived from. It was truly hell for us back then, but that's why we are where we are now. Maybe I should tell them to really push him harder, mooch harder. Haha, that's a good idea. He realized he had been too lenient. He truly believed that what Hezen-Heim was going through now wasn't even a tenth of what he had endured, and yet that man had the nerve to mock him. Unforgivable. There was no way he could let it slide. Suffer. More. Every minute, every second, while you're here, you'll be in a place worse than hell. Biganul thought, smiling to himself. At that moment, his secretary rushed in. Acting Lord Biganul, it's urgent." "What is it?" "You're causing a commotion. A letter has arrived saying that Major General Malasai from Lade is coming." What?" Biganul's face twisted in shock. Lade was the frontline territory in the war. Doctrine, which Biganul governed, was responsible for supplying it. Naturally, the power dynamics and importance between the two were overwhelmingly in Lade's favor. On top of that, Major General Malasai was practically the commander of Lade. He held a position 2 ranks above Biganul and was known as the Savage Tiger, a fierce and wild general. For him to come all the way here personally, there must be a serious reason, but nothing came to mind. Doctrim's only duty was to ensure supplies were delivered without delay. The main concern here was how to do that as cheaply and efficiently as possible, or how much tax could be squeezed from the people. Biganul was confident they had been handling it without any problems. Why is he coming? Well, apparently, they haven't received any supplies for the past month. Upon hearing that, Biganul was stunned. Chapter 178. Confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Supply shipments from Doctrim should have arrived as scheduled, but they weren't. Is it only partially delayed? No, apparently, nothing has arrived at all. No, that couldn't be right. In the past, bandits had attacked and wiped out supply convoys, but the routes were now divided, so even if one convoy was delayed, it shouldn't have been a major issue. Hey, what's going on? How did this even happen? Biganul glared at Dagger. WE handle domestic affairs. The supply operations are under the logistical support department. Now's not the time for that kind of excuse. Biganal, irritated, yelled out. I'll have an investigation started right away. HMPH, there's no need for that. The report is true. At that moment, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud entered the room, with a man who appeared uneasy and ashamed trailing behind him. What do you mean, true? All the supply convoys, we've lost contact with every single one. Go ahead, explain the rest, Jesnahit. I'm terribly sorry. Jesnahit, the Vice Chief Logistical Support Officer, fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. Watching this, Biganal took several steps back. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. If this situation really had occurred, it was no wonder the wrath of that savage tiger had been provoked. Are you kidding me? We had 12 different routes. Are you saying all of them were wiped out? That's impossible. The frontline laid was bordered by the Benaha Desert, forcing supply shipments to take a detour around the harsh environment. Of course, the risk of being attacked by bandits was always present. To avoid this, the routes had been subdivided to minimize risk. HMPH, the routes were consolidated, thanks to this fool. Ridiculous. I never approved any such proposal. That's something that could only be done with the authority of the Lord. To implement such a change, the domain's regulations would have to be altered. Even though a vice chief officer had significant power, it was impossible to bypass Biganal in this matter. HMPH, it was cleverly concealed. This document claims to lower transport costs through route changes. But in reality, it was route consolidation. Quite the elaborate trick. Biganal snatched the document from Ganasud's hands, glaring at it so hard he seemed to burn holes through it. Sure enough, the title was Route Changes. But the details showed that half of the routes had been eliminated. Even after reading it, it was difficult to tell whether it was about changing routes or consolidating them. HMPH, it was very well hidden. Even I, with my years of experience, didn't catch it right away. I thought you were aware of it, acting Lord Biganal. What did you just say? I thought it was a brilliant idea. I mean, come on, 12 routes were clearly wasteful. With the budget cuts year after year, I thought streamlining the routes would be more efficient. And since consolidating the routes would have needed to go through the Imperial Council, I figured calling it a route change would be more practical. You've been in this position for over 5 years, so I assumed you understood the intention by looking at the geography and logistics. Why, you friggin' idiot? Biganal slapped Jesnahit across the face. Ganasud, observing from the side, wore a displeased expression. HMPH, it's certainly a bold idea from someone who knows the area well, and financially, it could have been very effective. It wouldn't be surprising if the acting lord had approved of it. So, which is it? Oh, of course I approved it. I must have forgotten. Biganal hurriedly tried to cover up. Since the plan had been carried out, he couldn't pretend to be unaware. Claiming ignorance would only lead to questions about his oversight. It was better to insist the plan itself was sound, but that its execution had been flawed. That would minimize the damage. Risk management, Biganal muttered to himself, gnawing at his nails. There are still 6 routes left. Bandits alone wouldn't be able to take them all down. As long as the operations weren't severely mishandled, there shouldn't be a huge issue. Something must have happened, something. HMPH, exactly. That's the very truth I uncovered. This fool went ahead and consolidated the remaining routes as well. What? And he used the extra funds to line his own pockets, this pig. Biganal was rendered speechless. Chapter 179. Proposal. Hey, is that true? Eek. Biganal took slow, deliberate steps toward the trembling Jesnahit. His anger was almost too much to handle. The thought that his career might be tarnished because of this scum was unbearable. Hey, answer me. Hey, hee. I'm sorry. Sorry? You think just saying sorry is enough? How are you going to take responsibility? Eek. Biganal grabbed him by the collar, shaking with fury, and slapped him hard across the face. Even as Jesnahit curled up in fear, Biganal continued to punch him repeatedly. Bam, smack, pow. You get it, don't you? This is a serious blunder. This kind of thing cannot happen. It's not just you, the entire reputation of Doctrine will be ruined because of you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ha. Unaccustomed to shouting and exhausting himself from the flurry of blows, Biganol stopped. He was panting heavily, but his eyes were still filled with murderous intent as he glared down at the cowering Jesnahit. Meanwhile, Dagger looks pale and anxious. He cautiously turned to Ganasud and asked, How did you find out about this, Vice Chief Financial Officer Ganasud? HMPH, I was advised to investigate due to suspicious financial flows. Who suggested that? Dagger swallowed hard. HMPH, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo. Truly an excellent man. Hey, what was that? Dagger, don't tell me, you knew about this. Biganol asked, his expression becoming serious. He needed a scapegoat. Someone to pin all the blame on, or he might face demotion. No matter how minor the reason, he had to twist it, manipulate it, and force it on someone else. And no, I don't recall anything like that. HMPH, that's strange, he said. It will take time to verify the facts, so I submitted a proposal to stop it in the meantime. Didn't you review that? Dagger's shoulders flinched at Ganasud's remark. Hey, you didn't reject that proposal, did you? And no, of course not. Hey, answer me properly. I'm asking if you personally rejected this critical risk management proposal. Biganol pressed harder. If the paperwork never reached him, he could avoid full responsibility. This guy, he'd pin it all on him, but Dagger shook his head firmly. And no, I remember now. I concluded it was worth consideration and passed it on to you. Why, you did? Why, yes, because, as Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, it was indeed a risk. At that moment, Biganol's heart pounded loudly in his chest. That's a lie, I never saw it. That can't be. Your approval stamp was on it clearly. The Empire's approval stamp was strictly controlled by magic. It could only be imprinted by the owner themselves or their designated proxy in their absence. And Biganol hadn't appointed a proxy in the past year. Ganasud's face darkened further as he spoke. HMPH, this is strange. Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo said he submitted a proposal detailing the dangers of root consolidation and the risk of its misuse. But if it's a document from Mordodo, I've reviewed all of them. I can guarantee that. He had concerns that Mordodo would lend his name to that detestable man. So, he'd scrutinized every document with Mordodo's name on it to the point of wearing holes in the paper just to find any trace of. Wait. Dagger nodded gravely at Biganol's words. The author of that proposal is Hezen-Heim. Chapter 180. Crisis. Biganol's mouth hung open in shock. This can't be, I didn't see it. Even as he muttered those words, he knew better than anyone that he hadn't fully gone through all the documents that man had prepared. In the first 3 days, he had diligently reviewed everything, combing through the details, ready to reject anything if he could find even the smallest mistake. But the more he read, the more he realized the documents were flawless. The logic was thorough, the understanding of the situation was impeccable, and the creativity promised massive results. Naturally, there were no typos or errors, and the presentation was immaculate. These perfect documents kept flooding in for approval. For someone like Biganol, who had already decided to reject them all, it became unbearable. It took him an absurd amount of time just to find trivial reasons to dismiss them. And as he kept checking, the hours slipped away, while more and more proposals were submitted by Hezen. The pile of paperwork only grew higher and higher. Until then, Biganol had never once doubted his own abilities. But faced with the overwhelming difference in skill between himself and Hezen, it was undeniable. Eventually, Biganol couldn't bear to face it anymore. Hezen's work was so brilliant that it made everything Biganol had done up until now seem utterly pathetic. And so, he stopped properly reviewing the documents altogether. He convinced himself, I'm just going to reject it anyway, and scribbled down some half-baked reasons. After that, he started showing his displeasure to Dagger and made him handle the rest. And now, if Dagger said it passed, it was probably true. As these events flashed through his mind, Biganol broke out in a cold sweat. This was bad. Really bad, terribly bad. It's true, I mean, it's not, I didn't see it. His words fumbled out, unusually disjointed, and the people around him began to look suspicious. Dagger, however, frowned in dissatisfaction and shook his head. No, I definitely saw the rejected document come back. If we search, we'll find it somewhere. Frankly, I can't stand being blamed for this. I read those documents carefully and approved them. Biganul could tell from Dagger's confident tone that he was starting to look down on him. Dagger had realized the fault lay with Biganul, and he was probably thinking Biganul's demotion was inevitable. Maybe he was even eyeing Biganul's position. That's never going to happen. Biganul composed himself and shouted with authority, his expression serious. This is not the time to be pointing fingers. The fact remains that supplies are delayed. Vice Chief Logistical Support Officer Jesnahit, yes, you committed a crime. But now, we need to focus on overcoming this crisis together. I'm so sorry, Jesnahit nodded, tears streaming down his face. As much as Biganul wanted to tear him apart, that would have to wait. He needed to use him first to solve this situation at any cost. Send out a replacement supply convoy immediately. How soon can they get there? It'll take at least 20 days just to gather the food supplies. 20 days? Why so long? Well, the supplies are being transported from Gidariska. Why are you sourcing them from so far away? Gidariska was several days' journey from Doctrim territory. While it was common to procure from there for cost reasons, this was an emergency. They needed to source supplies locally, as close as possible. Does this idiot not even understand that? Forget that, get them locally. Go talk to every merchant in the area and set up a shuttle transport system. We've already contacted all the local merchants, but the supplies are completely exhausted. Exhausted? Why? It's because Junior Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen bought everything up to distribute to the people. That man. How far was Hezen going to sabotage him? Dagger. Seize those supplies from him at once. Seize them. This is an emergency. For the sake of Doctrim, no. For the sake of the Empire, it's the duty of an Imperial General. And you're his superior, aren't you? Make him understand that. Well, yes, but... As Dagger hesitated, Biganul draped an arm over his shoulder and murmured in a low voice. Listen, don't underestimate me. Think carefully. When we get through this crisis, I won't forgive anyone who refused to cooperate. You understand, right? Why, yes, I understand. Dagger nodded, his expression serious. Chapter 181. Persuasion 1. That incompetent fool, Biganul. That damn curse of Hezen, Dagger muttered under his breath as he paced restlessly around his office. Ambition was never something that drove him. In fact, making it to the position of Chief Domestic Affairs Officer was more than enough in his eyes. Biganul was a cautious superior, and as long as he followed orders, his evaluations wouldn't suffer. But this situation was delicate. Of course, Dagger himself wasn't responsible for the current mess. He considered cutting ties with Biganul, but that man's tenacity made it risky. If Dagger did anything to undermine him, Biganul might retaliate out of spite. No, Dagger would have to handle this carefully to avoid any backlash. Without delay, Dagger summoned his subordinates. Vice Chief Officer Cleric, Vice Chief Advisor Biddle, and Senior Officer Mordodo. His relationship with Cleric had been rocky lately. To avoid any pushback, he decided to communicate with them all together so there'd be no excuses. The three seemed puzzled by the sudden summons, but Dagger, already feeling cornered, didn't care about their confusion. I don't care how you do it, but seize all the food supplies under Hezen's control, Dagger ordered abruptly. What? They all responded in unison, their shock evident. Dagger found it hard to explain. Imperial law strictly protected personal assets, and any justification he could come up with was shaky at best. Vice Chief Officer Cleric cast a calm glance toward Mordodo. Is it possible, Senior Officer Mordodo? No, absolutely not. The firmness and clarity of Mordodo's response made Dagger panic. You dare defy a direct order from your superior. Dagger glared at him, but Mordodo remained unfazed. This isn't about defiance. You're asking us to violate Imperial law on purpose. If we follow through, we could be accused and prosecuted for it. This is an emergency, Dagger snapped. That's exactly why laws exist. If we could bend them for any so-called emergency, they would serve no purpose at all. Dagger glared at Vice Chief Officer Cleric, but he showed no intention of reprimanding Mordodo. These two were always outspoken and firm in their opinions. They weren't the kind to follow orders blindly. Both had climbed the ranks through sheer competence, and Mordodo, in particular, had numerous connections across other territories. Making a wrong move here would be dangerous. While their skills made them valuable subordinates, dealing with them when the logic didn't line up was a headache. After a pause, Cleric asked in his usual calm tone, "Could you explain the full context of this? Perhaps if we understood the situation better, we could think of other solutions." "TCH?" Dagger begrudgingly explained what had happened. After listening for several minutes, all three men wore equally grim expressions. "I see, it's quite a difficult situation," muttered Cleric. "Exactly. If we don't restart supplies immediately, Doctrim's reputation will take a serious hit," Dagger added. "That's not the issue. What you're saying is, the front lines at Lade will collapse if we don't act." Well, yes, that too," Dagger admitted, feeling embarrassed by Cleric's bluntness. "And how did this happen? Didn't we submit a report outlining the risks of consolidating supply routes just the other day?" Vice Chief Advisor Biddle asked timidly. I understand your feelings, but now's not the time for blame. We're a team. One team, all for one for all. We have to unite as Doctrim and where exactly is the all for one in this logic of yours?" Cleric's voice grew icier with each passing word. The one who proposed the idea of consolidating the supply routes was none other than Senior Officer Hezen, correct. "And now you want us to seize the food he distributed for the sake of the people. Do you realize how ruthless that will make us look?" Dagger's authority was crumbling. They weren't just refusing him, they were openly showing their discontent. "Fine, I'm not saying you have to do it personally. Just have one of your subordinates carry it out," Dagger finally suggested. "Then why don't you issue the order yourself, to the ones you specifically transferred, Gimuna and Balero?" Dagger was left speechless by Cleric's sharp retort. Chapter 182. Persuasion 2. Dagger was stunned by Cleric's shockingly cold and dismissive tone. This guy, he didn't just refuse to follow orders, he was outright defiant. It was obvious. The man didn't even bother to hide his displeasure anymore, clicking his tongue as he asked, "Why did you allow such notorious individuals into our domestic affairs department?" I have a pretty good idea. It's because he didn't like Hezen, right? That petty man, it sounds exactly like something he'd do. Watch your mouth. I'm guessing he was the one pulling the strings behind your back, right? Bringing in those two disgraceful individuals and demoting the competent domestic affairs officer, Hezen. You should expect consequences for that. He was relentless, leaving no room for argument. Though he hadn't mentioned names, it was obvious he was talking about acting Lord Biganal. It was true. Lately, Dagger had been ignoring Cleric's protests and giving all his orders to his Vice Chief Advisor Biddle. And now the tables had turned in this infuriating way. Just then, Biddle timidly raised his hand. What if we ask for it as a donation?" "That's it, your brilliant Vice Chief Advisor Biddle." Unlike the other two, Biddle was timid and compliant. Though not great as a mediator, he was knowledgeable and more suited to solitary, behind-the-scenes work. This guy could be talked into it. Biddle, my man, unlike a certain someone, you've come up with a specific and constructive suggestion." "That's a great idea." Dagger spoke warmly, grabbing Biddle's hands. "And who's going to make that request?" Cleric's voice was still as cold as ice. "I wasn't asking you. Vice Chief Advisor Biddle, can you handle this?" Senior Officer Mordodo, do you think I can?" "No, I don't think you can." Dagger was flustered by the firm reply. "Don't say you can't before you've even tried, you punk. Hezen isn't the type to follow unreasonable orders. He won't agree to a donation. That's your job to handle, isn't it? And can you handle it, Chief Officer Dagger?" Just like Senior Officer Mordodo said, I also think it's impossible." Cleric's cold voice cut in again. These two were clearly conspiring to avoid their duties. Dagger quickly gave up on them and tightly gripped Biddle's shoulders. "Biddle, these guys are useless. You'll have to do it yourself." Well, I meaned." Biddle mumbled, hesitating. "If you can't do it, just say so. You'll end up taking the blame for everything if it doesn't work." This bastard, furious, Dagger grabbed Cleric by the collar and shouted, "Cleric, what's with your attitude?" "Well, since you brought it up, I'll say it. You're being unreasonable, Chief Officer Dagger. At first, you were so happy with Hezen's brilliant proposals, and now, it's you who keeps rejecting them." Cleric was a large man. Dagger wasn't exactly being threatened, but being looked down upon like that made him panic. I have my reasons. No matter how much he throws a fit, you shouldn't have bent your will. As a civil officer, you should have done what you knew was right. Ga enough, Biddle, we're leaving. Dagger turned his back and started to walk away. Yes, no, I mean. Biddle, you don't have to go. Biddle, cleric is just a vice chief. I'm the chief. Yes, but. Biddle, if you succeed, you'll be promoted. You can replace that idiot and become the vice chief. Biddle, if you fail, all the blame will fall on you. Think about it. Biddle, future vice chief. I'm counting on you. Biddle, don't do it. My guy, Biddle. Biddle. Ugh. Biddle, you understand, don't you? Biddle. I understand. Biddle nodded as if making up his mind. Oh, I knew you would, future vice chief Biddle. You're smart. I refuse. Chapter 183. Praise. Daggle headed straight to Gimuna. Despite his persistent attempts since last time, he had been firmly refused. At this point, he had no choice but to give the orders himself. Gimuna and Balero, if it was those men, maybe they could force compliance through harassment. Even if it meant hitting him, or worse, beating him to death, he had to make a donation. Giving orders directly to these types was extremely risky, but in the worst case, he could fabricate an alibi. Dangle some bait, and they'd happily go along with it. Gimuna, I'm coming in. Good day, sir. The moment Daggle stepped into the office, he froze in his tracks. Standing there was Hezen. As soon as Hezen noticed Daggle, he gave a small bow. Meanwhile, Gimuna, clearly startled by the sudden visit, rushed over in a fluster. What brings you here, sir? For you to come in person. Oh, well, no, I mean, haha. Standing face to face with Hezen made it hard to speak. But this was work. Daggle leaned in and whispered in Gimuna's ear. How's the training going? Why, yes, it's progressing smoothly, sir. Are you able to make him obey all your commands? Gimuna glanced at Hezen's expression before nodding. Yes. Good, that's reassuring. So what I need from you is. Daggle happily relayed his request. Did you get it? Why, yes. Good, now go tell him. Why, yes. Trembling, Gimuna turned to Hezen and spoke hesitantly. Chief Officer, Daggle wants to request a donation of food supplies. You idiot, you should. I refuse. He rejected it, just like that, without hesitation. Daggle quickly called Gimuna back and whispered in his ear again. What's going on? You said he'd obey everything you say. That's. Chief Officer Daggle, if you have something to say, why not say it yourself? Ugh. Hezen, smiling, interrupted the conversation. Daggle understood this was getting tedious, but choosing not to speak directly was a form of insurance. If something went wrong later, he could shove the responsibility onto his subordinates. That was how he survived. But in front of the man himself, he couldn't keep that up. Reluctantly, Daggle put on a fake smile and addressed Hezen. Well, it seems Gimuna didn't explain it properly. You see, our supply convoys were wiped out, and we need to send emergency supplies to the front lines at Lade. So, we're asking for a donation. I see, that's unfortunate. It's a shame my proposal was rejected. Yes, I feel the same. What we feared has come to pass. Daggle then began explaining the series of events that had recently come to light. It's truly regrettable. Despite our domestic affairs department pointing out the dangers of consolidating the supply routes, this still happened. He made sure to emphasize the word our. Hezen listened silently, then muttered in a small voice, There was an embezzlement, I presume. Yes, it was that bastard Jesnahit. Even if we tear him limb from limb, it wouldn't be enough. But that scoundrel is still a key figure in the logical support department. For now, we have to turn a blind eye to all failures and focus on resolving the situation. I understand your feelings better than anyone. Daggle grabbed Hezen's hands tightly, speaking passionately. I, too, want to hold acting Lord Biginals accountable. It was his decision to veto the proposal, after all, but now is not the time for trivial debates about who is to blame. Speaking with fervor, his fist raised high, Daggle tried to stir emotions. Hezen, silent, watched for a moment before sighing softly and breaking into a small smile. I agree. You do? Yes, of course. Thank you, truly, thank you. Daggle clasped Hezen's hands, expressing deep gratitude. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have lashed out in anger. Like Cleric or Mordodo, they could have sulked and refused, but this man swallowed all of it. This is what a true civil officer is. You are the pride of our domestic affairs department. I, as chief, declare it. So, please agree to the donation. Doctrim is completely out of supplies. Indeed, I have bought up all the local merchants' food supplies. Exactly. And no one knows better than me that you did this out of kindness. Is that so? But, still, as a civil officer of Doctrim, you understand, right? In times like these, emergency measures are necessary. Of course. So you get it. But you are a lifesaver. Seeing Hezen hesitate for a moment, Dagall quickly expressed his gratitude again. Not my life, nor acting Lord Biginall's. This is about the lifeline of Doctrim and the front line it laid. The brief silence made Dagall nervous. Maybe he needed to offer more praise. Oh, of course, I fully understand the charity you've shown to the people of Doctrim. You are truly a model civil officer. Excellent. Hezen sighed in resignation. Very well, if you insist that much, I will relinquish it. Really? What a magnificent man you are. However, I can't give it away for free. What if Doctrim buys it at a fair price? That's wonderful, absolutely brilliant. Dagall trembled with excitement, crossing his fists in joy. A concrete and constructive proposal. I gladly accept. Thank you. And Hezen. Dagall leaned in and whispered. Just some advice, you could mark up the price a bit. I'll see to it that it goes through. Thank you. No. Then, I'll sell it at 600 times the market price. What? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 184. Standpoint. Dagger couldn't believe his ears. Did he just mishear something? No, Hezen had spoken clearly, and Dagger was sure he heard. 600 times the market rate. That price was so absurd that even the most notorious scam bars would seem fair in comparison. It simply couldn't be real. Was he just tired? Recently, he had been dealing with far too many pressing matters, and it might have been taking a toll on both his body and mind. Once this deal is over, I'm going to take a well-deserved vacation, Dagger resolved to himself. But still, maybe Hezen meant 600% of the market rate? Even that would be 6 times the usual price. Still too high. No, it couldn't be. Dagger judged he must have misheard. Hezen, my boy, what did you just say? I'm sorry, but as you can see, I'm an old man. Didn't quite catch that. Yes, I said I'll sell it to you for 600 times the market rate. Ha, ha. Dagger suddenly burst into laughter. He got it now. This guy had a pretty good sense of humor. Was this how the younger generation joked nowadays? The old man gave a firm thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear. Nice joke. I'm not joking. He didn't mishear, nor a joke. What on earth do you mean? Sweat began pouring down Dagger's forehead. I meant exactly what I said. Are you serious? Yes. That's impossible. Is it? Hezen tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled, and then opened his mouth again. Well, in that case, let's consider this deal off. Goodbye. Wait, hold on. Dagger frantically grabbed Hezen's sleeve as he was about to leave. He now fully understood that this man was no pushover. In fact, he was shrewd and clearly aiming to take advantage of Dagger's vulnerable position. But somehow, Dagger had to squeeze those supplies out of him, or things would go downhill fast. Listen, Hezen, I get it. I understand your point. But seriously, that price is just outrageous. No, it's not. I ran the calculations properly. See calculations. Hezen showed him the first page of the documents he was carrying. It was a very simple equation. Yet Dagger's hands, clutching the parchment, couldn't stop trembling. Are you serious? It's straightforward. I divided 30% of the annual budget for Doctrim by the market rate for the supplies that the resupply convoys will deliver to Lade. That comes out to 600.4 times the market rate. Why, you want to take 30% of this territory's annual budget. Dagger felt dizzy and staggered. Hezen grabbed his arm and leaned in close, whispering softly into his ear. I'll already shave off 40% of the total. A service just for you, but keep it between us, okay? Even then, that would still be 480 times the market rate. No. I said I took 40% off the market rate. It's still 600 times it. Quite a bargain, no. It was such a rip-off that it didn't feel like he was getting any discount at all. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't think so. There are plenty of options. For example, you could cut all salaries for Doctrum's staff for the next 5 years. Why, you've got to be kidding me. Am I? Or you could pay for it using the entire fortune of Lord Noriomo, who's been happily lining his own pockets with bribes back at the capital, if you report it properly. This guy, he knew they wouldn't dare report it to the Lord. Hold on, let's talk this over. There's clearly a misunderstanding. The funds we receive from the Empire aren't something we can just handle on a whim. Besides, we'd love to report this to Lord Noriomo, but this is an emergency. We don't have time for that, Dagger desperately tried to explain. Is that so? Then how about you and acting Lord Biganol cover the costs temporarily? What? Afterward, you can explain it to Lord Noriomo and get reimbursed. It's an emergency, after all. He'll understand. There's no way we could explain something like that. Then, you could always go on a begging tour of your relatives and acquaintances to gather the money. They'll gladly help out for the sake of Doctrum, right? If you demonstrate real leadership, rather than just mouthing empty platitudes, it might even move my heart. Enough. Dagger's vision spun, and he felt like he was going to faint. In frustration, he slammed his fist against the wall. Do you seriously think I could ever do something like that? Dagger backed away, doubting Hezen's sanity. He kept throwing out ridiculous suggestions. Yet, Hezen continued speaking with a smile. I've learned a lot here in Doctrum. What do you mean? I went more than 10 days without eating. I barely had any water, just like the people of this domain. You're trying to tell me you're empathizing with the starving? Dagger asked sarcastically, but Hezen shook his head. Empathize? No, not at all. When you're starving to the brink of death, it's funny what happens. You'd crawl on the ground to drink water from a bucket of mud, and it tastes delicious, even if it reeks like sewage. Chief Officer Dagger, do you understand what I'm saying? With that, Hezen's cold gaze bore into Dagger as he slowly approached. The sheer pressure made Dagger instinctively back away. Even filthy water you'd normally gag at becomes something you'd sell your soul for when you're desperate enough. Are you telling me to drink filth? Yes. Why, you're insane. Do you even hear yourself? You still don't get it, do you? Hezen swept Dagger's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Ow, what do you think you're? The moment Dagger looked up, every hair on his body stood on end. The coldest, most ruthless expression he had ever seen stared down at him. Then, Hezen's pressed his boot Dagger's face and smirked. Well, I'm simply taking advantage of your situation. Chapter 185. Confirmation. Dagger was struck speechless. This was rudeness beyond rudeness. A junior officer, of all people, had committed an unimaginable offense against his superior. Something like this had never happened before. Hey Gimona, what are you doing? Do something about this man. Go call Balero right now. Hey, are you even listening? The man being called sat cowering in the corner of the room, trembling, his hands covering his ears. Hezen approached the hunched figure, placing a gentle hand on his back. Come on, Advisor Gimona. This is a direct order from the chief, you know. Please, go fetch him quickly, okay? Why, yes, sir. Gimona crawled on all fours as he opened the door and hurried out, seemingly unable to stand properly. Dagger felt something was off. Why was he so terrified? At first, he thought Gimona was nervous around him, but even in front of Hezen. No, more importantly, the real problem was this insolent fool in front of him. Do you think you'll get away with this? I'm not sure. Could you enlighten me? I've never served at the Sky Palace, so I lack the knowledge in such matters. Hezen flashed a bright smile, leaving Dagger dumbfounded. This wasn't even about serving in the palace, it was just common sense as a human being. Why, you're obviously going to be fired. Is that what you think? Of course. Hezen paused, tilting his head slightly. I see. That might be true, but I wonder. A chief officer who can't even control a lowly civil officer, how incompetent must he be? That wouldn't be a very good impression, wouldn't it? Besides, to report this to the Sky Palace, you'd have to go through acting Lord Biganol first. So, how would you even phrase the report? Shut up, that's none of your concern. Even as he spoke, Dagger couldn't stop his hands from trembling. Once branded incompetent by his superior, an officer's career was over. there were always plenty of replacements for useless subordinates. If necessary, he might be replaced by cleric. Hezen-Heim, I could still overlook this reckless behavior if you stop now. People snap when they're under stress, it's understandable. I'm perfectly calm. That was scarier. I know you're a talented civil officer. It'd be a real shame to waste your abilities over a temporary issue like this. But you demoted me, didn't you? That, I truly regret it. I fought hard against it, but acting Lord Biganol was insistent. I had no choice, none at all. It was a painful decision, but one I had to make. I regret it deeply, truly. Dagger put on a show of sincerity, pressing his case. Is that so? Of course, if you were to make the donation, I could demote Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo and promote you to that position. I see. Or even better, Vice Chief Advisor, no, Vice Chief Officer. I could promote you straight to Vice Chief Officer. It'd be an unprecedented rise, but I can make it happen. Vice Chief Domestic Affairs Officer Cleric. At the mention of that name, Dagger's shoulders jerked. He's quite the capable man, isn't he? No matter how many of my proposals you tried to block, he approved every one of them on the same day. Quite the spirit, unlike a certain someone who only knows how to flatter. Don't mock me. Dagger slammed his fist into the wall. Let's say, hypothetically, I offered you the supplies at 600 times its value, but told the vice chief he could have them at the market price. What do you think acting Lord Biganol would make of that? Interesting, no. Dagger realized with certainty that Biganol would discard him in a heartbeat. That man was just that kind of person. He'd easily switch to supporting cleric and demote Dagger by 1 rank, no, maybe 2. A demoted officer had no worth. No authority, no respect. He'd just waste away, alone in his office, until he died. 30 years. He'd spent every day working from morning to late at night for 30 years to finally climb to this position. Unforgivable, kill. Once Balero arrived, he'd have him restrained and beat him to death with his own hands. Excuse me. Gimona, you're late. Get in here quickly. Gimona crawled into the room, trembling. But Dagger didn't care about him anymore. He quickly shifted his gaze to the large man behind him. The moment Dagger saw him, he let out a crazed shout. Be Balero, restrain this man. I don't care if you rough him up. Sir Hezen, may I be allowed to beat this piece of scum? Chapter 186. Auditory hallucination. Dagger couldn't believe his ears. The barrage of insults he'd been hearing for a while now seemed unreal, but all of them had come from that madman. It was so overwhelming that even the words of others were starting to sound distorted. He had no doubt that it was a hallucination this time. What are you saying? Hurry and restrain that Hezen. Knock him out if you have to. No, kill him, kill him. Sir Hezen. If you'd allow it, I'd torture this scum who's defying you. No, that's not right. Hey Gimina, what's going on? What the hell is happening? Dagger screamed, but Gimina collapsed on all fours, trembled like a frightened puppy, too petrified to respond. Meanwhile, Hezen approached him, gently placed a hand on his head, and spoke. Intermediate Officer Balero, thank you for your specific and constructive suggestion. However, Chief Dagger is rather old. With your fists, there's a chance you might accidentally kill him. Gimona. Eek. Could I ask you to handle it? Like a pet, Hezen patted Gimona on the head. Hey, you, what the hell are you? I'm so sorry. Before Dagger could finish, Gimona, sobbing uncontrollably, lunged at him on all fours and mounted him, then began punching him repeatedly in the face. Hick, I'm sorry. Gah, why US stop damn this, won't end like this. With tears streaming down his face, Gimona continued to rain down blows on Dagger, who struggled to process the surreal situation. Blood splattered as each punch landed, his face recoiling, the taste of iron flooding his mouth, the searing pain reverberating through his skull. But what was happening? It made no sense at all. Senior Advisor Gimona, well done. That will be enough. Hick, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Still sobbing uncontrollably, Gimona finally stopped his bloodied fists. What have you done? Covered in blood, Dagger barely managed to lift his head, muttering in disbelief. I simply applied the same guidance I received from the two of them. Nothing more, to the same people who taught me. That's impossible. Sir H. Hazen, you're so kind today. Balero mumbled softly, kind. Are you out of your mind? Dagger's words elicited no response. Gimina remained frozen, like a lifeless doll, completely motionless. Instead, Hazen spoke up. Intermediate Officer Balero, what do you mean by that? Why yes. No matter when, Sir Hazen always looks down on me from above. And when I'm useless, he punishes me harshly with his whip. Thank you. What nonsense are you spouting? But today Sir Hazen hasn't hit me, hasn't kicked me, hasn't stabbed me. Thank you. KH. What kind of devil was this? Gimina was a typical civil official, weak and defenseless, but Balero had been a notorious soldier who'd broken countless men with violence. To reduce him to this state was nothing short of demonic. There was no other way to describe it. At that moment, the black-haired young man approached Dagger with a serene, saint-like smile on his face. Now then, shall we have a little chat? Chapter 187. Fabrication. Dagger felt as if he were in a dream. No, as Balero held him in a chokehold from behind, he desperately wished it were a nightmare. But the pain and humiliation gnawed at both his body and mind, forcing him to confront the harsh reality of the situation. Hazen watched with a smile, speaking calmly. First, you need to understand that there is no one left for you to command, Chief Dagger. Ridiculous. What could you possibly know? Dagger scoffed. How could a junior civil officer like Hazen understand? As a chief officer, his power in this region was absolute. The very idea that Hazen would dare to act like this enraged him. But Hazen's jet-black eyes, as if seeing through everything, sent a chill to Dagger's heart as he replied in a cold, emotionless voice. Oh, I understand. The moment you came here alone. Dagger flinched. If that wasn't the case, why didn't you act like a proper chief and give instructions to the vice chief cleric? If he was busy, you could have asked Vice Chief Advisor Biddle or Senior Officer Mordodo. That's only because they just happened to be unavailable at the time. It was a sudden and urgent matter. Stop lying, they turned you down, didn't they? And harshly, too. For someone like you, the more urgent a matter is, the more you try to pass it off to someone else. Gah. He had been seen through. You've always sent your requests through Senior Advisor Gimina, avoiding direct confrontation. It's the typical move of a coward who hates taking risks. Dagger instinctively looked away, but Hazen wouldn't let him. Grabbing his head, Hazen forced him to face him again. Every time you've showered me with hollow praise, I've thought, this man always does this. Shut up. Dagger reflexively rejected the words. He was used to insults and could cover them up as he had many times before. In the past, pretending to be experienced had protected him. But for some reason, Hazen's words struck him deep in his brain. You think you can make your subordinates do all the unpleasant tasks, while you, their superior, sit back and shower them with praise if they succeed. That's why, when it matters, you're useless. What's wrong with that? That's how subordinates grow. You don't care about your subordinates' growth. You just want to take it easy and look good, don't you? GRR. Everyone sees through your facade, you know. You're just putting on a front, pretending to be some ideal boss. You're nothing like the vice chief cleric. Shut up. Oh. Hazen's gaze pierced through Dagger's eyes, cold and terrifying. It felt as if Hazen had laid bare all of Dagger's schemes, sending an icy shiver through his soul. I see. So deep down, you already knew, didn't you? Shut up. Dagger's reflexive retort came out, but his heart ached as if stabbed by a knife. Deep down, he had always known. He knew but chose to ignore it. As long as he maintained the appearance of authority, everyone would treat him like a chief, as if he truly wielded power. Hazen seemed to sense this. He looked at Dagger as if peering into his very soul. How pitiful, to live like a clown, knowing full well you're not important. It must have been excruciating, wasn't it? Shut up. Shut up, 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 shut up. Huff, huff, huffs. Dagger shook his head over and over, trying to deny the truth. Hazen, watching his pitiful display, sighed deeply. Enough. Stop pretending you have any real authority. All you can do is relay orders from above to below, and from below to above. You're nothing more than an aging carrier pigeon. So just take this proposal to your superiors. Shut up. What could someone like you, a junior civil officer, possibly understand? I've worked here for over 30 years, dedicating my life to this place. I have experience and connections. HMPH. Hezen sneered down at him coldly. I've overcome countless crises like this. Once this matter is resolved, everything will go back to normal. You don't have the magnanimity to accept a subordinate who once defied you. Don't mock me. And besides, you don't have the initiative or spirit to change this situation. Don't underestimate me, brat. Then prove it. Prove it. Hezen raised his hand, extending his index and middle fingers. First, this conversation ends here. If you really had authority, this negotiation would be over. There's no way you'd forgive me for being so disrespectful. And second, ask your superior. Report my offer to acting Lord Biganel. That's impossible. You have 5 seconds to decide. Otherwise, the deal is off. I'll tell them you personally rejected my terms as the chief. F5 seconds. That's not. Before Dagger could finish speaking, Hezen began lowering his hand, finger by finger. 5. W8 wait. 4. S such a sudden, give me more time. 3. 2. I'll confirm with acting Lord Biganel. Chapter 188. Lost direction. Dagger left the room and hurried up the stairs, heading straight for Biganel. Wahaha, fool, I won't forgive him for this. That idiot was probably looking smug, thinking he had outsmarted him. But no, Dagger hadn't given in. There was no way such outrageous behavior could be allowed. A junior civil official, 5 levels below him, had defied someone as high-ranking as himself. It was unthinkable. Bursting into the acting lord's office, Dagger found Biganel sitting there, tapping his foot in frustration. You're late. I am sorry. So how did it? The relief Dagger had felt moments earlier quickly turned into anxiety. Sweat poured down his body as he tried to explain. That guy, Hezen, he said he'd sell, but only for 600 times the usual price. What kind of ridiculous amount is that? Why, yes, right. I thought the same thing. And, what was this bastard saying? This situation was unprecedented. What more did he want from him? If you thought that, why bring it to me? I am sorry. It's just a junior civil official dared to suggest such a thing, so And Biganel slammed his hand on the desk. In that instant, sweat poured from Dagger's armpits, head, and back. Biganel glared at him with piercing eyes. Don't tell me, you can't handle a mere junior official. And no, that's not it. Then make your own decision and reject it. How can you not get that? But I told you to seize his supplies. Why do I need to spend this domain's budget? That's against Imperial law. It's your job to handle that, isn't it? Sorry. Seize them, I'm not spending a single coin. Why, yes. Dagger immediately turned on his heel and closed the office door behind him. He hurried down the stairs. Damned Biganel, damn it, whose fault do you think this is? Muttering under his breath, he returned to Hezen's room. How did it go? It was no good, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Acting Lord Biganel, he adamantly refused to the okay. 610 times. Dagger couldn't comprehend the number. You're running out of time, aren't you? The higher the urgency, the higher the price. That's common sense in this world. Common sense, from someone as outrageous as him. How am I supposed to tell him that? If you can't, why don't you pay for it yourself? It doesn't bother me if the deal falls through. If you want to back out, just let me know. It would be a disaster. If things fell apart now, Biganel would surely drag Dagger down with him. Once his position was at risk, he'd expose everything. An officer who couldn't even manage a junior civil official. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. For an officer, reputation was everything. Such disgrace would tarnish not only his name but his entire family's. He couldn't bear living the rest of his life like that. But if the price went up, there was no way Biganel would agree. Dagger decided he'd have to cover some of the cost from his own pocket. Damn it, why me? It's not even my fault. Muttering to himself, Dagger climbed the stairs once again and headed for Biganel's office. The moment he entered, he bowed deeply. I'm terribly sorry. I tried my best to negotiate, but the guy won't budge from 580 times. Are you kidding me? Sorry. I said I won't pay, and I won't. But go tell that to him and seize all of his supplies already. Why, yes, sir. Dagger hastily closed the door behind him and stood there in a daze. Neither of them was willing to budge. Not even a little. What do I do? 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 Urge. Suddenly, he felt his stomach turn, and the contents started rising. Yug. Dagger vomited right there, spewing out a large amount of bile. Chapter 189. Rough going. Dagger's vision warped and twisted. Still, he tried to walk, stumbling down the hallway. There's got to be some other way. Right cleric, if it's him. And no, he's a traitor. Then what about Mordodo? No, he betrayed me too. Someone passing by in the hallway glanced at Dagger with suspicion. But the old man, exhausted, muttered to himself, not caring about the stairs. Biddle, he's the only one I can count on. A glimmer of hope flashed across Dagger's face as the vice chief advisor crossed his mind. And Dagger headed for Biddle's room. Biddle, are you in there? He pounded on the door, and a flustered secretary appeared. What's the matter, sir? Where's Biddle? Well, he's not here at the moment. Where is he? Call him back right now. He, suddenly left for a few days to inspect the town of Aetna. That man. He ran away. Fine, when he gets back, tell him he better remember this. Make sure you tell him that. He yelled and slammed the door shut violently. What about the other departments? Yes, Nagra, the chief of the Financial Affairs Department. Dagger staggered down the distorted hallway once again. No, it won't work. How could he even explain it? Was he really going to ask, the junior official is too much for me, could you help? He shook his head furiously and dragged his heavy feet toward Hazen's office. Without even bothering to knock, Dagger collapsed into the room. How did it go? The acting lord wouldn't budge. Maybe if you could lower it to 100 times, no, 200 times. 620 times. What? That's impossible. I'm already doing everything I can. I told you, didn't I? The more urgent it is, the higher the price. I can't take this anymore. I've done the very best I could. Dagger shouted, on the verge of losing his mind. I was even willing to bear some of the burden, but he still refused. Sigh, there's no helping it. Hazen sighed deeply. You understand. Thank you so much. 630 times. What? Why? Why did it go up again? Dagger clung to Hazen's sleeve, crying, because I don't like you. And no. Have you ever, even once, evaluated others for something other than what they can do for you? I don't think so. Suddenly, Dagger's mind raced as scenes from the past flashed by. How many times had he belittled his subordinates for the same thing? Am I wrong? It's sickening how you only want your efforts acknowledged when it's convenient for you. But I'm doing my best. Chief Dagger. Hazen grabbed the old man by the collar, his sharp eyes piercing into him. There are no participation trophies for Imperial generals. Gah. Now go and convince acting Lord Biganal. You still haven't sacrificed enough. You're not trying hard enough, are you? No, I can't. Wait. I'll take this to acting Lord Biganal's deputy. You can talk to him yourself. He'll understand if he hears it from you. I refuse. What? Why ye? Dagger shook his head desperately, but Hazen just tilted his head with a troubled look. You might think this is contradictory, but I want to see you try harder. Contradictory? No. It was completely incomprehensible. Effort is only valued when it produces results. I know it's tough, but I want you to overcome this so your efforts can be recognized. Overcome? You want me to overcome this? Yes. Just as you appointed the strict advisor Gimina and Officer Balero as my superiors for my growth, I worked hard to earn their approval. That's. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not being cruel here. I just want you to grow. Why, you bastard? Dagger felt a surge of murderous intent toward Hazen, who was acting as though he were his superior. That's enough. Dagger slammed the door and stormed off toward Biganal. Do you not understand what I said? Huff, I do, but... But what? I'll try again. Dagger, don't take me for a fool. 640 times. Ho. I said no. Even 390 times. Not even 390 times is acceptable. Enough. 650 times. That's outrageous. Are you mocking me? How many times do I have to say no, you incompetent fool? Is that why even a junior officer walks all over you? MNGH. 700-fold. Please have mercy. I can't do this anymore. You can, now get up. Keep going. The world spun around him. Someone help me. What happened? I thought you were going to seize the supplies this time. You do it, YORCELF. Chapter 190. Defiance. Suddenly, a shouted voice erupted, echoing beyond the room and bringing the guards inside to see what was happening. Biganol, on the other hand, was left speechless. What did this man just say? What did he dare say to him, his superior? Do you realize what you just said? Of course I do. If you really want those supplies seized so badly, do it yourself. Do it yourself. Huffs. Dagger's eyes were bloodshot with rage. His breath reeked, and he glared at Biganol with a crazed look, like he had completely lost his mind. This was ridiculous. Dagger, the quintessential yes-man. This subordinate, whose only trait was his timid obedience, was defying him, Biganol, his superior. In an instant, a surge of humiliation boiled up like magma. He had been disrespected. By this man, who could only flail about and contribute nothing. This man, who did nothing but pass on messages like a mere carrier pigeon. And he, of all people, was being disrespected, but he had to remain calm. He couldn't sink to the level of this fool who had chosen to disgrace himself. Biganol deliberately turned his back and spoke in a measured tone. I see. So, in other words, you. Shut up. None of this would have happened if you hadn't shot down that man's proposals in the first place. This man, he was bringing up the one thing Biganol didn't want to be touched on, but losing his temper would be nothing but foolish. Keeping his back turned, he maintained a calm demeanor, even though he could feel Dagger's rancid breath behind him. I told you before, didn't I? I'm not interested in who's to blame for. Spare me the drivel. It's not about who's to blame. It's your fault, yours, you. I didn't make the decision myself, nor did I commit. Then what the hell is your purpose here? What was wrong with him? It was a subordinate's role to smooth over the superior's mistakes, wasn't it? A superior should never apologize to a subordinate, nor should they acknowledge their own blunders. It was the subordinate's job to take responsibility for their superior's mistakes. This man was clearly undermining him. Pathetic. Clearly, you. Shut your rotten mouth. You're always quick to nitpick the irrelevant details, dragging on and on with your sneaky, spiteful excuses. What kind of leadership is that? You never lift a finger, doing nothing to make sure you don't take the blame, you useless sack of filth. Biganol was speechless at the barrage of insults. This man had gone beyond mere disrespect. He was completely out of his mind. This was madness. He had gone insane. Everyone knows you're a small, petty man. What a fool. Could he not understand that words from someone who had lost their senses wouldn't have any effect? This didn't affect him at all. The trembling in his body was just his imagination. The feeling of blood rushing back through his veins, completely imaginary. Biganol turned back to Dagger, sneering with cold contempt. Just so you know. Shut your mouth, what risk management? You're a coward, terrified of your own shadow, and you're so obsessed with the details that you overlook everything. How could you let Doctrim fall into such a state? Enough, I understand. This man, no, this trash was completely broken. That was all there was to it. There were countless others who could take his place. What do you understand? You don't get it at all, you useless idiot. Take responsibility. Take full responsibility for your incompetence, you. Guards, get this lunatic thrown in a cell already. Biganol gave the order, averting his eyes from Dagger, who was still screaming while clutching at his collar. Why, yes, sir. Let go. Let go, let go, let go. Two guards wrestled the raging Dagger out of the room. Useless old fool. Biganol slammed his fist onto the desk. Then, turning to his equally stunned secretary, he gave his next command. Summon Vice Chief Cleric immediately. Chapter 191. Conclusion. A few minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. Biganol, who had been anxiously pacing the floor, spun around and coughed, trying to compose himself. Enter, he called, though his voice shook. His palms were drenched with sweat. It had been a long time since he felt this tense. He was acutely aware of just how cornered he was, but he couldn't let himself break. That man was nothing more than a stone on the side of the road, he kept telling himself. You summoned me. Cleric's voice was flat and emotionless. You know why you're here, don't you? Dagger is fired. If you don't want to end up the same, you'll confiscate that man's supplies. I can't do that. What? Cleric's reply was firm. I am giving you a direct order. Seizing personal assets is illegal. Are you commanding me to break the law? Your job is to handle things like this. Unfortunately, I lack the shamelessness to comply. I refuse. What did you say? When Biganal spun around in disbelief, Cleric's face was cold and contemptuous. I should be asking you, do you even realize what you're doing right now? What's that supposed to mean? Domestic Affairs Officer, Hezen warned about the risks of that very proposal you pushed through, didn't he? You ignored his warnings, sabotaged all his brilliant plans, and harassed him. Now you're trying to seize his assets. Shut up. Biganal's shout cut Cleric off. He'd heard enough lecturing. Cleric's voice dripped with disdain. I'm amazed. I've never met someone as shameless as you. But, at a time like this, we shouldn't be concerned with whose fault it is. The fault is yours. Biganal staggered back at the blunt accusation. Of course, it's not my wish to endanger the battlefield at Lade, but there's nothing I can say to persuade him. But there's no way we can pay that amount. What amount? The man is asking for 600 times the usual price for his supplies. Cleric fell silent at the claim. He's exploiting the crisis at Lade to extort us. This is unacceptable. You, of all people, who just ordered an illegal act, have no right to lecture anyone about fairness. Only those who follow the law can claim to speak for it. Biganal ground his teeth in frustration. But since he's quoted an amount, that means he's willing to negotiate, doesn't it? There's no way I can pay such a ridiculous amount. Be quiet, will you? Unlike Dagger, this man was much harder to handle. He was talented, but now Biganal understood why he wasn't more highly regarded. Maybe Mordodo would have been easier to deal with. So, how much are you willing to pay? I am not paying anything. Do you really think you can get away with that? I might be able to scrape together 50 times the market rate from the emergency budget. How much are you willing to contribute personally? Me. Why should I? Because unless you make sacrifices, this issue won't be resolved. Biganal clenched his teeth. He couldn't believe he might lose the wealth he'd accumulated over the years over something like this. 30 times? I'll cover another 20 times the rate. That should bring us to 100. Why you're paying too? What choice do I have? We're still short of my estimate. Damn it. He hated this man's self-righteousness, this holier-than-thou attitude. It was the very reason he preferred the rough-and-tumble Dagger. Let's go. Am I coming too? We're short on time. Going back and forth is inefficient. Nonsense, that's what negotiations are for. If you care more about traditions and appearances than resolving this crisis quickly, I'll call off the deal right now. Fine. But you're the one handling the negotiations. With a sigh of exasperation, Cleric swiftly left the room, with Biganal grinding his teeth as he followed. A few minutes later, they arrived at the office, but Biganal stayed outside. He pressed himself against the door, eavesdropping. So, Vice Chief Cleric has come this time, Hezen said, rising with an amused expression and bowing slightly. The acting Lord Biganal is standing right outside. Haha, what a strange man, hugging the door. But I understand. Some of my subordinates have odd habits as well. His action noticed, Biganal's face flushed red, but he couldn't pull away, not wanting to miss a word of the negotiations. Haha. As entertaining as this is, let's focus. A crisis is looming, so we need to avoid idle chatter. I'm listening. I've heard you're asking for 600 times the usual rate. Isn't that too high? Can't you lower it? Dagger said the same thing, but the more desperate party should be the one to compromise, no. If you're truly trying to extort us, there's nothing I can do. Cleric's words were met with a pause from Hezen. But as an Imperial General, I'm sure you agree we can't ignore the threat to Lade. Perhaps we can negotiate. For what it's worth, Dagger was willing to pay 300 times the rate. Listening in, Biganal felt a wave of despair. Dagger had offered 10 times more than he was personally willing to fork out and had still been rejected. Yet Cleric's voice remained calm. I see, then let me make our offer. Just so you know, I'm not a fan of favoritism. I'll judge based on the same standards, whether it's Dagger, Biganal, or you. Our offer is... Section, descending a spiral staircase, Cleric stopped in front of the prison cell. Inside, a disheveled, tear-streaked old man, Dagger, sat hunched over. The old man looked up, recognizing his visitor. Cleric, why are you here? I've been assigned as your replacement. I came to update you on the situation. Haha. So you're the next sacrifice. That parasite Biganol really is useless. The old man cackled like a child. You're next. I tried everything I could, sacrificed everything I had, and now you're going to get crushed like I was. We settled at 87.6 times the market rate. What? Chapter 192. Settlement. Dagger couldn't understand it. They settled the deal? That was impossible. Did Hezen give in, or maybe Biganol? No, there was no way that could happen. 87.6 times, impossible. He had pleaded with Hezen for far more than that, over and over and over again. Again and again and again and again. That's a lie, It's true. Here, I have the contract. Dagger snatched the document and read it as if trying to burn holes in it. It was indeed an official document, written in proper form. Instinctively, he reached through the bars and grabbed Cleric by the collar. Why? It's actually me who is confused. How is it that you, the Chief Domestic Affairs Officer, don't understand it? I offered 300 times the market rate. Even then, it wasn't enough. As Dagger raged, a remark from Hezen resurfaced in his mind. What if I offered them to Vice Chief Cleric at the market price? In an instant, the old man scratched at his thinning hair, foaming at the mouth. He was planning to trick me from the start, that wretched Scum. No, Hezen wanted to settle on this exact figure, 87.6 times. He wouldn't want any higher or lower. What do you mean? Dagger couldn't grasp it at all. No, this man was lying. He just wanted to label himself as competent and make Dagger look like a fool. A conniving schemer pulling strings behind the scenes, now acting like he was someone important. Do you really not understand what this figure means? You, and acting Lord Biganol, should know. Shut up, this was all fixed. A rigged game, rigged. As Dagger ranted, Cleric sighed in exasperation. This amount is what Hezen had calculated was necessary to implement his proposals. Domestic affairs officers put great thought into the figures they calculate. Hezen is likely planning to use that money to begin the restoration of Doctrim. That can't be true. His mind felt like it was breaking. Why was such a despicable man being praised like some kind of saint? As if that demon were an angel. If Hezen had accepted the 300-time offer you proposed, his reputation would have been ruined. People would suspect there was something shady behind his aid to the people. Lies. But by pulling the funds with this strategy, not only will he gain understanding from those around him, he will be seen as a civil officer who cares about the people more than anyone. Lies, this is all just to spite me. What purpose would that serve? What purpose? He didn't know. That's why he said it was just spite him. Basically, that man was just trying to screw him over. That had to be it. Why else would he do something so ridiculous? Cleric, undeterred, continued speaking. I won't deny that he was using you as a bait to lure out acting Lord Biganol. That man wouldn't budge without being pushed, after all. But when Hezen heard this figure, he accepted immediately. Do you know why? Lies. Lies. He understands who is supporting the Empire and who is gnawing at its roots. Don't be ridiculous. Dagger laughed mockingly. Some lowly civil official thinks he can see through us. Us, who form the very foundation of this great empire. Soon enough, you'll find it's no longer the time to say such things. Hezen's rise heralds a coming storm. You, even though you're a vice chief, you're siding with a lowly civil officer. Have you no pride? Ridiculous. Cleric spat. It's better to serve someone capable than to cling to those like you and Biganol, who only grow in age and rank without ability. Why you? Well, in any case, it's over for you. Acting Lord Biganol will never forgive you. He's already moving to have you stripped of your title and demoted. Ugh. Dagger thought he had already cried himself dry, but more tears fell from his eyes. He had never once defied his superiors. He had never said no to them, not even once. Well, I'll be taking my leave now. It's been a brief but eventful time. Cleric left without a trace of emotion. Chapter 193. Underhanded actions. The following noon, Hezen completed the food supply distribution with the help of several logistical support officers. I can't believe it. Normally, this would take about 3 days. The logistical support officers looked at him in astonishment, impressed by the speed of the work. I had already prepared for the handover. We can't afford to abandon the battlefield at Lade due to internal chaos. Hezen smiled warmly. The logistical support officers lowered their heads in embarrassment. We sincerely apologize for Vice Chief Logistical Support Officer Jesnahit's actions. Ah, he was the one who embezzled, wasn't he? I always thought he was serious and competent. One of the logistical support officers muttered quietly. What kind of person was he? He was a key figure in the logistical support department. In fact, without him, things wouldn't run smoothly on the practical side. I see, so he was capable, Hezen muttered under his breath. He didn't seem like someone who was struggling for money. No, I heard he was in debt. There's also a rumor that he wanted extra cash for spending. Well, they say his nightlife was pretty wild. The logistical support officers continued to exchange information, growing more animated. Sorry, we got carried away among ourselves. We really do feel bad about what happened in our department. Thank you so much for your help. One of the logistical support officers, who had been observing Hezen from the side, bowed deeply. Don't worry about it. We help each other when we're in need. Now that the handover is done, can I leave the rest to you? Yes. After a brief exchange, Hezen quickly returned to his room. Phew. Being alone really was relaxing. The absence of Mospiza had reduced his stress significantly. As he reviewed some documents by himself, Mosger entered the room. Good work. Same to you. Without much small talk, Mosger handed a document to Hezen. I have to say, this is really a strange report. In a rare instance, Hezen furrowed his brow as he skimmed through it. Section. A month earlier, in a lavish yet dimly lit establishment, Jesnahit knelt on the floor, utterly dejected. Unbelievable. It was such great advice. It took a lot of effort to get that stiff bigonal to agree. He's so obsessed with minor details despite knowing nothing about the field. Hick. Wait a moment. Mosger, who was also slumped beside him, suddenly stood up and addressed the queen of the establishment. The candles, isn't it a bit too soon for that? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you new? Huh, how did you know? I can tell the way you handle the whip, the clumsiness with the candles, and this sloppy restraint. It's way too loose. Mosger spread his bound hands wide, showing the excess space in the ropes. I am so sorry. TCH. Eek. The middle-aged man, clad only in his underwear, clicked his tongue in irritation. A queen never bows her head. Why, yes. Mosger sighed deeply, knelt again, and placed his hands back on the floor. Remember this. In moments like these, you should say, "How dare you talk back to a human, you filthy pig." I see. That's how a professional does it. I understand. A queen doesn't use polite language. Gee, got it. Don't acknowledge it. Shut up. You disgusting pig. Hurry up and show me that filthy ass of yours. Good, keep that up. Now bring it on. After their session, Mosger watched the queen walk away with a satisfied expression. Phew, she's got potential. Why, yes, indeed. As expected from Secretary Mosger. You were once the famous secretary of that notorious pervert Badadada, after all. That man still had ways to go, but I hope he's doing well. Jesnahit's face seemed to twitch slightly. My apologies, I got a bit sentimental. Well then, let's move on to the next place. And next, but I'm a bit short on money. Leave it to me. Mosger pounded his chest confidently. Are you sure? Between you and me, I recently came into some extra money. Extra money? Ah, well, no matter. You've helped me a lot, Vice Chief Jesnahit, so I'll tell you. Do you know why Senior Domestic Affairs Advisor Badadada lived so extravagantly? Why I also got some of the leftovers? Please tell me. Let's go, I'll tell you once we get to the place. It's one of my favorites. Mosger began walking toward a sign that read Mother in the deepest part of the back alley. Oh, but before that. After walking for a few minutes, Mosger stopped, as if suddenly realizing something. He turned and bowed deeply to Jesnahit. I've come to understand your worldview. What are you doing? Stop it. His perfectly executed 90-degree bow drew attention from the people around them. It was a valuable experience. I don't really know much about SM establishments. You could say I'm just an amateur pig. Ha, please, surely you jest. You were giving clear guidance to the queen, even if she was a newbie. Jesnahit spoke tactfully. I just got a bit carried away despite my age. But as a vice chief, you had a deeper intent to savor the innocence of that queen, yes. My respect. But in this world, there is both pain and ultimate relief. With those words, Mosker flashed a daring grin. This time, I'd like you to experience my worldview. Section. Back to the present, Hezen read through the report with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, I know it's not much to go on. Not much, no, this is more than enough. You've set the trap as planned, and the results are significant. Whip-based SM is just ordinary play. The quality was poor. It wasn't even that painful, and the thorns were fake. It was, frankly, a sham. The candlework was sloppy too. Though I was rattled, I managed. Unfortunately, however, that man is not a hardcore M. It was a bust. Sorry, Mosker. Yes. That's not quite the point. Chapter 194. Treachery. It was a coincidence that felt inevitable. Among the names casually mentioned in Mosker's report of nothing major, one stood out. Hezen-Heim. He was the vice chief of the logistical support department and a regular at an SM establishment. Unfortunately for him, he had been caught in the web of Hezen's vast information network. Mosker, however, wore an indescribably puzzled expression. No, he's a perfectly decent person. At the moment, he's not even into baby play. Really? I mean, that's how it seems to you, but by most people's standards, that's a little unusual, right? You mean the SM? As Mosker stared at Hezen in disbelief, Hezen gave him a similar look but quickly nodded, putting the matter aside. I've glanced over his history and achievements. He's quite capable. However, he seems to be heavily in debt, likely due to his extravagant spending at night establishments. Why, yes. His family isn't well off, and he's been transferred far from home. He's likely sending money back to support them. You know a lot, are you too close? Well, when you're new to this field, nerves make you talk too much. He couldn't stop babbling about his life, while fidgeting and looking around in the waiting room. I see. Hezen let out a strained smile as he started writing on a piece of parchment. This is a proposal for consolidating the routes to the front lines at Lade. I can't get involved because it's the jurisdiction of the logistical support department, but under the guise of cutting costs, we should be able to streamline the routes. It's also in line with the financial department's policy, and I'm sure acting Lord Biganel will agree. I see, that's a great plan. Mosker clapped his hands in approval. Well, it's good for now. Ideally, I'd like to reduce the routes even further from here, but that'll be difficult. There were risks in facilitating illegal activities. Speaking carelessly could arouse suspicion and lead to trouble, and above all, Mosker was a private secretary for a junior civil servant. Their ranks were worlds apart, so he couldn't possibly be too forceful with the other person. Should I handle it? See, can you? The man's a vice chief. Yes, but we're both players. We players exist in a unique hierarchy. Those who can engage in more challenging and frowned-upon play tend to hold more power. So, I think I can speak to Vice Chief Hezen-Heim as an equal, if not superior, during play or in the waiting room. Why, you're really dependable. Hezen took a few steps back as he answered. No, I think he'll be pleased with it. If the route consolidation plan goes through, he'll receive a bonus. And if, in the confusion, the routes are further reduced, he can pocket the margin. It's a very nice proposal. I see. The conversation had already assumed they'd drag Hezen-Heim into corruption. It was likely that, after engaging in so much misconduct, they no longer had any moral qualms about committing crimes. But keep it subtle. If it doesn't work, we have other options. Leave it to me. By the way, how do you plan to pull it off? Could you walk me through the strategy? Hezen felt uneasy about Mosker's overconfidence. Weak players tend to cling to the strong. By exploiting that, I can steer him into my superior play, making him believe what I say, whether during the play or in the waiting room. In short, I'll pull him into my domain. Just watch, I'll open the door to his inner babyism. That's reassuring. Hezen silently vowed to keep Mosker from ever being alone with Yan again. If I were to be greedy, I'd say I'd like to squeeze more out of him later, but that's probably too much to ask. Hezen muttered as he looked over Hezen-Heim's record. The man was competent, and rumors suggested he had the trust of his subordinates. While Hezen wanted to control him even after corrupting him, that would be difficult. You were hoping he was a hardcore M. Since he's into SM, he's already a hardcore M, isn't he? I have to say, that's a rather shallow assumption. Mosker firmly asserted his point. If he were a hardcore M, he'd view pain as a reward. But I don't think he's been trained to that level yet. I see. Well, in any case, I want to maintain a connection with him after the corruption, if possible. I'll look into it. Section. So, as I was saying, I checked if he's a hard M, but I don't think he's not at the reward level yet. He's more of a middle-of-the-road service level. Again, that's not the point. What I'm trying to ask is, can we keep in contact with him moving forward? Yes, it's possible. Mosger responded confidently. Why you're so sure of yourself? You could be seen as an accomplice if you slip up. Of course, Hezen had already made arrangements to eliminate Jesnahit if necessary, but unnecessary killings were best avoided. After all, he's been enlightened to baby play. He's found a favorite mama, and he's quite happy about it. If I suggest discussing future plans with her, dangling a pacifier in front of him, so to speak, he'll likely follow along without much fuss. Don't you mean carrot? Hezen thought, chapter 195. Document. At that time, Biganul was growing anxious. The following day, Major General Malasai was coming from the front lines in Lade, and the reason was obvious: to denounce the sudden cutoff of supplies. By dispatching new supply convoys, they had barely managed to meet the deadline. Though no real damage had been done, an explanation would still be required. The senior officers had been working tirelessly, staying up through the night to prepare the necessary documents. Jesnahit, in particular, vice chief of the logistical support department, seemed to be burdened with guilt and worked without sleep, determined to make up for his mistakes. Biganul reviewed the documents submitted by the officers, making adjustments where necessary to avoid being held personally responsible. Vice Chief Jesnahit, how's the transport coming along? Mostly smooth, sir. Good, you've done well. Let me just say again, if everything goes well this time, I won't blow this out of proportion. I'll also consider keeping the matter of disciplinary action private. Biganul smiled gently and patted Jesnahit on the shoulder. Why, yes. Thank you very much. It was a blatant lie. Jesnahit was skilled and irreplaceable in emergencies, which was why he was still here. But as soon as this mess was cleaned up, Biganul would report him to the Central and see him executed. He would never forgive the man who had hindered his own rise to power. His resolve was firm. Vice Chief Cleric, are the preparations for the reception ready? I've made arrangements, as per your orders. As per my orders? What is that supposed to mean? Biganul made no effort to hide his displeasure. At a time like this, do you think Major General Malasai will be in the mood for a reception? I just can't see that happening. Do you have any idea how far Major General Malasai has come from the front lines at Lade? When else would he be able to rest in peace, if not in a land free from battle? Understood. I was merely expressing my opinion. Please don't take it to heart. Honestly, you don't understand a thing. This is why the younger officers are useless. How can you be a civil officer when you don't understand the mindset of those on the front lines? You're completely useless. I'm sorry. Fool, Biganul spat. He had no more use for Cleric. From now on, he'd dump all the troublesome tasks on him and work him to the bone. He would never forgive him. He had thought of promoting Cleric in Dagger's place, but his insolence had changed that plan. No matter how competent, Biganul had no need for subordinates who defied him. True, Cleric had secured supplies from the detestable Hezen, but Biganul had no intention of letting him take the credit. In fact, he had decided to find some excuse to get both of them punished. As long as a subordinate said yes to orders, they were useful. If they said no, they were not needed. In that regard, Jesnahit was exemplary. He followed orders without question, even when made to work night after night, and carried out his duties faithfully. Moreover, he was well respected by those beneath him. Biganul had planned to use him up and discard him, which made this situation truly regrettable. That momentary lapse in judgment was a great loss. By the time midnight had passed, the documents were finally in order, and preparations to receive the general were complete. If they could demonstrate that they had caused no real harm and presented a convincing recovery plan, it might be possible to get away with just a reprimand. As Biganul sighed and sat down at his desk, he noticed a document lying on it. Who put this here? She can't even answer. Absolutely useless, he thought. Crooks, insolent fools, messengers who were no better than pigeons. Biganol sneered and picked up the document, clicking his tongue. Ha, who did this? He shouted loud enough for his voice to echo through the entire room, drawing the eyes of everyone present. Who put this document here? Answer me. Why aren't you answering? Did it walk over by itself? Biganol stomped his foot in a fit of rage, his face turning red. His erratic behavior prompted Cleric to approach him. Please calm down. Was it you? No, it wasn't me, but what's the document about? It wasn't you, are you sure? Biganol grabbed Cleric by the collar, his voice menacing. And no. But if we figure out what the document is, we might be able to find out who left it, right? Does it even matter? Huh? All the senior officers exchanged confused glances. Get out. What's going on? I said get out. When I say get out, you leave. You understood. The officers hurriedly shuffled out of the room. Why? I ordered it to be destroyed. Why? Biganol stared at the document, muttering the same words over and over. Dagger, yes, it was Dagger. It had to be him. Suddenly remembering, Biganol jumped to his feet and stormed out of the room. He sprinted down the hallway, practically flying down the spiral staircase, until he arrived at the dungeon. There Dagger, his balding head even more disheveled than before, sat in his cell. Ha, was it you? XW, what are you? Don't play dumb, why is this still here? I ordered it destroyed. Biganol brandished the document. The proposal to cancel the supply route consolidation due to its dangers, a proposal he himself had rejected. Chapter 196. Confusion. Dagger appeared disoriented for a moment. However, as he read the document held before him, his defeated demeanor shifted, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. Ha, serves you right. Why should I bother to cover up your blunder? What is the meaning of this? Biganol glared at his secretary with murderous intent. If he gave the order directly, it would count as a cover-up. As much as he hated it, he'd had no choice but to rely on Dagger. However, to ensure things were carried out, he had had the secretary monitor Dagger. Sea Chief Dagger did give instructions to Sir Gimona and Sir Balero. There's no mistake. Biwahaha, those fools were already under his control. You think they'd actually listen to what I say? The open admittance shocked Biganol. You were ignored by your own subordinates. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Shut up, you'll face the same fate soon enough. This rebellious attitude. Biganol was so infuriated that he wanted to strangle Dagger to death right then and there, but doing so would gain him nothing. Biganol repeatedly reminded himself to calm down. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to be cornered by that despicable man? Dagger, I can give you one more chance. A chance? Yes, I valued you. Unlike Cleric, you've served me faithfully. Of course, I'm only human, so I have my share of emotional outbursts. But given your past achievements and loyalty, it wouldn't be fair not to offer you a second chance. This fool would definitely take the bait. He always had, just dangle a little reward and he'd jump for it. Biganol, wearing a fake smile, spoke kindly to Dagger. Will you serve me once more? It. I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? Like hell I'll serve you, you idiot. That's the biggest bullshit I've heard. Frick you. I know better than anyone that you never forgive those who defy you. In fact, once you're removed from power, there's a good chance I'll be released as an innocent man. Oh, I just can't wait. Dagger cackled madly. His behavior was far from sane. Without thinking, Biganol grabbed Dagger by the collar through the bars. You bastard, do you want to die? Let go, you brat. What, Gwaya? Pay. A sharp pain shot through him, and Biganol hastily pulled his hand back. Dagger spat something onto the ground. It was a piece of Biganol's index finger. Gaw, it hurts, it hurts. What have you done, you bastard? His face contorted in pain as he clutched the severed part of his finger. Heth, that's what you get for looking down on me. I swear I'll have you executed. Go ahead and try it. Right here, right now, Biwahaha. But before that, you'll have to face that man. Biganol fled the prison. Dagger was a lost cause. He had completely lost his mind. Suddenly, the full weight of the situation hit Biganol and his face turned pale. He had already cut ties with Cleric. But if he was going to move Hezen again, he'd need to get the pawn back to his side. I have to do it, I have to somehow. Muttering to himself over and over, Biganol dashed down the corridor toward Cleric's office. He arrived and, without knocking, flung open the door. What happened to your finger? Cleric asked, eyes wide with surprise at the sight of Biganol's bloody index finger. Don't worry about it. No, I can't just ignore it. You need to go to the infirma. More importantly, there's something I need to tell you. Biganol forced his words out, trying to make himself heard. What is it? I'll listen, but we must get you to the infirmary. You can tell me about it on the way. It's about your promotion. I'm planning to make you chief this time. I see. What was that disinterested attitude? You don't seem too happy. Well, it's the natural course of things now that Chief Dagger has fallen. But without my recommendation as your superior, it's not guaranteed. I could easily bring in someone from outside. I see. Cleric, his concerned expression shifting, sat down on the sofa. Do as you please. What? Cleric smirked sarcastically. Let me guess, you tried to get Chief Dagger to do something, and he refused, right? And now you're panicking, so much so that you don't even care about your mangled finger. You want me to clean up your mess again, don't you? I'm not interested. Every time you're in trouble, you dangle a carrot in front of me, only to snatch it away the moment I reach for it. That's not true. Besides, you didn't even thank me for the negotiation with Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. Not a word of gratitude. What a petty man, Biganol thought bitterly. That's because it wasn't purely your achievement. I made compromises too. Then why don't you handle things yourself? If you think you can do a better job, show me. Watch your mouth. Cleric sighed deeply, as if utterly disappointed. So, what's it going to be? I'll act for the Empire's sake, but I have no intention of serving your self-preservation. Do you even have anything to say that will convince me? Enough. Biganol spat the words out and stormed out of the room. What do I do now? Chapter 197. Hi. Risk management. Biganol always acted with that in mind. Whatever he did, he made sure the damage wouldn't reach him. Even if it did, he ensured it would be kept to a minimum. However, as he climbed the ranks, the number of subordinates increased. Subordinates, subordinates of subordinates, subordinates of their subordinates, the risk he had to bear grew with them. It wasn't worth it. That thought first crossed his mind when he was promoted to vice chief. That's when he decided all his actions would be delegated. A measure of self-defense to avoid shouldering more responsibility than necessary. But now, there was a line he could no longer avoid crossing. It couldn't be left to someone else this time. No matter what, he had to deal with it himself. NNGH. Biganol instinctively clutched his chest. His heart pounded. He was tense. The thought of negotiating face-to-face with the one who had decimated Dagger filled him with unbearable stress. Maybe someone else? Yes, Mordodo. No, he was no different from Cleric. Another enemy who would think the world was better off without him. Maybe the chief of another department. No, none of them was close enough to him to trust with a cover-up. Someone. Mumbling to himself, Biganol wandered aimlessly. Then, suddenly, a face popped into his mind. Dagger. Come to think of it, he was the only one. No matter what Biganol instructed, even if it was illegal, Dagger followed through, loyal to the end. Whatever he asked, Dagger did it. Dagger. Biganol muttered his name, groaning. Why hadn't he realized it sooner? Dagger had been his most important subordinate. No, his only real subordinate. Dagger. Are you all right? Just then. Hezen approached from down the hallway, concern on his face as he observed Biganol. Why are you here? Because you were stumbling around. I thought you might be feeling unwell. And no, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Well then. As Hezen passed by, he gave a polite nod and continued on his way. Wait. Yes. Is something wrong? I just wanted to thank you, Hezen, for the recent food supplies. Don't mention it. It's only natural to help the Empire in a time of crisis. How dare he say that with a straight face? Biganol suppressed the urge to strangle him right there. Well, if that's all, I'll be going. Wait. Yes. I need to speak with you, privately. Very well. Hezen led the way into his office, followed by Biganol. Once inside, Hezen dismissed his secretary, leaving the two of them alone. So, what is it? Hezen sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. His arrogant demeanor was a far cry from the polite attitude he'd shown in the hallway. It was clear he was taking Biganol for a fool. Biganol held back the urge to yell. What is that attitude? Well, about the document. Document? Oh, you must mean that one. The one you rejected, and landed you in all the recent troubles, right? Gus, so, it really was you. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Play dumb. Urge. Hezen's eyes glinted sharply. Biganol instinctively took a few steps back, forcing a strained smile. And no need to play dumb, all right. I prefer people speak plainly. I'm not fond of roundabout conversations. Swallowing his pride, Biganol bowed deeply. I was wrong. So, can you please return the original document? I refuse. Instantly, he refused instantly. God, please reconsider. No. Jay, just tell me anything you want. I'm the acting lord. I can make things happen. I'm not interested. Why not? I've thought for a long time now, you're not fit to be acting lord. It's time you step down. Why, you bastard? Bastard, did you really just call me that? I hope that was just a misunderstanding. Was it? Do tell. Gah. Hezen stood, bringing his face close to Biganol's, their foreheads nearly touching as he glared at him. It was a misunderstanding. I said, you benevolent man, yes. Oh, good. But, is something the matter? There's something bothering me. What? It's too high. High, what is? Your head, obviously. Chapter 198. Future. Biganol was at a loss for words. What did he just say? This recently demoted junior domestic affairs officer, who barely in the position for a few months, had the audacity to speak like this to him, the de facto leader of the Doctrum territory? Impossible. It shouldn't be possible. Biganol's whole body heated up in rage. The humiliation boiled within him as if his skin would blister and burn. But he couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. That would be playing right into this man's hands. He had to stay calm and manipulate this man somehow. I don't think that's the case, Biganol stammered. Oh, really? Then let's end this conversation. You must be busy with your self-preservation efforts. Good luck with that. W8, fine, is this low enough? Biganol bowed deeply, adjusting the angle from 90 degrees to about 125. No, you're still not getting it. That's way too high. Your head's not even touching the ground. Ahandich. I'll kill him, I swear I'll kill him. When this is over, I'll kill him for good. Biganol clenched his teeth, suppressing the rage swelling inside him. He lowered himself further, placing his knees, hands, and forehead onto the carpet. This should suffice, right? Him still looks a bit high. Hezen placed the sole of his foot on the back of Biganol's head and pressed down. Huh. Why won't it go lower? Ow, 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 ow. It won't go any lower, it can't. Thuds, 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 thud. Fungi. Hezen struck him repeatedly, mashing his foot into Biganol's skull until his nose cracked. Biganol collapsed, writhing in pain as blood soaked into the carpet. Oh, I guess I was mistaken. You really can't go any lower. I told you so, didn't I? You told me so, huh? Ugh. What was with this lunatic? He was mocking Biganol at every turn. Biganol wasn't even allowed to speak casually. How far was he going to push Biganol? No, calm down, remember, risk management. Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, endure it, endure it, endure it, endure it, endure it. Biganol forced a thin, strained smile. I mean, I have mentioned so. I apologize, I misspoke. Is that so? Make sure to watch your words next time, okay? Your response? Why, yes. Well done, really. You're so incompetent that even training you is exhausting. Ugh. As Hezen patted his head gently, Biganol felt a madness that made humiliation seem mild. How many times had he imagined stabbing this man to death? But that wouldn't be enough. He would savor his revenge, even if it took years, decades even. He swore it to himself. And yet, the man he hated to the bone continued with a bright, easygoing smile. Now then, shall we sort out the situation? Sort out the situation. Looking at the document, anyone would say this is your mistake, right? If Major General Malisai wasn't a fool, he'd report it to the central government immediately. Ugh. Yes, Biganol knew that. That was why he had been enduring this humiliation. And there's a tradition in civil officer promotions. The next acting lord is usually chosen from the heads of departments, typically the chief of domestic affairs. Isn't that right? What are you getting, how? In that moment, Biganol realized something. Chief of domestic affairs, the chief of domestic affairs. You imprisoned Chief Dagger. How do you think the central government will view that? If I were one of the central officers, I'd see you as a criminal trying to cover up your own failure. Meanwhile, Chief Dagger would come across as the brave subordinate who stood up to injustice, wouldn't he? Ugh. It was possible. No, if it were the central authorities, that was exactly how they'd see it. They'd frame him as the villain and cast Dagger as the righteous hero who resisted a cover-up, the perfect narrative. If you fall, Dagger becomes the acting lord. It's practically guaranteed. This doesn't seem to be playing out in your favor, does it? That goes for you too, doesn't it? Surely, this would be bad for him as well. The acting lord wielded significant power. Like Biganol, Hezen must have earned Dagger's resentment. He had to be just as worried about it. Yes, he had to be. This was the perfect opportunity for Biganol to convince Hezen. Convince him that Biganol staying in power would be best for him. But Hezen crushed those hopes with a slow shake of his head. I have Vice Chief Cleric and Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo on my side. And well, you might already know, but these two are quite fond of me. At that, Hezen snapped his fingers, and Gimuna and Balero entered the room. You too. Isn't that right? You both care for me, don't you? Yes. Why, yes, I do. I care for Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. I truly do. I'm sorry, so sorry. Gimuna answered, tears flowing down his eyes. Biganol stared at him in stunned silence. He wasn't groveling to Biganol, his superior several ranks above, but to Hezen, who was technically his subordinate. How did this happen? How could something like this even happen? Me too. If anything were to happen to Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen, I'd fight the enemy with everything I've got. He was broken. Balero was completely broken. While Biganol looked on in shock, Hezen smiled that same easy smile. Acting Lord Biganol, weak people, they instinctively oppress those even weaker. Ugh. A demoted, fallen former superior, who's despised by everyone versus a subordinate beloved by most of superior officers, including the vice chief. The weaker one is obvious, isn't it? Hick. And if I had to guess, Chief Dagger, he is probably going to kill you. Chapter 199. Scales. Killing. Biganol never could have imagined that word would come falling out of nowhere. What on earth was this man talking about? That can't be right. There's no way. We're civil officials, there's no way. As he stammered, Hezen let out a faint, amused smile. You've lived in a peaceful world, I see. Ever heard of the phrase, always conduct oneself as though one were on a battlefield? I know plenty of countries where plotting and assassinations are an everyday affair even for civil officials. Insane, 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 insane. He was too insane. Without a doubt, this man's thinking was twisted. He was deranged. How much delusion must one have to think like this? This man had been an Imperial General for less than a year. A greenhorn, really. And yet, here he was talking about the political state of countries across the continent. That's an exaggeration. Besides, Dagger isn't the kind of man with that kind of nerve. Oh, really? He seems quite merciless towards his subordinates. He sent Gimuna and Balero to deal with me. It's only natural he'd subject you to a similar level of harassment at least. He would do it. No, that man wouldn't hesitate to go even further. Biganol pressed his forehead to the ground once more. Please, I'll do anything. Anything, just please, give the original document to me. Money. What? I said money. How much do you have? Extortion. He was outright extorting him. So, it's all about money, after all, Biganol thought with contempt, but for the first time, he felt like the negotiation was finally moving forward, and he smirked inwardly. With a pathetic look on his face, Biganol answered reluctantly. I am not a high-ranking noble, so I don't have much in terms of assets. Surely you have 100 large gold coins at least, right? 100 large gold coins. It was an outrageous amount, 10 times the sum of the contract he just signed a few days ago. There was no way he could prepare such a sum. Is that too low? Stop messing around. That's I fudgiera. As Biganol instinctively reached for Hezen's collar, Balero twisted his arm and threw him to the ground. He then mounted him, about to strike. But just before the blow landed, Hezen stopped Balero's hand. Thank you, Sir Balero, but I'd like to talk a bit more with acting Lord Biganol, so that's enough. I am sorry, please, punish me. I'm not going to punish you. TTH, thank you. Bolero shouted, then froze like a puppet with its strings cut. Meanwhile, Biganol clutched his arm, writhing on the floor. Ugh. You're overreacting. It was just a little twist, wasn't it? Ugh. Hezen stomped on Biganol's arm, grinding it against the ground. So, are you going to pay, or not? Huff. Biganol tried deep breathing to suppress the pain, but pain was pain. If you don't answer soon, I'm calling off the negotiations. Not a shred of mercy. Despite Biganol's obvious suffering, Hezen didn't offer even a word of comfort. In fact, he piled on more pressure. So cruel, so heartless. I'll ask one more time. Are you paying or not? I'll pay. All 100 large coins. I can't pay all of it. No matter what I do, I can only manage 30 large gold coins at most. Biganol pleaded through his tears. Hezen stared at him in silence for a moment, then sighed lightly, tilting his head with a smile. I guess that can't be helped. So, 30 large gold coins then. Well, before that, we should get going first. Where are we going? To Dagger's cell. I'm going to offer the document to him too. How much do you think he'd be willing to pay for it? Chapter 200. Negotiation. What was this guy talking about? Biganol just said he would pay. Maybe he didn't hear him right. That had to be it. Yes, definitely. I said I would pay you 30 large gold coins. Are your ears rot? I said 100 large coins. Obviously, I can't sell it for such a pittance. So, I'm thinking of selling it to someone who'll actually pay. Biganol was lost for words. This guy surely not. Look, the document is important to Chief Dagger too, right? After all, you'd kill him if I sold it to you. And no, I would never. Whether you would or wouldn't doesn't matter much. What matters is how Chief Dagger thinks. And acting Lord Biganol, what you think. Goo. There was no doubt. This man was weighing both of their lives and planning to sell to the highest bidder. What's wrong? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't follow me. Hezen strode confidently out of the room. Biganol, stammering, W8, chased after him. In the corner of his eye, he noticed his secretary standing by, not even turning to look. Search this room quietly, he whispered to the secretary. Search for what exactly? How could you not understand that? Just. That attitude won't do, a voice interrupted. Eek. Before he knew it, Hezen's sharp gaze was fixed on him. You still don't understand your position, do you? And no, it's not like that. I've decided. I'll give a discount to Chief Dagger and sell the document to him for 10 large gold coins. What? Why would you? It can't be helped. You have to punish bad behavior or it'll become a habit. This man, he was treating him like a pet. Oh, no response. I understand. Good, let's go then. Oh, and if you try anything strange again, I'll hand it over to Chief Dagger for free. So make sure you remember your place. GHH. Something about your expression is bothering me. Hezen stepped closer to Biganol, fixing him with a piercing stare. All right, I'm raising the price by 5 more large gold coins. Why would you do that? I already told you, I don't like that rebellious look in your eyes. Just because of that. Are you defying me? And no, I understand. Good, let's go. This man wasn't normal. He wouldn't even tolerate the slightest defiance. Biganol had never seen a man so tyrannical. They arrived at the dungeon. Hezen flashed a bright smile at an elderly man whose hair had thinned significantly since the last time they met. It's been a while, Chief Dagger. What are you doing here? I'm thinking of selling this to acting Lord Biganol. Hezen waved a document in the air, and Dagger instantly broke into a cold sweat. Why would you do something so foolish? He offered to buy it for 30 large gold coins, but that's hardly anything, right? Dagger and Biganol shared identical expressions of shock. But if I can't find another buyer, I suppose I'll pass it along to him anyway. And no, if you do that, I'll be killed by Biganol. I'll die. Yes, you will. It was déjà vu. Hezen was playing the same game again. But if Biganol tried to speak up, he knew the price would only go up. I'll give you 40 gold coins. How about that? Isn't it a better deal? The auction had begun. Chapter 201. A frenzied competition. A life-or-death auction. That was the only way to describe this maddening, out-of-control price negotiation. Both Biganol and Dagger had unwittingly climbed onto the scales of insanity. And then, the black-haired man, who resembled a devil, smiled pleasantly, as if he were the picture of innocence. 40 large gold coins, acting Lord Biganol. What will you do? He asked so brazenly. 45 large gold coins. Not good enough. Why not? Didn't I tell you? You had to raise by 15 large gold coins. Damn it, 55 large gold coins. I can't go any higher. Hezen glanced over at Dagger. Well, what will you do? See 70 large gold coins. This fool, was he completely losing his mind, swept up in this mad competition? Even though he knew exactly how this would end, he had no strategy and was just raising the amount to save his own skin. Fool, useless idiot. Biganol still fought the urge to strangle Dagger, but he had to keep his emotions in check. Somehow, he needed to cooperate with this man and suppress the price, but with their every move being watched, there was nothing he could do. 85 large gold coins. 90, don't underestimate me. Gah. This simpleton, 105 large gold coins, Biganol declared almost reflexively. At that moment, Hezen showed a slight hint of contemplation. I think it's time for you both to base your bids on your actual assets, don't you? What do you mean by that? Biganol asked. Well, according to my calculations, both of you should be running out of funds soon. Why do you know that? I'm a civil officer. Fact-checking is part of the job. Hezen said this as he showed them a few sheets of documents. They were detailed tables, calculating their wealth, salary from the empire, current assets, everything. How? When had he investigated all of this? The shock of it paled in comparison to the overwhelming fear that gripped Biganol. Had he prepared all of this, knowing things would end up this way? Had he truly investigated them? No, that couldn't be, at least not this detailed. Only a god or a devil could pull off something like this. It was impossible. It shouldn't be possible. You both have roughly the same amount of money left. 100 large gold coins is the threshold. From here on, you'll need to offer something other than cash. What are you talking about? Biganol's tongue wouldn't work properly. It made no sense. It was incomprehensible. After all, I'm out of money. Why won't you understand? Is that so? Well, look at the second page. You have plenty left, like real estate, for instance. NGHGRR. This man, he was eyeing his land too. Don't worry, I won't lowball the value. I'll calculate it based on the market price. There's no way you can determine the market price that fast. I can. Here. With that, Hezen handed them more documents. This is. There's an excellent merchant named Nandel. This is the official valuation of your real estate holdings. Everything is in order, so you can sell it off immediately. No need to worry. NGHMMGGHH. No, that was not the issue here. The issue was something much more fundamental. As a civil officer, I always make sure to lay the groundwork in advance. A devil. An absolute devil. I'll put up my land in Gazamst. Just then, Dagger muttered those words. You bastard. Biganol shrieked as he grabbed Dagger by the collar. Gwehahaha, go to hell. I'll compete with you till the end. I'll kill you completely, utterly, and absolutely. With saliva dripping from his mouth, Dagger, his eyes bloodshot, screamed like a madman. He had completely lost it. He was broken, utterly deranged. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me, bastard. I'll sell my land in Zamas. I'll put up Zovnanzer too. I'll kill you. I'll put up Benu and Galsta along with Bakins. I'll kill you, you shithead. They were now simply hurling insults and threats and shrieking at each other. Nothing else mattered anymore. They would keep raising their bids to their limits until the other shut up. They would do it. They would kill the other. Jurhazalgo, raid a hand Zonohamin. Chief Dagger, that's worth 160 large gold coins. Ryana Gashik Dragohan. Acting Lord Biganol, that's worth 180 large gold coins. Land after land was listed, and the bids kept rising. Biganol no longer had any hesitation in throwing it all away. The only thought that remained in his head was to win this mad competition. To kill Dagger. There was no other thought left. Eventually, Gogonas, Dagger muttered. 216 large gold coins, and that's your last land, Chief Dagger, Hezen declared. Meanwhile, Acting Lord Biganol has put up 242 large gold coins worth. And no way that means wait. What about Galsta? Dagger shouted. You already listed it. Then Belmona. What about Belmona? That's not your land. It belongs to your relatives, doesn't it? Did I win? Did I win? Biganol muttered to himself over and over. He had survived. He could remain in his position. He could. No, Dagger fell to his knees, sobbing. Kuhaha, take that, you fool, I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. In the name of heaven and earth, in the name of the Emperor, I swear I will kill you. Drooling and shouting in triumph, Biganol danced in victory. And in the midst of all this, Hezen spoke gently to Dagger. It's not over yet. This is just the beginning, isn't it? Hi. Dagger clung to him in desperation, while Biganol stared in disbelief. But this filthy creature, he's out of money, and land too, everything. If you don't have any money, then just borrow some. Chapter 202. Money. Suddenly, tears poured from Biganol's eyes. He had been squeezed of every bit of his assets dry, leaving him like a ragged, worn-out cloth. And yet, Hezen still tightened the noose around his neck. Biganol knelt in full submission and bowed. It was an utterly sincere, groveling bow, his forehead pressed to the ground without a shred of pride or dignity left. This is too much. You've drained everything I had, even my retirement funds, and now you want me to go into debt? Please, just have mercy. I won't. In an instant, Hezen flatly rejected him. If you want out, feel free to back out. I'll just make a deal with Chief Dagger instead. Biganol's emotions couldn't keep up. His mind couldn't process it all. Everything was falling apart. There was no way he could quit now. This man, after pushing him to the brink of hatred, was telling him to walk away. If he did that, he would be torn to pieces. Even Dagger has reached his limit. Look at him, he's practically catatonic. Right, Dago? Alright, that's an option. Hey, Dagger, get back to your senses, you fool. Shut up, you trash. I'll kill you, I swear. The guy had completely lost his mind. And Biganol had to compete against this maniac, who had lost last bits of his sanity. Ugh. Suddenly, a wave of nausea overcame Biganol, and he vomited, bile splattering the ground. His mental strain was beginning to eat away at his body, but Hezen continued calmly, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Now, I'll need you both to write letters, to your relatives, friends, and family. You'll use up every last bit of your trust and credibility. Up until now, they had only been dealing with the finite resources they had on hand. But this time, there was no telling how much Dagger could extract. Biganol had no choice but to push for the absolute maximum. Here are the letters. I've already done my homework on your connections. The letters will be delivered and signed within a day, so there's nothing to worry about. No, that was not the issue. That was not the problem at all. Even so, how could anyone possibly get responses to all those letters in just one day? It was physically impossible. How is that even? That's a secret. There was no way it could be done. But if it was this guy, he'd probably find a way. Ugh. Dagger grabbed the stack of paper and began writing furiously, at a speed unthinkable for his usual work pace. Ugh. Biganol couldn't afford to lose. He absolutely couldn't. Make sure you put your heart and soul into those letters, and think carefully about how you'll persuade the addressees. Hezen explained everything with a smile, as if he were going over the rules of a game. Finally, after finishing the last letter, Biganol fell to one knee, utterly spent. Everything. He had lost everything in just 1 hour. All that remained was an enormous debt. Ugh. Biganol wept, openly sobbing on the spot. How had things come to this? Why had it turned out like this? What's with the self-pity? It's disgusting. I'm going to kill him. In just one more day, Major General Malasai will arrive, so there's no time to waste. We need to finalize the contract before then. With that, Hezen handed them the contract. Check it carefully for any mistakes. The contract magic won't work unless both parties agree to it. Both Biganol and Dagger stared at the contract intently. You can have your secretaries look over it if you want. Just let me know. Neither Biganol nor Dagger said a word, fixated on the contract. They couldn't trust a stranger's secretary, not even for a second. They had to rely on their own eyes. The numbers perfectly reflected the outcome of their negotiations. In the end, Whichever side offered the highest amount would have their terms applied. It was a flawless, airtight contract, frustratingly so. But one thing stood out. There was something blatantly wrong with the name of the contracting party. He-GHHH? Biganol wanted to ask, but he didn't want to know the answer. Caught in this strange new feeling, Biganol hesitantly asked Hezen. Why is the contract in Balero's name, not yours? Oh, it's dirty money. It needs to be laundered. Chapter 203. Conclusion. This man with such black hair, such black eyes, a heart and mind as black as pitch. Even his very soul seemed to be dyed in the abyss. And yet, despite all that, he wanted to keep his own hands spotlessly clean. Whether his tongue was failing him or his thoughts couldn't keep up, he couldn't manage to form the words. He couldn't believe it. No, this had to be a dream, a nightmare, a horrifying one. Yes, it had to be, please let it be. With that desperate wish, Biganol pinched his own cheek. Oh, it was not a dream. The man in front of him continued his explanation with a devilish grin. Look, this deal isn't exactly gray under Imperial law, right? Cover-ups are a hassle. Think of it as a simple risk management, just like you always talk about it, acting Lord Biganol. Really, it's been quite the learning experience. What a one-sided risk management. Now all the risks were all on them. This isn't what we agreed on. All right, Dagger. Shut up, don't talk to me, you filth. If you want out, then leave. I won't fall for your tricks. KH. Dagger's bloodshot eyes were practically bulging out of his head, and any hope of a rational decision had long since disappeared. This man had, without a doubt, lost it completely. Biganol would never let himself become like him. But since Dagger was acting this way, he had no choice but to keep playing along with this twisted game. And yet, Hezen paid less attention to it than a mitochondrian and continued his explanation without missing a beat. Intermediate Domestic Affairs Officer Balero is my direct superior. I'll hand the original proposal document over to him, and then he'll hand it to either of you, at his own discretion and responsibility. Don't worry. I've made sure that the original proposal document must be properly handed over in the contract. He's just a proxy. As you know, lying in a contract bound by magic comes with too much risk. And no, that's not. It wasn't safe, not at all. There wasn't a single part of this that was safe. Oh, right. I need to summon Balero. Nice, Biganol secretly rejoiced. If this man stepped away for a moment, he could finally have a talk with Dagger. No need to worry, I am already here. Balero was already standing by, as expected. Acting without needing to be told, you're a model subordinate. He gave Balero a little pat on the head, just like an owner petting their obedient dog. I think every second about NN not getting yelled at by you, Sir Hezen, so ha. He was broken. Utterly broken. Biganol didn't want to deal with someone this insane or sign the deranged contract with this madman. So, will you sign or not? I will, I already have. Dagger raised the contract triumphantly, like he had already won. At this point, he only cared about winning this auction. This room felt wrong. It was like everyone's vision had narrowed, making it impossible to think clearly. And the man behind this crazy scheme calmly read aloud the deranged contract, written by an equally deranged mind. Yes, everything checks out, as expected of Chief Dagger. In life, success or failure often comes down to how quickly one makes decisions. Whether you end up on the winning or losing side depends on that. Oh, of course. Dagger puffed out his chest, visibly proud. He should have despised Hezen, he should have been filled with hate. And yet, he looked oddly pleased to be praised. It was disgusting. Everything about this felt disgusting. So, you have a loser look on your face. At this rate, you're going to be one of life's losers. Are you fine with that? I boo-hey-oo. He didn't want it. Biganol didn't want to be a loser. But. Well, time's up. Let's wrap this up in 5 seconds, shall we? F5 seconds for such an important decision. 5, 4, 3. I'll sign right now. Without any time to think, Biganol scrawled his signature on the contract, finishing just as Hezen reached the end of his countdown. Then Hezen calmly checked the document. Good, now you might just make it to the winning side, although one of you is bound to end up a loser, but that's just how it is. And with that, he added, I'll have the results along with the original copy of the proposal document delivered later. Now then, hold on, where are you going? I have other business to attend to, Hezen said, completely unfazed, and just like that, he left. Biganol watched him go, utterly drained, as though his very soul had left his body. He staggered back to his room. He just sat there doing nothing. Hours passed. Eventually, the original proposal document arrived for Biganol, and all the valuables in his room had vanished. Chapter 204. Capture. Completely empty. It wasn't just a figure of speech, it was literal. When one became an acting lord, they would be showered with all kinds of bribes from local merchants. Desks, chairs, shelves, everything would be provided, but all of it had been taken away. Heh, all gone, huh? Biganol muttered in a voice filled with disdain. In the end, money was just that. As long as he could maintain his position, he didn't care about losing any of it. What to do now? Somehow he felt lonelier than usual. Perhaps it was the stark, empty room with no desk, no chair, no shelves, nothing. Should he go down to the dungeon to see Dagger, who was drowning in despair? That man, he decided to torment him until the very end. Just thinking about it made his heart race. The thought of cutting off his fingers one by one and hearing his death throes thrilled him. Just then, a knock echoed throughout the empty room, louder than usual. "Excuse me, what happened here?" His secretary, Ganad, entered and glanced around the room in confusion. "I just decluttered." Decluttered, but without a desk, chair, or shelves, your work might be hindered. "Shut up. One more word and I'll kill you, you worthless piece of trash." Biganol grabbed Ganad by the collar and snarled. "Eek, I am sorry. If you were even slightly competent, this wouldn't have happened. If you say one more thing about this room, I'll gouge out those rotting eyes of yours." "Hei. Cuckoo hehe." Look how terrified he was. It was amusing, extremely amusing. This was how it should be. No, this was how it had to be. "Hey, who am I?" Pardon. I said, who am I? Say it, you filthy, useless secretary." He grabbed Ganad's collar again and shouted. "Eek, you're acting Lord Biganol." "That's right. I'm the acting lord for Doctrim territory. I'm the most powerful person here. I'm not some bribe-greedy fool from the Sky Palace. I am the absolute ruler." Where's the applause? Eek. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. As Biganol savored the sound of the loud clapping, a euphoric expression crossed his face. It was incredible. Why hadn't he realized how wonderful this position was until now? From now on, we'll do this every morning. I've always had this thought. You idiots are so unbelievably small-brained and incompetent that you can't understand how great I am. So every morning, I'll drill it into your heads. Why, yes. Good, starting tomorrow morning, have everyone lined up in the Great Hall. Can it just be me? It has to be everyone. It could be, but everyone is busy with work. Work comes second, you fool. Eek. Biganol spread his arms wide. What matters is not your ability, but your respect and loyalty to me, the ruler of Doctrim. This is all that's necessary, nothing more. Why, yes, you're absolutely right. I'll arrange it immediately. Worthless scum. What's with that look? Smack, he slapped the secretary. Seeing the dissatisfied expression on Ganad's face, Biganol had immediately struck him. He was irritated that the secretary hadn't been thrown back further by the blow, but another thought crossed Biganol's mind. Oh, I can't waste time like this. Major General Malasai will be arriving soon. I must get ready to welcome him. After disciplining the secretary and calming his nerves, Biganol headed toward the gate. There, the senior officials were already assembled, waiting for him. He felt pleased, thinking they were waiting just for him. Where's the band? They've been arranged, Cleric responded to Biganol's question. Though his expression was clearly dissatisfied, Biganol decided to deal with him later. As soon as the Major General arrives, make sure it's loud and clear. The moment he steps in, boom. Biganol grabbed the tambourine from the musician and struck it forcefully. First impressions are everything. We must make a special welcome for Major General Malasai. Got it, Speasile? Well, answer me. Biganol's face turned red as he shouted. Just then, the door opened. KH, the lesson will have to wait. What are you waiting for? Hurry, you. Before he could finish speaking, soldiers in sturdy armor flooded into the room, swords drawn, quickly surrounding Biganol and his men. What is going on? And finally, a man with an eye patch stepped forward from behind the soldiers. Major General Malasai, this is. Tie him up. Chapter 205. Explanation. Malasai, the Mad Blade. He earned this title when he single-handedly wiped out an entire division. A born warrior, he cared for nothing but battle. For over half a century, he roamed the front lines as a seasoned commander. In one battle, an arrow pierced his left eye. According to legend, Malasai pulled out the arrow along with his eye, devoured it, and then killed the archer with the same arrow. There was even talk of promoting him to lieutenant general, but he refused, stating he wouldn't be able to fight on the battlefield. He was, through and through, a battle-crazed warrior. The unit commanded by this undeniable force of nature took control of the castle in an instant. All the civil officials, including Biganul, had their arms tied and were forced to kneel. Amidst them stood a young man with feline-like eyes, standing next to Malasai. The castle has been secured. Well done. This was Blood, Malasai's adjutant, known as the Sheath of the Mad Blade, and a young, brilliant strategist who effectively commanded the Major General's unit. Malasai stepped in front of a dumbfounded Biganul and glared at him with his piercing, single eye. I'll be blunt. Why did you cut off the supplies? Hi. Biganul, overwhelmed by the intensity of Malasai's gaze, stumbled back a few steps in fear. It's a misunderstanding. There was an unforeseen event. So, it was a blunder. Malasai instantly drew his sharp blade from its sheath. Civil servants are too soft. For soldiers, one mistake means death. It wasn't a blunder. Then what was it? KHW, what are you waiting for, cleric? Biganul, shaken by the pressure, shouted. The man he addressed cast a brief look of disdain at him before letting out a small sigh and stepping forward to stand before Malasai. I'm Cleric, Vice Chief of the Department of Domestic Affairs. Allow me to explain the situation. The fault for this incident lies entirely with the territory of Doctrim. We have no intention of hiding anything. We sincerely apologize. Cleric and the other officials bowed their heads in unison. The supply convoys we had dispatched were ambushed, and we lost contact with them. It took time to grasp the situation because they were completely wiped out. Embarrassingly, we didn't even realize the issue until you, Major General Malasai, contacted us. He stated the facts plainly. People tended to make excuses when they'd made a mistake. The key was whether those excuses come across as shameful. The only important point in an apology was avoiding disgrace. It wasn't difficult. After all, it was dishonorable to berate someone offering a sincere apology. What was needed are the facts and a plan to recover from the mistake. Of course, there was disagreement among the officials, some wanting to offer excuses, but they eventually decided to let Cleric handle the situation. I understand the situation. But that man said it wasn't a blunder, didn't he? Biganul, now even more frightened, took another few steps back. No, it was a blunder. I'm sure the acting lord was only trying to protect us by saying otherwise. But there's no question that the fault lies with us, the Doctrim territory. Though cursing inwardly, Cleric covered for Biganul. He framed Biganul's words as emotional, while presenting the territory's stance as one of accountability. Even in the face of the Mad Blade's overwhelming presence, Cleric did not falter. I see, but this can't be overlooked. Do you understand what cutting off supplies means on the battlefield? Death. We've already sent replacement supply convoys. They should be arriving any moment now. And you think that excuses your mistake. Because of your blunder, we missed 3 golden opportunities. We will make it right. Cleric replied firmly, with unwavering confidence. HMPH, a young fool. On the battlefield, you don't get a second chance. Malasai instantly pressed his blade to Cleric's throat. A thin trickle of blood began to drip from the spot where the blade barely grazed his skin. However, Cleric remained unflinching. Of course, I understand that. But as long as we live, there are chances to recover from defeat. HMPH, don't be so intimidating, Mad Blade. At that moment, Ganasud, the Vice Chief Financial Officer, stepped forward with an annoyed expression. Even though his hands were bound, and a sword was held to his neck by one of Malasai's subordinates, he showed no fear as he addressed the man. It's been a while. Never thought I'd find you here. The elderly man with jade green eyes smiled warmly. HMPH, I never expected someone like you, who loves blood more than anyone, to visit a place devoid of battle like this? Ganasud, you know Major General Malasai. Biganul, still cowering behind Cleric, asked. HMPH, we go way back. The Mad Blade and I have shared many a fistfight, debate, and drink. WHY, didn't you say so earlier? Cleric cursed inwardly once again. He and Ganasud had prepared a strategy to get Malasai to sheath his blade. First, Cleric would confront him head-on. Then, Ganasud, who had long been acquainted with Malasai, would act as the sheath. The reason they hadn't told Biganul was because of his tendency toward cover-ups. If Biganul had known of Ganasud's connection, he would have tried to resolve things privately. But Malasai, being a major general, couldn't afford to go easy on anyone, even an old friend. Ganasud, still wearing an annoyed expression, grew increasingly frustrated with the acting lord, who was now only making things worse. HMPH, we in the finance department are also at fault for not foreseeing this. Every year, the Empire imposes stricter budget cuts, and the Doctrim territory has become obsessed with cost-saving measures. As a result, we neglected our support to the frontlines, even though we are supposed to be fighting alongside you. I've lost interest. With a sigh, Malasai sheathed his sword. At that moment, every official let out a collective sigh of relief. Blood, anything to add? Well, if Major General Malasai is satisfied, I have no objections. But there's something that bothers me. Despite being older than Cleric, who was in his late 30s, Blood had such a youthful appearance that he could easily be mistaken for someone in his late 20s. His face, soft and cat-like, gave off an air of gentleness. However, his narrowed eyes carried a chilling, inscrutable depth. What is it? Malasai asked. Well, Cleric here is only the vice chief of domestic affairs, right? Shouldn't Biganul, the acting lord, be the one explaining? Blood's inscrutable gaze shifted to the man trembling behind Cleric. Chapter 206. Exposure. Blood had hit a sore spot. Of course, Cleric agreed that it was a valid point. Biganul naturally should be the one explaining. However, it was Biganul himself who had refused. Cleric had tried to persuade him repeatedly, but Biganul had stubbornly refused to budge. In the end, Cleric had taken the responsibility to explain things himself as a last-ditch effort. The essence of the problem was that Biganul hadn't been acting befit his position as the acting lord. But if Cleric placed all the blame on Biganul, it would look like infighting. As a loyal Imperial officer, Cleric had no choice but to step up and take the brunt of it for the sake of the Doctrim territory. I'm sorry. Major General Malasai doesn't worry about the little things, but me. I just can't help it, Blood said, peering at Biganul with his cat-like eyes. I just wanted to give the younger ones a chance to gain experience. That's all, yes, Biganul stammered, hastily stringing together a flimsy excuse. Blood immediately grinned, his smile resembling that of a smug cat. Ah, I see. So you let your subordinates handle the fallout, did you? What an insufferable man, Cleric thought. He honestly didn't care about Biganul's reputation. In fact, he wouldn't have minded if this incident led to Biganul's demotion. But this situation was different. As Ganasud had pointed out, there was a cost-cutting trend in Doctrim. Its role was, after all, a rear support. The rooted complacency had resulted in this lapse in crisis management. Admittedly, Biganul himself had contributed to this trend. Still, it wouldn't be fair to lay the blame solely on Biganul. Even if that were the case, no organization should pin everything on a single individual. Be it caused by the leader or a subordinate, the organization bore responsibility its mistakes. Blood probably understood this reasoning too, which was why he was so intent on finding a weak spot. And he had concluded that the weak spot was none other than Biganul. Reluctantly, Cleric stepped in to keep Biganul from saying something unnecessary. The organization is responsible for its mistakes. Oh, really? But surely someone's at fault. Who messed up, I wonder? That's an internal matter. Rest assured, we will handle it with due diligence. Cleric hedged his words. Of course, crimes would be punished. Jesnahit, who had been caught engaging in corruption, would likely face imprisonment at best and execution at worst. Biganul, too, would be condemned. However, that kind of excuse wouldn't do in this situation. Shifting blame to others always came across as irresponsible. Come on, who's our guy? Major General Malasai, any guess? Blood asked. This is pointless, I don't care, Malasai replied dismissively. Good, Cleric thought with relief. As Ganasud had said, Major General Malasai wasn't interested in this kind of squabble. Blood was one of Malasai's closest subordinates and was unlikely to go against his superior. If they could just endure a little more, this wouldn't escalate into a bigger issue. As mentioned earlier, the supply convoys were ambushed en route. And this man is the culprit. Biganul, crawling forward, shoved Jesnahit in front of them. This vice chief of logistical support engaged in corruption and cut off supply routes. He's responsible for everything, this is all his fault. The whole room fell into stunned silence. Everyone present had spent days preparing their explanations, knowing that a scapegoat story like this wouldn't fly. And yet, despite knowing this, Biganul had thrown Jesnahit to the wolves. This was sheer madness. Right, admit it, it's all your fault, isn't it? I'm not to blame, say it. It's your fault, right? Right. Please calm down, sir. Major General Malasai, it seems the acting lord is a little shaken. Let me explain, Cleric said hastily, stepping in. Shut up, you're trying to deceive me, aren't you? I won't fall for it. It's all this man's fault. What are you talking about? Please calm down. Cleric tried to reason with Biganul, but he continued glaring at Jesnahit and shouting, insisting that he was blameless. Both Cleric and Ganasud were dumbfounded by Biganul's sudden outburst. He wasn't usually this foolish. In fact, when it came to self-preservation, he was quite sharp. All he had to do was stick to the rehearsal, so how had things gone so wrong? What had happened in the last few hours? While Cleric was lost in thought, Malasai made a disgusted face. This is making me sick. I can't believe I trusted a piece of trash like him. Of course, Blood and the other soldiers in the room looked at Biganul with nothing but contempt. It's over, Cleric thought. Major General Malasai's word carried immense weight. Everyone ranked lieutenant general or higher respected him, and no one would dismiss his opinion. Not only Biganul, but the entire Doctrim territory would be held accountable for this failure. Ganasud, Cleric, and the rest of the leadership would all be demoted. A disciplinary committee from the central government would likely be dispatched, and at worst, they could all be dismissed. To be dragged down by such a fool, what an utter joke. Cleric's head spun, just then. The acting lord ordered it. Jesnahit's words echoed throughout the Great Hall. Chapter 207. Evidence. The civil officials present couldn't help but ask again. What was Jesnahit trying to say at this point? It was unthinkable that the very person who had been caught red-handed in the corruption scandal would try to make such an excuse. And then, of course, the accused, Biganul, had a twisted expression on his face that was beyond belief. His eyebrows, mouth, and even his nose, previously broken by Hezen, contorted. Why you bastard? What are you talking about? Why you're really asking that? I only did it because you ordered me. Jesnahit pleaded as if he were speaking the truth. His voice trembled, but his tone was firm and unyielding. To an outsider, it didn't look like he was lying. What are you talking about? Lies, it's all a pack of lies. Naturally, Biganul screamed, as though he were losing his mind. Please listen. I really didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, but I was forced. It was all because I was threatened by acting Lord Biganul. Shut up, don't joke with me. Do you think such a pathetic excuse is going to fly? You said it yourself. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. I'm the most powerful person in the entire Doctrim territory, remember. Biganul groaned and violently shook his head from side to side. Lies, all lies, lies. And the money saved from cutting the supply routes went straight into your pocket. I was only following orders. I didn't get a single coin. So why are you trying to sell me out? And no. That's not true, he's lying. Absolutely, without a doubt, lying. All the civil officials put their heads in their hands. What was this hideous farce? Watching them try to pin the blame on each other, despite being on the same side, was simply unbearable. It was over. It was definitely over, or so they thought. Wait a minute. At that moment, two men entered the room. It was Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo, supporting Dagger, who staggered forward, barely able to walk. Biganul's eyes shot wide open, as red as a rabbit's. How are you still alive? I was rescued during the chaos. From the unjust imprisonment, you subjected me to. Daggers shouted loudly, like the hero of a story. Weren't everyone supposed to be subdued? I'll check. At Malasai's inquiry, Blood responded bitterly, preparing to give orders to his subordinates. But at that moment, there's no need. Your encirclement is rather lax, isn't it? This is nothing for someone trained at the front lines. A voice echoed from behind them. A man with black hair entered. Who are you? I am Hezen-Heim, a junior domestic affairs officer. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kill him, as you wish. At Malasai's command, Blood instantly drew his blade. But before it could reach its target, a hooded figure appeared and blocked the attack. So this is the famous Falcon's flight blade. Impressive magic wand. The man who had blocked the blow easily countered with brute strength, sending Blood flying. Blood spun in midair and landed, glaring with narrowed, dangerous eyes. Who are you? I am no one. Just a humble attendant of Domestic Affairs Officer Hezen. The two faced off, measuring each other's range, locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Hezen calmly approached Dagger and Mordodo, handing them a piece of parchment. Thank you for your efforts. Of course. Dagger offered words of appreciation, and Hezen responded. It was clear to everyone that they were in a superior-subordinate relationship. Then, Dagger raised his voice triumphantly toward Major General Malasai. This entire failure is the result of acting Lord Biganol's actions. When I pointed this out, he had me imprisoned. And no, he's lying. He attacked me, his superior, so I had no choice but to throw him in jail. My secretary witnessed the whole thing. Your secretary, right? Do you really expect us to believe such a biased testimony? You bastard. And the same goes for the matter with Jesnahit. You approved the root cuts yourself, but now you're trying to pin it all on him. No, that's not true, ye. And as proof, despite our warnings about the risks of consolidating the roots, acting Lord Biganol publicly dismissed them and swept the issue under the rug. This is a conspiracy. A smear campaign. He's trying to frame me. As the argument raged on, Cleric silently watched the situation unfold. Dagger seemed to be winning the verbal battle, but in the end, it was just infighting. Even Major General Malasai was growing weary of it. No matter who emerged victorious, both sides would be removed. There was no benefit to this argument. What were they trying to achieve? Cleric glanced at Mordodo. He gave a subtle nod, as if signaling something. You better explain it later. In that instant, Cleric locked eyes with Ganasud. HMPH. Ganasud frowned, clearly displeased. Ganasud, you agree, don't you? It was Jesnahit who committed the corruption, right? You said so yourself, didn't you? In the midst of the chaos, Biganol clung to Ganasud's sleeve, repeatedly seeking his confirmation. But Ganasud shook his head. HMPH, I don't recall saying such a thing. WH what? That's a lie, a lie, a lie, a lie. Lies, leases. He repeated the word so many times that it almost sounded like a yes. HMPH, what I do remember is that you approved Jesnahit's root-cutting proposal, and that there was an unaccounted-for flow of funds after the root cuts. But where that money ultimately ended up, I do not know. And no, that's still trying to make an excuse. Obviously, the funds went to you. Dagger shouted and pointed at Biganol. Why, you don't have any proof. You must have proof if you're going to accuse me. Kukuku, oh, I do. I have proof that you deliberately scrapped Sir Hezen's proposals. Dagger raised the parchment high. It was the very document Biganol had staked his entire fortune on, even borrowing money that he could never repay in a lifetime to acquire. www at the W. What? Biganol stared at Hezen, his jaw practically unhinged. Meanwhile, Hezen smiled broadly and responded. Aren't you too incompetent? We easily found it when we searched your room. Chapter 208. Instinct. The story rewound to a few hours earlier. In the dark prison, Hezen appeared before Dagger. Dagger clung to the bars, reaching out like a beast, drooling. Hurry and give it to me. By a narrow margin, acting Lord Biganol has won. No, it can't be no. No. Reality is harsh, Hezen replied indifferently, handing over the parchment containing the details. Nghhhh, Dagger whimpered, crawling toward the parchment before collapsing in tears. Do you want to be saved? Shut up, you, I risked everything. Dagger snarled through sobs. There is one way to save yourself. I won't listen, I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Dagger covered his ears and curled up on the floor. With a sigh, Hezen dropped another parchment onto the ground. This is the contract. If you agree, sign it. Even with his eyes closed, Dagger was clearly listening. Of course he was. When offered the only chance at survival, who wouldn't listen? Besides, you want revenge, don't you? If things stay as they are, you'll just be Biganol's plaything. That sadist will probably keep you here, torturing you for the rest of your life without ever killing you. Shut up. My proposal, at least in appearance, will restore your dignity, your status, and your wealth. In appearance. Finally, Dagger opened his eyes and glanced at the contract lying on the ground. Naturally, I'm not a philanthropist who'd offer such things for free. There are unfavorable terms for you. What terms? You have to become my slave. Dagger gulped audibly. From now until you die, forever. You will obey me without question. You won't be allowed to refuse anything. If you agree, Dagger, I'll make you the acting lord. The choice is yours. The contract magic only works if you agree of your own free will. But Biganol already has recovered his only weakness. I'll retrieve it. Hezen replied casually, as if it were nothing. Ridiculous, if it's in his hands he'll burn it for sure, Dagger scoffed. He won't. That's absurd, he risked everything to get it. If you or I were standing right in front of him, he might. But if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you want to show off your prize to the one crying in despair? A long silence fell, but Hezen knew what it meant. Dagger's silence was an affirmation. Revenge was sweet. And human beings found it incredibly difficult to escape this pure, intoxicating emotion. He's not that simple-minded, Dagger muttered. In a normal situation, probably not. Biganol does fear risks and avoids them whenever possible. But paradoxically, the more pressure he's under, the weaker he becomes. This time, Hezen had pushed Biganol to the edge. It hadn't taken much to break him. The more risks Biganol faced, the more reckless, foolish, and fragile he became. That's why he intended to make you take the fall. He was desperate to avoid the risk and pushed it onto you. Do you think he's in any condition to act rationally now? After several sleepless nights of intense pressure, followed by the fierce competition with you now, in this brief hour of quiet relief, do you really think he'll burn that paper out of fear of the risk? Even without seeing it firsthand, Hezen could figure it out. Humans averted their eyes from what they'd lost and boasted about what they'd gained. Biganol would be flaunting his position, trying to convince himself that it was all he needed. He'd been broken that thoroughly. Still, I can't believe he'd make such a foolish mistake, Dagger said. You don't think he would? All the better, don't you think? Hezen grinned. Biganol, more than anyone, hates careless mistakes, doesn't he? Do you think he could forgive himself for slipping up in such a critical moment, on such a grand stage? Incompetent, that word. He'd heard it again and again from Biganol, whether over a single typo, an awkward sentence, the size of the text, or the clarity of a report. Before his subordinates, before outsiders under prying eyes. Now, could he forgive himself for slipping up in such a critical moment, on such a grand stage? Impossible. Heh! Dagger chuckled at the image in his mind. Hezen, too, smiled inwardly. Humans, they were all the same. In the end, no one could escape the pleasure of revenge. Revenge upon revenge, that was the scenario Hezen had crafted. You understand now, don't you? I can bring Biganol down to the depths, in the most humiliating way possible. He'll regret it more than death itself. But how will you explain this to Major General Malasai? He won't care about such petty internal disputes. The light returned to Dagger's eyes, though it wasn't the light of reason. It was a dark, heavy gleam, the kind that shines when one plans to bring someone down. Leave that to me. I've prepared a gift to smooth things over. Their gazes locked for a moment. Then Dagger grinned wickedly. You really are a devil. But fine, I'll go along with it. I'll be the devil's slave, sell my soul completely, just for the chance to get revenge on that man. Excellent. Then make sure to play the part of the acting lord well, so everyone believes you're his perfect replacement when he falls. Hezen's twisted smile grew wider. Chapter 209. Taking the opportunity. Biganol couldn't believe his eyes, or rather, he couldn't believe himself. Such a ridiculous mistake. Impossible. Every day, he scolded his subordinates. Every day, he drilled them to avoid even the most minor mistakes. Of course, he took every measure himself to ensure he would never make such a blunder. And yet, why? He asked not Hezen but himself. He didn't understand. Burning it hadn't even crossed his mind. Why? He had sacrificed everything to get rid of it, even went into massive debt. Why? It's simple. Hezen smiled. Because you failed at risk management. In other words, because you're incompetent. Bless. Biganul had spent his life mocking incompetence. He had always thought the incompetent should just die. Yet now, was he himself incompetent? Someone who made such an absurdly careless mistake? Blah, 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 blah. Biganul spewed foam as he drowned in senseless noises. Ah, looks like he's bugged out. Shall we continue? Hezen nonchalantly turned back to face Major General Malasai. Do you think this settles everything? Did you make us come here just to watch this farce? That was one of the purposes, yes. At that moment, a crushing pressure filled the room. Everyone present felt it. Everyone was certain. The black-haired young man, Hezen, was about to die. If that's the case, you've disappointed me. I'll wipe you all out here. With overwhelming murderous intent, Major General Malasai raised his magic wand. But Hezen alone remained unaffected by the pressure, calmly locking eyes with Malasai. Please calm down. This was just a sideshow, though it seems you didn't find it very entertaining. Then, what is it you want? For you to go back. The worst possible response left everyone speechless. I see, you really have a death wish, don't you? Oh, didn't like that answer. If you don't return to your post, this place will burn to the ground in the flames of war. So, I'll have you get back in about 6 days. What did you say? Malasai froze, about to draw his sword. Don't be ridiculous. Even in the best of times, it takes at least a month to get from here to Lade. You can make it in 6 days without hurrying. If you cross the desert roads we've built, that is. No one present understood. What was this man talking about? In other words, even the supply convoys that used to take over 2 months will now make the trip in 6 days. Is that true? Curiosity flickered in Malasai's eyes. Meanwhile, Hezen smiled. Of course. Supply chains were crucial in warfare. A commander must always calculate for that when planning their strategy, cutting the supply route down to 1/10 of its length. The advantages would be more than tenfold. It wouldn't just mean more flexible supplies. Fresh vegetables, meat, things that used to have to be sourced locally could now be delivered directly to the battlefield. Concerns that had once weighed heavily the Major General would vanish. If the battle went south or the stored food supply was compromised, risks would be minimized. If it was true, that was. The preparations have already been arranged. I'll guide you from here. With that, Hezen turned his back, exposing himself completely. If you still want to kill me, go ahead. And with that, he began walking away, completely nonchalant. Malasai grimaced and returned his magic wand to its sheath. Blood, let's go. Yes. Outside, a black-haired girl and a towering man were waiting. This is Yan, my private secretary, and Kakazu, my bodyguard. The man. He has an impressive physique, Malasai remarked, glancing at the giant. He's my shield. I'm confident he could hold his own even against Sir Blood. As for Yan here. What about that girl's? At Malasai's question, Hezen placed his hand on Yan's head and answered, One day, she'll surpass you. In combat, of course. What, master, what are you saying? Yan gasped, protesting loudly. It's the truth. No way it is. I don't like false modesty. How can you say that? Look, now you've made the Major General glare at me. Major General Malasai, it's a lie. He's lying. This person never tells the truth. When have I ever lied? Just now, right now, this very second. Their back and forth continued. Ha 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 ha, ha. Major General Malasai suddenly burst into laughter, for the first time, out loud. You're an amusing man, Hezen-Heim. Pardon me, I'm not really good with handling children. Take care of her well. If it were just you, I'd still be debating whether to cut you down. I always treat her with utmost care, so don't worry. Again, master, can't you just stop lying for once? I'm telling the truth. No, you're not. Ha. As they were bickering, Major General Malasai, Blood, Dagger, Cleric, and Ganasud mounted their prepared horses. We'll ride horses part way. After that, we'll switch once we reach the desert. Fine, but what are you doing? Hezen was busy attaching chains to one of the horses. Oh, don't worry. It's nothing important. What is it? Since we'll be crossing the desert, I thought we'd take the opportunity to drag useless Biganul along. Chapter 210. Conclusion. When they arrived at the desert, what Malisai saw was an animal resembling a horse, but with a hump on its back. There were several hundred of them. The riders, with their brown skin, were thin but full of life. Among them, a woman who appeared to be the leader rode toward them. Good work, Kiana. Yes. The brown-skinned woman knelt before Yan. These magical beasts, Malisai asked, they are called Rada. Their humps store fat as energy to help them survive in the harsh desert environment. Not only that, but they also don't sweat much, which helps them regulate their body heat. Yan explained. That's impressive. These beasts can go several days without water. Their hooves are adapted for walking in the desert, and they move at about twice the speed of a horse. The journey here, which would require switching between 5 horses, can be done with just one of these. They're also strong enough to easily pull a cart. Shall we get going? Yan instructed Kiana to prepare several Rada. Everyone switched from their horses, and the sand-covered, near-dead Biganul had his chains switched reattached to a Rada before the group began moving. After walking for several hours, an oasis came into view. Lush vegetation flourished there, and the people living nearby knelt as soon as they spotted Yan. These desert people do not follow the Empire, but Yan. And since Yan is my secretary, that effectively means they follow the Empire, though begrudgingly, Hezen remarked. Begrudgingly, indeed, Yan quipped. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, while those around them watched in astonishment. Incredible, how did you create this oasis? It wasn't just Malisai and Blood who were amazed. Dagger, Cleric, Ganasud, and Mordodo, civil officials of doctrine, all wore expressions of disbelief. I'll spare you the details, but first we must thank this person and her people who chose to live with the desert despite the harsh conditions, Yan said, smiling at Kiana. No, it was you, Saintess, who gave us hope. Until now, we only had 2 choices under oppression, slavery or death. You led us out of that fate. At that moment, Dagger's face turned deep red and looked down. It will take several more hours to reach the next oasis, so let's take a break. Hezen proposed. What? There are more oases of this size, Malisai asked. We worked hard after all. No way hard work could accomplish this, everyone silently thought. As they entered the village, children played, merchants loudly sold their goods, and those who raised Rada worked hard in the heat. There was no doubt this was a lively, thriving community. Inside the tents, the temperature was comfortable and plenty of alcohol was served. Malisai, apparently a heavy drinker, loosened up, talking, laughing, and drinking heartily. This has a unique taste. This is a prototype alcohol produced in my domain, Hezen explained. It's got an addictively good flavor. His drinking speed made it clear how much he liked it. When it's ready for the market, I'll bring it to you regularly. For free, generous of you. With alcohol, it's all about getting people to know the taste. And I doubt anyone under your command would dare refuse a drink you offer. Hey, that's true. You sound like a merchant. My domain's finances are tight. I heard from Mordodo that you provided aid to the people despite that. It was an investment. In the end, it paid off, and I was able to recover a decent amount. Hezen's matter-of-fact tone made Malisai laugh. To be honest, I couldn't care less about your internal squabbles. But what you're saying is, if I make an enemy of this girl Yan, I won't have access to this supply route, right? Exactly, so please lend us your aid. Understood. Blood, make the arrangements. Yes, sir. As expected from a seasoned military officer, things moved quickly. This would undoubtedly lead to Biganul's downfall. In fact, he'd likely be reduced to a slave. Still, I pity Biganul, someone remarked. Do you? Hezen tilted his head. He starved the people of Doctrine for years, believing it was justified. As a result, the domain never developed and became a wasteland. He should be punished as the architect of this corrupt regime. He had intentionally starved the people. Upon hearing this, Hezen had made Biganul his target, deciding to remove him whether he was competent or not. HMPH, but he's not solely responsible, is he? Ganasud responded, his face sour, likely feeling some responsibility himself. But Hezen replied nonchalantly. Does it really matter whose fault it is? What matters is who appears responsible. You can't take responsibility for the dead. Even if you find the culprit and kill them, the dead won't come back. So I chose someone who seems to be the culprit, make him a scapegoat, and let the desert people throw stones at him to vent their anger. That's all there is to it. It was about neither good nor evil, only the victim and the perpetrator, and he had simply reversed those roles. That was all. Hezen thought another sip of the unfamiliar alcohol. Ow, ow, stop it. Biganol whimpered, cowering in a cage as stones were thrown at him. Dagger reveled in the scene. Malasai closed his eyes. Blood smiled smugly. Yan silently watched. Hezen paid no mind to it and began thinking about his future plans. Chapter 211. After that, the group passed through several oases and finally arrived at the frontline in Lade. Exactly 6 days. A smooth, comfortable journey, Malasai murmured in satisfaction. We'll be taking our leave now, said Hezen. Why don't you join us and fight here? You seem like you're capable of handling combat, Malasai suggested. Without hesitation, Hezen shook his head. I'm a civil officer now. If there's a formal request, I'll respond whenever needed. How boring, do you not enjoy fighting? I think I'm suited for it, but I don't fight based on whether I like it or not. Then what makes you fight? It's simple. Whether it's beneficial to me. Not to the Empire. It's the same thing, I serve the Empire. Malasai stayed silent for a while before letting out a sigh. I see. It seems our ways of thinking are fundamentally different. Let's leave it at that. There's no point fighting alongside someone who doesn't enjoy it. If the time comes for us to fight together, I'll be counting on you, Hezen responded, speaking as if they were equals. Blood watched this exchange with displeasure, but said nothing, and Hezen and his group left. On the way back, Wuhua wuhueos. MRGH Gurham, spare me. Dagal shouted as dragged the Rada Biganol chained to a round. Cleric watched this scene with a bitter expression. Is that man really going to be the next acting lord? I dread what's to come. Don't worry, the slave contract is already in place. He'll follow your orders in everything, Vice Chief Cleric, Hezen replied. Who exactly are you? Cleric asked suspiciously, but Hezen, unfazed, answered calmly. I'm just a loyal junior-ranked civil officer of the Empire. Sai Mordodo, what do you think? Transfer him, Mordodo said clearly and decisively. This guy is undeniably a powerful medicine. Doctrim has recovered thanks to him, yet further use would be detrimental. That's quite the harsh statement, Hezen commented. He simply dislikes you, Yan chimed in cheekily. Well, to be blunt, Yan is right, Mordodo admitted. How rude, Hezen remarked flatly. Rude? I never thought I'd hear that from you. Should I lecture you on how much I've suffered crossing this desert? A low cracking sound seemed to come from Mordodo's back. You've been an immense help, truly, Hezen added. My back's killing me, Mordodo grumbled. That's exactly how a superior should be. Any superior who tries to take it easy at the expense of their subordinates isn't needed, Hezen said matter-of-factly. It's terrifying when you said that. The entire group silently thought to themselves. Yes, it's clear he's too much to handle. Fine, we'll transfer Hezen, Cleric said with a wry smile. I'll accept it. Of course, you will be exempt from demotion thanks to Biganol's misconduct. Furthermore, your contributions to this territory are extraordinary. Understood. However, your unprecedented rudeness and insolence toward your superiors can't be ignored. Obedience from the top down is the core of any organization. I'm well aware. You're not aware at all, the group collectively thought. Taking all that into account, I'll recommend you for a double promotion. As a civil officer, you'll be on the same level as Mordodo, though I'm planning to promote him as well, so he'll still be higher ranked than you. I understand. Until then, take a break in your domain. The Central will decide on your new assignment later. Well, then I'll hand over my duties to Sir Mordodo and take my leave. Isn't Gimina and Barelo supposed to be taking over them? Mordodo asked with a look of fatigue on his face. I have evidence of their corruption and abuse of power, so I'll report them to the central government. They'll likely become slaves, so the only one who can take over my duties is Sir Mordodo. You're ruthless, Cleric and Mordodo muttered, their faces stiffening. I simply have no more use for them. Sai, are you at least leaving Yan with us? Mordodo asked. Why yes, please let me, Yan begged. Absolutely not. Yan's face turned to one of shock and despair. Don't worry. I've already instructed the desert people to pledge loyalty to the Empire. They'll follow your commands without issue. What a shame. I would have adopted her and made her the best domestic affairs officer, Mordodo remarked, stroking Yan's head affectionately. She needs to gain more experience. She's not someone who should settle in doctrine. Sigh, you've piqued the interest of a really troublesome man, Yan. Ooh, please someone save me, save me. Save me, eh? Chapter 212. Digression. Doctrine. In a lavish yet dimly lit room, Jesnahit lay on a sofa, his face buried in the chest of a mature woman. Mama, 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 mama. There, what's wrong, little baby? Wearing a diaper, Jesnahit clung to the middle-aged woman in a pampering manner. I worked really hard, I gave it my all. You did, that's so impressive. Milk, 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 milk. Ahem. Hezen-Heim, what are you doing here? I was called. Secretary Mosger. This was supposed to be our little secret. Just as he was about to finish, Mosger raised a hand to silence him and whispered to Hezen. Interrupting playtime is bad manners. My apologies, I'm not used to places like this, but we're short on time, so let's move forward. You can continue drinking your milk if you like. Jesnahit's face turned bright red. Thanks to your performance, we were able to trap Biganol. However, despite your orders, the fact remains that you embezzled funds. You'll face demotion for sure. I am not dismissed. Embezzlement was a serious crime in the Empire. Dismissal was the least of one's worries. It could lead to loss of lands, imprisonment, or even execution. If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest. I've reported on the embezzlement of several other incompetent civil officers, including Gimena. Incompetent civil officers. Capable civil officers are a valuable resource. I've given them a warning with this incident, just like I've done with you. I sympathize with you. I understand how frustrating it must be to serve under a superior who isn't fit for their position. Haha, that's no excuse. I truly regret what I did. Honestly, the alcohol I drank with that embezzled money tasted awful. I couldn't even get it down, Jesnahit muttered sadly, lightly biting the tip of the baby bottle. I take back my previous statement. I don't sympathize with you. I don't even want to imagine what you're feeling, but that's that. Did Hezen just step back a little? Maybe it was Jesnahit's imagination. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Most of the people involved weren't doing much work anyway, so this won't significantly affect doctrine. But the central government might not see it that way. They won't make any decisions that would jeopardize the potential for unprecedented development here. Both the next acting Lord Cleric and the next financial chief Ganasud value your administrative skills. In fact, you might be more useful after your demotion. Cleric, the acting lord. Isn't Chief Dagger supposed to be the next acting lord? He'll likely be promoted to full lord. Biganol gathered plenty of evidence on Noriomo's corruption in the central government. I see. This must have been one of Biganol's risk management strategies. He had likely invested a considerable amount to meticulously investigate Noriomo, just in case he needed leverage. Noriomo would undoubtedly be dismissed. His replacement would be Dagger, rewarded for his bold whistleblowing. However, Hezen also predicted that Dagger's rise would end here. What he did was the opposite of following orders from above. An organization had no need for subordinates who exposed their superiors' corruption. While such people were initially praised, they were never promoted after. Hezen had used Colonel Jilva's name when he blew the whistle in Garna, and this time, he'd done it under Dagger's name. But with so many whistleblowers, it wouldn't be long before they caught on to Hezen's tail. Well, so be it, Hezen thought. He tried to navigate his career cleverly, but maybe he wasn't cut out for it. Perhaps that was just how he was. After a split second of thought, the black-haired young man continued, "A lord's work mainly involves negotiations with the central government, so it requires more coordination skills than governance. Given his long experience in middle management, Dagger should do fine. Plus, he's got his new toy Biganol to play with for stress relief." Of course, Hezen would make sure Dagger was properly monitored. He planned to promote Gilmond, his secretary, 2 ranks and make him do it. Cleric had agreed, too. Gilmond would serve an excellent intermediary between them. Well, that concludes our discussion. Do you have any further questions? Isn't there another punishment for me? You want to be dismissed. No, it's just I feel so guilty. I should be punished more. No matter how harsh the whip, I'll take it. Ahem. Hezen frowned slightly. Leave it to me. Mosger stepped forward, patting Jesnahid on the shoulder with an expression of complete understanding. Your punishment is an *L penetration. Chapter 213. That day. It was the last day of Hezen's duties in the doctrine. He had finished handing over all his responsibilities, but he was still at his desk, as usual, working on paperwork. Seriously, why am I always the one stuck with cleanup duty? Muttering under her breath, Yan busily prepared for the move. I already told you, heavy lifting is Kakuzu's job. All the odd jobs are yours, Hezen replied. You may have said that, but I don't recall ever agreeing to it, Yan shot back. You don't have the right to refuse, so simply saying it is enough, Hezen countered smugly. What a demon! Yan couldn't help but feel exasperated, her expression showing just how dumbfounded she was. Well, that's it for me. I'm done, Hezen declared, stretching widely after finishing his recommendation letters. He had promoted Intermediate Domestic Affairs Secretary Gilmond by 2 ranks and 3 Junior Domestic Affairs Officer, Bitarn, Daslow, and Cordoba, by 1 rank. Their rise over the past few months was nothing short of remarkable. Except for Gilmond, Hezen thought the others were lacking. Still, he figured they'd be weeded out if they weren't useful enough. Even so, it feels a bit lonely, doesn't it? Last time in Garna, they were a lot more reluctant to see us go, Yan remarked. Well, it's only natural for superiors to be disliked, Hezen replied. To be fair, you're just overwhelmingly terrifying, Master. The superiors definitely just hate us, though, Yan muttered. At that moment, Gilmond barged into the room. Sir Hezen, why am I being transferred to the capital? Please take me with you, Gilmond pleaded. Sigh. There it was, a special exception. The one zealot unfazed by fear who wanted to follow him. Hezen sighed, looking troubled. That's impossible. You're an Imperial officer. You need to follow your orders. Then I'll quit. Please, hire me as your personal secretary. Sorry, but I have no more vacancies for that position. Gilmond looked utterly crushed. It's not that I don't value your abilities. It's just that Secretary Mosger has a rather unique set of skills, which is why he has the job, Hezen explained. Yan quietly thought to herself that Gilmond would be even more devastated if he knew what those unique skills really were. Let me make this clear, your role in the capital is important. I even recommended you over the capable secretaries of Acting Lord Cleric. I believe you'll do great, Hezen added. Why yes, sir. If you keep producing results, our paths may cross again someday. When that happens, I'll be counting on you. Of course, sir. After being thoroughly convinced, Gilmond left the room with a renewed sense of purpose. Phew, I'm tired, Hezen sighed. You're just not used to being admired, are you? Yan teased. You really need to do something about that sarcastic personality of yours. Coming from you, Master. Yan thought she might as well just die and be reincarnated at this point. By the way, are you really going to pay back 10 times the amount? The money Hezen had earned in doctrine was immense. He had raked in a fortune from emergency famine relief funds and from squeezing Biganol, making him one of the wealthiest nobles. From that fortune, he planned to repay the merchant Nandal, Queen Basia of the Cuman tribe, and the soldiers from North Garna 10 times what they had lent him. After doing so, Hezen would still have twice the amount of his original capital left. It was, without a doubt, a great success. But from Yan's perspective, he wished Hezen would hold on to a bit more for the management of his own territory. However, Hezen shook his head. There's no need to hold on to excess money. This success is thanks to them, so it's only right to reward them tenfold, Hezen said. But honestly, would there really be much difference between 5 times and 10 times? Yan pointed out. She had a point. 5 times or 10 times, the return was still generous beyond expectations. The sense of satisfaction from receiving such a huge reward wouldn't change much. It was a very merchant-like argument, fitting for Yan, formerly one. But Hezen shook his head again. It's necessary to strengthen our allies, just fattening up our own lands isn't enough. He needed Nandal, in particular, to continue expanding trade routes. In the future, Hezen would have to rely on Nandal for risky investments as well. He needed Nandal to crush his business rivals and rise to the top as a wealthy merchant. A relationship that transcended profit. That was what Hezen sought. At this rate, someone's going to collapse from overwork, probably Mr. Nandal. I mean, you're fine, but still, Yan warned. Nandal's the type who'd prefer to live fast and die young, unlike you. Yan was the cautious type, always seeking safe investments and reliable returns. Nandal, on the other hand, was the opposite, pouring everything he had into risky ventures. Hezen found that dynamic to be a perfect match for his own plans. Living recklessly only brings ruin, you know? Yan warned again. Yan, stop trying to look into my heart. You won't understand, no matter how hard you try. Hezen met Yan's clear gaze head-on. Yes, she couldn't understand, she never would. Geez, suit yourself, Yan muttered, resuming her packing in frustration. At that moment, Mordodo entered the room. Chapter 214. Homecoming. What is all that? All those documents? Mordodo asked, his voice trembling. When he returned to his room, he found it nearly buried under piles of papers. He was dumbfounded, so he made his way over to ask, no matter how much he hated it. Past records and relevant documents, along with reference materials. We didn't have time for a proper handover, but you can manage, right? Hezen responded calmly. You've got to be kidding me. How long do you think it'll take me just to read all that? 3 days. That's impossible. Mordodo clutched his head in disbelief. Good grief, and I thought I could finally get some decent sleep. I doubt you'll have the time. Things in the doctrine are about to get hectic. You said, there's nothing left for me to do, but there's a mountain of problems. Damn it, well, at least I'll have the joy of not having to deal with you anymore. That's a relief. It hurts to hear it so bluntly. Don't lie, I know your steel heart doesn't feel a thing. Hezen and Mordodo both burst out laughing. Take care of yourself, I hope I never have to see you again. Working with a subordinate like you has been exhausting. Do your best to keep moving up the ladder. I'm sure you'd be much more reliable as a superior than as a subordinate. Shut up. From what I can tell, you and Ganasud are the only ones capable of supporting acting Lord Cleric. If you give it your all, this territory will thrive. I know, I've got a mountain of documents as a parting gift after all. Jesnahit knows how to get things done. Feel free to overwork him. Yeah, I know. So, I guess there's nothing left to hand over. Stay sharp. Mordodo's face grew serious and he spoke in a low voice. What do you mean? You've drawn too much attention. After earning accolades as a military officer in North Garna, you were promoted to lieutenant. Then, you were transferred to the civil service, where you quickly rose 2 more ranks to senior domestic affairs officer. There's no precedent for that. It's causing a stir in the Central, the Sky Palace. Everyone's asking, who is this Hezen-Heim? Hezen had expected this. With such rapid promotion, it was inevitable that he would stand out. There's no helping it, it was bound to happen eventually. It wouldn't be surprising if one of the factions sets their sights on you soon. That's a hassle, Hezen let out a deep sigh. He hated being part of a group, and the thought of being caught up in the politics of a faction was far from appealing. Given your personality, I'm sure you feel that way. But it's better to align yourself with one sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you might get shipped off somewhere you'd never expect. The safe bet would be the faction of Crown Prince Evildarth, right? He was first in line for the throne, holding a significant share of power within the Empire. Yeah, that'd be the most secure option. I don't think it's time to decide yet. There's still some time before the next brass ritual. The brass ritual was held once every 5 years to determine the next crown prince. During the ceremony, the candidate's magical power was measured, and the Star Readers, a group of priests, would decide the successor based on that. Magical potential was considered the most critical factor in their evaluation. You've got ambitions, don't you? If you get close to Prince Evildarth, you could secure a high position within the Empire. Is that what you're aiming for too, Senior Domestic Affairs Officer Mordodo? No, I've been pushed off the main career track, along with the next acting Lord Cleric. Well, in the capital, Lord Noriomo is desperately trying to curry favor with Prince Evildarth. How pathetic, Hezen muttered with genuine disgust. Both Mordodo and acting Lord Cleric were highly capable. Even if they were stationed in the central government, they would easily be among the best. Yet, a corrupt lord like Noriomo was closer to power. That's exactly why I want you to succeed. I want you to shake up the rigid system at the heart of the Empire. Mordodo must have suffered deeply. His words carried passion, but Hezen shook his head firmly. No. I refuse. Why? Even if I joined a faction now, it wouldn't amount to much. I'd rather focus on building up my strength, in places away from the capital. You think it'll go that smoothly? You could end up in some dead-end position, wasting away in obscurity. Wherever I go, I'll still be me. That's how I've lived in the past, how I live now, and how I'll continue to live in the future. Mordodo let out a deep sigh. I apologize, I know you meant well. No need, that response is just like you. Master, everything's ready. At that moment, Yan's voice called from outside. Well then, I'm off. Hezen extended his hand. Yeah. Mordodo grasped it tightly. Without looking back, Hezen strode out of the castle and climbed into the carriage. A bit of banter with Yan followed. Soon, the sound of their voices faded into the distance, disappearing over the horizon. Civil Official Arc End of Volume 2.